at the head of the detachment. A tall peaked cap was perched on his head. The officer rode slowly, without looking left or right. He rode as if he were riding through a ravine where one can only look forward. "Captain," my father whispered, when the Cossack reached his side. "Captain," my father repeated, falling to his knees in the mud and clasping his head. "What can I do for you?" the officer answered, still looking forward, lifting his hand in its lemon suede glove to his peaked cap. Up ahead, at the corner of Ribnaya Street, thugs were smashing our store and throwing out into the street boxes of nails, tools, and also the new portrait photograph of me in my lycée uniform. "Over there," my father said, without getting up from his knees. "They're smashing everything I've worked for all my life, Captain." "Why are they doing this?" The officer muttered something, tapped his cap with his lemon suede glove, and tugged the reins, but his horse didn't move. My father had crawled on his knees in front of it, brushing against its kindly, short, slightly shaggy legs. "I will see to it," the captain said, tugged at the reins, and rode off. The Cossacks followed him. They sat dispassionately on their high saddles, riding through their imaginary ravine, and disappeared around the corner of Sobernaya Street. Galina again pushed me toward the window. "Get your papa to come home," she said. "He hasn't eaten anything since this morning." And I leaned out the window. My father turned around when he heard my voice. "My darling son," he called out with indescribable tenderness. He and I went up to the veranda of the Rubtsovs, where mother was lying in the green rotunda. Next to her bed lay dumbbells and an exercise machine. "Those damn kopecks," my mother said to us as we came in. "People's lives and children and our luckless luck. You gave them everything. Those damn kopecks," she shouted in a hoarse voice unlike her own. She shuddered convulsively, and lay quiet on the bed. Then, in the silence, I began to hiccup. I stood by the wall with my cap pulled down and couldn't stop hiccuping. "Shame on you, my pretty little boy," Galina said, smiling her haughty smile at me, and tapping me with the stiff flap of her dressing gown. She went over to the window in her red shoes and began to hang Chinese curtains on the extraordinary rod. Her bare arms drowned in the silk, the live braid moved over her hip. I looked at her with delight. Learned boy that I was, I looked at her as at a distant stage lit by many lights. And I imagined I was Myron, the son of the coal merchant who sold coal on our street corner. I imagined myself in the Jewish self-defense brigade. I could see myself walking around, just like Myron, in tattered shoes tied together with string. A dingy rifle hangs on a green strap from my shoulder, and I'm kneeling by the old wooden fence, firing shots at the murderers. Beyond the fence lies a vacant lot with heaps of dusty coal. My old rifle shoots badly, the murderers with their beards and white teeth are edging ever closer to me. I feel the proud sensation of impending death, and high up, high in the blue heavens, I see Galina. I see an opening cut into the wall of a gigantic fortress built with myriads of bricks. This crimson building looms over the side street with its badly tamped gray earth. On the parapet stands Galina. With her haughty smile she smiles from that inaccessible opening, her husband, the half-dressed officer, standing behind her back, kissing her neck. In my attempt to stop hiccuping, I imagined all this in order to make my loving her more bitter, hot, and hopeless, and perhaps because so much grief is overwhelming for a 10-year-old boy. These foolish fantasies helped me forget the death of the doves and the death of Shoil. I would have perhaps forgotten these deaths if Kuzma had not come onto the veranda with that terrible Jew, Abba. It was twilight when they came. A weak little lamp, hiding in a corner, shone on the veranda, a twinkling lamp, a disciple of misfortune. "I have prepared grandfather," Kuzma said as he came in. "Now he's lying nice and pretty. I brought the Shamaz too so he can say some words over the old man." And Kuzma pointed to Shamaz Abba. "Let him whine a little," Kuzma said amiably. "Stuff a Shamaz guts, and the Shamaz will pester God all night." Kuzma stood on the threshold, his good-natured, broken nose jutting in all directions, and warmly began telling us how he had bound the dead man's jaw. But my father interrupted him. "I would be thankful, Reb Abba, if you would pray over the deceased. I will pay you," my father said. "Pay me? But I'm worried you won't pay," Abba answered in a weary voice, laying his squeamish bearded face on the tablecloth. "I am worried that you will take my ruble and run off to Argentina, to Buenos Aires, and open a wholesale business there with that ruble of mine." "A wholesale business?" Abba said. He chewed his disdainful lips and picked up the newspaper Son of the Fatherland, which was lying on the table. In this newspaper there was an article about the Tsar's manifesto of October 17, and about freedom. "Citizens of Free Russia," Abba read haltingly, and chewed his beard, which he had stuffed into his mouth. "Citizens of Free Russia, Happy Easter to you all, Christ has risen." The old Shamaz held the shaking newspaper sideways in front of him. He read it drowsily, in a sing-song voice, pronouncing the Russian words he did not know in the strangest way. Abba's pronunciation of these words resembled the muffled babble of a Negro who has just arrived at a Russian port from his native land. It even made my mother laugh. "I am being sinful," she shouted, leaning out of the rotunda. "You are making me laugh, Abba. You should tell us how you and your family are doing." "Ask me about something else," Abba mumbled without releasing his beard from between his teeth, and continued reading the newspaper. "Ask him something else," my father repeated, walking over to the middle of the room. His eyes, smiling at us through their tears, suddenly began rolling and fixed themselves on a spot invisible to all. "Oi, Shoyle," my father uttered in a flat, false, theatrical voice. "Oi, beloved Shoyle." We saw that he was getting ready to start hollering, and my mother forewarned us. "Manus," she shouted, tearing at my father's breast, her hair becoming instantly disheveled. "Look what a state our child is in, can't you hear him hiccuping? Can't you?" Father fell silent. "Rockel," he said timorously, "I cannot tell you how unhappy I am about Shoyle." Abba went to the kitchen and came back with a glass of water. "Drink, you little schlemazel," he said, coming over to me. "Drink this water, which will help you as much as incense helps a dead man." And sure enough, the water did not help me in the least. My hiccups became stronger and stronger. A growl tore out of my chest. A swelling, pleasant to the touch, expanded in my throat. The swelling breathed, widened, covered my gullet, and came bulging out over my collar. Within the swelling gurgled my torn breath. It gurgled like boiling water. By nightfall I was no longer the silly little boy I had been all my life, but had turned into a writhing heap. My mother, now taller and shapelier, wrapped herself in her shawl and went to Galina, who stood watching stiffly. "My dear Galina," my mother said in a strong, melodious voice. "We are imposing on you and dear Nadezhda Ivanovna, and all your family so much. My dear Galina, I am so embarrassed." With fiery cheeks my mother jostled Galina toward the door, and then came hurrying over to me, stuffing her shawl into my mouth to smother my groans. "Hold on, my little darling," mother whispered. "Hold on for mama." But even if I could have held on, I wouldn't have, because I no longer felt any shame at all. That was how my illness began. I was 10 years old at the time. The following morning I was taken to the doctor. The pogrom continued, but no one touched us. The doctor, a fat man, diagnosed an illness of the nerves. He told us to go to Odessa as quickly as we could, to the specialists, and to wait there for the warm weather and bathing in the sea. And that is what we did. A few days later I left for Odessa with my mother to stay with grandfather Leviatskak and Uncle Simon. We left in the morning on a ship, and by midday the churning waters of the Bug changed to the heavy green waves of the sea. This was the beginning of my life in the house of my crazed grandfather Leviatskak. And I bade farewell forever to Nikolaev, where I had lived the first 10 years of my childhood. Karl Yankel. In the days of my childhood there was a smithy in Parisipe 7*1, of the largest steel works of the time. Its more than 8,000 workers had played a key role in the revolution. Holding this trial at the Petrovsky factory indicated that the new Soviet government wanted to make a landmark case out of it. That belonged to Jonas Brutman. Horse dealers, carters known as bindyuzniks in Odessa, and butchers from the town slaughterhouses gathered in the smithy. It was on the Balta road, and it was quite handy as a lookout post for intercepting mujiks carting oats and Bessarabian wine into town. Jonas was a small, timid man, but he knew his way around wine. In him dwelled the soul of an Odessa Jew. In my day he had 3 growing sons. He only came up to their waists. It was on the beach of Parisipe that I first reflected on the power of the forces in nature. The boys, 3 fattened bulls with crimson shoulders and feet big as shovels, carried shriveled up little Jonas to the water the way one carries an infant. And yet it had been he, and no one else, who had sired them. There was no doubt about that. The blacksmith's wife went to the synagogue twice a week, on Friday evenings and on the morning of the Sabbath. It was a Hasidic synagogue, where on Passover they whirled themselves into an ecstasy like dervishes. Jonas's wife paid tribute to the emissaries sent by the Galician tzaddiks to our southern provinces. The blacksmith did not interfere in his wife's relationship with God. After work, he went to a wine shop next to the slaughterhouses, and there, sipping his cheap pink wine, listened meekly to what people were talking about politics and the price of cattle. His sons resembled their mother in strength and build. As soon as they came of age, 2 of the boys went and joined the partisans. The elder was killed at Voznesensk, the other, Semyon, went over to Primakovate, a French émigré nobleman, Governor-General of Odessa from 1803 to 1814, on whom Lord Byron modelled his Don Juan. The famous bronze statue of him was sculpted by Ivan Martas and joined a Red Cossack division. He was chosen to be commander of a Cossack regiment. He and a few other Stateleuths were the first in this unexpected breed of Jewish fighters, horsemen, and partisans. The 3rd son became a blacksmith like his father. He works at the gunplow factory. He has not married and has not sired anyone. The children of Semyon, the Cossack commander, tagged along from place to place with his division. But the old woman needed a grandchild to whom she could tell stories about the Baal Shem. She was expecting a grandchild from her youngest daughter Paulina. Paulina was the only one in the whole family who resembled little old Jonas. She was timid, nearsighted, and had delicate skin. Many came around asking for her hand in marriage. Paulina chose Ovsy Bielotserkovsky. We could not understand why she chose him. Even more surprising was the news that the young couple was happy. A woman runs her household as she wills, an outsider cannot see pots breaking. But in this case it was Ovsy Bielotserkovsky who was to break the pots. A year into their marriage, he dragged Brina Brutman, his mother-in-law, to court. The old woman had taken advantage of Ovsy's being away on a business trip and Paulina's being in the hospital for a breast inflammation to abduct her newborn grandson and take him to the neighborhood charlatan, Navcholagurchik. And there, in the presence of 10 doddering wrecks, 10 ancient and impoverished men, denizens of the Hasidic synagogue, the rites of circumcision were performed. Ovsy Bielotserkovsky did not find out what had happened until after his return. Ovsy had put himself forward as a candidate to join the party. He decided to seek the advice of Bichach, the secretary of the local cell of the State Trade Committee. "You've been morally bespattered," Bichach told him. "You must pursue this matter further." Odessa's public prosecutor's office decided to set up a model public trial at the Petrovsky factory *Navcholagurchik, the neighborhood charlatan, and Brina Brutman, 62 years of age, found themselves on the defendant's bench. Navchola was as much an Odesson fixture as the statue of the Duke of Richelieu. Navchola used to walk past our windows on Dalitskaya Street carrying his tattered, grease-stained midwife's bag. In that bag he kept his simple instruments. Sometimes he took a little knife out of it, sometimes a bottle of vodka and a piece of honey cake. He'd sniff the honey cake before he drank his vodka, and having drunk it would rattle off some prayers. Naftchila was as red-headed as the first red-headed man on earth. When he sliced off what was his due, he did not strain off the blood through a glass funnel, but sucked it with puckered lips. The blood smudged his tousled beard. He appeared tipsy before the guests. His bear-like eyes twinkled cheerfully. Red-headed as the first red-headed man on earth, he whimpered a blessing over the wine. With one hand Naftchila pitched his vodka into his mouth's overgrown, crooked, fire-spitting pit, while in the other he held a plate. On this plate lay the little knife, reddened with the infant's blood, and some gauze. As he collected his money, Naftchila went from guest to guest with his plate, elbowing his way through the women, falling on them, grabbing their breasts. "Fat mamas," he howled for the whole street to hear, his little coral eyes glittering. "Go churn out some boys for Naftchila, thresh some corn on your bellies. Do your best for Naftchila. Go churn out some boys, fat mamas." The husbands threw money onto his plate. The women wiped away the blood from his beard. The courtyards of Glukaya and Gospitalnaya streets did not lack offspring. They seethed with children, as the mouths of rivers seethe with roe. Naftchila went trudging around with his bag, like a tax collector. Orlov, the investigating magistrate, brought Naftchila's rounds to an end. The investigating magistrate thundered from the bench, endeavoring to prove that the neighborhood charlatan was a priest in a cult. "Do you believe in God?" he asked Naftchila. "Let him who won 2,000 believe in God," the old man answered. "Were you not surprised when Comrade Brna Brutman came to you at such a late hour in the rain, carrying a newborn in her hands?" "I am surprised when a person does something reasonable," Naftchila said. "When a person does idiotic things, then I'm not surprised." These answers did not satisfy the investigating magistrate. The matter of the glass funnel came next. He charged that by sucking blood with his lips, the defendant was exposing children to the danger of infection. Naftulla's head, that shaggy nut of his, hung almost to the ground. He sighed, closed his eyes, and wiped his drooping mouth with his fist. "What are you muttering about, Comrade Gurchik?" the judge asked him. Naftchila fixed his extinguished eyes on Orlov, the investigating magistrate. "The late Monsieur Zussman, your late papa," Naftchila said to him with a sigh, "he had a head the likes of which you can't find nowhere in the world. And praised be God, that your papa did not have an apoplectic fit when he had me come over to perform your bris. And we can all see plain enough that you grew into a big man in the Soviet government, and that Naftchila did not snip off along with that little piece of schmucks anything you might have needed later on." He blinked with his bear-like eyes, shook his red-haired nut, and fell silent. There were volleys of laughter, thunderous guffawing salvos. Orlov, N.E. Zussman, waved his arms in the air and shouted out something that could not be heard in the cannonade. He demanded that the record reflect that. Sasha Svetlov, one of the satirists of the Odessa Newsy, sent him a note from the press box. "You're a nincompoop, Syuma," the note went. "Finish him off with irony, only what is funny will kill. You're Sasha." The room quieted down when they brought Bielotserkovsky to the witness box. Bielotserkovsky reiterated what was in his deposition. He was lanky and wore riding breeches and cavalry jackboots. According to OFSI, the Tiraspol and Balta party committees had been fully cooperative in the business of acquiring livestock feed. In the heat of the negotiations he had received a telegram announcing the birth of his son. After discussing the matter with the Balta Party Committee's head of operations, he decided not to interrupt the transaction and to restrict himself to dispatching a congratulatory telegram. He did not return home for another 2 weeks. 64,000 poods of livestock feed had been gathered throughout the region. No one was at home, except for the witness Karchenko, a neighbor and laundress by profession, and his infant son. His wife was away at the hospital, and the witness Karchenko was rocking the cradle and was engaged in the now obsolete practice of singing a lullaby. Knowing the witness to be an alcoholic, He did not find it necessary to try making out the words of this song, but he was taken aback to hear her call the boy Yankel, when he had expressly given instructions that his son be named Karl, in honor of our esteemed teacher Karl Marx. Unwrapping the child's swaddling clothes, he came face to face with his misfortune. The investigating magistrate asked a few questions, the defense did not. The bailiff led in the witness Paulina Bielotserkovskaya. She staggered toward the bar. The bluish tremor of recent motherhood twisted her face, and there were drops of sweat on her forehead. She looked over to her father, the little blacksmith, dressed to the nines in a bow tie and new boots as if for a feast, and to her mother's coppery, grey-mustached face. The witness Paulina Bielotserkovskaya did not answer the question as to what she knew about the matter at hand. She said that her father was a poor man, who had worked in the smithy on the road to Balta for 40 years. Her mother had given birth to 6 children, of whom 3 had died. One brother was a Red commander, the other worked in the gun factory. My mother is very devout, everyone knows that, and she always suffered because her children were not religious. She could not bear the idea that her grandchildren would not be Jews. You must take into consideration in what kind of a family my mother was raised. Everyone knows the shtetl of Medzhybaz ** shtetl in western Ukraine in the district of Khmelnytsky, where the founder of Hasidism, Israel ben Eliezer the Baal Shem Tov, was from. The women there are still wearing wigs. Will the witness please tell us? A sharp voice interrupted her. Paulina fell silent, the drops of sweat darkening on her forehead as if blood were seeping through her delicate skin. Will the witness please tell us? Repeated the voice of Samuel Lining, a former barrister. Were the Sanhedrin * to exist nowadays, Lining would have been its head. But the Sanhedrin no longer exists, and Lining, who had learned to read and write Russian at 25, had begun in his 4th decade to write appeals to the government indistinguishable from the treatises of the Talmud. The old man had slept throughout the trial. His jacket was covered in cigarette ash. But he had woken up when Paulina Bielotserkovskaya had appeared. Will the witness please tell us? His fish-like rows of bobbing blue teeth were clacking. If you had been aware of your husband's decision to name his son Karl. Yes. What name did your mother give him? Yankel. And what about you, comrade witness? What do you call your son? I call him Sweetie /. And why Sweetie / of all things? I call all children Sweetie /. Let us proceed, Lining said. His teeth slipped out, but he caught them with his nether lip and slid them back into his mouth. Let us proceed. In the evening, when the child was taken over to the defendant Gerchik, you were not at home. You were at the hospital. Is my statement in accordance with the facts? I was at the hospital. At what hospital were you being treated? The one in Nezhinskaya Street, at Dr. Drazow's. Dr. Drazow was treating you? Yes. Are you sure of this? Why wouldn't I be? I would like to introduce this here document into evidence. Lining's lifeless face rose over the table. From this document the court will ascertain that during the period of time in question, Dr. Drazow was away at a congress of pediatricians in Kharkov. The investigating magistrate did not object to the introduction of the document. Let us proceed, Lining said, his teeth clacking. The witness leaned her whole body against the bar. Her whisper was barely audible. Maybe it wasn't Dr. Drazow, she said, resting her whole weight against the bar. I can't remember everything. I am exhausted. Lining raked his pencil through his yellow beard. He rubbed his stooping back against the bench and joggled his false teeth. Paulina was asked to produce her official medical report, but she told the court she had misplaced it. Let us proceed, the old man said. Paulina ran her palm over her forehead. Her husband sat at the end of the bench, away from the other witnesses. He sat there stiffly, his long legs in their cavalry boots pulled in under him. The rays of the sun fell on his face, packed with a framework of minute, spiteful bones. I will find my medical record, Paulina whispered, and her hand slid off the bar. At that moment a bawling baby was heard. A child was crying and mewling outside the doors. "You see, Paulina," the old woman suddenly yelled out in a hoarse voice. "The child hasn't been fed since this morning. He's shriveling up with hollering." Startled Red Army fighters snatched up their rifles. Paulina began to slide lower and lower, her head falling back to the floor. Her arms flew up, flailed, and then tumbled down. "The court is adjourned," the public prosecutor shouted. An uproar erupted in the room. Bielotserkovsky stalked over to his wife with crane-like steps, a green sheen on his hollow cheeks. "Feed the child," people were shouting from the back rows, cupping their hands like megaphones around their mouths. "They're already feeding him," a woman's voice shouted back. "You think they were waiting for you?" "The daughter's tangled up in all of this," said a worker sitting next to me. "The daughter's got her hand in it." "It's a family thing," the man sitting next to him said. "One of those dark, nighttime jobs. At night they go tangling up things that in daylight you just can't untangle." The sun cut through the room with its slanting rays. The crowd stirred heavily, breathing fire and sweat. Elbowing my way through, I reached the corridor. The door to the red corner * reading room in public buildings that contained Communist Party literature and the works of Marx and Lenin stood ajar. I could hear Karl Yankel's mewling and slurping inside. Lenin's portrait hung in the red corner, the portrait in which he is giving a speech from the armored car on the square in front of the Finland station. It was surrounded by multicolored production graphs showing the Petrovsky factory's output. The walls were lined with banners and rifles on wooden mounts. A woman worker with a Kyrgyz face, her head bent forward, was feeding Karl Yankel, a plump little fellow about 5 months old with knitted socks and a white tuft of hair on his head. Fastened to the Kyrgyz woman by his mouth, he gurgled, banging her breast with his little clenched fist. "What are they shouting for?" the Kyrgyz woman said. "There's always someone who'll feed a baby." There was also a girl of about 17 puttering about the room in a red kerchief, her cheeks puffed out like pine cones. She was wiping dry Karl Yankel's changing mat. "He's going to be a fighter, he is," the girl said. "Look at those punches he's throwing." The Kyrgyz woman gently pulled her nipple out of Karl Yankel's mouth. He began growling, and in desperation threw back his head with its white tuft of hair. The woman took out her other breast and gave it to him. He looked at her nipple with dull eyes that suddenly lit up. The Kyrgyz woman looked at Karl Yankel, squinting her black eyes at him. "Not a fighter, no," she crooned, fixing the boy's cap. "He'll be an aviator. He will fly through the sky, he will." In the other room the hearing had resumed. A battle was now raging between the investigating magistrate and the experts who were giving vague and inconclusive testimony. The public prosecutor got up from his seat and began banging the desk with his fist. I could see the public in the first few rows Galician tzaddiks with their beaver hats resting on their knees. They had come to the Petrovsky factory, where, according to the Warsaw Papers, the Jewish religion was being put on trial. The faces of the rabbis sitting in the first row hovered in the stormy, dusty brightness of the sun. "Down with them," shouted a member of the Young Communist League who had managed to fight his way right up to the podium. The battle raged with growing force. Karl Yankel, staring blankly at me, sucked at the Kyrgyz woman's breast. The straight streets that my childhood and youth walked unfurled outside the window. Pushkin Street went to the train station, Malo-Arnotskaya Street jutted out into the park by the sea. I grew up on these streets. Now it was Karl Yankel's turn. But nobody had fought over me the way they were fighting over him, nobody had cared much about me. "I can't believe that you won't be happy, Karl Yankel," I whispered to myself. "I can't believe you won't be happier than me." The awakening. All the people of our circle, middlemen, storekeepers, clerks in banks and steamship offices, sent their children to music lessons. Our fathers, seeing they had no prospects of their own, set up a lottery for themselves. They built this lottery on the bones of their little children. Odessa was in the grip of this craze more than any other town. And sure enough, over the last few decades our town had sent a number of child prodigies onto the stages of the world. Misha Elman, Zimbalist, Gorolowitsk all came from Odessa. Jaska Heifetz started out with us. 1. When a boy turned 4 or 5, his mother took the tiny, frail creature to Mr. Zagursky. Zagursky ran a factory that churned out child prodigies, a factory of Jewish dwarfs in lace collars and patent leather shoes. He went hunting for them in the Moldavanka slums and the reeking courtyards of the old bazaar. Zagursky gave them the first push, then the children were sent off to Professor Auer in Petersburg. There was powerful harmony in the souls of these little creatures with their swollen blue heads. They became acclaimed virtuosi. And so my father decided to keep up with them. I had passed the age of child prodigies. I was almost 14, but because of my height and frailness I could be mistaken for an 8-year-old. Therein lay all our hopes. I was brought to Zagursky. Out of respect for my grandfather, he agreed to take me at a ruble a lesson, a low fee. My grandfather was the laughingstock of the town, but also its ornament. He walked the streets in a top hat and tattered shoes, and provided answers to the murkiest questions. People asked him what a Gobelin was, why the Jacobins had betrayed Robespierre, how synthetic silk was made, what a Caesarean section was. My grandfather knew the answers to all these questions. It was out of respect for his knowledge and madness that Zagursky charged us only a ruble a lesson. And he put a lot of effort into me, fearing grandfather, though putting any effort into me was pointless. Sounds scraped out of my violin like iron filings. These sounds cut even into my own heart, but my father would not give up. All anyone talked about at home was Misha Elman. The Tsar himself had absolved him from military service. Zimbalist, from what my father had heard, had been presented to the King of England and had played at Buckingham Palace. Gorolowitzk's parents had bought 2 houses in Petersburg. The child prodigies brought wealth to their parents. My father was prepared to resign himself to a life of poverty, but he needed fame. It's unthinkable, people who went out dining with my father at his expense assured him, absolutely unthinkable, that the grandson of a grandfather like his wouldn't become. But I had other things in my head. Whenever I practiced my violin I placed books by Turgenev or Dumas on my music stand, and, as I scraped away, devoured one page after another. During the day I told stories to the neighborhood boys, at night I put them down on paper. Writing was a hereditary occupation in our family. Grandpa Leviatskak, who had gone mad in his old age, had spent his life writing a novel with the title The Headless Man. I followed in his footsteps. Laden with violin case and music scores, I dragged myself over to Zagursky's on Witt Street, formerly Dvoryanskaya Street. 2 There, along the walls, Jewesses sat, waiting flushed and hysterical for their turn. They pressed to their weak knees violins more magnificent than those destined to play at Buckingham Palace. The door of the inner sanctum opened. Large-headed, freckled children came bustling out of Zagursky's chamber, their necks thin as flower stalks, a convulsive flush on their cheeks. Then the door closed, swallowing up the next dwarf. In the adjacent room Zagursky, with his red curls, bow tie and thin legs, sang and conducted in ecstasy. The founder of this freakish lottery filled the Moldavanka and the back alleys of the old bazaar with specters of pizzicato and cantilena. This incantation of his was then fine-tuned to a diabolical brilliancy by old Professor Auer. I had no business being a member of his sect. I too was a dwarf just as they were, but I heard a different calling in the voice of my ancestors. This was an arduous apprenticeship for me. One day I set out from home, laden with my music, my violin, its case, and the sum of 12 rubles, the fee for a month of lessons. I walked down Nezhinskaya Street, and should have turned into Dvoryanskaya Street to get to Zagursky's place. Yet I walked down Tiraspolskaya and ended up in the port. My allotted 3 hours flew past in the Praktisheskaya harbor. That was the beginning of my liberation. Zagursky's waiting room was never to see me again. More important things were occupying my mind. My classmate Nemanov and I got in the habit of going on board the Kensington to visit an old sailor called Mr. Trotty Byrne. Nemanov was a year younger than I, but from the time he was 8 years old he had engaged in the most complex trading you could imagine. He was a genius at anything having to do with trade, and always delivered what he promised. Now he is a millionaire in New York, the general manager of General Motors, a company as powerful as Ford. Nemanov took me along because I obeyed his every command. He bought smuggled tobacco pipes from Mr. Trotty Byrne. These pipes had been carved by the old sailor's brother in Lincoln. "Mark my words, gentlemen," Mr. Trotty Byrne said to us. "You have to make your children with your own hands. Smoking a factory-made pipe is like sticking an enema tube in your mouth. Do you know who Benvenuto Cellini was? He was a master. My brother in Lincoln could tell you about him. My brother lives and lets live. The one thing he believes in is that you have to make your children with your own hands, you can't leave that sort of thing to others. And he is right, gentlemen." Nemanov sold Trotty Byrne's pipes to bank managers, foreign consuls, and rich Greeks. He made 100% profit. The pipes of the Lincoln master exuded poetry. Each and every one of them contained a thought, a drop of eternity. A little yellow eye twinkled from their mouthpieces. Their cases were lined with satin. I tried to imagine how Matthew Trotty Byrne, the last of the pipe-carving masters, lived in an England of old, defying the winds of change. He is right, gentlemen, you have to make your children with your own hands. The heavy waves by the harbor wall separated me more and more from a home reeking of onions and Jewish fate. From the Praktisheskia harbor I moved on to the breakwater. There, on a stretch of sandbar, the boys of Primorskaya Street hung out. They went without pants from morning till night, they dove under fishing boats, stole coconuts for food, and waited for the time when carts carrying watermelons rolled in from Kherson and Kamenki, and they could split these watermelons open on the moorings of the dock. My dream now was to learn how to swim. I was ashamed of admitting to those bronzed boys that I, though born in Odessa, had not even seen the sea until I was 10, and that I still could not swim at 14. How late I learned the essential things in life. In my childhood, nailed to the Gemara 3, I led the life of a sage, and it was only later, when I was older, that I began to climb trees. It turned out that the ability to swim was beyond my reach. The hydrophobia of my ancestors, the Spanish rabbis and Frankfurt money changers, dragged me to the bottom. Water would not carry me. Battered, doused in salt water, I went back to the shore, to my violin and my music scores. I was attached to my instruments of crime, and dragged them along with me. The battle of the rabbis with the sea lasted until the local water god Efim Nikitish Smolik, a proofreader for the Odessa News, took pity on me. In that athletic chest of his there was a warmth for Jewish boys. Nikitish led crowds of frail little Kriya tours, gathering them up from the bedbug-ridden hovels of the Moldavanka. He took them to the beach, built sand castles with them, exercised and dived with them, taught them songs, and, baking in the hard rays of the sun, told them tales of fishermen and animals. To grown ups, Nikitish explained that he was simply a devotee of natural philosophy. Nikitish's stories made the Jewish children collapse with laughter. They squealed and frolicked like puppies. The sun spattered them with creeping freckles, freckles the color of lizards. Nikitish silently watched me combat the waves single-handed. Seeing that there was no hope I would ever learn to swim on my own, he let me join the other little lodgers of his heart. His cheerful heart was completely devoted to us. It was never disdainful, never miserly, and never agitated. He lay among us by the breakwater, the king of these melon and kerosene waters, with his copper shoulders, his head that of an aging gladiator, and his lightly crooked, bronze legs. I loved him as only a boy afflicted with hysteria and headaches can love an athlete. I didn't leave his side, and tried to please him every way I could. "Calm down," he told me. "Steady your nerves, and swimming will come of its own accord. What do you mean, the water won't hold you up? Why shouldn't it? Seeing how I was reaching out to him, Nikitish made an exception for me among all his pupils, and invited me to come up to his place, a clean, spacious garret covered in mats, and showed me his dogs, his hedgehog, his tortoise, and his doves. In gratitude for his generosity I brought him a tragedy I had written the night before. I knew you were a scribbler. Nikitish said. You have that look in your eyes. You're no longer looking at things. He read my play, shrugged his shoulders, ran his fingers through his stiff, grey locks, and paced up and down the garret. I believe, he said in a slow drawl, pausing between words, that there is a divine spark in you. We went out into the street. The old man stopped, banged his stick hard on the sidewalk, and peered at me. There's something lacking in your work, but what is it? That you are young is no problem, that will pass in time. What you lack is a feel for nature. He pointed his stick at a tree with a reddish trunk and a low crown. What kind of tree is that? I didn't know. What's growing on this bush? I didn't know that either. We walked through the little park on Alexandrovsky Boulevard. The old man poked at all the trees with his stick, grabbed my shoulder whenever a bird flew by, and had me listen to their different calls. What bird is that singing? I couldn't answer. The names of birds and trees, what families they belonged to, where the birds flew, on which side the sun rose, when the dew was at its heaviest, all this was unknown to me. And you have the audacity to write? A man who does not exist in nature the way a stone or an animal exists in it will not write a single worthwhile line in all his life. Your landscapes resemble descriptions of stage sets. God damn it! What could your parents have been thinking of these past 14 years? What had they been thinking of? Of contested bills and the mansions of Misha Elman. I didn't tell Nikitish that, I remained silent. At home, at the dinner table, I didn't touch my food, it wouldn't go down. A feel for nature. I thought. My God, why hadn't this occurred to me? Where could I find someone to tell me what the different bird calls and the names of trees were? How much did I know about these things? I could perhaps identify lilacs, that is, if they were in bloom. Lilacs and acacias. Deribasovskaya and Greshevskaya streets were lined with acacias. At dinner, father told us a new story about Jaska Heifetz. On his way to Robbins, father had run into Mendelssohn, Jaska's uncle. It turned out that the boy was getting 800 rubles a performance, so go ahead and add up how much that comes to at 15 concerts a month. I added it up. The result was 12,000 a month. As I multiplied the number, carrying the 4 in my head, I looked out the window. My music teacher, Mr. Zagursky, wearing a lightly billowing cape, red ringlets jutting out from under his soft hat, and propping himself up with his cane, came marching through our cement yard. It cannot be said that he had been quick to notice my absence. More than 3 months had already passed since the day my violin had sunk to the sandy bottom off the breakwater. Zagursky came up to our front door. I rushed off to the back door. It had been boarded up the night before to keep out thieves. So I locked myself in the toilet. Within half an hour my whole family had gathered outside the toilet door. The women were crying. Auntie Bobka, quivering with sobs, was grinding her fat shoulder against the door. My father was silent. He began speaking more quietly and distinctly than ever before in his life. I am an officer, my father said. I have an estate. I ride out on hunts. The mujiks pay me rent. I sent my son to the cadet corps. There is no reason for me to lose any sleep over my son. He fell silent. The women sniffled. Then a terrible blow came crashing against the toilet door. My father began throwing himself on it with his whole body. He took runs and hurled himself against it. I am an officer, he howled. I ride out on hunts. I will kill him. That's it. The hook went hurtling off the door, but the bolt was still there, held by a single nail. The women threw themselves on the floor, grappling for my father's legs. Raving, he tried to tear himself loose. Hearing the rumpus, my old grandmother, my father's mother, came hurrying in. "My child," she said to him in Yiddish. "Our sorrow is great, it knows no bounds. The last thing we need in our house is blood. I do not want to see blood in our house." My father moaned. I heard his footsteps receding. The latch was hanging on its last nail. I sat in my fortress till nightfall. When everybody had gone to bed, Auntie Bobka took me to my grandmother's. It was a long walk. The moonlight froze on unknown shrubs, on nameless trees. An invisible bird whistled once and then was quiet, perhaps it had fallen asleep. What kind of bird was it? What was it called? Was there dew in the evenings? Where was the constellation of the Great Bear in the sky? On what side did the sun rise? We walked along Poktovaya Street. Auntie Bobka held my hand tightly so that I wouldn't run away. She was right. I was thinking of running away. In the basement. I was a boy who told lies. This came from reading. My imagination was always aroused. I read during class, between classes, on my way home, and under the table at night, hidden by the tablecloth that hung down to the floor. Reading books, I missed out on everything the world around me had to offer, skipping classes to go to the port, the coming of billiards to the coffee shops along Gresheskia Street, swimming at Lang-Aron * beach in Odessa, named after the French Count, Alexander Lang-Aron, who was Governor-General of Odessa from 1816 to 1822. I had no friends. Who would have wanted to spend time with someone like me? One day I saw the brightest student in our class, Mark Borgman, with a book about Spinoza. He had just read it and was dying to tell the boys around him about the Spanish Inquisition. What he told them was nothing but scientific prattle. There was no poetry in Borgman's words. I could not stop myself from cutting in. To whoever would listen, I talked about old Amsterdam, about the gloom of the ghetto, about the philosopher diamond cutters. I added quite a lot of spice to what I had read in books. I couldn't resist. My imagination sharpened dramatic scenes, altered endings, steeped the beginnings in more mystery. Spinoza's death, his lonely death in freedom, appeared to me in my imagination as a battle. The Sanhedrin had tried to compel the dying man to repent, but he held fast. It was at this point that I blended in Rubens. I imagined Rubens standing at the head of Spinoza's bed, casting a death mask of the corpse's face. My schoolmates listened to my outlandish tale with open mouths. I told my tale with gusto. When the bell rang, we reluctantly dispersed. Borgman came up to me during the following break, took me by the arm, and we went for a walk together. Soon we were seeing eye to eye. Borgman wasn't a bad specimen of top student. To his powerful brain, high school learning was only a scribble in the margin of the book of life. And he sought that book with ardor. Even as foolish little 12-year-olds, we were all very aware that a wondrous and erudite life lay before him. He didn't even prepare for classes, he just sat there and listened. This reserved, sober boy was drawn to me because of my knack for twisting things, even the simplest things you could imagine. That year we moved up to the 3rd class. My report card was full of 3 minuses. .4 I was so strange, with all the outlandish gibberish bouncing through my mind, that my teachers, after much deliberation, decided against giving me 2s. At the beginning of summer, Borgman invited me to come to his dacha. His father was the director of the Russian Bank for International Trade. He was one of those men who was turning Odessa into a Marseilles or Naples. The core of the old Odessa merchant was within him. He was one of those pleasant but skeptical bon vivants who avoided speaking Russian, preferring instead the rough, choppy language of the Liverpool ship captains. When an Italian opera came to Odessa in April, Borgman invited the whole cast to dinner. The puffy banker, the last of the Odessa merchants, had a little 2-month liaison with the buxom prima donna. She took with her memories that did not burden her conscience along with a necklace chosen with taste but not costing too much. The old man also held the position of Argentinian consul, and was chairman of the Stock Exchange Committee. And I had been invited to his house. My Auntie Bobka ran out into the courtyard trumpeting the news. She dressed me up as best she could. I took the train to the 16th stop at Bolshoi Fontan. The dacha stood on a low, red cliff right by the shore. A flower garden of fuchsias and clypthea shrubs covered the cliff. I came from a loud, impoverished family. The Borgman dacha filled me with awe. White wicker chairs glittered in walks covered with foliage. The dinner table was filled with flowers, the windows fitted with green casings. A low wooden colonnade opened up before the house. The bank director came to the dacha in the evenings. After dinner he placed his wicker chair at the very edge of the cliff in front of the shifting plane of the sea, stretched out his legs in his white trousers, lit a cigar, and began to read the Manchester Guardian. The guests, Odessa ladies, played poker on the veranda. A narrow samovar with ivory handles was sputtering on the edge of the table. The women card-playing gourmands, sluttish coquettes, and furtive debauchees with large hips and perfumed undergarments fluttered black fans and staked their gold. The sun pierced its way to them through the copse of wild vines. Its fiery globe was immense. Copper sparks weighed down the women's black hair. Flashes of sunset pierced their diamonds that hung everywhere, in the deep hollows of breasts pressed apart, from powdered ears, and on plump and bluish female fingers. Evening fell. A bat rustled by. The sea rolled blacker against the red cliff. My 12-year-old heart surged with the cheer and ease of others' wealth. My friend and I ambled hand in hand down the long walks. Borgman told me that he would become an aviation engineer. There was a rumor that his father would be appointed the London representative of the Russian Bank for International Trade. Borgman would be educated in England. At our house, Auntie Bobka's house, no one talked of such things. I had nothing with which I could match this uninterrupted splendor. So I told Borgman that although things back at my place were very different, my grandfather Leviatskak and my uncle had traveled the whole world over and had thousands of adventures under their belts. I described these adventures one after the other. Within seconds, I lost all sense of reality, and took Uncle Wolf from the Russian-Turkish War to Alexandria and Egypt. Night rose in the poplars, stars pressed down on stooping branches. I spoke with wild gesticulations. The fingers of the future aviation engineer trembled in my hand. He emerged with difficulty from the hallucination, and promised to come visit me at my place the following Sunday. Braced by his promise, I took the ferry back home to Auntie Bobka's. The whole following week I imagined I was a bank director. I brought about millions of transactions with Singapore and Port Said. I acquired a yacht, and sailed it single-handedly. By Sabbath reality struck. Little Borgman was to come visiting the following day. Nothing of what I had told him actually existed. What did exist was far more extraordinary than anything I had invented, but at the age of 12 I had no idea how to grapple with the truth of my world. Grandpa Leviatskak, a rabbi chased out of his shtetl for forging Count Braniski's signature on promissory notes, was considered a madman by neighbors and street boys alike. Uncle Simon Wolf I could not stand because of his loud eccentricity, full of mad fire, yelling, and harassment. Auntie Bobka was the only one I could count on. She was very proud that the son of a bank director was my friend. She saw this friendship as the beginning of a bright career and baked a fruit strudel and a poppy seed pie for our guest. Into that pie she put the heart of our tribe, the heart that had withstood so many tribulations. We hid my grandfather, with his tattered top hat and his swollen feet bound in rags, with our neighbors the apricots, and I begged him not to show himself until our guest left. I also dealt with Simon Wolf. He went off with his profiteer pals to drink tea at the Medved Tavern. Tea there was braced with vodka, and it was safe to assume that Simon Wolf would be delayed. It has to be said that my family was not your typical Jewish family. There were drunks in our clan. We had run away with the daughters of generals and then abandoned them before crossing the border, and our grandfather had forged signatures and written blackmailing letters for abandoned wives. All my efforts went into keeping Simon Wolf away for the whole day. I gave him the 3 rubles I had managed to save up. Spending 3 rubles took some doing. Simon Wolf would come back late, and the bank director's son would never know that the tales of my uncle's kindness and strength were all lies. It must, however, be said that were one to appraise things purely with one's heart, then my tale could be seen as true and not a lie at all. But when you first came face to face with the loud and dirty Simon Wolf, this intangible truth was not to be discerned. On Sunday morning, Babka put on her brown, raw cloth dress. Her fat, kindly breasts bounced in all directions. She tied on her kerchief with the black floral print, the kind of kerchief worn in the synagogue on Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah. Babka arranged the pies, jam, and pretzels on the table and waited. We lived in the basement. Borgman raised his eyebrows as he walked over the corridor's crooked floor. A barrel of water stood by the entrance. The instant Borgman was inside, I began entertaining him with every conceivable marvel. I showed him the alarm clock which my grandfather had constructed down to the last screw. A lamp was hooked up to the clock, and every time the clock reached a full or half hour, the lamp would light up. I also showed him our little keg of shoe wax. Grandpa Leviatskok had invented that shoe wax recipe, and he would not reveal it to anyone. Then Borgman and I read a few pages from my grandfather's manuscript. He wrote in Yiddish, on square sheets of yellow paper large as maps. The manuscript was called The Headless Man. In it was a description of all Leviatskok's neighbors over a period of 60 years, first in Skvira and Belyatsurkov, then in Odessa. Undertakers, cantors, Jewish drunks, cooks at bris feasts, and the charlatans who performed the ritual operation. These were Leviatskok's characters. They were all loud and offensive people, with crude speech and fleshy noses, pimply faces, and twisted backsides. As we were reading, Babka appeared in her brown dress. She came floating in, engulfed by her fat, kindly breasts, carrying a tray on which stood a samovar. I introduced them. "Pleased to meet you," Babka said, reaching out her sweaty, stiff fingers and doing a little scraping bow. I couldn't have wished for things to go better. Our neighbors the Apelcots wouldn't let grandfather leave their place. I dragged out all his treasures one by one, grammars of every language you could imagine, and 66 volumes of the Talmud. Borgman was dazzled by the keg of shoe wax, the wondrous alarm clock, and the mountain of Talmuds, all things one would never see in any other home. We each drank 2 glasses of tea with our strudel. Babka left, bowing her head and shuffling backward out of the room. I fell into a joyful state of mind, struck a pose, and began declaiming the verses that I loved more than anything in the world. Antony, bending over Caesar's dead body, speaks to the people of Rome. "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him." That is how Antony begins his performance. I gasped and pressed my hand to my heart. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious. And Brutus is an honorable man. Brutus's face hovered before my eyes, in the mists of the universe. His face turned whiter than chalk. The people of Rome began closing in on me menacingly. I raised my arm. Borgman's eyes obediently followed it. My clenched fist was quaking. I raised my arm, and through the window saw Uncle Simon Wolf walk through the yard with Leacock the junk dealer. They were carrying a rack made of antlers, and a red trunk with handles in the form of lions' jaws. Babka also saw them from the window. Forgetting my guest, She came running into the room and grabbed hold of me with trembling hands. Oi, Bub. He's been buying furniture again. Borgman rose in his school uniform, and bowed to Auntie Bobka in bewilderment. They were pounding on the door. The thud of boots and the clatter of the trunk being dragged across the floor came rumbling from the corridor. The thundering voices of Simon Wolf and red-headed Leacock were deafening. Both were tipsy. Bobka. Simon Wolf yelled. Guess how much I paid for these horns? He blared like a trumpet, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Drunk though he was, he knew how much we hated red-headed Leacock, who spurred him on to keep buying things, flooding our place with useless and ridiculous furniture. Bobka stood there in silence. Leacock said something to Simon Wolf in his wheezing voice. To drown out his snake-like hissing and my anxiety, I started shouting Anthony's words. But yesterday the word of Caesar might have stood against the world, now lies he there. And none so poor to do him reverence. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong, and Cassius wrong, who, you all know, are honorable men. Suddenly there was a thud. Bobka had fallen down, knocked off her feet by her husband's blow. She must have made a sharp remark about the antlers. The daily ritual began. Simon Wolf's brassy voice thundered to high heaven. You are squeezing the last drop out of me, my uncle roared. You are squeezing out of me the last drop so you can stuff those damn pig snouts of yours. My soul's been crushed by work, I've nothing left to work with, no hands, no legs, nothing. You've hung a millstone around my neck, a goddamn millstone. He heaped Yiddish curses on Bobka and me. He wished that our eyes would fall out, that our children would rot and wither in their mothers' wombs, that we would not live to bury each other, and that we would be dragged by our hair to a pauper's grave. Little Borgman stood up. He looked around the room, his face pale. He did not understand the ins and outs of Jewish blasphemy, but he was familiar enough with Russian swearing. And Simon Wolf did not refrain from slipping into Russian. The bank director's son stood there kneading his cap. My eyes saw him double as I struggled to shout away all the evil in the world. My mortal agony and Caesar's death became one. I was dead and I was shouting. A wheeze rose from the depths of my being. If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this mantle, I remember. The first time ever Caesar put it on. 'Twas on a summer's evening, in his tent. That day he overcame the Nerai. Look, in this place ran Cassius' dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made. Through this the well-beloved Brutus stabbed. And as he plucked his cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar followed it. No one would have had the power to drown out Simon Wolf. Bobka sat on the floor, sobbing and blowing her nose. Leacock, unruffled, was dragging the trunk along behind the partition. And it was at this very moment that my crazed grandfather got it into his head to come to my rescue. He tore himself loose from the apricots next door, crawled over to the window, and began sawing away at his violin, most probably so that people wouldn't hear Simon Wolf's cursing. Borgman looked out the window, which was at ground level, and stumbled back in horror. My poor grandfather was twisting his rigid blue mouth into wild grimaces. He had on his crooked top hat and his black quilted cloak with its bone buttons, the remnants of what had been shoes clung to his elephantine feet. His sooty beard hung in tatters and blew into the window. Borgman ran for the door. Please don't worry, he muttered, as he ran for freedom. Please don't worry. His uniform and his cap with the raised brim flashed through the yard. With Borgman's departure my agitation began to subside. I waited for evening to come. After grandfather lay down in his cot and went to sleep, having filled a sheet of paper with Yiddish scribbles, describing the apricots, at whose house, through my ministrations, he had spent the whole day, I went out into the corridor. It had a dirt floor. I moved through the darkness, barefoot, in my long, patched-up nightshirt. The cobblestones shimmered like blades of light through the cracks in the boards. The barrel of water stood as always in the corner. I lowered myself into it. The water cut me in two. I plunged my head under, choked, and came up for air. Our cat gazed at me sleepily from high up on a shelf. The second time I held out longer. The water swished around me, swallowing my moan. I opened my eyes and saw my billowing shirt and my legs pressed against each other. Again I didn't have enough strength. I came up. My grandfather was standing next to the barrel in his nightshirt. His single tooth jiggled in his mouth. My grandson. He spoke these words distinctly and with contempt. I shall go and drink some castor oil so that I will have something to dump on your grave. I started shouting and thrashing, plunging into the water with all my might. I was pulled up by my grandfather's weak hand. I cried for the first time that day, and the world of tears was so immense and beautiful that everything except my tears disappeared from before my eyes. When I regained consciousness, I was lying wrapped in blankets in my bed. Grandfather was pacing up and down the room, whistling. Fat Babka was warming my hands on her breasts. "Oi, how he is shivering, our silly little boy," Babka said. "And how does he have the strength to shiver like that?" Grandfather tugged at his beard, whistled, and began walking up and down the room again. In the next room Simon Wolf was snoring with tormented breath. He always yelled himself out during the day, and so never woke in the night. Gapa Guzva. Gapa Guzva is the first chapter of the novel Velikaya Krinica that Babel worked on in the early 1930s. Although friends of Babel's reported that they knew of subsequent chapters that he had completed, only 2 chapters, this and Kalavushka, have survived. Both this story and Kalavushka, which was unpublished during Babel's lifetime, dealt with the devastating effects of Stalin's enforced collectivization, a dangerous subject matter for a novel at the time. 6 weddings were held in Velikaya Krinica on Shrovetide in 1930. They were celebrated with a wild abandon, the likes of which had not been seen for a long time. Old customs were reborn. The father of one of the bridegrooms got drunk and demanded that he be allowed to try out the bride, a custom that had been discontinued some 20 years back. The father-in-law had already taken off his sash and thrown it to the ground. The bride, shaking with laughter, was tugging at the old man's beard. He puffed out his chest closer and closer to her, guffawed, and stamped his boots. And yet there was not much for the old man to be worried about. Of the 6 sheets that were hung up over the huts after the wedding night, only 2 were stained with virginal blood. As for the other brides, they had gone on late-night walks and come back soiled. One of the sheets was grabbed by a Red Army soldier who was home on leave, and Gapa Guzva climbed up for the other one. She jumped onto the roof, kicking away the men behind her, and clambered up the pole, which bent and swayed under her weight. She tore down the reddened rag and came sliding down the pole. A table and a stool stood on the gable of the roof, and on the table was a half-liter bottle of vodka and slices of cold meat. Gapa tipped the bottle into her mouth, and with her free hand waved the sheet. The crowd down below roared and danced. The stool slid out from under her, shook, and fell apart. Berezin herdsmen, driving their oxen to Kiev, stared at the woman drinking vodka on the roof under the sky. "She's no woman, that one," the villagers told them. "Our widow's the devil, she is." Gapa threw bread, twigs, and plates from the roof. She finished the vodka and smashed the bottle against the chimney ledge. The mujiks who had gathered below roared. The widow jumped off the roof, untied her shaggy-bellied mare who stood dozing by the wooden fence, and rode off to get some wine. She came back weighed down with flasks, as a Circassian tribesman is weighed down with ammunition. Her horse was panting heavily and tossing its muzzle. Its belly, heavy with foal, surged and bulged, and equine madness quivered in its eyes. At the weddings, the villagers danced holding handkerchiefs, with lowered eyes, their boots shuffling in one spot. Only Gapa whirled around, as they do in the towns. She danced with Grishka Savchenko, her lover. They held each other as if they were wrestling. They tugged at each other's shoulders with headstrong anger. They drummed the ground with their boots, and tumbled down as if they had been knocked off their feet. The third day of the wedding feasts began. The couple's best men wore their sheepskin coats inside out and ran smeared with soot through the village, banging on oven doors. Bonfires were lit in the streets. People jumped through them, horns painted on their foreheads. Horses were harnessed to troughs that were dragged hurtling through the flames over clods of grass. Men fell to the ground, overpowered by sleep. Housewives threw broken pots and pans into their yards. The newlyweds washed their feet and climbed into tall beds, and only Gapa was still dancing alone in an empty shed. She whirled in circles, holding a tarred boat pole in her hand, her hair untied. She pounded the pole against the walls, leaving sticky black wounds, the thuds jolting the shed. "We bring fire and death," Gapa whispered, waving the pole over her head. Planks and straw rained down on her as the walls caved in. She danced with loose hair among the ruins, in the din and dust of the crumbling wattle and the flying splinters of the breaking planks. Her delicate red-rimmed boots whirled through the rubble, drumming the ground. Night fell. The bonfires were dying out in the thawing snow pits. The shed lay in a tangled heap on the hill. A light began to flicker in the village council hut across the street. Gapa threw away her pole and ran over to the hut. "Ivashko," she yelled, as she rushed into the room. "Come have some fun with us, let's drink our life away." Ivashko was the representative of the Regional Commission for Collectivization. For 2 months now he had been trying to talk the villagers into collectivizing. He was sitting in front of a pile of crumpled, tattered papers, his hands resting on the table. The skin on either side of his forehead was wrinkled, and in his eyes hung the pupils of an ailing cat. Above them bulged the arches of his bare pink eye sockets. "Are you sneering at our peasants?" Gapa yelled, stamping her foot. "Tm not sneering," Ivashko said gloomily. "But it would be inappropriate for me to join you all." Gapa danced past him, tapping her feet and waving her arms. "Come break bread with us," she said to him. "And then tomorrow we'll do exactly as you say, comrade representist." "We will tomorrow, not today." Ivashko shook his head. "It would be inappropriate for me to break bread with you," he said. "You people aren't human, you bark like dogs. I've lost 15 pounds since I came here." He chewed his lip and closed his eyes. He stretched out his hand, groped for his canvas bag, got up, staggered forward, and made his way toward the door with dragging feet, as if he were walking in his sleep. "Comrade Ivashko is pure gold," Karchenko, the council secretary, said after he had left. "He's a kind fellow, but our village has been too rough on him." An ash-blonde forelock 5 hung over Karchenko's button nose and pimples. He was reading a newspaper, his feet resting on the bench. "Just wait till the judge from Voronkov Karat comes over," Karchenko said, turning a page of his newspaper. "Then you'll all sit up straight." Gapa slipped a bag of sunflower seeds out of her cleavage. "How come all you think about's your duties, comrade secretary?" she asked. "Why are you afraid of death? Who ever heard of a mujik turning away from death?" Outside, a swollen black sky was seething around the village belfry, and wet huts crouched and slithered away. The stars struggled to ignite above them, and the wind crept along the ground. Gapa heard the dull murmur of an unfamiliar, husky voice in the front room of her hut. A woman pilgrim had come to spend the night and was sitting on the bench above the stove with her legs pulled in under her. The icon lamp's crimson threads of flame threw a net on the wall. A stillness hung over the clean hut. An odor of apple liquor seeped from the walls and partitions. Gapa's fat-lipped daughters, craning their necks, were staring at the beggar woman. Short horsey hair covered their heads, and their lips were large and puffed out. A dead, greasy sheen lay on their narrow foreheads. "Keep up your lies, Grandma Rakovna," Gapa said, leaning against the wall. I love it when you tell your lies. Rakovna sat on the bench above the stove with her head against the low ceiling, plaiting her hair into braids, which she then coiled in rows over her little head. Her washed, misshapen feet rested on the edge of the stove. There's 3 patriarchs in this world, the old woman said, lowering her wrinkled face. Our government has imprisoned the Patriarch of Moscow, the Jerusalem Patriarch is living among Turks. It is the Antioch Patriarch who now rules all of Christianity. He sent 40 Greek priests onto Ukrainian soil to curse the churches from which our government took down the bells. The Greek priests passed Kolodny Yar, they've already been seen at Ostrogradsk, and come next Sunday they'll be here in Velikaya Krynica. Rakovna closed her eyes and fell silent. The light of the icon lamps flickered over the hollows of her feet. The judge from Voronkov, the old woman suddenly said. He collectivized the whole of Voronkov in a single day. He stuck 9 squires in a cold cell, and on the following day they were to march in the chain gangs to Sakhalin. I tell you, daughter, there's people everywhere, Christ is glorified everywhere. The squires were kept in a cold cell all night, then in come the guards to take them. The guards open the dungeon door, and what do their eyes behold in the full light of the morning? 9 squires dangling from the rafters on their belts. Before she lay down, Rakovna fussed about for a long time, sorting through her rags, whispering to her God as she would have whispered to her old man lying next to her. Then her breathing suddenly became light. Grishka Savchenko, the husband of one of the village women, was lying on a bench by the wall. He lay curled up, right on the edge as if he had been crushed, his back twisted, his vest bunched up over it, and his head sunk in pillows. A man's love, Gapa said, prodding and shaking him. I know all there is to know about a man's love. They turn their snouts away from their wives and shuffle off, like this one here. He didn't go home to his wife Odarka, no, he didn't. Half the night they rolled on the bench in the darkness, their lips tightly clenched, their arms stretching out in the darkness. Gapa's braid went flying over the pillow. At dawn Grishka started up, moaned, and fell asleep with a snarl on his lips. Gapa gazed at her daughter's brown shoulders, low foreheads, thick lips, and dark breasts. What camels, she said to herself. How could they have come from me? Darkness receded from the oak-framed window. Dawn opened a violet streak in the clouds. Gapa went out into the yard. The wind enveloped her like cold river water. She harnessed her sledge and loaded it with sacks of wheat. During the wedding celebrations everyone had run out of flour. The road slithered through the fog and mist of dawn. It snowed all day. At the mill they couldn't start grinding till the following evening. At the edge of the village, short-legged Yushko Trofim, wearing a soaked cap, came out from inside a sheet of snow to meet Gapa. His shoulders, covered in a sea of flakes, were surging and falling. Well, they finally got up, he muttered. He came up to her sledge and raised his bony black face up to her. What's that supposed to mean? Gapa asked him. She pulled at her reins. All the big men came to our village last night, Trofim said. They've already dragged off that old biddy staying with you and arrested her. The head of the Collectivization Commission and the secretary of the District Party Committee. They've nabbed Ivashko and now the Voronkov judge is stepping in. Trofim walked off, his walrus whiskers bobbing, snowflakes slithering down them. Gapa shook the reins but then tugged at them again. Trofim. What did they drag the old biddy off for? Trofim stopped and yelled back from far away through the whirling, flying snow. They said it was because of her propaganda campaign about the world coming to an end. He walked on, limping on one foot, and in an instant his wide back was swallowed up by the sky that melted into the earth. Gapa rode up to her hut and tapped on the window with her whip. Her daughters were lounging around the table dressed in shawls and shoes as if they were at a feast. Mama, the oldest said. Odarka came over while you were out and took her husband back home. The daughters set the table and lit the samovar. Gapa ate, and then went to the village council, where she found the elders of Velikaya Krynica sitting in silence along the walls. The window, smashed some time back during a debate, was boarded up, the glass of the lamps had worn thin, and a sign saying no smoking had been nailed to the pockmarked walls. The judge from Voronkov, his shoulders hunched, sat at the table reading. He was reading through the record ledger of the village council of Velikaya Krynica. He had raised the collar of his shabby little coat. Karchenko, the council secretary, was sitting next to him, drawing up a formal charge against his own village. On columned sheets of paper he was entering all the crimes, arrears, and fines, all the wounds, visible and invisible. When Judge Osmolovsky from Voronkov had arrived in the village, he had refused to call a general meeting of the citizens, as the representatives before him had done. He did not give speeches, but simply asked for a list of quota dodgers and former merchants, an inventory of their property, crops, and farmsteads. The elders of Velikaya Krynica sat quietly on the benches, while Karchenko's bustling, whistling pen crackled through the silence. There was a flurry of movement when Gapa came into the room. Evdokim Nazarenko's face lit up when he saw her. "Here's our number one activist, Comrade Judge," Evdokim said, guffawing and rubbing his palms together. "Our widow here has been actively ruining all our village youths." Gapa stopped by the door and narrowed her eyes. A sneer flitted over Judge Osmolovsky's lips, and he crinkled his thin nose. "Good morning," he said, nodding to her. "She was the first one to sign up for the collective farm," Evdokim said, trying to chase away the brewing storm with a gush of words. "But then the good people of the village had a chat with her, and she designed up." Gapa didn't move. Her face flushed brick red. "The good people of the village say that in the collective farm everyone is to sleep under the same blanket," she said in her sonorous voice. Her eyes twinkled in her fixed face. "Well, I for one am against sleeping wholesale. We like sleeping in twos, and we like our home-brewed vodka, God damn it." The moujiks burst out laughing, but immediately fell silent. Gapa peered at the judge. He raised his inflamed eyes and nodded to her. Then he slumped even lower, took his head in his thin, red-haired hands, and once again immersed himself in the record ledger of Velikaya Krynica. Gapa turned around, and her stately back flashed out of the room. In the yard, Grandpa Abram, overgrown with raw flesh, was sitting on some wet planks with his knees pulled up. A yellow mane of hair hung to his shoulders. "What's wrong?" Gapa asked him. "I'm sad," the old man said. Back at home, her daughters were already in bed. Late at night, a little slanting flame, its mercurial tongue flickering, hovered across the road in the hut of Nestor Taiga, a member of the Young Communist League. Judge Osmolovsky was lodging there. A sheepskin coat had been laid out on a bench, and his supper was waiting for him. A bowl of yogurt, an onion, and a thick slice of bread. The judge took off his spectacles and covered his aching eyes with his palms. He was known throughout the district as Comrade 216%. That had been the percentage of grain which he had managed to exact from the renegade town of Voronkov. Osmolovsky's percentage had given rise to tales, songs, and folk legends. He chewed the bread and the onion, and spread out in front of him Pravda, the instructions of the district committee, and the collectivization reports of the People's Commissariat for Agriculture. It was late, after 1 in the morning, when the door opened and Gapa, her shawl tied across her chest, came in. "Judge," she said to him, "what's going to happen to the horse?" Osmolovsky raised his eyes, his face covered in rippled light. "They will no longer exist. Want the whores be allowed to earn their living?" "They will," the judge said. "But in a different, better way." Gapa stared into a corner of the room with unseeing eyes. She fingered the necklace that hung across her chest. "I'm glad to hear that." Her necklace clinked. Gapa left, closing the door behind her. The piercing, frenzied night hurled itself down on her with thickets of low-hanging clouds, twisted ice floes lit up by black sparks. Silence spread over Velikaya Krynica, over the flat, sepulchral, frozen desert of the village night. Kalavushka. 4 men entered Ivan Kalavushka's courtyard. Ivashko, the representative of the Regional Commission for Collectivization, Evdokim Nazarenko, the head of the village council, Zhitniak, the chairman of the newly formed Kolkhoz *, and Adrian Morinets. Adrian walked like a tower that had uprooted itself and was on the march. Ivashko had hurried past the barns, pressing his canvas briefcase to his side, and came bursting into Kalavushka's house. Kalavushka's wife and 2 daughters were sitting by the window spinning yarn on blackened spindles. They looked like nuns, with their kerchiefs, their long bodices, and their small, clean, bare feet. Photographs of Tsarist ensigns, schoolmistresses, and townsfolk at their dachas hung on the walls between embroidered towels and cheap mirrors. Ivan Kalavushka came into the house after his guests, and took off his hat. "How much tax does Kalavushka pay?" Ivashko asked, turning to face the others. Evdokim, the village council head, watched the whirling wheels of the spindles with his hands in his pockets. Ivashko snorted when he was told that Kalavushka paid 216 rubles. "Surely he can swing more than that." "It looks like he can't." Zhitniak stretched his dry lips in a thin line. Evdokim continued watching the spindles. Ivan Kalavushka stood in the doorway and winked at his wife, who went and pulled a receipt out from behind an icon and handed it to Ivashko, the representative of the Collectivization Commission. "And what about the seed fund?" Ivashko asked abruptly, impatiently digging his foot into the floorboards. Evdokim raised his eyes and looked around the room. "This household has already been cleaned out, comrade representative," Evdokim said. "This isn't the kind of household that doesn't pay its share." The whitewashed walls curved up into a low, warm cupola over the guests' heads. The flowers in glass jars, the plain cupboards, the polished benches, all sparkled with an oppressive cleanliness. Ivashko jumped up and hurried out the door, his briefcase swinging. "Comrade representative!" Kalavushka called out, hurrying after him. "So will instructions be sent to me, or what?" "You'll be notified." Ivashko shouted, his arms dangling, and rushed off. Adrian Morinets, inhumanly large, rushed after him. Timish, the cheerful bailiff, bobbed past the gate close at Ivashko's heel, wading with his long legs through the mud of the village street. "What's this all about?" Kalavushka called out, waving him over and grabbing him by the sleeve. The bailiff, a long cheerful stick, bent forward and opened his mouth, which was packed with a purple tongue and set with rows of pearls. "They are about to confiscate your house." "What about me?" "You'll be sent off for resettlement." And Timish rushed after Ivashko and the others with crane-like steps. A horse harnessed to a sledge was standing in Kalavushka's courtyard, and the red reins had been thrown over some sacks of wheat piled up in the sledge. There was a tree stump with an axe stuck in it in the middle of the yard by a stooping lime tree. Kalavushka ran his fingers over his hat, pushed it back, and sat down. The mare came over to him, dragging the sledge behind her. She hung out her tongue and then curled it up. She was with foal, and her belly was heavily swollen. She playfully nudged and nuzzled her master's shoulder. Kalavushka looked down at his feet. The trampled snow lay in ripples around the tree stump. Hunching over, Kalavushka grabbed the axe, held it up high in the air for an instant, and brought it down on the horse's forehead. One of her ears lunged back, the other fluttered and then slumped down. She moaned and bolted to the side, the sledge toppling over, the wheat flying in curved ribbons over the snow. She reared her forelegs into the air, tossing back her muzzle, and got caught in the spikes of a harrow by the shed. Her eyes peered out from under a streaming curtain of blood. She sang out in lament. The foal turned within her. A vein puffed up on her belly. "Forgive me," Ivan said, stretching out his hand to her. "Forgive me, my one and only." He held out his palm to her. The marrazir hung limply, Her eyes rolled, rings of blood sparked around them, her muzzle lay in a straight line with her neck. She curled back her upper lip in despair. She stretched out her neck and scuttled forward, pulling the jumping harrow behind her. Ivan raised the axe over his head. The blow hit her between the eyes, her foal again turned inside her tumbling belly. Ivan walked across the yard to the shed and dragged out the winnowing fan. He swung the axe down with wide, slow blows, smashing the machine, dragging the axe into the drum and the delicate grit of the wheels. His wife came out onto the stoop in her long bodice. "Mother!" Kalavushka heard her faraway voice. "Mother! He's smashing everything up." The door opened. Out of the house came an old woman in canvas trousers, steadying herself on a stick. Yellow hair hung over the hollows of her cheeks, and her shirt clung to her thin body like a shroud. The old woman stepped into the snow with her shaggy stockings. "Murderer," she said to her son, grabbing the axe out of his hand. "Do you remember your father? Do you remember your brothers in the labor camps?" The neighbors began to gather in the yard. The mujik stood in a semicircle and looked away. A woman lunged forward and began to shriek. "Shut up, you foolish cow," her husband told her. Kalavushka stood leaning against the wall. His rasping breath echoed through the courtyard. It was as if he were working strenuously, panting heavily. Kalavushka's uncle Terenti was shuffling about the gate, trying to lock it. "I am a man," Kalavushka suddenly said to the people around him. "I am a man, a villager like you. Have you never seen a man before?" Terenti hustled the villagers out of the yard. The gates creaked and fell shut. They swung open again in the evening, and a sledge piled high with possessions came sweeping out of the yard, the women perched on bales like frozen birds. A cow, tethered by her horn, came trotting behind. The sledge passed the outskirts of the village and disappeared into the flat, snowy desert. The wind spiraled in this desert, pummeling and moaning, scattering its blue waves behind which stretched the metallic sky, through which a mesh of diamonds wound sparkling. Kalavushka walked down the street to the village council, his eyes fixed straight ahead. A meeting of the new kolkhoz named Renaissance was underway. Hunchbacked Zhitniak sat slouching behind the desk. "The great change in our lives, what's this great change all about?" he said. The hunchback's hands pressed against his torso, and then went flying up. "Fellow villagers, we are redirecting ourselves into dairy production and market gardening. This is of momentous importance. Our fathers and grandfathers trudged over great treasures with their boots, and the time has now come for us to dig these treasures up. Is it not a disgrace, is it not an outrage that though we are only some 60 versts from our regional capital, we haven't developed our farming according to scientific methods? Our eyes were closed, my fellow villagers, we've been running away from ourselves. What does 60 versts mean? Does anyone here know? In our country that is equal to an hour, but even that 1 hour belongs to us. It is worth its weight in gold." The door of the village council opened. Kalavushka came in and walked over to the wall in his voluminous fur jacket and tall sheepskin hat. Ivashko's fingers jumped and went scuttling into the pile of papers in front of him. "I must ask all individuals without a voting right to immediately leave this meeting," he said, looking down at the papers. Outside the window, beyond the dirty glass, the sunset was spilling out in green emerald streams. In the twilight of the village hut, sparks glittered faintly in the raw clouds of rough tobacco. Ivan Kalavushka took off his hat, and his mop of black hair came pouring forth. He walked up to the table around which the committee was sitting, Ivy Gamuvchan, a woman who worked as a farmhand, Evdokim, the head of the village council, and silent Adrian Morinets. "My people," Ivan Kalavushka said, stretching out his hand and laying a bunch of keys on the table. "My people, I am cutting all ties with you." The iron keys clanked and lay on the blackened boards. Adrian's haggard face appeared from within the darkness. "Where will you go, Ivan?" "My people won't have me, maybe the earth will." Kalavushka walked out quietly, his head lowered. It's a trick. Ivashko yelled the moment the door fell shut. It's a provocation. He's gone to get his rifle, that's what. He's gone to get his rifle. Ivashko banged his fist on the table. Words about panic and the need to keep calm tried to struggle through his lips. Adrian's face again retreated into its dark corner. No, Comrade Chairman, he said from within the darkness. I don't think he went to get his rifle. I have a proposal to make. Ivashko shouted. The proposal was that a guard be set up outside Kalavushka's place. Timish the bailiff was voted to be the guard. Grimacing, he took a bentwood chair out onto the stoop, slumped down on it, and laid his shotgun and his truncheon by his feet. From the heights of the stoop, from the heights of his village throne, Timish bantered with the girls, whistled, shouted, and thumped his shotgun on the ground. The night was lilac and heavy, like a bright mountain crystal. Veins of frozen rivulets lay across it. A star sank into a well of black clouds. The following morning Timish reported that there had been no incidents. Kalavushka had spent the night at Grandpa Abram's, an old man overgrown with raw flesh. In the evening Abram had hobbled off to the well. Why go there, Grandpa Abram? Kalavushka asked. "Tm going to put on a samovar," Grandpa said. They slept late. Smoke rose above the hut. Their door remained shut. He's run for it? Ivashko said at the kolkhoz meeting. Are we going to cry tears over him? What do you think, villagers? Zhitniak sat at the table, his sharp, quivering elbows spread wide, entering the particulars of the confiscated horses. The hump on his back cast a moving shadow. How much more are we going to stuff down our throats? Zhitniak pronounced philosophically as he wrote. Now we suddenly need everything in the world. We need crop sprinklers, we need plows, tractors, pumps. Gluttony, that's what this is. Our whole country has been seized by gluttony. The horses that Zhitniak entered in the book were all bay or skewbald, with names like Boy and Little Miss. Zhitniak had the owners sign against their surnames. He was interrupted by a noise, a faraway, muffled clatter of hooves. A tidal wave was rolling toward Velikaya Staritsa 6 and came crashing over it. A crowd poured over the ravished street, legless cripples hobbling in front. An invisible banner was fluttering above their heads. They slowed as they arrived at the village council and drew into formation. A circle opened in their midst, a circle of ruffled up snow, a gap as for a priest during a church procession. Kalavushka was standing in the circle, his shirt hanging loose beneath his vest, his head completely white. The night had silvered his gypsy locks, not a black hair was left. Flakes of snow, weak birds carried by the wind, drifted across the warming sky. An old man with broken legs jostled his way forward and peered avidly at Kalavushka's white hair. Tell us, Ivan, the old man said, raising his arms. Tell us what is in your soul. Where will you chase me to, my fellow villagers? Kalavushka whispered, looking around. Where shall I go? I was born here among you. The crowd began to rumble. Morinets elbowed his way to the front. Let him be, he said in a low, trembling voice, the cry trapped in his powerful chest. Let him be. Whose share will he grab? Mine. Zhitniak said, and burst out laughing. He walked up to Kalavushka, shuffling his feet, and winked at him. I slept with a woman last night, the hunchback said. When we got up she made pancakes, and me and her, we gobbled them down like we was hogs we blew more farts than you could shake a stick at. The hunchback stopped in mid-sentence, his guffaws broke off, and the blood drained from his face. So you've come to line us up against the wall, he asked in a lower voice. You've come to bully us with that white head of yours, to turn the thumbscrews on us? But we won't let you, the time for thumbscrews has passed. The hunchback came nearer on his thin, bowed legs. Something whistled inside him like a bird. You should be killed, he whispered, an idea flitting through his mind. I'll go get my gun and finish you off. His face brightened. He gave Kalavushka's hand a spirited tap and hurried off into the house to get Timish's gun. Kalavushka wavered for a moment, and then walked off. His silver head disappeared in the tangled mesh of houses. He stumbled as he walked, but then his strides grew firmer. He took the road to Kasnovka. No one ever saw him again in Velikaya Staritsa. The road. I left the crumbling front in November 1917. At home my mother packed underwear and dried bread for me. I arrived in Kiev the day before Muravyov began shelling the city. Mikhail Artemyevich Muravyov, 1880–1918, was the commander-in-chief of the Southern Revolutionary Front. He was shelling Kiev in order to occupy it for the Bolsheviks. I was trying to get to Petersburg. For 12 days and nights I hid with Haim Ksiriyulnik in the basement of his hotel Bessarabka. The commander of Soviet Kiev issued me a pass to leave the city. In all the world there is no more cheerless sight than the Kiev train station. For many years makeshift wooden barracks have defaced the town outskirts. Lice crackled on wet planks. Deserters, smugglers, and gypsies were all crowded together in the station. Old Galician women urinated standing on the platform. The low sky was furrowed with clouds full of rain and gloom. 3 days went by before the first train left. At first it stopped every verst, then it gathered speed, its wheels rattling faster, singing a powerful song. This filled everyone in our transport car with joy. Fast travel filled people with joy in 1918. At night, the train gave a jolt and stopped. The door of our car opened, and we saw the green glimmer of snow before us. A station telegrapher in soft Caucasian boots and a fur coat tied with a strap climbed aboard. The telegrapher stretched out his hand and tapped his finger on his open palm. Put all travel permits here. Right by the door an old woman lay quietly curled up on some bundles. She was heading for Lyubin to her son, who was a railroad worker. Dozing next to me was a schoolmaster, Yehuda Vainberg, and his wife. The schoolmaster had married a few days earlier, and was taking his young wife to Petersburg. They had been whispering throughout the journey about new structured methods in teaching, and then dozed off. Their hands were clasped even in sleep. The telegrapher read their permit signed by Lunacharsky 7 pulled a Mauser with a thin, dirty muzzle from under his coat, and shot the schoolmaster in the face. A big, hunchbacked muzhik in a fur cap with dangling ear flaps was standing behind the telegrapher. The telegrapher winked at him, and the muzhik put his lamp on the floor, unbuttoned the dead man's trousers, sliced off his sexual organs with a pocket knife, and stuffed them into the wife's mouth. Treft wasn't good enough for you, the muzhik said. So now eat something kosher. The woman's soft throat swelled. She remained silent. The train was standing on the steps. The furrowed snow swarmed with polar brilliance. Jews were being thrown out of the cars onto the rails. Shots rang out unevenly, like shouts. The muzhik in the fur cap with the dangling ear flaps took me behind a pile of logs and began to search me. The darkened moon shone down on us. Smoke rose from the forest's lilac wall. Frozen wooden fingers crept stiffly over my body. A Yid or a Russian, the telegrapher yelled from the car platform. Yeah, a Russian. So much so, he'd make a first-rate rabbi, the muzhik muttered as he searched me. He brought his wrinkled, anxious face close to mine, ripped out the 4 golden 10-ruble coins which my mother had sewn into my underwear for the journey, took my boots and my coat, and then, turning me around, hit me on the back of my neck with the edge of his palm and said in Yiddish, Antloif, Haim. I ran, my bare feet sinking in the snow. I felt him mark a target on my back, the nip of his aim cutting through my ribs. But the muzhik did not shoot. A light was quavering within a garland of smoke among the columns of pine trees, within the covered cellar of the forest. I ran toward the hut. The smoke of burning dung patties rose from it. The forester groaned when I burst into his hut. Huddled in strips cut from furs and coats, he was sitting on a finely wrought bamboo armchair with velvet cushions, crumbling tobacco on his knees. Enveloped in smoke, the forester groaned again, got up, and bowed deeply. "You mustn't come in here, my dearest friend. You mustn't come in here, dearest comrade." He led me to a path and gave me some rags to wrap my feet in. By late next morning I had reached a shtetl. There was no doctor at the hospital to amputate my frostbitten feet. The medical orderly was running the ward. Every morning he came galloping over to the hospital on his short black stallion, tied it to the hitching post, and came over to us full of fire, sparks burning in his eyes. "Friedrich Engels teaches us that there should be no nations," the medical orderly said, bending over the head of my bed, his pupils fiery coals. "And yet we say the opposite nations have to exist." Ripping the bandages off my feet, he straightened his back, and, gnashing his teeth, asked me in a low voice, "So where is it taking you, this nation of yours? Where? Why doesn't it stay in one place? Why is it stirring up trouble, making waves?" The Soviets moved us out on a cart in the night, patients who had not seen eye to eye with the medical orderly and old Jewesses in wigs, the mothers of the shtetl commissars. My feet healed. I continued along the destitute road to Zlobin, Orsha, and Vitebsk. The muzzle of a howitzer acted as my shelter from Novosokhaniki till Nakarat. We were riding on the uncovered cannon platform. Fedyuka, my chance-traveling companion, a storyteller and witty jokester, was undertaking the great journey of the deserters. We slept beneath the powerful, short, upward-pointing muzzle, and warmed each other in the canvas pit, covered with hay like the den of an animal. After Lna, Fedyuka stole my suitcase and disappeared. The shtetl Soviet had issued me the suitcase along with 2 pairs of soldiers' underwear, dried bread, and some money. 2 days went by without food as we approached Petersburg. At the station in Tsarskoye Selo 9 I witnessed the last of the shooting. The defense detachment fired shots into the air as our train pulled in. The smugglers were led out onto the platform and their clothes were ripped off, and rubber suits filled with vodka came tumbling off of them onto the asphalt. Shortly after 8 in the evening, the Petersburg station hurled me from its howling bedlam onto the Zagorodny Boulevard. A thermometer on the wall of a boarded-up pharmacy across the street showed -24 degrees Celsius. The wind roared through the tunnel of Gorokhoffaya Street, jets of gaslight faded over the canals. This frozen, basalt Venice stood transfixed. I entered Gorokhoffaya Street, which lay there like a field of ice cluttered with rocks. The Tsaikarat had installed itself at number 2, the former office of the governor. 2 machine guns, iron dogs with raised muzzles, stood in the entrance hall. I showed the commandant the letter from Vanya Kalugin, my sergeant in the Shishki regiment. Kalugin had become an investigator in the Tsaika, and had sent me a letter to come see him. "Go to Anikhov Palace," the commandant told me. "He's there now." "He'll never make it," I thought, and smiled at him. The Nevsky Prospect flowed into the distance like the Milky Way. Dead horses lay along it like milestones. Their legs, pointing upward, supported the descending sky. Their bare bellies were clean and shiny. An old man who resembled an imperial guardsman trudged past me, dragging a wooden toy sledge behind him, driving his boots with difficulty into the ice. A Tyrolean hat was perched on his head, and he had tied his beard with a piece of string and stuck it into his shawl. "I'll never make it," I said to the old man. He stopped. His furrowed leonine face was filled with calm. He hesitated for a moment, but then continued dragging the sledge along the street. "Thus falls away the need to conquer Petersburg," I said to myself, and tried to remember the name of the man who had been crushed by the hooves of Arab stallions at the very end of his journey. It was Yehuda Halevi.10. 2 Chinese men in bowler hats stood on the corner of Sadovaya Street with loaves of bread under their arms. They showed them to passing prostitutes, and with frozen fingernails drew lines across the crust. The women walked past them in a silent parade. At Anikhov Bridge I sat on the base of the statue by Claude's horse's carrot. I lay down on the polished flagstone, my elbow under my head, but the freezing granite blistered me, and pushed, propelled me forward to the palace. The portal of the raspberry red side wing stood open. Blue gaslight shone above a lackey, who had fallen asleep in an armchair. His lower lip was hanging from an inky, moribund face filled with wrinkles, and his military tunic, flooded with light, hung beltless over livery trousers trimmed with gold lace. A splotchy arrow, drawn in ink, pointed the way to the commandant. I went up the stairs and passed through low, empty chambers. Women painted in somber black danced rounds on ceilings and walls. Iron grates covered the windows, their broken latches hung on the frames. At the end of the suite of chambers Kalugin was sitting at a table, lit as if on stage, his head framed by straw-colored mujik hair. On the table in front of him was a heap of toys, colorful rags, and torn picture books. "So here you are," Kalugin said, raising his head. "Great. We need you here." I brushed aside the toys piled on the table, lay down on the shining tabletop, and woke up on a low sofa perhaps a few minutes, perhaps a few hours later. The lights of a chandelier danced above me in a waterfall of glass. The wet rags that had been cut off me lay on the floor in a puddle. "You need a bath," Kalugin told me, standing above the sofa. He lifted me up and carried me to a bathtub. It was an old-fashioned tub, with low sides. The water didn't flow from taps. Kalugin poured water over me with a bucket. Clothes were laid out on yellowish satin puffs, on wicker stools a robe with buckles, a shirt and socks of double-woven silk. The long underpants went all the way up to my head, the robe had been tailored for a giant, the sleeves were so long I tripped over them. "So you're making fun of old Alexander Alexandrovich," Kalugin said as he rolled up my sleeves. The old boy weighed a good 9 putti. We somehow managed to tie Tsar Alexander Il's robe, and went back to the room we had been in before. It was the library of Maria Fyodorovna, a perfumed box, its walls lined with gilded bookcases filled with crimson spines. I told Kalugin which of our men in the Shusky regiment had been killed, who had become a commissar, who had gone to Kuban. We drank tea, and stars streamed over the crystal walls of our glasses. We chased our tea down with horse-meat sausages, which were black and somewhat raw. The thick, airy silk of a curtain separated us from the world. The sun, fixed to the ceiling, reflected and shone, and the steam pipes from the central heating gave off a stifling heat. "You only live once," he said, after we had finished our horse meat. He left the room and came back with 2 boxes, a gift from Sultan Abdul Hamid XI to the Russian sovereign. One was made of zinc, the other was a cigar box sealed with tape and paper emblems. Asa Majest, v Emperor de Touts les Russes was engraved on the zinc lid, from his well-wishing cousin. Maria Fyodorovna's library was flooded with an aroma she had known a quarter of a century ago. Cigars 20 centimeters long and thick as a finger were wrapped in pink paper. I do not know if anyone besides the autocrat of all the Russias had ever smoked such cigars, but nevertheless I chose one. Kalugin looked at me and smiled. "You only live once," he said. "Let's hope they've not been counted." The lackeys told me that Alexander III was an inveterate smoker. He loved tobacco, kvass, and champagne. But on his table, take a look, there are 5-kopeck clay ashtrays, and there are patches on his trousers. And sure enough, the robe I had been arrayed in was stained, shiny, and had been mended many times. We passed the rest of the night going through Nicholas's toys, his drums and locomotives, his christening shirt, and his notebooks with their childish scribbles. Pictures of Grand Dukes who had died in infancy, locks of their hair, the diaries of the Danish Princess Dagmar *, the letters of her sister, the Queen of England, breathing perfume and decay, crumbling in our fingers. On the title pages of the Bible and Lamartine carried her friends and governesses, the daughters of burgomasters and state councillors, bade farewell in laborious slanting lines to the princess leaving for Russia. Her mother, Louisa, queen of a small kingdom, had put much effort into seeing her children well settled. She gave one of her daughters to Edward VII, the Emperor of India and King of England, and the other to a Romanov. Her son George was made King of Greece. Princess Dagmar turned into Maria in Russia. The canals of Copenhagen and the chocolate sideburns of King Christian faded in the distance. Bearing the last of the sovereigns, Maria, a tiny woman with the fierceness of a fox, hurried through the palisades of the Preobrazhensky Grenadiers. But her maternal blood was to spill on Russia's implacable, unforgiving granite earth. We could not tear ourselves from the dull, fatal chronicle till dawn. I had finished smoking Abdul Hamid's cigar. In the morning, Kalugin took me to the Chaika, to Gorokhoffaya Street, number 2. He had a word with Uritsky. 12 I stood behind a heavy curtain that hung to the ground in cloth waves. Fragments of words made their way through to me. He's one of us, Kalugin said. His father is a storekeeper, a merchant, but he's washed his hands of them. He knows languages. Uritsky came out of his office with a tottering gait. His swollen eyelids, burned by sleeplessness, bulged behind the glass of his pince-nez. They made me a translator in the foreign division. I was issued a military uniform and food coupons. In a corner of the Petersburg City Hall that was allocated to me, I set about translating depositions of diplomats, agents, provocateurs, and spies. Within a single day I had everything: clothes, food, work, and comrades true in friendship and death, comrades the likes of which you will not find anywhere in the world, except in our country. That is how, 13 years ago, a wonderful life filled with thought and joy began for me. The Ivan and Maria. In the summer of 1918, Sergei Vasilievich Malyshev, 13, who was to become the chairman of the Nizhny Novgorod Fair Committee, organized our nation's first produce expedition. With Lenin's approval, he loaded a series of trains with goods useful to peasants, and sent these trains to the Volga region to exchange the goods for wheat. I ended up in the clerical department of this expedition. We chose the Novonikolaev district in the province of Samara as our field of operation. According to the specialists, this province, if properly cultivated, was capable of feeding the whole Moscow region. Near Saratov, the goods were reloaded onto a barge at the river docks of Yuvek. The hold of this barge became a makeshift department store. We pinned up portraits of Lenin and Marx between the curved ribs of our floating warehouse and framed the portraits with ears of corn, and we arranged bales of calico, scythes, nails, and leather goods on the shelves, even concertinas and balalaikas. At Yuvek we had been given a tugboat, the Ivan Tupitsin, named after a Volga merchant who had been its previous owner. The staff, Malyshev with his assistants and cashiers, made themselves at home on the tugboat, while the guards and sales clerks slept on the barge, under the counters. It took a week to load the goods onto the barge. On a July morning the Ivan Tupitsin, gushing fat puffs of smoke, began to pull us up the Volga to Baransk. 14 The local German settlers call it Katerinenstadt. It is now the capital of the Volga German province, a wonderful region settled by hardy, taciturn folk. The steppes outside Baransk are covered with heavy, golden wheat, such as you can only find in Canada. They are filled with sunflowers and black oily clumps of earth. We had traveled from a Petersburg licked clean by granite flames to a California that was Russian through and through, and therefore even more outlandish. In our own California a pound of grain costs 60 kopecks, and not 10 rubles as it did back in the north. We threw ourselves onto the loaves of bread with a savagery that nowadays is impossible to understand. We plunged our canine teeth, sharpened by hunger, into the bread's gossamer core. For 2 weeks we languished in a blissful drunkenness of indigestion. To me, the blood flowing through our veins had the taste and color of raspberry jam. Malyshev's calculations had been right, sales went well. Slow streams of carts flowed to the river bank from all corners of the steppes. The sun crept over the backs of well-fed horses. The sun shone on the tops of the wheat-covered hills. Carts in 1,000 dots descended to the Volga. Giants in woolen jerseys, descendants of the Dutch farmers who had settled in the Volga regions in the days of Catherine, strode beside the horses. Their faces looked just as they had back in Zondam Karat and Haarlem. Drops of sparkling turquoise shone from within a mesh of leathery wrinkles beneath patriarchal mossy eyebrows. Smoke from tobacco pipes melted into the bluish lightning that flashed over the steps. The settlers slowly climbed the gangplank onto the barge. Their wooden shoes clanged like bells heralding strength and peace. The goods were chosen by old women in starched bonnets and brown bodices. Their purchases were carried to the carts. Village painters had strewn armfuls of wild flowers and pink bull muzzles along the sides of the carts. The outer sides were usually painted a deep blue, within which waxen apples and plums gleamed, touched by the rays of the sun. People from far away rode in on camels. These animals lay on the riverbank, their collapsed humps cutting into the horizon. Our trading always ended toward evening. We locked our store. The guards wore invalids and the sales clerks undressed and jumped off the barges into the Volga burning in the sunset. On the distant steps the wheat rolled in red waves. The walls of the sunset were collapsing in the sky. The swimming workers of the Samara province produce expedition, that is what we were called in official documents, were an unusual spectacle. The cripples spouted silty pink streams from the river. Some of the guards were one-legged, others were missing an arm or an eye. They hooked themselves up in twos so they could swim. Two men would then have two legs, thrashing the water with their stumps, silty streams rushing in whirls between their bodies. Growling and snorting, the cripples rolled out onto the riverbank, frolicking, shaking their stumps at the flowing skies, covering themselves with sand, and wrestling, grabbing hold of each other's chopped extremities. After swimming, we went to the tavern of Karl B. Dermeyer. Our day was crowned by supper there. Two girls with brick-red hands, Augusta and Anna, served us meat patties, red flagstones quivering under whirls of seething butter and heaped with haystacks of fried potatoes. They spiced this mountain of village fare with onions and garlic. They placed jars of sour pickles in front of us. The smoke of the sunset wafted in from the marketplace through little round windows high up near the ceiling. The pickles smoldered in the crimson smoke and smelled of the seashore. We washed down the meat with cider. Every evening we, the residents of Pesky and Okata, men of the Petersburg suburbs that were frozen over with yellow urine, once again felt like conquerors. The little windows, cut into black walls centuries old, resembled portholes. Through them shone a courtyard, blissfully clean, a little German courtyard with rosebushes and wisteria, and the violet precipice of an open stable. Old women in bodices sat on stoops, knitting stockings for Gulliver. Herds were coming back from the pastures. Augusta and Anna sat down on stools beside the cows. Radiant bovine eyes glittered in the twilight. It was as if there had never been war on earth. And yet the front of the Ural Cossacks was only 20 versts from Baransk *. The Red Army was fighting the white counter-revolutionary troops made up of Ural Cossacks and Czech divisions. Karl B. Dermeyer had no idea that the Civil War was rolling toward his home. At night I returned to our hold in the barge with Seletsky, who was a clerk, just as I was. He sang as we walked. Heads in nightcaps peered out of lancet windows. The moonlight flowed down the roof tiles, red canals. The muffled barking of dogs rose above this Russian Zondam. Riveted Augustus and Annas listened to Seletsky's song. His deep bass carried us to the steps, to the Gothic enclosure of the wheat barns. Cross beams of moonlight flickered on the river, and the breezy darkness swept over the sand of the river banks. Iridescent worms writhed in a torn sweep net. Seletsky's voice was unnaturally powerful. He was an enormous fellow who belonged to that race of provincial Chelyabins, 15 of which so many, to our great fortune, have arisen throughout Russia. He even had the same kind of face as Chelyabin, part Scottish coachman, part grandee from the era of Catherine the Great. Seletsky was a simple man, unlike his divine prototype, but his voice resounded boundlessly, fatally, filled one's soul with the sweetness of self-destruction and gypsy oblivion. Seletsky preferred the songs of convicts to Italian arias. It was from him that I first heard Gretcheninov's carrot song Death. It resounded, menacing, relentless, passionate, over the dark water through the night. She will not forget, she will come to you. Caress, embrace, and love you for all eternity. But a bridal wreath of thorns shall crown her head. This song flows within man's ephemeral shell like the waters of eternity. It washes away everything, it gives birth to everything. The front was 20 versts away. The Ural Cossacks, joined by Major Vozanalek's Czech battalion, were trying to drive the dispersed Red detachments out of Nikolaevsk. Farther north, the troops of Kamchuk, the committee of the members of the Constituent Assembly, were advancing from Samara. The Kamchuk was a government formed in Samara by the anti-Soviet Social Revolutionary Party on June 18, 1918. Our scattered, untrained units regrouped on the left bank. Muravyov had just betrayed us. Vatsidis was appointed the Soviet commander-in-chief. Mikhail Artemyevich Muravyov, 1880 to 1918, had been the commander-in-chief of the Southern Revolutionary Front, but began an anti-Soviet uprising in Simbirsk on July 10, 1918. He was killed the following day. Ioakim Ivik Vatsidis, 1883 to 1938, took over from Muravyov immediately after his defection. Weapons for the front were brought from Saratov. Once or twice a week the pink and white paddle steamer Ivan and Maria docked at Baransk. It carried rifles and shells. Its deck was full of boxes with skulls stenciled on them, under which the word lethal was written. The ship's captain, Korostelyov, was a man ravished by drink, with lifeless flaxen hair. He was an adventurer, a restless soul, and a vagabond. He had traveled the White Sea on sailing vessels, walked the length and breadth of Russia, had done time in jail and penance in a monastery. We always dropped by to see him on our way back from Bedermeyers if there were still lights on board the Ivan and Maria. One night, as we passed the wheat barns with their enchanted blue and brown castle silhouettes, we saw a torch blazing high in the sky. Seletsky and I were heading back to our barge in that warm, passionate state of mind that can only be spawned by this wondrous land, youth, night, and the melting rings of fire on the river. The Volga was rolling on silently. There were no lights on the Ivan and Maria, and the hulk of the ship lay dark and dead, with only the torch burning above it. The flame was flaring and fuming above the mast. Seletsky was singing, his face pale, his head thrown back. He stopped when we came to the edge of the river. We walked up the unguarded gangplank. Boxes and gun wheels lay about the deck. I knocked on the door of the captain's cabin, and it fell open. A tin lamp without a glass cover was burning on the table, which was covered with spilled liquor. The metallic ring around the wick was melting. The windows had been boarded up with crooked planks. The sulfuric aroma of home-brewed vodka rose from cans under the table. Captain Korostelyov was sitting on the floor in a canvas shirt among green streams of vomit. His clotted, monastic hair stood around his head. He was staring fixedly up at Larsen, his Latvian commissar, who was sitting, holding a Pravda in a yellowish cardboard folder open in front of him, reading it in the light of the melting kerosene flicker. "You're showing your true colors," Captain Korostelyov said from the floor. "Go on with what you were saying, go on torturing us if you have to." "Why should I do the talking?" Larsen answered, turning his back and fencing himself off with his Pravda. "I'd rather listen to you." A red-headed muzhik, his legs dangling, was sitting on a velvet sofa. "Lisyai." "Vodka," the captain said to him. "None left," Lisyai said. "And nowhere to get none." Larsen put down his paper and burst out laughing, as if he were pounding a drum. "A Russian man needs his drink, the Russian man's soul wants to carouse, but there's not a drop to be found anywhere around here," the Latvian said in his thick accent. "And it still calls itself the Volga." Captain Korostelyov stretched out his thin, boyish neck, and his legs in their canvas trousers sprawled out across the floor. There was pitiful bewilderment in his eyes, and then they flashed. "Torture us," he said to the Latvian, barely audibly, stretching out his neck. "Torture us, Karl." Lisiai clasped his plump hands together and peered at the Latvian. "Ha! He's trumping the Volga." "No, comrade, you will not trump our Volga, you will not badmouth her. Don't you know the song we sing, Mother Volga, Tsarina of all rivers?" Seletsky and I were still standing by the door. I kept thinking of retreating. "Well, this is simply beyond my grasp," Larsen said, turning to us, but clearly continuing the argument. "Maybe these comrades here can explain to me why reinforced concrete is worse than birches and aspens, and airships worse than Kalyuga dung." Lisiai's head twisted in his quilted collar. His legs didn't reach the floor. His plump fingers, pressed to his stomach, were knotting an invisible net. "Ha! And what is it you know about Kalyuga, my friend?" Lisiai asked in a pacifying tone. "I'll have you know there's famous folk that lives in Kalyuga." "Yes, fabulous folk." "Some vodka," Captain Korostelyov muttered from the floor. Larsen again threw back his piggish head and laughed out loud. "You win some, you lose some," he muttered, pulling the Pravda closer. "Yes, you win some, you lose some." Sweat was seething on his forehead, and oily streams of fire were dancing in his clotted, dirt-crusted hair. "You win some, you lose some," Larsen snorted again. "Yes, you win some, you lose some." Captain Korostelyov patted the floor around him with his fingers. He began crawling forward, hauling himself along with his hands, dragging his skeletal body in its sackcloth shirt behind him. "Don't you dare bait Russia, Karl," he whispered, crawling toward the Latvian, hitting him in the face with his clenched fist, and then, with a sudden shriek, beginning to flail at him. The Latvian puffed himself up and looked at us over his skewed glasses. Then he wound a silken rivulet of Korostelyov's hair around his finger and banged Korostelyov's head on the floor. He yanked his head up and banged it down again. "There," Larsen said curtly, flinging the bony body to the side. "And there's more where that came from." The captain propped himself up on his hands and got on all fours like a dog. Blood was flowing from his nostrils, and his eyes were crossed, darting about. Suddenly he flung himself up and hurled himself with a howl under the table. "Russia," he mumbled from under the table, and started kicking and flailing. "Russia." The shovels of his bare feet thrashed about. Only one whistling, moaning word could be heard in his screeching. "Russia," he moaned, stretching out his hands, beating his head against the floor. Red-headed Lisiai was still sitting on the velvet sofa. "This has been going on since noon," he said, turning to Seletsky and me. "Fighting for Russia, feeling sorry for Russia. Vodka," Korostelyov said harshly from under the table. He crawled out and stood up. His hair, dripping with blood, hung down on his cheeks. "Where's the vodka, Lisiai?" "The vodka, my friend, is 40 versts away, in Voznesensko, 40 versts by water or by land. There's a church there now, so there must be home brew to be had. Whatever you do, the Germans don't have none." 16. Captain Korostelyov turned around and walked out on rigid Heron's legs. "We're Kalugans," Larsen yelled out unexpectedly. "He has no respect for Kalyuga," Lisiai sighed, "whichever way you look at it. But me, I've been there in Kalyuga. Proper folk live there, famous." Outside, someone yelled an order, and the clanking of the anchor was heard. The anchor was being weighed. Lisiai raised his eyebrows. "We're not off to Voznesensko, are we?" Larsen burst out laughing, throwing his head back. I ran out of the cabin. Korostelyov stood barefoot on the bridge. The copper rays of the moon lay on his gashed face. The gangplanks fell onto the riverbank. Whirling sailors unwound the moorings. "Dmitry Alexeyevich," Seletsky shouted up to Korostelyov. "At least let us get off. What do you need us along for?" The engines erupted into erratic hammering. The paddle wheel dug into the river. A rotten plank on the pier creaked softly. The Ivan and Maria swung its bow around. "So we're off," Lisiai said, coming out of the cabin. "So we're off to Voznesensko to get some home brew." The Ivan and Maria's uncoiling paddle wheel was gaining speed. The engine's oily clanking, rustling, and whistling grew. We flew through the darkness, forging straight ahead, plowing through buoys, beacons, and red signals. The water foamed beneath the paddles and went flashing back like the golden wings of a bird. The moon plunged into swirls of black water. "The Volga's waterway is full of bends" was a phrase I remembered from a school book. It abounds in sandbanks. Captain Korostelyov was shuffling about on the bridge. Blue shining skin stretched over his cheekbones. "Full steam ahead," he said into the tube. "Full steam ahead it is," a muffled invisible voice answered. "I want even more steam." There was silence from the engine room. "The engine will blow," the voice said, after a moment of silence. The signal torch toppled off the mast and streamed over the rolling waves. The steamer rocked. An explosion shuddered through the hull. We flew through the darkness, straight ahead. A rocket went soaring up from the riverbank, a 3-inch gun started pounding us. A shell went whistling between the masts. The galley boy, dragging a samovar across the deck, raised his head. The samovar went skidding out of his hands and rolled down the stairs, split open, and a glittering stream poured down the dirty steps. The galley boy snarled, tottered over to the stairs, and fell asleep. The deadly aroma of home-brewed vodka came pouring from his mouth. Below decks, among the oily cylinders, the stokers, stripped to the waist, were roaring, waving their arms, and rolling on the floor. Their twisted faces shone in the pearly gleam of the pistons. The crew of the Ivan and Maria was drunk. Only the helmsman stood firmly at his wheel. He turned and looked at me. "Hey, Yid," he called out to me. "What's going to become of the children?" "What children?" "The children aren't going to school," the helmsman shouted, turning the wheel. "The children will turn into thieves?" He brought his leaden, blue cheekbones close to my face and gnashed his teeth. His jaws grated like millstones. It was as if his teeth were being ground to sand. "I'll rip you to pieces." I edged away from him. Lisiai came walking across the deck. "What's going on here, Lisiai?" "I guess he'll get us there," the red-headed muzhik said, and sat down on a bench. "When we got to Voznesensko, we sent him ashore. There was no church to be found, no lights, no carousel. The sloping riverbank was dark, covered by a low-hanging sky. Lisiai sank into darkness. He had been away for more than an hour when he resurfaced right by the water, hauling some large cans. A pock-marked woman, as well built as a horse, was following him. The child's blouse she was wearing was much too small and stretched tightly over her breasts. A dwarf in a pointed hat and tiny little boots was standing nearby, open-mouthed, watching us haul the cans on deck. "Plum liquor," Lisiai said, putting the cans on the table. "The plummiest home brew." And the race of our spectral ship began once more. We arrived in Barensk toward daybreak. The river spread out boundlessly. Water trickled off the riverbanks, leaving a blue satin shadow. A pink ray struck the mist hanging on the ragged bushes. The bleak, painted walls of the barns and their thin steeples slowly turned and floated toward us. We steamed toward Barensk among peals of song. Seletsky had cleared his throat with a bottle of the plummiest home brew, and was singing his heart out. Mussorgsky's flea was in his song, Mephistopheles' booming laughter, and the aria of the crazed miller, "I am a raven, no miller am I." The barefoot captain lay slumped over the railing of the bridge. His head was lolling, his eyelids shut tight, and his gashed face, a vague childish smile wandering over it, was flung up toward the sky. He regained consciousness when the boat began slowing down. "Elisha," he shouted into the tube. "Full steam ahead." And we went charging toward the pier at full steam ahead. The gangplank we had mangled as we pulled out the night before went flying into the air. The engine stopped just in time. "You see, he brought us back," Lissy said, turning up beside me. "And there you were, all worried." Chopov's machine gun carts were already lining up on the riverbank. .17 rainbow stripes darkened and cooled on the bank from which the tidewaters had just ebbed. In a heap next to the pier were boxes of cartridges left by boats that had come and gone. Mikhaev, the commander of one of Chopov's squadrons, was sitting beltless on a box in a peasant shirt and a tall fur hat. Captain Korostelyov went up to him with outspread arms. "I was a real idiot again, Kostya," he said with his childlike smile. "I used up all the fuel." Mikhaev was sitting sideways on the box, scraps of his fur hat hanging over the yellow, browless arches of his eyes. A Mauser with an unpainted butt was lying on his knees. Without turning around, he fired at Korostelyov, but missed. "What can I say?" Korostelyov whispered, with wide, shining eyes. "So you're angry with me?" He spread out his thin arms farther. "What can I say?" Mikhaev jumped up, turned around, and fired all the bullets in his Mauser. The shots rang out rapidly. There was something more Korostelyov had wanted to say, but he didn't manage to. He sighed and fell to his knees. He tumbled forward onto the rim of the spoked wheel of a machine gun cart, his face shattering, milky strips of brain bespattering the wheel. Mikhaev, bending forward, was trying to yank out the last bullet which was jammed in the cartridge clip. "They thought it was a good joke," he said, eyeing the crowd of Red Army men and the rest of us who had gathered by the gangplank. Lissy crouched and went sidling over to Korostelyov with a horse blanket in his hands, and covered him as he lay there like a felled tree. Random shots rang from the steamer. Chopov's soldiers were running over the deck, arresting the crew. The pock-marked woman, her hand pressed to her cheek, stood at the railing, peering at the shore with narrow, unseeing eyes. "I'll show you too." Mikhaev yelled up at her. "I'll teach you to waste fuel." The sailors were led down one by one. German settlers, trickling from their houses, came out from behind their barns. Karl B. Dermayer was standing among his people. The war had come to his doorstep. We had much work to do that day. The large village of Friedental had come to trade. A chain of camels was lying by the water. In the far distance, windmills were turning on the colorless, metallic horizon. We loaded the Friedental grain onto our barge until supper time, and toward evening Malyshev sent for me. He was washing on the deck of the Ivan Tupitsin. An invalid with a pinned-up sleeve was pouring water over him from a pitcher. Malyshev snorted and chuckled, holding his cheeks under the stream of water. He toweled himself off and said to his assistant, obviously continuing a conversation, and rightly so. "You can be the nicest fellow in the world, have locked yourself up in monasteries, sailed the White Sea, been a desperado, but, please, whatever you do, don't waste fuel." Malyshev and I went into the cabin. I laid out the financial records in front of me, and Malyshev started dictating to me a telegram to be sent to Ilyich. Moscow. The Kremlin. To Comrade Lenin. In the telegram we reported the dispatching of the first shipments of wheat to the proletariat of Petersburg and Moscow, 2 train loads, each 20,000 poods of grain. Guy de Maupassant. In the winter of 1916 I found myself in Petersburg with forged papers and without a kopeck to my name. Alexei Kazantsev, a teacher of Russian philology, gave me shelter. He lived on a frozen, reeking, yellow street in pesky a poor suburb of Petersburg. To increase his meager income, he did Spanish translations. In those days the fame of Blasco Ibáñez was on the rise. Vicente Blasco Ibáñez, 1867–1928, was a Spanish novelist and anti-monarchist politician. His novels, with their themes of war and social injustice, were particularly popular in Soviet Russia. Kazantsev had never been to Spain, not even once, but his whole being was flooded with love for the country. He knew every Spanish castle, park, and river. Besides myself, a large number of men and women who had fallen through the cracks of life flocked to him. We lived in dire poverty. From time to time our pieces on current events appeared in small print in the popular press. In the mornings I lounged about in morgues and police stations. But the happiest of us all was Kazantsev. He had a motherland, Spain. In November I was offered the position of clerk at the Obukhovsky factory * steel works, founded in 1863. Its almost 12,000 workers were to play an important role in the revolution. Not a bad job, bringing with it an exemption from conscription. I refused to become a clerk. Even in those days, at the age of 20, I said to myself, better to suffer hunger, prison, and homelessness than to sit at a clerk's desk 10 hours a day. There is no particular daring in making such a pledge, but I haven't broken it to this day, nor will I. The wisdom of my forefathers was ingrained in me. We have been born to delight in labor, fighting, and love. That is what we have been born for, and nothing else. Kazantsev patted the short yellow down on his head as he listened to my sermon. The horror in his eyes was mixed with rapture. At Christmas, fortune smiled upon us. Bendersky, a lawyer who owned the Halcyon publishing house, had decided to bring out a new edition of Maupassant's works. His wife, Raisa, was going to do the translation. But nothing had yet come of the grand enterprise. Kazantsev, as a Spanish translator, was asked if he knew anyone who might be able to help Raisa Mikhailovna. Kazantsev suggested me. The following day, donning another man's jacket, I set out to the Benderskys. They lived at the corner of the Nevsky Prospect by the Moika River, in a house built of Finnish granite trimmed with pink columns, embrasures, and stone coats of arms. Before the war, bankers without family or breeding Jewish converts to Christianity who grew rich through trade had built a large number of such spuriously majestic, vulgar castles in Petersburg. A red carpet ran up the stairs. Stuffed bears on their hind legs stood on the landings. Crystal lamps shone in their wide-open jaws. The Benderskys lived on the 3rd floor. The door was opened by a maid in a white cap and pointed breasts. She led me into a living room, decorated in old Slavic style. Blue paintings by Roerich I, prehistoric rocks and monsters, hung on the walls. Ancient icons stood on little stands in the corners. The maid with the pointed breasts moved ceremoniously about the room. She was well built, nearsighted, haughty. Debauchery had congealed in her grey, wide-open eyes. Her movements were indolent. I thought how she must thrash about with savage agility when she made love. The brocade curtain that hung over the door swayed. A black-haired, pink-eyed woman, bearing her large breasts before her, came into the living room. It took me no more than a moment to see that Benderskaya was one of those ravishing breed of Jewesses from Kiev or Poltava, from the sated towns of the steppes that abounded with acacias and chestnut trees. These women transmute the money of their resourceful husbands into the lush pink fat on their bellies, napes, and round shoulders. Their sleepy smiles, delicate and sly, drive garrison officers out of their minds. Maupassant is the one passion of my life, Raisa told me. Struggling to restrain the swaying of her large hips, she left the room and came back with her translation of Miss Harriet. The translation had no trace of Maupassant's free-flowing prose with its powerful breath of passion. Benderskaya wrote with laborious and inert correctness and lack of style the way Jews in the past used to write Russian. I took the manuscript home with me to Kazantsev's attic, where all night, among his sleeping friends, I cut swaths through Benderskaya's translation. This work isn't as bad as it might seem. When a phrase is born, it is both good and bad at the same time. The secret of its success rests in a crux that is barely discernible. One's fingertips must grasp the key, gently warming it. And then the key must be turned once, not twice. The following morning I brought back the corrected manuscript. Raisa had not lied in speaking of her passion for Maupassant. She sat transfixed as I read to her, her hands clasped together. Her satin arms flowed down toward the ground, her forehead grew pale, and the lace between her struggling breasts swerved and trembled. How did you do this? I spoke to her of style, of an army of words, an army in which every type of weapon is deployed. No iron spike can pierce a human heart as easily as a period in the right place. She listened with her head inclined and her painted lips apart. A black gleam shone in her lacquered hair, parted and pulled smoothly back. Her stockinged legs, with their strong, delicate calves, were planted apart on the carpet. The maid, turning away her eyes in which debauchery had congealed, brought in breakfast on a tray. The glass sun of Petersburg reclined on the uneven, faded carpet. 29 books by Maupassant stood on a shelf above the table. The sun, with its melting fingers, touched the book's morocco leather bindings, the magnificent crypt of the human heart. We were served coffee in little blue cups, and we began to translate idle. Who can forget the tale of the hungry young carpenter sucking milk from the overflowing breasts of the fat wet nurse? This took place on a train going from Nice to Marseilles, on a sultry midday in the land of roses, the motherland of roses where flower plantations stretch down to the shores of the sea. I left the Benderskis with a 25-ruble advance. That evening our commune in Pesky got as drunk as a flock of inebriated geese. We scooped up the finest caviar and chased it down with liverwurst. Heated by liquor, I began ranting against Tolstoy. He got frightened, our count did. He lacked courage. It was fear that made him turn to religion. Frightened of the cold, of old age, the count knitted himself a jersey out of faith. Go on, Kazantsev said, wagging his bird-like head. We fell asleep on the floor next to our beds. I dreamt of Katya, the 40-year-old washerwoman who lived on the floor beneath us. In the mornings we would go and get boiling water from her. I'd never had a good look at her face, but in my dream Katya and I did God only knows what. We consumed each other with kisses. The following morning I could not resist going down to her for boiling water. I came face to face with a wilted woman, a shawl tied across her chest, with disheveled ash-gray curls and sodden hands. From then on I breakfasted every day at the Benderskis. In our attic we now had a new stove, herring, and chocolate. Twice Raisa drove me out to the island's point too. I couldn't resist telling her about my childhood. To my own surprise, my tale sounded doleful. Her frightened sparkling eyes peered at me from under her fur hat. The reddish hairs of her eyelashes quivered mournfully. I met Raisa's husband, a yellow-faced Jew with a bald head and a lean, powerful body that always seemed poised to surge up into the air. There were rumors that he was close to Rasputin. The profits he had made from military supplies had given him the look of a madman. His eyes wandered, the fabric of his reality had been rent. Raisa was embarrassed introducing her husband to new people. Because of my youth, it took me a week longer than it should have to realize this. After the new year, Raisa's two sisters came up from Kiev. One day I went to her house with the manuscript of the confession, and, not finding her there, dropped by again in the evening. They were in the dining room at the dinner table. I heard silvery neighing and the thunder of excessively jubilant men's voices. Dining is invariably boisterous in wealthy houses that lack pedigree. Their boisterousness was Jewish, with peals of thunder and melodious flourishes. Raisa came out to me in a ball gown, her back bare. Her feet tottered in wavering patent leather shoes. Oh, how drunk I am! And she stretched out her arms draped in platinum chains and emerald stars. Her body swayed like the body of a snake rising to music toward the ceiling. She shook her curly head, her rings tinkled, and suddenly she fell into an armchair with ancient Russian carving. Scars shimmered on her powdered back. There was another explosion of women's laughter in the room next door. Out of the dining room came her sisters with their little mustaches, just as big-breasted and tall as Raisa. Their breasts were thrust forward, their black hair flowed free. Both were married to Benderskis of their own. The room filled with rambling female vivacity, the vivacity of mature women. The husbands wrapped the sisters in sealskin coats, in Orenburg shawls, 3 delicate lace shawls, fashionable in Russia at the time, knitted from goat wool by Orenburg Tatars, shod them in black boots. Peering out from the snowy shields of their shawls were their burning, rouged cheeks, their marble noses, and eyes with a near-sighted Semitic sparkle. After some lively commotion, they left for the theatre, where Chaliapin was appearing in Judith Chaliapin, the renowned opera singer. Judith is an opera by Alexander Nikolaevich Serov, 1820–1871. I want to work, Raisa jabbered, stretching out her bare arms. We've lost a whole week. She brought a bottle and 2 glasses from the dining room. Her breasts lay loose in the silken sack of her dress. Her nipples stiffened, the silk impeding them. A cherished vintage, Raisa said, pouring the wine. A Muscatel 83. My husband will kill me when he finds out. I had never had any dealings with a Muscatel 83 before, and did not hesitate to empty 3 glasses one after the other. I was immediately wafted off to a little side street where orange flames flickered and music played. Oh, how drunk I am! What are we going to do today? Today we're doing El Aveu. In other words, the confession. The hero of this tale is the sun, El Soleil de France. Incandescent drops of sun, falling on red-haired Celeste, turned into freckles. Wine, apple cider, and the sun with its steep rays had burnished the face of Paulette, the coachman. Twice a week, Celeste drove into town to sell cream, eggs, and chickens. She paid Paulette 10 sous for the ride and 4 to carry her basket. And on every ride Paulette winked at her and asked, "When are we going to have a bit of fun, ma belle?" What do you mean by that, Monsieur Paulette? Having fun means having fun, damn it. Paulette explained, bouncing on the seat. A man and a woman, no need for music. I don't like such jokes, Monsieur Paulette, Celeste answered, and swept her skirts, which hung over her powerful, red-stockinged calves, away from the young man. But Paulette, the devil, kept guffawing and coughing. We'll have fun someday, ma belle, and tears of mirth trickled down his face, which was the color of rust-red blood and wine. I drank another glass of the cherished Muscatel. Raisa clinked glasses with me. The maid with the congealed eyes walked through the room and disappeared. Ce diable de Paulette. Over a period of 2 years Celeste paid him 48 francs. 2 francs short of 50. One day at the end of the 2nd year, when they were alone together in the buggy, Paulette, who had drunk some cider before they set out, asked her as usual, "How about having some fun today, Mademoiselle Celeste?" "I'm at your service, Monsieur Paulette." Raisa laughed out loud, slumping over the table. Ce diable de Paulette. The buggy was harnessed to a white nag. The white nag, its lips pink with age, walked a slow walk. The joyful son of France embraced the buggy, shut off from the world by a faded brown cover. The young man and the girl, they needed no music. Raisa handed me a glass. It was the 5th. To Maupassant, mon vieux. Aren't we going to have some fun today, ma belle? I reached over to Raisa and kissed her on the lips. They trembled and bulged. You're so funny, Raisa muttered through her teeth, tottering backward. She pressed herself against the wall, spreading her bare arms. Blotches flared up on her arms and shoulders. Of all the gods ever crucified, she was the most captivating. Be so kind as to seat yourself, Monsieur Paulette. She pointed to the reclining blue Slavic armchair. Its back was made of interlaced carved wood on which tales were painted. I stumbled toward it. Night obstructed my youth with a bottle of Muscatel 83 and 29 books, 29 petards crammed with pity, genius, and passion. I jumped up, knocking over the armchair and bumping into the shelf. 29 volumes came tumbling onto the carpet, falling onto their spines, their pages flying wild. And the white nag of my fate walked a slow walk. You're so funny, Raisa growled. I left the granite house on the Moika Canal after 11, just before her husband and sisters came back from the theater. I was sober and could have walked a thin plank, but stumbling was far better, and I swayed from side to side, singing in a language I had just invented. Mists of fog rolled in waves through the tunnels of streets girded with a chain of street lamps. Monsters roared behind seething walls. The carriageways cut the legs that walked over them. Back at home Kazantsev was asleep. He slept sitting up, his haggard legs stretched out in felt boots. The canary down was fluffed up on his head. He had fallen asleep by the stove, hunched over a 1624 edition of Don Quixote. There was a dedication on the title page to the Duke de Broglio. I lay down quietly so as not to wake Kazantsev, pulled the lamp toward me, and began to read Edouard de Manuel's book The Life and Works of Guy de Maupassant. 4. Kazantsev's lips moved, his head lolled forward. That night I learned from Edouard de Manuel that Maupassant was born in 1850 to a Norman nobleman and Laure Le Poitevin, Flaubert's cousin. At 25, he had his first attack of congenital syphilis. He fought the disease with all the potency and vitality he had. In the beginning, he suffered from headaches and bouts of hypochondria. Then the phantom of blindness loomed before him. His eyesight grew weaker. Paranoia, unsociability, and belligerence enveloped. He struggled with passion, rushed about the Mediterranean on his yacht, fled to Tunis, Morocco, and Central Africa, and wrote unceasingly. Having achieved fame, he cut his throat at the age of 40, bled profusely, but lived. They locked him in a madhouse. He crawled about on all fours and ate his own excrement. The last entry in his sorrowful medical report announces, Monsieur de Maupassant vas animalizer, Monsieur de Maupassant is degenerating to an animal state. He died at the age of 42. His mother outlived him. I read the book through to the end and got up from my bed. The fog had come to the window, hiding the universe. My heart constricted. I was touched by a premonition of truth. Petroleum. I have a lot of news to tell you, as always. Sapsovich was given a prize at the oil refinery, walks about decked out in flashy foreign clothes, and has been given a promotion. When people heard about this promotion, they finally saw the light. The boy is moving up the ladder. This is the reason I stopped going out with him. Now that he has moved up the ladder, the boy feels that he knows the truth hidden from us lesser mortals and has turned into comrade perfect, so orthodox, as Karchenko calls it, that you can't even talk to him anymore. When we ran into each other 2 days ago, he asked me why I hadn't congratulated him. I asked him whom I should congratulate, him or the Soviet government. He understood my point right away, hemmed and hawed, and said, well, call me sometime. But his wife was quick to pick up the scent. Yesterday I got a call. Claudia, darling, if you need any underwear, we now have great connections at the restricted access store. I told her that I was hoping to get by with my own underwear ration coupons till the outbreak of the world revolution. Now a few words about myself. You 11 have heard by now that I am the section head at the Petroleum Syndicate. They dangled the position before me for the longest time, but I kept turning them down. My argument, no aptitude for office work, and then I also wanted to enroll at the Industrial Academy. 4 times at bureau meetings they asked me to accept the position, so finally I had to accept. And I must say I don't regret it. From where I am I have a clear picture of the whole enterprise, and I've managed to get a thing or two done. I organized an expedition to our part of Sakhalin, stepped up the prospecting, and I deal a lot with the Petroleum Institute. Zinada is with me. She's well. She'll be giving birth soon, and has been through quite a lot. She didn't tell her Max Alexandrovich, I call him Max and Moritz, 5 about the pregnancy until she was already in her 3rd month. He put on a show of enthusiasm, planted an icy kiss on her forehead, and then gave her to understand that he was on the brink of a great scientific discovery, that his thoughts were far from everyday life, and that one could not imagine anyone less suited to family life than he, Max Alexandrovich Solomovich, but, needless to say, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice everything, etc., etc. Zinaida, being a woman of the 20th century, burst into tears but kept her aplomb. She didn't sleep all night, gasping, her head thrashing about. The moment it was light, she put on a tattered old dress and rushed off to the research institute, looking dreadful, her hair in tangles. There she made a scene, begging him to forget what had happened the previous night, saying that she would destroy the child, but that she would never forgive the world. All this in the halls of the research institute, teeming with people. Max and Moritz goes bright red, then pale. "Let's discuss it on the phone, we'll get together for a chat," he mutters. Zinaida didn't even let him finish, but rushed out and came running to me. "I'm not coming to work tomorrow," she told me. I blew up, and, seeing no reason to control myself, bawled her out. Just think, she's over 30, has no looks worth mentioning, no man worth his salt would even wipe his nose with her, and then this Max and Moritz fellow turns up. Not that he's hot for her, he's hot for the fact that she's not Jewish and has aristocratic ancestors. She gets herself knocked up, so she might as well keep the baby and raise it. As we all know, Jewish half-castes come out quite well, just look at the specimen Allah produced. And when, if not now, does she intend to have a child, now when her gut muscles are still working and her breasts can still make milk? But she has only one answer to whatever I say: I cannot bear the idea of my child growing up without a father. She tells me it's still like in the 19th century, and my papa, the general, will come stalking out of his study carrying an icon and lay a curse on me, or maybe without an icon, I don't know how they used to curse back then, after which the women will take the baby to a foundling home or send it to a wet nurse in the countryside. Nonsense, Zinaida. I tell her. Times have changed, well, make do without Max and Moritz. I was still in mid-sentence when I was called to a meeting. At that time the matter of Viktor Andreevich had to be dealt with immediately. The Central Committee had decided to revoke the former 5-year plan and raise petroleum extraction in 1932 to 40 million tons. The figures for analysis were handed to the planners, in other words to Viktor Andreevich. He locks himself in his office, then calls me over and shows me his letter. Addressed to the Presidium of the Supreme National Economic Council. Contents: I hereby renounce all responsibility for the planning department. I consider the figure of 40 million tons to be wholly unjustified. We're supposed to get more than a third of it from unprospected regions, which is like selling a bearskin not only before you've actually killed the bear, but even before you've tracked it down. Furthermore, from 3 oil refineries functioning today, the new plan expects us to have 120 up and running by the end of the 5-year plan. And all this with a shortage of metal and the fact that we have not yet mastered the extremely complex refinery system. And this is how he ended the letter: like all mortals, I prefer to support accelerated production quotas, but my sense of duty, and so on and so forth. I read his letter to the end. So then he asks me, should I send it, or not? And I tell him, Viktor Andreevich, I find your arguments and attitude completely unacceptable, but I do not see myself as having the right to advise you to hide your views. So he sent the letter. The Supreme National Economic Council's hair stood on end. They called a meeting. Bagranovsky himself came from the council. They hung a map of the Soviet Union on the wall, pinpointing new deposits and pipelines for crude and refined oil. A country with fresh blood in its veins, Bagranovsky called it. At the meeting, the young engineers of the omnivore type wanted to make a meal of Viktor Andreevich. I stepped forward and gave a 45-minute speech, though I do not doubt the knowledge and goodwill of Professor Klosowski, and even have the utmost respect for him. I spurn the fetishism of numbers that is holding him captive. That was the gist of my argument. We must reject our multiplication tables as guidelines for governmental wisdom. Would it have been possible to foretell on the basis of mere figures that we were going to manage to fulfill our 5-year crude oil quarrying quota within just 2.5 years? Would it have been possible to foretell on the basis of mere figures that by 1931 we would have increased the bulk of our oil export by 9 times, putting us in second place after the United States? Muradian got up and spoke after me, attacking the route of the oil pipeline from the Caspian Sea to Moscow. Viktor Andreevich sat in silence, taking notes. His cheeks were covered with an old man's flush, a flush of venous blood. I felt sorry for him. I didn't stay to the end and went back to my office. Zinaida was still sitting there with clasped hands. "Are you going to give birth or not?" I asked her. She looked at me with unseeing eyes, her head shaking, and said something, but the words were soundless. "I'm all alone with my sorrow, Claudia, as if they've just nailed my coffin shut," she tells me. How quickly one forgets. I can't even remember how people live without sorrow. That's what she said to me, her nose turning red and growing even longer, her peasant cheekbones, yes, some aristocrats do have them, jutting out. "I doubt Max and Moritz would get all fired up seeing you like that," I think to myself. I started yelling at her, and chased her off to the kitchen to peel potatoes. "Don't laugh when you come here, I'll have you peeling potatoes too." We were given such a stringent time frame for designing the Orsky factory that the construction crew and the draftsmen are working night and day, and Vajiana cooks them potatoes and herring and makes them omelets, and off they go to work again. So off she went to the kitchen, and a minute later I heard a scream. I run. Zinaida is lying on the floor without a pulse, her eyes rolled up. I cannot even begin to tell you what she put us through, Viktor Andreevich, Vajiana, and me. We called in the doctor. She regained consciousness at night and touched my hand. You know, Zinaida, how incredibly tender she can be. I could see that everything inside her had burned out and something new was about to well up. There was no time to lose. "Zinasha," I tell her, "well, call Rosa Mikhailovna, she's still our main specialist in these matters, and tell her that you've had second thoughts, that you won't go and see her." "Can I call her?" She made a sign. "Yes, go ahead, you can." Viktor Andreevich was sitting next to her on the sofa, taking her pulse incessantly. I walked away, but listened to what he said to her. "I'm 65, Zinasha," he told her, "my shadow falls more and more weakly on the ground before me. I am an elderly, learned man, and God does have his hand in everything. God willed that the final 5 years of my life are to coincide with this. Well, you know what I mean, this 5-year plan. So now I won't get a chance to have a breather or a quiet moment till the day I die. If my daughter didn't come to me in the evenings to pat me on the back, if my sons didn't write me letters, I would be unhappier than words could say. Have the baby, Zinasha and Claudia Pavlovna, and I will help raise it." While the old man goes on mumbling, I call Rosa Mikhailovna. "Well, my dear Rosa Mikhailovna," I tell her, "I know Zinaida promised to come see you tomorrow, but she's reconsidered." And I hear Rosa's sprightly voice on the phone, "Oh, I'm so happy she's reconsidered. That's absolutely marvelous. Our specialist is always like this. Pink silk blouse, English skirt, hair neatly curled, showers, exercise, admirers." We took Zinaida home. I tucked her in bed, made tea. We slept in each other's arms, we even cried, remembered things best forgotten, talked everything through, our tears mingling, until we fell asleep. All the while my old devil was sitting nice and quiet at his desk translating a German technical book. "Dasha, you wouldn't recognize my old devil. He's all shriveled up, has run out of steam and become quiet. It really upsets me. He spends the whole day working himself to death on the 5-year plan, and then at night he does translations. Zinaida will have the baby, I tell him. What shall we call the boy? It's definitely not going to be a girl. We decided on Ivan. There are far too many Yuris and Leonids about the place. Hell, most proba. Bly be a beast of a little boy, with sharp teeth, with teeth enough for 60 men. We've produced enough fuel for him, he'll be able to go on drives with young ladies to Yalta, to Batumi, while we've had to make do with the Vorobiovi Hills. Goodbye, Dasha. My old devil will write you separately. How are things with you? Claudia. P.S. I'm scribbling this at work, there's a great racket overhead, the plaster is falling from the ceiling. Our building still seems strong enough, and we're adding another 4 stories to the 4 that we have. Moscow is all dug up and full of trenches, pipes and bricks everywhere, a tangle of tram lines, machines imported from abroad are banging, rumbling, swinging their cranes, there's the stench of pitch, and there's smoke everywhere, like at a wildfire. Yesterday on Varvarskia Square I saw a young man with sandals on his bare feet, his red, shaven head shining and his peasant shirt without a belt. He and I went hopping from one little mound to another, from one earth pile to another, climbing out of holes, falling back into them again. This is what it's like once a battle has begun, he tells me. Moscow has now become the front, lady, Moscow is at the heart of the battle. He had a kind face, smiling like a child. I can still picture him before me. Dante Street. The Hotel Danton, where I was staying, was rattled to its foundations by moans of love from 5 until 7 in the evening. Experts were at work in the rooms. Having arrived in France with the conviction that its people had lost their spark, I was somewhat taken aback by their vigor. In our country, we do not bring women to such a boiling pitch. Nowhere near it. Mon vieux monsieur bien-aller, my neighbor, once told me, in our 1,000 years of history we have created woman, food, and literature. No one can deny this. Jean Bien-aller, a second-hand car dealer, did more for my knowledge of France than all the books I had read and all the French towns I had seen. The first time we met he asked me which restaurant I ate at, what cafe I went to, and which brothel I frequented. My answer appalled him. On va refaire votre VF6. And the changes were undertaken. We ate lunch at a tavern across the street from the Hiley's Auxiliary Vins, frequented by cattle dealers and wine merchants. Village girls in slippers served us lobster in red sauce, roast rabbit stuffed with garlic and truffles, and wine you could find nowhere else. Bien-aller ordered, I paid, but I only paid as much as the French paid. It wasn't cheap, but it wasn't the foreigner's price. And I also paid the Frenchman's price at the brothel funded by a group of senators next to the Gare Saint-Lazare. Bien-aller had to put more effort into introducing me to the inmates of that house than if he had attempted to introduce me to a session of parliament while a cabinet is being overthrown. We capped off the evening at the Port Maillot at a cafe where boxing promoters and race car drivers gathered. My tutor belonged to the half of the nation that sells cars. The other half buys them. He was an agent for Renault and did most of his trade with the Balkans, those most ambiguous of countries, and with Romanian speculators, the dirtiest of speculators. In his free time Bien-aller taught me the art of buying a used car. According to him, one had to go down to the Riviera toward the end of the season, when the English were leaving for home, abandoning in local garages cars they had only used for 2 or 3 months. Bien-aller himself drove a dilapidated Renault, which he drove the way a Siberian tribesman drives his sled dogs. On Sundays we drove 120 kilometers to Rouen in his bouncing vehicle to eat duck, which the locals there roast in its own blood. We were accompanied by Germaine, who sold gloves on Rue Royale. She spent every Wednesday and Sunday with Bien-aller. She always came at 5 o'clock. Within seconds their room echoed with growls, the thud of tumbling bodies, frightened gasps, after which the woman's tender death throes began. Oh, Jean. I added it all up. Germaine went into his room, closed the door behind her, they gave each other a kiss, she took off her hat and gloves, laid them on the table, and, according to my calculations, that was all there was time for. He wouldn't even have had time to undress. Not uttering a word, they bounced about like rabbits between the sheets. They moaned for a while, and then burst out laughing and chatted about everyday things. I knew as much as any neighbor living on the other side of a thin board partition. Germaine was having trouble with Monsieur Heinrich, the store manager. Her parents lived in Tours, where she visited them. On one Saturday she bought herself a fur wrap, on another she went to see La Bohème at the opera. Monsieur Heinrich had his saleswomen wear tailored dress suits. Monsieur Heinrich anglicized Germaine, turning her into one of those brisk, flat-chested, curly-haired businesswomen painted with flaming, brownish rouge. But her fine chunky ankles, her low, nimble laugh, the sharp gaze of her sparkling eyes, and that death-throw mono, Jean, were all left untouched for Biennale. Germaine's powerful, lithe body moved before us in the smoke and gold of the Paris evening. She laughed, throwing back her head and pressing her delicate pink fingers to her breasts. My heart glowed during these hours. There is no solitude more desperate than solitude in Paris. This town is a form of exile for all who come to it from far away, and I realized that Germaine was more important to me than she was to Biennale. I left for Marseilles with this thought in mind. After a month in Marseilles, I returned to Paris. I waited for Wednesday to hear Germaine's voice. Wednesday came and went, but nobody disturbed the silence of the room next door. Biennale had changed his day. A woman's voice rang out on Thursday, at 5 o'clock as always. Biennale gave his visitor time to take off her hat and gloves. Germaine had not only changed her day, she had also changed her voice. It was no longer the gasping, imploring "Oh, Jean," followed by silence, the harsh silence of another person's happiness. It had turned into a hoarse domestic clamor with guttural exclamations. The new Germaine gnashed her teeth, flung herself heavily onto the sofa, and during the interludes pontificated in her thick, dragging voice. She said nothing about Monsieur Heinrich, growled until 7 o'clock, and then got ready to go. I opened the door a crack to say hello to her, but saw a mulatto woman in the corridor with a coxcomb of horse-like hair and large, dangling, hoisted-up breasts. She was coming down the corridor, her feet shuffling in worn-out shoes with no heels. I knocked on Biennale's door. He was lolling about in bed in his shirt and washed-out socks, ashen and crumpled. "So, mon vieux, you pensioned off Germaine. Cette femme est folle," he said with a shudder. Mademoiselle Germaine does not care that on this earth there is winter and summer, a beginning and an end, and that after winter comes summer and then the opposite. She heaves a heavy burden on you and demands that you carry it, but where to, nobody but Mademoiselle Germaine knows. Biennale sat up in bed. His trousers stretched over his thin legs. His pale scalp shimmered through his matted hair, and his triangular mustache twitched. A bottle of Macon, 4 francs a litre, lifted my friend's spirits again. As we waited for our dessert, he shrugged his shoulders. And said as if in answer to my thoughts, "There's more than everlasting love in this world. There are Roumanians, promissory notes, men who go bankrupt, cars with broken chassis. Oh, fen apoline le dos." 7. He grew more cheerful over a cognac at the Café de Paris *. We sat on the terrace under a white awning with wide stripes running down it. The crowd streamed past over the sidewalk, blending with the electric stars. A car, long as a torpedo, stopped across the street from us. From it emerged an Englishman with a woman in a sable wrap. She sailed past in a cloud of perfume and fur, inhumanly long with a small, shining head of porcelain. Biennale sat up when he saw her, stretched out his leg in his tattered trousers, and winked at her the way one winks at the girls on the Rue de la Gaîté. The woman smiled with the corner of her carmine mouth, gave a barely visible nod with her tightly wrapped pink head, and, swinging and swaying her serpentine body, disappeared, with the stiff, crackling Englishman in tow. "Ah, canaille!" Biennale said after them. 2 years ago anyone could have had her for an apéritif. The two of us parted late. I had decided that I would go see Germaine that Saturday, take her to the theatre, go to Chartres with her if she was in the mood. But as things turned out, I was to see Biennale and his former girlfriend before then. The following evening, all the doors of the Hotel Danton were cordoned off by the police, their blue capes swirling through our vestibule. They let me go up after they verified that I was one of Madame Truffaut's lodgers. I found policemen standing outside my room. The door to Biennale's room stood open. He was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, his lusterless eyes half closed. The stamp of street death was upon him. My friend Biennale had been stabbed to death. Germaine was sitting at the table in her tailored dress suit and her delicate, close-fitting hat. She greeted me and hung her head, and with it the feather on her hat hung too. All this took place at 6 in the evening, the hour of love. There was a woman in every room. They hastily applied rouge and drew black lines along the edges of their lips before leaving half-dressed, with stockings up to their thighs like page boys. Doors opened and men with untied shoes lined up in the corridor. In the room of a wrinkled Italian racing cyclist a barefoot little girl was crying into the pillow. I went downstairs to tell Madame Truffaut. The girl's mother sold newspapers on the Rue Saint-Michel. All the old women of our street, the Rue Dante, misshapen piles of goiterous meat, whiskered, wheezing, with cataracts and purple blotches, had already gathered in the little office, market women, concierges, sellers of roasted chestnuts and potatoes. Voilà qui n'est pas gay, I said as I went in. Quel malheur fait. C'est amour, monsieur. Elle t'aimait 99 carat. Madame Truffaut's lilac breasts tumbled in her lace blouse, her elephantine legs strode through the room, her eyes flashed. Io amore P. Signora Rocca, who ran a restaurant on Rue Dante, called out from behind her like an echo. Dio castiga quelli che non conoscono v'amore 99. The old women huddled together, all muttering at the same time. A variola flame lit their cheeks, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. V'amour 9, Madame Truffaut repeated, hobbling toward me. C'est un gros affaire, Pamour. A siren sounded in the street. Skillful hands dragged the murdered man downstairs and out to the ambulance. My friend Biennale had turned into a mere number, losing his name in the rolling waves of Paris. Signora Rocca went over to the window and looked out at the corpse. She was pregnant, her belly jutting out threateningly. Silk lay on her protruding hips, and the sun washed over her yellow, puffy face and soft yellow hair. Dio 99, Signora Rocca said. Tu non perdoni quelli, chi non amano p10. Dusk descended on the tattered net of the Latin Quarter, the squat crowd scuttling into its crevices, a hot breath of garlic pouring from its yards. Darkness covered the house of Madame Truffaut, its Gothic facade with its 2 windows, and the remnants of turrets and volutes, ivy turned to stone. Danton had lived here a century and a half ago. From his window he had seen the conciergerie, the bridges strewn across the Seine, and the same cluster of little blind hovels huddling by the river. The same breath had wafted up to him. Rusty beams and signs of wayside inns had creaked, rattled by the wind. De Grasso. I was 14 years old. I belonged to the fearless battalion of theater ticket scalpers. My boss was a shark with an eye that always squinted and a large, silky mustache. His name was Kolya Schwartz. I fell in with him that dark year when the Italian opera went bust. The impresario, swayed by the theater critics, had not signed up Anselmi and Tito Ruffo as guest stars, concentrating instead on a strong ensemble. He was punished for this, went broke, and so did we. To set things right, we were promised Chaliapin, but Chaliapin wanted 3,000 a performance. So De Grasso, the Sicilian tragic actor, came with his troupe instead. They were taken to their hotel in carts loaded with children, cats, and cages in which Italian birds fluttered. We can't push this merchandise, Kolya Schwartz said when he saw the motley procession rolling in. The moment the actor arrived, he went down to the bazaar with his bag. In the evening, carrying a different bag, he turned up at the theater. Barely 50 people came to the premiere. We hawked tickets at half price, but could find no buyers. That evening de Grasso's troupe performed a Sicilian folk drama, with a plot as humdrum as night and day. The daughter of a rich peasant became engaged to a shepherd. She was true to him, until one day the squire's son came visiting from town in a velvet vest. The girl chatted with the visitor, tongue-tied and giggling at all the wrong moments. Listening to them, the shepherd darted his head about like a startled bird. Throughout the whole first act he crept along walls, went off somewhere in his fluttering trousers, and then came back again, looking around shiftily. "We have a turkey on our hands," Kolya Schwartz said during the intermission. "This is merchandise for Kremenkug, not Odessa." The intermission gave the girl time to prime herself for the betrayal. In the second act she was unrecognizable. She became intolerant and dreamy, and eagerly gave back the engagement ring to the shepherd. The shepherd led her to a tawdry painted statue of the Holy Virgin. "Signorina, it is the Holy Virgin's will that you hear me out," he said in a bass voice in Sicilian dialect, turning away from her. "The Holy Virgin will give Giovanni, the visitor from town, as many women as he wills. But I, Signorina, need nobody but you. The Virgin Mary, our Immaculate Protectress, will tell you the same thing if you ask her." The girl stood with her back to the painted wooden statue. As the shepherd talked, she tapped her foot impatiently. "On this earth, oh, woe to us, there isn't a woman who is not gripped by folly at the very moment when her fate is being decided. A woman is alone at such moments, with no Holy Virgin she can appeal to." In the third act, Giovanni, the visitor from town, met his fate. The village barber was shaving Giovanni as he sat with his powerful masculine legs sprawled out over the proscenium. The pleats of his vest shone beneath the Sicilian sun. The stage set portrayed a village fair. The shepherd stood in the far corner. He stood there silently, among the carefree crowd. He hung his head, then raised it, and under the weight of his burning, fixed gaze, Giovanni began to fidget and squirm in his chair. He jumped up and pushed the barber away. In a cracking voice Giovanni demanded that the policeman remove all shady and suspicious-looking people from the village square. The shepherd played by de Grasso hesitated for a moment, then smiled, soared into the air, flew over the stage of the Odessa City Theater, alighted on Giovanni's shoulders, and sunk his teeth into his neck. Muttering and squinting at the audience, he sucked the blood from the wound. Giovanni fell to the ground and the curtain came down in menacing silence, hiding the murderer and the murdered man. Not wasting a single moment, we rushed off to Theater Alley, Kolya Schwartz leading the pack. The box office was already selling tickets for the following day. Next morning the Odessa News informed the few people who had been at the performance that they had seen the most incredible actor of the century. During his Odessa performances, de Grasso was to play King Lear, Othello, Civil Death, and Turgenev's Parasite, convincing us with every word and movement that there was more justice and hope in the frenzy of noble passion than in the joyless rules of the world. The tickets for these performances sold at 5 times their price. The public in its frantic quest for tickets ran to the taverns, where they found howling, red-faced scalpers spouting innocent blasphemies. A stream of dusty pink heat poured into Theater Alley. Storekeepers in felt slippers brought green bottles of wine and casks of olives out onto the street. Macaroni was boiling in foaming water in cauldrons in front of stores, the steam melting into the distant skies. Old women in men's boots sold cockle shells and souvenirs, chasing wavering customers with their loud yells. Rich Jews, their beards combed and parted, rode in carriages to the Hotel Severnaya, and knocked discreetly at the doors of fat, black-haired women with mustaches, the actresses of de Grasso's troupe. Everyone in Theater Alley was happy, except for one person, and that person was me. Disaster was hovering over me. It was only a matter of time before my father would realize that I had taken his watch and pawned it with Kolya Schwartz. Kolya had had enough time now to get used to the idea that the gold watch was his, and as he was a man who drank Bessarabian wine instead of tea at breakfast, he could not bring himself to return the watch, even though I had paid him back his money. That was the kind of person he was. His personality was exactly like my father's. Caught between these two men, I watched the hoops of other people's happiness roll past me. I had no choice but to escape to Constantinople. Everything had already been arranged with the second engineer of a steamer, the Duke of Kent, but before setting out to sea, I decided to bid Di Grasso farewell. He was to appear one last time in the role of the shepherd whisked into the air by an otherworldly force. Odessa's whole Italian colony had come to the theater, led by the trim, bald-headed consul, followed by fidgety Greeks and bearded externs staring fanatically at a point invisible to all. Long-armed Eutychian Asterisk was also there. Asterisk Sergei Isayevich Eutychian, 1874–1916, an aviation pioneer, was a prominent and dashing Oudson figure. Kolya Schwarz even brought his wife in her fringed, violet shawl, a woman as robust as a grenadier and as drawn out as a steppe, with a crinkled, sleepy face peeking out at its borderland. Her face was drenched with tears as the curtain fell. "You no good wretch," she shouted at Kolya as they left the theater. "Now you know what real love is." With mannish steps Madame Schwarz plodded heavily down Lang-Aron Street, tears trickling from her fish-like eyes, her fringed shawl shuddering on her fat shoulders. Her head shaking, she yelled out for the whole street to hear a list of women who lived happily with their husbands. Sugar puff, that's what those husbands call their wives. Sweetie pie. Baby cakes. Kolya walked meekly next to his wife, quietly blowing into his silky mustache. Out of habit, I walked behind them. I was sobbing. Catching her breath for a second, Madame Schwarz heard me crying and turned around. "You no good wretch," she shouted at her husband, her fish-like eyes widening. "May I not live to see another happy hour if you don't give that boy back his watch." Kolya froze, his mouth falling open, but then he came to his senses, and, pinching me hard, shoved the watch into my hands. "What does he give me?" Madame Schwarz's rough, tearful voice lamented, as it receded into the distance. "Low-down tricks today, low-down tricks tomorrow. I ask you, you no good wretch, how long can a woman wait?" They walked to the corner and turned onto Pushkin Street. I stayed back, clutching my watch, and suddenly, with a clarity I had never before experienced, I saw the soaring columns of the town council, the illuminated leaves on the boulevard, and Pushkin's bronze head with the moon's pale reflection on it. For the first time I saw everything around me as it really was, hushed and beautiful beyond description. Sulik. Gulay's outfit had been crushed in the province of Vinnytsia in 1922.11. His chief of staff was Adrian Sulik, a village schoolmaster. Sulik managed to cross the border into Galicia, and shortly thereafter the newspapers reported his death. 6 years later, we found out that Sulik was alive, hiding in the Ukraine. Chernyshov and I were commissioned to track him down. We set out for Koshkovatoy, Sulik's village, with papers in our pockets saying that we were livestock specialists. The chairman of the village council turned out to be a demobilized Red Army man, a good, straightforward fellow. "You'll be lucky if you can get your hands on a jug of milk in this place," he told us. "Here in Koshkovatoy they chew people up, skin and bone." Chernyshov asked him where we could spend the night, bringing the conversation around to Sulik's hut. "Yes, that's an idea," the chairman said. "His widow's living there now." He took us over to the edge of the village, to a house with a corrugated iron roof. Inside we found a dwarf in a loose white blouse sitting in front of a pile of sackcloth. 2 boys in orphanage jackets sat with their heads bowed over books. A baby with a bloated white head lay asleep in a cradle. A cold monastic cleanliness lay over everything. "Karytna Tarantevna," the chairman said hesitantly. "I want to put these good people up with you." The woman showed us the room and went back to her pile of sackcloth. "This widow won't turn you away," the chairman told us when we were outside. "She's in a bind." Looking around, he confided to us that Sulik had served with the Ukrainian nationalists, but had now gone over to the Pope of Rome. 12 What? The husband's with the Pope of Rome and the wife has a child a year. That's life, the chairman said. He saw a horseshoe on the road and picked it up. Don't be fooled, just because the widow is a dwarf she's got milk enough for 5. Even other women come over for her milk. At home the chairman fried some eggs with lard, and brought out some vodka. He got drunk, and climbed up onto the bench above the stove to go to sleep. We heard whispering and a child crying. "Hanukkah, I promise I will," our host whispered. "I promise I'll go see the school mistress tomorrow." "Quiet up there," shouted Chernyshov, lying next to me. "We want to get some sleep." The bedraggled chairman peered over the edge of the stove bench. His shirt collar was unbuttoned and his bare feet hung down. "The schoolmistress handed out some bunnies for breeding at school," he said apologetically. "She gave us a she-bunny, but no he-bunny. So there was the she-bunny, and then come spring, that's life, she hops off to the woods." "Hanukkah," the chairman suddenly shouted, turning to the girl. "I'll go to the schoolmistress tomorrow and I'll bring you a pair, and we'll make a cage for them." Father and daughter went on talking for a long time on the stove bench, and he kept shouting, "Hanukkah." Then he fell asleep. Next to me, Chernyshov was tossing and turning in the hay. "Let's go there now," he said. We got up. The moon shone in the clean, cloudless sky. The puddles were covered by spring ice. Bare cornstalks stood in Sulik's garden, which was overgrown with weeds and filled with scrap iron. A stable stood next to the garden. We heard a rustling noise coming from it, and a light shimmered through the cracks in the boards. Chernyshov crept to the stable door, rammed it with his shoulder, and the lock gave way. We went inside and saw an open pit in the middle of the stable, with a man sitting at the bottom. At the edge of the pit stood the dwarf in her white blouse, a bowl of borscht in her hands. "Hello, Adrian," Chernyshov said. "Getting a bite to eat, are you?" The dwarf dropped the bowl and hurled herself onto me, biting my hand. Her teeth were locked and she moaned and shook. A gunshot came from the pit. "Adrian!" Chernyshov shouted, jumping back. "We want to take you alive." Sulik struggled with the bolt of his gun at the bottom of the pit. The bolt clicked. "I've been talking to you as a person," Chernyshov said, and fired. Sulik fell against the yellow, planed wall, scraping at it, blood flowing from his mouth and ears, and collapsed. Chernyshov stood guard. I ran to fetch the chairman. We took the dead man away that same night. Sulik's sons walked next to Chernyshov along the wet, dimly shimmering road. The dead man's feet in Polish shoes with reinforced soles jutted out from the back of the cart. The dwarf sat stiffly by her husband's head. Her face, distorted by little bones, looked metallic in the dimming light of the moon. The baby slept on her tiny knees. "Full of milk," Chernyshov suddenly said, as he marched down the road. "I'll show you milk." The trial. Madame Blanchard, a 61-year-old woman, met Ivan Nadichin, a former lieutenant colonel, in a cafe on the Boulevard des Italiens. They fell in love. Their love was more a matter of sensuality than common sense. Within 3 months the lieutenant colonel had disappeared with Madame Blanchard's stocks and the jewelry she had given him to be appraised by a jeweler on the Rue de la Paix. Aches de Folie Passagerie 13. The doctor diagnosed Madame Blanchard's ensuing fit. Regaining consciousness, the old woman confessed everything to her daughter-in-law. Her daughter-in-law went to the police. Nadichin was arrested in a wine cellar in Montparnasse where Moscow gypsies sang. In prison Nadichin turned yellow and flabby. He was tried in chamber number 14 of the criminal court. First there was a case involving an automobile matter, followed by the case of 16-year-old Raymond Lepaki, who had shot his girlfriend out of jealousy. The lieutenant colonel came after the boy. The gendarme pushed him out into the light, as a bear is pushed into a circus arena. Frenchmen in badly sewn jackets were shouting loudly at each other, and submissively rouged women fanned their teary faces. In front of them, on the podium beneath the Republic's marble coat of arms, sat a red-cheeked man with a Gallic mustache, wearing a toga and a little hat. "Eh bien, Nada-chin," he said, on seeing the accused man, "eh bien," and his fast bird speech washed over the shuddering lieutenant colonel. As a descendant of the noble line of the Nada-chins, the presiding judge loudly proclaimed, "You, my friend, are listed in the heraldic books of the province of Tambov. An officer of the Tsar's army, you immigrated with Rjul 14 and became a policeman in Zagreb. Discrepancies in the question of what was government property and what was private property," the presiding judge continued sonorously, the tips of his patent leather shoes darting in and out under the hem of his gown. "These discrepancies, my friend, forced you to bid the hospitable kingdom of Yugoslavia farewell and set your sights on Paris. In Paris," here the judge ran his eyes over some papers lying before him, "in Paris, my friend, the taxi driver test proved a fortress you could not conquer, at which point you concentrated all the powers left to you on Madame Blanchard, who is absent from this hearing." The foreign words poured over Nada-chin like a summer shower. He towered over the crowd, helpless, large, with dangling arms like an animal from another world. "Voyons, Carrot," the presiding judge said unexpectedly. "From where I am sitting, I can see the daughter-in-law of the esteemed Madame Blanchard. A fat, necklace woman, looking like a fish jammed into a frock coat, hurried with lowered head over to the witness box. Panting, lifting her short little arms to heaven, she began listing the stocks stolen from Madame Blanchard. "Thank you very much, madam," the presiding judge interrupted her, nodding to a gaunt man with a well-bred, sunken face, who was sitting next to him. The public prosecutor, rising slightly, muttered a few words and sat down again, clasping his hands. He was followed by the defense attorney, a naturalized Kiev Jew, who ranted about the Golgotha of the Russian military officers in an offended tone, as if he were in the middle of an argument. Incomprehensibly pronounced French words came sputtering out of his mouth, sounding increasingly Yiddish toward the end of his speech. The presiding judge peered blankly at the attorney for a few moments without saying a word, and then suddenly lunged to the side toward the gaunt old man in the toga and the little hat, then lunged to the other side, to another old man just like the first. 10 years, my friend," the presiding judge said meekly, nodding his head at Nada-chin, and hurriedly grabbed the papers for the next case, which his secretary slid over to him. Nada-chin stood rigidly to attention. His colorless eyes blinked, his small forehead was covered with sweat. "T'anks, the gendarme behind him said. "C'est fini, mon vieux." And, quietly pushing the crowd out of the way, the gendarme led the convicted man toward the exit. "My first fee. To be in Tiflis in spring, to be 20 years old, and not to be loved, that is a misfortune. Such a misfortune befell me. I was working as a proofreader for the printing press of the Caucasus Military District. The Kara River bubbled beneath the windows of my attic. The sun in the morning, rising from behind the mountains, lit up the river's murky knots. I was renting a room in the attic from a newlywed Georgian couple. My landlord was a butcher at the Eastern Bazaar. In the room next door, the butcher and his wife, in the grip of love, thrashed about like two large fish trapped in a jar. The tails of these crazed fish thumped against the partition, rocking the whole attic, which was blackened by the piercing sun, ripping it from its rafters and whisking it off to eternity. They could not part their teeth, clenched in the obstinate fury of passion. In the mornings, Mariette, the young bride, went out to get bread. She was so weak that she had to hold on to the banister. Her delicate little foot searched for each step, and there was a vague blind smile on her lips, like that of a woman recovering from a long illness. Laying her palm on her small breasts, she bowed to everyone she met in the street, the Assyrian grown green with age, the kerosene seller, and the market shrews with faces gashed by fiery wrinkles, who were selling hanks of sheep's wool. At night the thumping and babbling of my neighbors was followed by a silence as piercing as the whistle of a cannonball. To be 20 years old, to live in Tiflis, and to listen at night to the tempests of other people's silence that is a misfortune. To escape it, I ran out of the house and down to the Kara River, where I was overpowered by the bathhouse steam of Tiflis springtime. It swept over me, sapping my strength. I roamed through the hunchback streets, my throat parched. A fog of springtime sultriness chased me back to my attic, to that forest of blackened stumps lit by the moon. I had no choice but to look for love. Needless to say, I found it. For better or worse, the woman I chose turned out to be a prostitute. Her name was Vera. Every evening I went creeping after her along Golovinsky Boulevard, unable to work up the courage to talk to her. I had neither money for her nor words, those dull and ceaselessly burrowing words of love. Since childhood, I had invested every drop of my strength in creating tales, plays, and thousands of stories. They lay on my heart like a toad on a stone. Possessed by demonic pride, I did not want to write them down too soon. I felt that it was pointless to write worse than Tolstoy. My stories were destined to survive oblivion. Dauntless thought and grueling passion are only worth the effort spent on them when they are draped in beautiful raiment. But how does one sow such raiment? A man who is caught in the noose of an idea and lulled by its serpentine gaze finds it difficult to bubble over with meaningless, burrowing words of love. Such a man is ashamed of shedding tears of sadness. He is not quick-witted enough to be able to laugh with happiness. I was a dreamer, and did not have the knack for the thoughtless art of happiness. Therefore I was going to have to give Vera 10 rubles of my meager earnings. I made up my mind and went to stand watch outside the doors of the Sympatia tavern. Georgian princes in blue Circassian jackets and soft leather boots sauntered past in casual parade. They picked their teeth with silver toothpicks and eyed the carmine-painted Georgian women with large feet and slim hips. There was a shimmer of turquoise in the twilight. The blossoming acacias howled along the streets in their petal-shedding bass voices. Waves of officials in white coats rolled along the boulevard. Balsamic streams of air came flowing toward them from the Kartbek Mountains. Vera came later, as darkness was falling. Tall, her face a radiant white, she hovered before the apish crowd, as the Mother of God hovers before the prow of a fishing boat. She came up to the doors of the Sympatia. I hesitated, then followed her. Off to Palestine. Vera's wide, pink back was moving in front of me. She turned around. What? She frowned, but her eyes were laughing. Where does your path take you? The words crackled in my mouth like dry firewood. Vera came over and walked in step with me. A tenor, would that be fine with you? I agreed so quickly that she became suspicious. You sure you have 10 rubles? We went through the gates and I handed her my wallet. She opened it and counted 21 rubles, narrowing her grey eyes and moving her lips. She rearranged the coins, sorting gold with gold and silver with silver. Give me 10, Vera said, handing me back my wallet. Well, spend 5, and the rest you can keep to get by. When's your next payday? I told her that I would get paid again in 4 days. We went back into the street. Vera took me by the arm and leaned her shoulder against mine. We walked up the cooling street. The sidewalk was covered with wilted vegetables. I'd love to be in Borjam right now in this heat, she said. Vera's hair was tied with a ribbon. The lightning of the street lamps flashed and bounced off it. So hightail it to Borjam. That's what I said, hightail it. For some reason, that's the expression I used. No dough, Vera answered with a yawn, forgetting all about me. She forgot all about me because her day was over and she had made easy money off me. She knew that I wouldn't call the police, and that I wasn't going to steal her money along with her earrings during the night. We went to the foot of St. David's Mountain. There, in a tavern, I ordered some kebabs. Without waiting for our food to be brought, Vera went and sat with a group of old Persian men who were discussing business. They were leaning on propped-up sticks, wagging their olive-colored heads, telling the tavern keeper that it was time for him to expand his trade. Vera barged into their conversation, taking the side of the old men. She was for the idea of moving the tavern to Mikhailovsky Boulevard. The tavern keeper was sighing, paralyzed by uncertainty and caution. I ate my kebabs alone. Vera's bare arms poured out of the silk of her sleeves. She banged her fist on the table, her earrings dancing among long, lackluster backs, orange beards, and painted nails. By the time she came back to our table, her kebabs had become cold. Her face was flushed with excitement. "There's no budging that man, he's such a mule. I swear, he could make a fortune with Eastern cooking on Mikhailovsky Boulevard." Friends of Vera's passed by our table one after another, princes in Circassian jackets, officers of a certain age, storekeepers in heavy silk coats, and pot-bellied old men with sunburned faces and little green pimples on their cheeks. It was pushing midnight when we got to the hotel, but there too Vera had countless things to do. An old woman was getting ready to go to her son in Armée Vert. Vera rushed over to help her, kneeling on her suitcase to force it shut, tying pillows together with cords, and wrapping pies in oil paper. Clutching her rust-brown handbag, the squat little old woman hurried in her gauze hat from room to room to say goodbye. She shuffled down the hallway in her rubber boots, sobbing and smiling through all her wrinkles. The whole to-do took well over an hour. I waited for Vera in a musty room with three-legged armchairs and a clay oven. The corners of the room were covered with damp splotches. I had been tormented and dragged around town for such a long time that even my feeling of love seemed to me an enemy, a dogged enemy. Other people's life bustled in the hallway with peals of sudden laughter. Flies were dying in a jar filled with milky liquid. Each fly was dying in its own way, one in drawn-out agony, its death throes violent, another with a barely visible shudder. A book by Golovin about the life of the boyars lay on the threadbare tablecloth next to the jar. I opened the book. Letters lined themselves up in a row and then fell into a jumble. In front of me, framed by the window, rose a stony hillside with a crooked Turkish road winding up it. Vera came into the room. "We've just sent off Fedosia Mavrikovna," she said. I swear, she was just like a mother to all of us. The poor old thing has to travel all alone with no one to help her. Vera sat down on the bed with her knees apart. Her eyes had wandered off to immaculate realms of tenderness and friendship. Then she saw me sitting there in my double-breasted jacket. She clasped her hands and stretched. "I guess you're tired of waiting. Don't worry, we'll do it now." But I simply couldn't figure out what exactly it was that Vera was intending to do. Her preparations resembled those of a surgeon preparing for an operation. She lit the kerosene burner and put a pot of water on it. She placed a clean towel over the bed frame and hung an enema bag over the headboard, a bag with a white tube dangling against the wall. When the water was hot, Vera poured it into the enema bag, threw in a red crystal, and pulled her dress off over her head. A large woman with sloping shoulders and rumpled stomach stood in front of me. Her flaccid nipples hung blindly to the sides. "Come over here, you little rabbit, while the water's getting ready," my beloved said. I didn't move. Despair froze within me. Why had I exchanged my loneliness for this den filled with poverty-stricken anguish, for these dying flies and furniture with legs missing? O gods of my youth! How different this dreary jumble was from my neighbor's love with its rolling, drawn-out moans. Vera put her hands under her breasts and jiggled them. "Why do you sit half dead, hanging your head?" she sang. "Come over here." One didn't move. Vera pressed her shirt to her stomach and sat down again on the bed. "Or are you sorry you gave me the money?" "I don't care about the money." I said this in a cracking voice. "What do you mean, you don't care? You a thief or something?" "I'm not a thief." "You work for thieves." "I'm a boy." "Well, I can see you're not a cow," Vera mumbled. Her eyes were falling shut. She lay down and, pulling me over to her, started rubbing my body. "A boy?" I shouted. "You understand what I'm saying? An Armenian's boy." O gods of my youth! 5 out of the 20 years I'd lived had gone into thinking up stories, thousands of stories, sucking my brain dry. These stories lay on my heart like a toad on a stone. One of these stories, pried loose by the power of loneliness, fell onto the ground. It was to be my fate, it seems, that a Tiflis prostitute was to be my first reader. I went cold at the suddenness of my invention, and told her the story about the boy and the Armenian. Had I been lazier and given less thought to my craft, I would have made up a drab story about a son thrown out by his rich official of a father, the father a despot, the mother a martyr. I didn't make such a mistake. A well thought out story doesn't need to resemble real life. Life itself tries with all its might to resemble a well-crafted story. And for this reason, and also because it was necessary for my listener, I had it that I was born in the town of Alyashki in the district of Kherson. My father worked as a draftsman in the office of a river steamship company. He toiled night and day over his drawing board so that he could give us children an education, but we took after our mother, who was fond of fun and food. When I was 10 I began stealing money from my father, and a few years later ran away to Baku to live with some relatives on my mother's side. They introduced me to Stepan Ivanovich, an Armenian. I became friends with him, and we lived together for 4 years. How old were you then? 15. Vera was waiting to hear about the evil deeds of the Armenian who had corrupted me. We lived together for 4 years, I continued, and Stepan Ivanovich turned out to be the most generous and trusting man I had ever met, the most conscientious and honorable man. He trusted every single friend of his to the fullest. I should have learned a trade in those 4 years, but I didn't lift a finger. The only thing on my mind was billiards. Stepan Ivanovich's friends ruined him. He gave them bronze promissory notes, and his friends went and cashed them right away. Bronze promissory notes. I myself had no idea how I came up with that. But it was a very good idea. Vera believed everything once she heard bronze promissory notes. She wrapped herself in her shawl and her shawl shuddered on her shoulders. They ruined Stepan Ivanovich. He was thrown out of his apartment and his furniture was auctioned off. He became a traveling salesman. When he lost all his money I left him and went to live with a rich old man, a church warden. Church warden. I stole the idea from some novel, but it was the invention of a mind too lazy to create a real character. I said church warden, and Vera's eyes blinked and slipped out from under my spell. To regain my ground, I squeezed asthma into the old man's yellow chest. Asthma attacks whistled hoarsely inside his yellow chest. The old man would jump up from his bed in the middle of the night and, moaning, breath in the kerosene-colored night of Baku. He died soon after. The asthma suffocated him. I told her that my relatives would have nothing to do with me and that here I was, in Tiflis, with 20 rubles to my name, the very rubles she had counted in that entrance on Golovinsky Boulevard. The waiter at the hotel where I was staying promised to send me rich clients, but up to now had only sent me taproom keepers with tumbling bellies, men who love their country, their songs, and their wine and who don't think twice about trampling on a foreign soul or a foreign woman, like a village thief will trample on his neighbor's garden. And I started jabbering about low-down taproom keepers, bits of information I had picked up somewhere. Self-pity tore my heart to pieces, I had been completely ruined. I quaked with sorrow and inspiration. Streams of icy sweat trickled down my face like snakes winding through grass warmed by the sun. I fell silent, began to cry, and turned away. My story had come to an end. The kerosene burner had died out a long time ago. The water had boiled and cooled down again. The enema tube was dangling against the wall. Vera walked silently over to the window. Her back, dazzling and sad, moved in front of me. Outside the window the sun was beginning to light the mountain crevices. "The things men do," Vera whispered, without turning around. "My God, the things men do." She stretched out her bare arms and opened the shutters all the way. The cooling flagstones on the street hissed. The smell of water and dust came rolling up the carriageway. Vera's head drooped. In other words, you're a whore. One of us a bitch, she said. I hung my head. Yes, I'm one of you a bitch. Vera turned around to face me. Her shirt hung in twisted tatters from her body. The things men do, she repeated more loudly. My God, the things men do. So. Have you ever been with a woman? I pressed my icy lips to her hand. No. How could I have? Who would have wanted me? My head shook beneath her breasts, which rose freely above me. Her stretched nipples bounced against my cheeks, opening their moist eyelids and cavorting like calves. Vera looked at me from above. My little sister, she whispered, settling down on the floor next to me. My little Horalette sister. Now tell me, dear reader, I would like to ask you something. Have you ever watched a village carpenter helping a fellow carpenter build a hut for himself and seen how vigorous, strong, and cheerful the shavings fly as they plane the wooden planks? That night a 30-year-old woman taught me her trade. That night I learned secrets that you will never learn, experienced love that you will never experience, heard women's words that only other women hear. I have forgotten them. We are not supposed to remember them. It was morning when we fell asleep. We were awakened by the heat of our bodies, a heat that weighed the bed down like a stone. When we awoke we laughed together. That day I didn't go to the printing press. We drank tea in the bazaar of the old quarters. A placid Turk carrying a samovar wrapped in a towel poured tea, crimson as a brick, steaming like blood freshly spilled on the earth. The smoking fire of the sun blazed on the walls of our glasses. The drawn-out braying of donkeys mingled with the hammering of blacksmiths. Copper pots were lined up under canopies, on faded carpets. Dogs were burrowing their muzzles into ox entrails. A caravan of dust flew toward Tiflis, the town of roses and mutton fat. The dust carried off the crimson fire of the sun. The Turk poured tea and kept count of the rolls we ate. The world was beautiful just for our sake. Covered in beads of sweat, I turned my glass upside down. I paid the Turk and pushed 2 golden 5-ruble coins over to Vera. Her chunky leg was lying over mine. She pushed the money away and pulled in her leg. Do you want us to quarrel, my little sister? No, I didn't want to quarrel. We agreed to meet again in the evening, and I slipped back into my wallet the 2 golden 5s, my first fee. Since that day many years have passed, and I have often been given money by editors, men of letters, and Jews selling books. For victories that were defeats, for defeats that turned into victories, for life and death, they paid me a trivial fee, much lower than the fee I was paid in my youth by my first reader. But I am not bitter. I am not bitter because I know that I will not die until I snatch 1 more gold ruble, and definitely not the last one, from love's hands. 12. Variations and manuscripts. The variations in this section are early versions of pieces that Bahel later revised for further publication. The first piece, Roaming Stars, a movie tale, is a prose variation of Babel's screenplay of the same name, loosely based on Shalom Alechem's novel Blonsndersturm, translated into English as Wandering Star. It is particularly interesting to compare the 2 variants, as Babel added many nuances, making the prose version an interesting key to the screen version and vice versa. The second piece in this section, a story, published in Journal Journalov in 1911, appeared in a reworked version as The Bathroom Window in the magazine Siluity in 1923, and Information is an earlier variant of My Tirst. Babel was apparently intending to develop into novels the 2 unfinished manuscripts in this section, 3 in the Afternoon and the Jewess. Variations. Roaming Stars, a movie tale. Bryansky Station in Moscow. Night stretches above its glass roof, train from Kiev pulls into the station. Platform jostling, platform love. The porters, transient witnesses of our love. The porters are pushing carts packed high with bundles, dead birds, live birds in cages. A girl who has arrived from the shtetl of Dyrajny gets tangled in the grinding stream of carts and blocks their way. The girl's name is Rachel Monko. The carts swerve around her, sparks flashing from their wheels. "Look who's come to town," one of the porters yells into Rachel's ear, and he rumbles off with his cart. The porter is a short man, his hard face looks like every other face in the world and yet resembles none, but his voice is clear and loud, filled with triumph and rage. "Look who's come to town from the sticks," the porter yells, and rumbles off with his cart. The thunder machine roars over Rachel's head as she cowers, surrounded by platform love. All the squadrons of the night are galloping over the glass roof of Moscow's Bryansky station. Rachel Monko has come to Moscow to enroll in the Women's Institute of Higher Education. If that does not work out, she intends to go to a school of dentistry. Rachel's face is like that of Ruth, wife of Boaz, like that of Bathsheba, concubine of David, king of Israel, or that of Esther, wife of Ataxerxes. Rachel has come to Moscow with a letter of recommendation from the Dyrajny district agronomist to Ivan Potapik Butsenko, the owner of the Rossiya boarding house. One can say about Rachel that her love of science is as great as Lenin's, Darwin's, and Spinoza's love of truth. Rachel takes a tram leaving from Bryansky station. She is stunned by the tram's glittering lights. It must be remembered that she had not once in her life left Dyrajny. Rachel cannot control herself, and laughs with happiness. An old man is sitting next to her, an old man in a uniform cap. He is a police doctor. In his day he was loved by many women, and all the women who had loved him had been hysterical. The doctor has a tender, listless disposition. He looks at Rachel and thinks how she has yet to experience all that is already in his past, and yet how she knows more about life than he, an old man touched by a premonition of death. The girl knows more than he does, otherwise she wouldn't be laughing. "Why are you laughing?" the doctor asks her, lifting his cap off his tender, balding head to her. "It is such fun to be traveling on a Moscow tram," Rachel answers, her laughter growing stronger. The doctor hurries away from her. "Another hysterical woman," he says to himself. "Oh, God, they are all hysterical." The Rossiya boarding house is located in an old side street in the Varvarka quarter, near Staraya Square. It is run by an old couple, the Butsenkos, Ivan Potapik and Evdokia Ignatevna. Life there has been clean and happy. They have had many healthy children, all of whom graduated from specialized institutes, the Institute of Land Surveying, the College of Mining, the Petrovsk-Razumovsky Academy. None of Butsenko's sons suffered from foolish Russian passions. None of them had joined the God-haters or hung themselves in railroad station washrooms or married Jewesses. The boarding house of old Butsenko and his wife is outstanding for its cleanliness. Its cleanliness shines like the countenance of Jesus Christ. In every room a little icon hangs on the prim bed curtains. Grain merchants from Livan, Yelets, and Ryazsk stay at the Rossiya, men with unmenacing inclinations who expect their food to be brought up to their rooms and that the food be home cooking. It didn't matter how it was cooked, as long as it wasn't restaurant food. The Butsenkos usually had kind-hearted maids working for them. These were sickly women from faraway provinces, from Arkhangelsk, from the White Sea, and the Russian they spoke was so colorful and picturesque that if they weren't employed as maids they would have made good reciters of northern epics and sagas, and crowds would have flocked to the theaters to hear them. That is what the Rossiya boarding house was like. The Butsenko's kitchen. Evdokia Ignatevna, a crimson little old woman, is busy cooking at the stove. Ivan Potapik, enveloped by fluffy, aromatic gray hair, is writing out a menu for tomorrow. At the bottom of every page he writes, "Sincerely yours." Both he and his wife are wearing aprons and have taut, neatly protruding bellies. The doorbell rings. Rachel Monko comes into the kitchen and timidly hands Butsenko a letter. He reads it standing, and with the seriousness of a judge listening to witnesses taking their oath, but the further he reads, the brighter and more tender his smile becomes. It's from Vladimir Semyonov, he tells the crimson little old woman, our dear friend. Here is Vladimir Semyonov's letter. Dearest Ivan Potapych, I recommend with all my heart the bearer of this letter, a girl from my town and a very dear person indeed, to be a lodger with full board at your boarding house. She left this God-forsaken hole with the greatest difficulty, as she wants to pursue dentistry, or some other form of education that might be possible for her and to which this dear girl from my town might feel an attraction, a consuming passion, and I hope that you will help her, you and your hard-working Evdokia Ignatievna, who I remember as if it were yesterday, though if she remembers me I do not know, although I sincerely hope she does. Ivan Potapych finishes reading the letter, tenderly and with tears in his eyes, and then clasps Rachel's hands in his own soft, grandfatherly hands. How can I forget Vladimir Semyonov, the old man says. The year before last we celebrated Christmas together in Ostankino. And Ivan Potapych can't say any more, because it would be hard to explain the tale of his acquaintance with Vladimir Semyonov, a tale of no interest whatsoever to anyone else, but which for him, Ivan Potapych, has many hidden treasures of the soul. The year before last, in a wonderful, tranquil snowy winter, Ivan Potapych had gone to visit his eldest son in Ostankino for the Christmas feast, and there met an agronomist, Vladimir Semyonov, who was a friend of some friend or other. The guests had arrived, given presents to the children, thrown snow off the roof for fun, knocked icicles off the drain pipes, and drunk French wine. Vladimir Semyonov, increasingly intoxicated, began telling old Butsenko the kind of secrets one ought not to tell a stranger. But the agronomist spoke with such gravity and candor, so self-mockingly, that there was no shamefulness at all in his confidences, only warm esteem for a stranger, in other words for Ivan Potapych. The agronomist told the old man that his wife was a very silent sort of woman and had managed things in such a way that she would not have to bear his children, and other such secrets. The following day the guests had gotten up at noon. Midday looked like morning. The snow glittered, the windows sparkled, and a plump nanny, battling to restrain her joy, kept shuffling and wheezing from one stove to another with more wood. Ivan Potapych returned to Moscow with the agronomist in a small sledge pulled by well-trained grey horses with round cruppers, and the old man could not marvel enough at the fact that he had no heartburn or hangover from the wine he had drunk the night before, which made him like his chance companion all the more. That was the extent of Butsenko's acquaintance with the agronomist. Vladimir Semyonov had sent 2 other letters from the provinces asking for little favors that Butsenko was glad to do. In the first letter, he asked for a seed catalogue. In the second he asked Butsenko to find out whether it was really true that the Siementhal milk cows from Dierazhny had been given a favorable report at the Moscow Agricultural Exhibition, and the third letter was about Rachel. Ivan Potapych is eager to fulfill the third request. He calls out loudly to his wife, "Mother, put the samovar on, and bring some pies." And he leads Rachel to her room. Outside the window stands a little azure-colored church with yellow onion-shaped cupolas and dark blue stars on the domes. When she sees the church, Rachel realizes that everything in her life has changed for the better, and that her dream to see Moscow has finally come true. The old man, panting and bathed in glistening sweat, hurries in with a jug of water and stands there with a towel, waiting for Rachel to finish washing her face and hands. But she takes a long time. Girls raised in a strict family and who expect much from life take their time washing up. The old man, tired of waiting, leafs through Rachel's passport, which she has left lying on the table. The name in the passport is Rachel Hananovna Monko. The heading on the 3rd page reads, "Zones in which Jews are permitted to reside." Rachel has finished washing up and reaches out her strong red hands to take the towel the old man is holding. But the old man's face has become pitiful and angry. "How shameful of you to try and trick us," he says, hiding the towel behind his back. "How shameful!" He hurries out of the room with weak steps, and outside the door comes face to face with his wife, who is holding a tray and is enveloped in the steam of a samovar, pies and buns. Take those things back to the kitchen. Ivan Potapik yells. You can learn a lesson from people like her who've thrown their shame to the dogs. Rachel has not found refuge at the Rossiya boarding house. She wanders through the streets till midnight looking for a place to stay. At midnight she arrives tired out at Voskresenskaya Square near Ivarskaya Street, which is reverberating with the cheerful din of Moscow. Gypsy children dancing in the street rush over to Rachel and form a circle around her, singing and beating their tambourines. An old Persian man approaches Rachel and lays his hand on her shoulder. He slithers a regal finger with a painted nail down to her breast. A holy fool strides up to her on his bare, pink, monstrously thin legs, which are bent and creaking at the joints. Yellow spittle is bubbling in his tangled beard, and a blue ray glimmers on the chain bound around his neck. The blue ray glimmers on the chain the way a frozen tree-lined walk glimmers beneath the moon. In a chapel, candle wax glows and flares up, and the cheerful battle of Moscow's streets, rages around Rachel. The Persian, fixing her with his eyes, pinches her with his painted fingers, and the gypsy children chase her and start pulling at the hem of her skirt. Rachel runs as fast as she can. She runs across Red Square, over the Moscow River, into the Zamoskvorek quarter, and into a winding back alley. At the end of the alley hangs a smoking lantern over a ramshackle door. Rooming house for travelers, every convenience, is written under the lantern. The hero of Plevna rooming house. The stars in this back alley are immense, the snow pure, the heavens deep. In the office of the hero of Plevna rooming house, the attendant, a widower by the name of Orlov, is getting his son Matvey ready for bed. Matvey, a 10-year-old boy, is wrapped in purple and orange rags, his pants are multilayered, and his father pulls off each layer separately. Matvey has just learned a poem by heart as homework for school, and he cannot resist reciting it to his father. With his saber he pierced my soul, Matvey whispers as he dozes off. He tore out my beating heart, and wrenching my wound apart, he plunged in some fiery coal. A beautiful little poem, Orlov says, and as a good night blessing makes the sign of the cross 3 times over his son. See, all of life can be squeezed into a little poem like that. It's about us too, you know, how we let every good-for-nothing step on our toes, and it's about God, and about mothers. For a long time Orlov continues telling Matvey about life, about mothers and good-for-nothings, but Matvey is already asleep. Orlov shakes out his son's jacket and examines it to see if there are any tears in it, and Rachel enters the office. Could I have a room, please, she asks timidly. We don't let in no girls without a fellow, Orlov answers. He bites off a thread and sits down to darn his son's jacket. Who're you with? Where's your trick? Rachel has no idea what he means. She has no idea what Orlov is talking about. She goes down the stairs and out into the back alley. The stars in this back alley are immense, the snow pure, the heavens deep. A pregnant woman with a scalded face, her belly protruding crookedly, is sitting on the front step, softly singing a peasant wedding song. A student is standing next to her, a rakish, devil-may-care cap on his brown curls. Well, what have we here? The student says to Rachel. Who are you? I'm a Jewess, Rachel answers. If at this point the two of them had not been able to come to some kind of agreement, life wouldn't have been worth all the trouble. The man won't give you a room because you're without a fellow, and he won't give me a room because I'm without a girl, the student says to Rachel. My name is Balin, I'm a fellow you can trust. If at this point Orlov had had enough fire in his soul to be taken aback by anything, then he would have been taken aback by how 2 people he had thrown out separately could reappear so quickly, and reappear together. We want a room, Pops, Balin calls out to him without coming into the reception area. Orlov puts down the jacket and spits on his finger, pricked by the needle. Ha! And she said she didn't have a John, he mutters, and heads down the hallway with a candle to take them to their room. The hallway of the hero of Plevna smells of grain, bread, and apples, and a pile of broken chamber pots and tin wash basins lies against a wall. In another corner lies a pile of pictures in gold frames. Orlov shuffles down the hallway and opens the door to a room. "There we go," he says. "Hand over the cash now. Change these holy chasubles here, will you?" Balin tells Orlov, pointing at the stained sheets. "We change the sheets after every client," Orlov says, whisking off the dirty sheet, draping it over a table, and covering the bed with a damp rag that smells of garlic. Orlov slouches off and comes back clutching a chamber pot. "Everything's in order," he says, stumbling back because Balin has thumped him in the chest. "Get out of here, you scum," Balin whispers in despair, beating Orlov's arms. "Please, get out of here. Please." Orlov hides the chamber pot behind his back and with bitter triumph says, "You were still dribbling snot all over your mother when I had a family of 6 to feed." Orlov's cheeks flush, he turns as red as a consumptive, and doesn't want to leave even after he has been paid for the room. Then he suddenly remembers that he has to wash Matvei's shirt and walks out of the room, leaving Balin and Rachel alone. Outside the window lies the black water of the Moscow River and night pierced with golden holes. Rachel looks out the window, rubs the damp glass with the utmost tenderness in her trembling fingers, and begins to cry. She walks over to the mirror, but foul messages have been scratched all over it. One of them had been etched in cursive Church Slavonic script: "Tonight at midnight I had a session with a fabulous girl, but she won't tell me her name. I hope I didn't catch anything." There are many messages etched onto the mirror, and Balin pulls Rachel away from that shameful place. "My dear friend," he says, his voice resounding, "you lie down on the bed, and I'll lie down by the door. We might even catch some sleep." Out of his overcoat he takes a packet of illegal proclamations printed by the Moscow Committee of the Social Democratic Party and lays it under his head, laughs, and goes to sleep. It's 2 in the morning. The cheerful Moscow bustle has come to an end, the candle has gone out. Balin has begun to snore. Next door the tedious, melodious voice of a woman whines. "You're such a yid, Vanya," the tedious voice whines. "You're up to your old tricks again. You say you'll pay me, but may I not live to see another day if I don't bite the coin you give me." A story. This story is an earlier version of the bathroom window. 7 have an old acquaintance, Fanya Osipovna Kepchek. She had been a prostitute in her youth, but she assures me that nothing in the world would have induced her to take less than 5 rubles. Now she has a nice, respectable apartment. There are 2 girls there, Marishya and Tamara. Marishya is really nice, gentle, and with a delicate build. There are many requests for her. One of the windows in her room has a view of the street, the other, just a small one up by the ceiling, has a view of the bathroom. When I noticed this, I suggested the following deal to Fanya Osipovna Kepchek: for 5 rubles she would put a ladder by the little window in the bathroom, I would climb up the ladder, and for an hour or 2, or for however long I wanted, I would peek into Marishya's room. At first Fanya Osipovna was astonished at my suggestion, but then she said, "Oi, you rogue, you!" and agreed. She got her 5 rubles quite often. Needless to say, I only made use of the little window when Marishya had clients. For me there is no greater bliss than passionlessly following the play of passion on people's faces. What astonishing moments I spent! I remember an old, thick-set man crying quietly on the edge of the bed, a drunken English soldier, coldly beating the girl with icy malice. There were disgusting types too. I particularly remember a drooling high school boy, his body covered with pimples, shivering with impatience and muttering bookishly, "Oh, how I want you! Give yourself to me." Recently something very unpleasant happened. I was standing on the ladder. Marishya had a client. Luckily they hadn't turned off the light. They often do, which is bothersome. Her guest was a fine fellow, cheerful, unassuming, with one of those large, harmless mustaches. He undressed in a funny way, very prim and proper. He took off his collar, looked in the mirror, noticed a pimple under his mustache, went closer to the mirror, studied the pimple, pressed it out, and then quite cheerfully made a few faces. He took off his boots and again rushed to the mirror. Might there be a scratch? They lay down, kissed, tickled one another. All very ordinary. I was about to climb down, when I slipped. The ladder fell with a crash, and there I was, dangling in the air. The apartment was suddenly full of commotion. A hysterical screech came from Marusia's room. Everyone came running, Fanya Osipovna, Tamara, some official in a Ministry of Education uniform. They helped me down. My situation was pitiful. Marusia ran in half-dressed, her lanky client in tow, his clothes thrown on hastily. Marusia guessed what had happened, and froze. She looked at me long and hard, and said quietly, and with surprise, "What a bastard, oh, what a bastard." She fell silent, stared at all of us, went over to the lanky man, and for some reason kissed his hand and started to cry softly. "My dear, oh, God, my dear," she said, between kisses and sobs, caressing him. The lanky man stood there like a total idiot. My soul turned inside out. I went over to Madame Kepchek. Within half an hour, Marusia knew the secret. All was forgiven and forgotten. But I was still wondering why Marusia had kissed the lanky fellow. "Madame Kepchek," I said. "'Til give you 10 rubles if you let me look again." Madame Kepchek assured me that I was out of my mind, but 10 rubles is 10 rubles. So I stood again on top of the ladder, looked into the room, and saw Marusia, her thin white arms wrapped around her client, kissing him with long, slow kisses. Tears were flowing from her eyes. "My darling," she whispered. "Oh, God, my sweet darling." And she gave herself to him with all the passion of a woman in love. She looked at him as if he, the lanky fellow, were the only man in the world. And the lanky fellow wallowed in business-like bliss. Information. This story is an earlier version of my first fee. In answer to your inquiry, I would like to inform you that I set out on my literary career early in life, when I was about 20. I was drawn to writing by a natural affinity, and also by my love for a woman named Vera. She was a prostitute from Tiflis, and among her friends she had the reputation of being a woman with a good head for business. People came to pawn things with her, she helped young women launch their careers, and on occasion traded alongside Persians at the Eastern Bazaar. She went out on the Golovinsky Boulevard every evening, hovering before the crowd's tall, her face a radiant white as the Mother of God hovers before the prow of a fishing boat. I saved up some money, crept after her silently, and finally mustered the courage to approach her. Vera asked me for 10 rubles, leaned against me with her soft, large shoulders, and forgot all about me. In the tavern where we ate kebabs she became flushed with excitement, trying to talk the tavern keeper into expanding his trade by moving to Mikhailovsky Boulevard. From the tavern we went to a shoemaker to get some shoes, and then Vera went off to a girlfriend's for a christening. Toward midnight we arrived at the hotel, but there too Vera had things to do. An old woman was getting ready to go to her son in Armavir. Vera knelt on her suitcase to force it shut, and wrapped pies in oil paper. Clutching her rust-brown handbag, the little old woman hurried from room to room in her gauze hat to say goodbye. She shuffled down the hallway in her rubber boots, sobbing and smiling through all her wrinkles. I waited for Vera in a room with 3-legged armchairs and a clay oven. The corners of the room were covered with damp splotches. Flies were dying in a jar filled with milky liquid, each fly dying in its own way. Other people's life bustled in the hallway, with peals of sudden laughter. It was an eternity before Vera came back into the room. "We'll do it now," she said, closing the door behind her. Her preparations resembled those of a surgeon preparing for an operation. She lit the kerosene burner, put a pot of water on it, and poured the water into an enema bag that had a white tube hanging from it. She threw a red crystal into the enema bag, and began undressing. "We've just sent Fedosia Mavrikovna off," Vera said. I swear she was just like a mother to all of us. The poor old thing has to travel all alone, with no one to help her. A large woman with sloping shoulders lay in the bed, her flaccid nipples blindly pointing at me. "Why are you sitting there so glum?" Vera asked, pulling me toward her. "Or are you sorry you gave me the money?" "I don't care about the money." "What do you mean, you don't care? You a thief or something?" "I'm not a thief, I'm a boy." "Well, I can see you're not a cow," Vera said with a yawn. Her eyes were falling shut. "I'm a boy," I repeated, and went cold at the suddenness of my invention. There was no going back, so I told my chance companion the following story. "We lived in Alyashki in the district of Kherson is what I came up with as a beginning. My father worked as a draftsman, and tried to give us children an education. But we took after our mother, who was only interested in cards and good food. When I was 10 I began stealing money from my father, and a few years later ran away to Baku to live with some relatives on my mother's side. They introduced me to an old man. His name was Stepan Ivanovich. I became friends with him, and we lived together for 4 years. How old were you then?" 15. Vera was expecting to hear about the evil deeds of the man who had corrupted me. "We lived together for 4 years, I continued, and Stepan Ivanovich turned out to be an extremely trusting man. He trusted everyone. I should have learned a trade during those years, but I only had one thing on my mind: billiards. Stepan Ivanovich's friends ruined him. He gave them bronze promissory notes, and they cashed them in right away. I have no idea how I came up with bronze promissory notes, but it was a very good idea. The woman believed everything once I mentioned these promissory notes. She wrapped herself in her red shawl, and it trembled on her shoulders. They ruined Stepan Ivanovich. He was thrown out of his apartment and his furniture was auctioned off. He became a traveling salesman. When he lost all his money, I left him and went to live with a rich old man, a church warden." Church warden. I stole the idea from some novel, but it was the invention of a lazy mind. To regain ground, I squeezed asthma into the old man's yellow chest, asthma attacks and hoarse whistling as he gasped for breath. The old man would jump up in the middle of the night and, moaning, breathe in the kerosene-colored night of Baku. He died soon after. My relatives would have nothing to do with me, so here I was, in Tiflis, with 20 rubles to my name. The waiter at the hotel where I was staying promised to send me rich clients, but up to now had only sent me tavern keepers. And I started jabbering about low-down tavern keepers and their coarse, mercenary ways, bits of information I had picked up somewhere. Self-pity tore my heart to pieces. I had been completely ruined. I fell silent. My story had come to an end. The kerosene burner had died out. The water had boiled and cooled down again. The woman walked silently through the room, her back fleshy and sad. "The things men do," Vera whispered, opening the shutters. "My God, the things men do." A stony hillside framed by the window rose with a crooked Turkish road winding up it. The cooling flagstones on the street hissed. The smell of water and dust came rolling up the carriageway. "So, have you ever been with a woman?" Vera asked, turning to me. "How could I have? Who would have wanted me?" "The things men do," Vera said. "My God, the things men do." I shall interrupt my story at this point to ask you, my dear friends, if you have ever watched a village carpenter helping a fellow carpenter build a hut for himself and seen how vigorous, strong, and cheerful the shavings fly as they plane the wooden planks. That night a 30-year-old woman taught me her trade. That night I experienced a love full of patience and heard women's words that only other women hear. It was morning when we fell asleep. We were awakened by the heat of our bodies. We drank tea in the bazaar of the old quarter. A placid Turk carrying a samovar wrapped in a towel poured tea, crimson as a brick, steaming like blood freshly spilled on the earth. A caravan of dust flew toward Tiflis, the town of roses and mutton fat. The dust carried off the crimson fire of the sun. The drawn-out braying of donkeys mingled with the hammering of blacksmiths. The Turk poured tea and kept count of the rolls we ate. Covered in beads of sweat, I turned my glass upside down and pushed 2 golden 5-ruble coins over to Vera. Her chunky leg was lying over mine. She pushed the money away and pulled in her leg. "Do you want us to quarrel, my little sister?" No, I didn't want to quarrel. We agreed to meet again in the evening, and I slipped back into my wallet the 2 golden fivers, my first fee. Manuscripts. 3 in the afternoon. 3 in the afternoon. Heat and silence. Outside the railroad. J-car window silent, burned fields. Father Ivan is sitting by the window, drinking tea and wiping the sweat off his fat neck. A small group has gathered around him. Exploitation, Father Ivan says. We moan, we groan. Blood-sucking spiders have trapped us in their webs. Think about it. The doctor is a Jew, the merchant dealing with trade and industry is a Jew, your young son's science teacher is a Jew. A clever people, someone says from the corner. Yids, a student with a hard face and a pale blonde mustache says. Angrily. Take me, for instance, Father Ivan continues. I have a little plot of land, a vegetable garden, a cow or 2. And yet I can't turn a profit from my simple little farm. Why, I ask you, can't I turn a profit, while my tenant Yankel Rosenschreier is managing quite nicely? Because he is a Yankel, someone guffaws. The reasons are social and economic, another answers more slowly. So feast your eyes, gentlemen. Father Ivan says, pointing at a skinny Jew in big galoshes. My tenant lives like a pig in clover, feeds himself without the slightest effort, while I have to feed. Rosenschreier, realizing that he has become the object of attention, carefully wraps the paper around his dried sausage, wipes his lips, brushes away the crumbs from his shiny suit, and knits his brow. Oi, even listening to your talk is disgusting to a man's ears, he says. He spreads out his red blanket and lies down, clasping his hands over his belly. We can't get by without Yids. Father Ivan pronounces. That is the tragic contradiction. A drunkard fell down the stairs into my cellar last month and passed away. Now my son has been arrested, because they say it was a punch in the face that sent the drunk man falling. That's why I brought along the hook nose, for the defense. Oi, he's starting again. Yankel mumbles. What an amazement. How much this man can speak. The train nears the station. Vinitsa station, the conductor shouts. Yankel gets up, puts on his white cloak that reaches all the way down to his toes, and his chocolate-colored bowler hat that keeps slipping down to his nose. He picks up the priest's suitcases. Oigavalti, these are not suitcases, they are lions, he says, barely able to lift them. They get off the train. From the train window Yankel is still visible for a long time, shuffling in his winter galoshes, barely managing to keep up with the majestic figure of the priest, who is heatedly pontificating about something. The devil and a babe in the woods, arm in arm, someone in the railway car says, and guffaws. In town the investigator informed Father Ivan that his son had been arrested for assault and battery and the murder of Vasily Kuzmikev, who had walked past the cellar door in a state of intoxication, and so on and so forth. Lord Almighty, the priest said, his lips ashen, and sat down. Jesus Christ in heaven, what are you saying? Your worship, Yankel said, moving toward the investigator. Your worship, this, if you will pardon me, is too terrible to even hear. He is a priest, if you will please look closely. He is at the end of his rope. That Vasily was, if you will pardon me, a drunkard, a feeble man. The investigator lifted his hands in resignation. Yankel, propping up the tottering priest, led him out into the waiting room. Yankel, Father Ivan said. Yankel, I beg you. Father, Yankel answered, there is no need to grieve this way. I can't see you like this. Wait for me here a moment, a hog won't come running if you don't dangle no turnip. Yankel went back to the investigator and sat down unhurriedly in an armchair opposite him. The priest, he's a rich man. He needs all this nonsense here like you need to dance polkas on tabletops. So the drunkard came in and the priest's son says, you bastard, why are you drunk? Someone had been eating a watermelon, the drunkard slipped on it and fell, and now we got to make a big song and dance of it? Your worship, it's not like these people are some yids or something. He's a priest, a rich man. Yankel took 5 10-ruble notes out of his pocket and, peering at them, placed them under the inkwell. Get out of here, you lowlife, the investigator said. Go to hell. Yankel took back the notes and, treading softly, left the room. Father, these are not people, he said to Father Ivan. They are animals. Let's go home. By evening, all the worrying had given Father Ivan a bad stomachache, and his back hurt. Oi, that I should have to fear the hooligans as little as you have to fear all this here. Yankel said, sitting on the priest and massaging his massive stomach. There is no evidence, even if they stand on their heads 20 times. Tomorrow, with God's help, we will go to the lawyer and wipe the floor with their ugly mugs. Yankel, Father Ivan said in a quiet voice, so the drunkard came in, so Kostya yelled at him, he flew into a rage, where is justice in all of this? Justice, Yankel said, sliding off the priest's stomach, justice will win. If only everyone should have the kind of sweet life that you will have. He lay down on the sofa, curled up, and quietly fell asleep. Yankel. Father Ivan called out to him. I can't sleep, I am so unhappy. Quick, take me to the outhouse. Yankel awoke, swung his legs to the floor, and, disheveled, led the priest outside. It's his personality, he muttered, yawning. The strangest personality. My brother has a wife, Cecilia, who's just the same. At the drop of a hat her stomach acts up. Yankel, she always tells me, when you die, Yankel, I won't be around no more to see you off. The following day Yankel started rushing around from the lawyer's office to the jail, from the jail to the government bureau, from the government bureau to the investigator's office. Father Ivan remained listless, depressed, and quiet. Then came the day of the trial. 1. The Jewess. The Jewess is an unfinished manuscript of a novel that was found among the papers of Babel's friend Lev Ilyich Slonim, in whose apartment in Leningrad Babel often stayed between 1927 and 1934. It is particularly interesting to follow Babel's creative process in this work in progress. Some passages read like notes that will be developed. He took Boris aside, and peering at him with his blinking eyes, blinded from within, told him, he did this in an attempt to bond with his nephew who had strayed from the family. Much of the writing, however, already possesses a mature stylistic finish. The Jewess was never published in Russia, except for a Yiddish translation that appeared in the 1980s. Phrases in parentheses are Babel's. 1. In observance of custom, the old woman sat on the floor for 7 days. On the 8th day, she rose and went out onto the Shtetl street. The weather was beautiful. A chestnut tree, drenched in sunlight, stood in front of the house, the candles on it already lit. When you think about the recently deceased on a beautiful day, the calamities of life seem even more cruel and inescapable. The old woman was wearing an old-fashioned black silk dress with a black floral print, and a silk kerchief. She had dressed up as she would have for her husband, who was now dead, so that the neighbors would not think that he and she were wretched in the face of death. Old Esther Ehrlich headed to the cemetery. The withering petals of the flowers strewn across the burial mound had begun to curl. She touched them with her fingertips, and they crumbled and fell apart. Reb Alter, an old cemetery fixture, came hurrying up to her. "Madam Ehrlich. For my prayers for the dead." She opened her bag, slowly counted out some silver coins, and handed them to Reb Alter in solemn silence. Reb Alter, disconcerted by her silence, walked off on his crooked legs, holding a hushed conversation with himself. The sun followed his faded, crooked back. She stayed alone by the grave. The wind blew through the treetops, and they bent forward. "I'm having a very bad time without you, Marius," Esther said. "I can't tell you how bad." She sat by the grave until noon, clutching some wilted flowers in her wrinkled hands. She clenched her fingers until they hurt, trying to dispel the memories. It is terrible for a wife to stand before a burial mound thinking back over 35 years of marriage, of the days and nights of marriage. Vanquished by her battle against these memories that were so painful to face, she trudged back home, in her silk dress, through the squalid shtetl. Yellow rays filled the marketplace. Misshapen old men and women stood by their hawkers' stands selling sunflower oil, withered onions, fish, and toffee for the children. In front of the house, Esther ran into her 15-year-old daughter. "Mama," the girl shouted in that particularly Jewish desperate woman's voice. "You're not going to torment us, are you? Boris has come." Esther's son stood fidgeting in the doorway in his military uniform, his chest covered with medals. The broken old woman, her damp face flushed and feverish, stopped in front of him. "How dare you come too late to your father's deathbed? How dare you do that to him?" Her children led her into the house. She sat down on a little stool, the same stool she had sat on for 7 days, and, staring into her son's eyes, tortured him with the tale of his father's death throes. It was an extremely detailed account. She left out nothing: the swelling in his legs, his nose turning blue the morning of the day he died, how she ran to the pharmacy to get oxygen balloons, the indifference of the people who stood around his deathbed. She left out nothing, not even how his father had called out for him as he died. She had knelt by his bed, warming his hands in hers. His father had weakly pressed her hand, ceaselessly uttering his son's name. He had stared with shining eyes, had repeated the name clearly, over and over. That one word, Boris, had droned through the still room like the droning of a spindle. Then the old man had choked, there was a hoarse rattle in his breath, and he whispered, "Borka." His eyes had bulged, and he wailed and moaned, "Borka." The old woman had warmed his hands and said, "Here I am, your son is here." The dying man's hand had filled with strength and began clutching and scratching the palms that were warming it. He began to shout that one word Borka in a changed voice, high-pitched in a way it had never been during his life, and died with that word on his lips. "How dare you come too late," the old woman said to her son, who was sitting turned away from her at the table. They hadn't lit the lamps. Boris sat in the dark, which had flooded the stillness. The old woman sat on the stool breathing heavily, with anger. Boris got up, his revolver rapping against the edge of the table, and left the room. Half the night he roamed through the shtetl, his native shtetl. Clear serpentine reflections, of stars, quivered on the river. A stench rose from the hovels that stood along the bank. The 300-year-old walls of the synagogue that had once withstood Khmelnytsky's hordes too had been battered with holes. His native shtetl was dying. The clock of the centuries chimed the end of its defenseless life. Is this the end, or is it a rebirth? Boris asked himself. His heart was filled with so much pain that he didn't have the strength to answer this question. The school to which he had gone had been destroyed by Hetman Struck in 1919. The house in which Jinya had once lived was now the labor exchange. He walked past the ruins, past the squat, crooked, sleeping houses, a hazy stench of poverty seeping out of their gates, and bade them farewell. His mother and sister were waiting for him at home. A dirty samovar was boiling on the table. A bluish piece of chicken lay next to it. Esther moved toward him with weak steps, pressed him to her, and wept. Her heart was pounding beneath her blouse, beneath her flabby, clammy skin, as was his heart, for their hearts were one. And the smell of his mother's shuddering flesh was so bitter, so pitiful, so typical of the Ehrlichs, that he felt a deep and boundless pity. The old woman cried, the all-embracing one word illegible in the manuscript, shaking on his chest, on which 2 red flag medals hung. The medals were wet with her tears. That was the beginning of her recovery, and her resignation to loneliness and death. 2. The relatives, remnants of a large and ancient clan, arrived the following morning. There had been merchants in the family, adventurers and timid, poetic revolutionaries from the days of the People's Will Party. 3 Boris's aunt, a medical orderly who had studied in Paris while living on 20 rubles a month, had heard the speeches of Georges and guessed his uncle was a pitiful, luckless Städte philosopher. Other uncles had been grain merchants, traveling salesmen, and storekeepers, their livelihoods knocked out from under them, a herd of confused, pathetic men, a herd of men wearing long brown overcoats. Boris had to hear all over again how his father's legs had become bloated, where he had developed bed sores, and who had run to the pharmacy to get oxygen. The grain merchant, once a rich man, had been driven out of his house, and now wrapped his old, thin legs in military leggings. He took Boris aside and, peering at him with his blinking eyes, blinded from within, told him, he did this in an attempt to bond with his nephew who had strayed from the one-word illegible family, that he had never expected that his father would manage to keep his body so smooth and clean. They had looked at him while he was being washed, and he was as well built and smooth as a young man. And to think that some valve somewhere in his heart, some tiny 1 mm vein. His uncle spoke these words probably thinking that as both he and the dead man were born of the same mother, he probably had exactly the same heart valve as his brother who had died a week ago. The following day Boris's uncles asked him, first timidly, then with the shudder of long-suppressed despair, if he could give them a recommendation so that they could join the trade union. Because of their former prosperity, none of the Ehrlichs were now accorded membership in the trade union. Their lives were indescribably sad. Their houses were collapsing with leaks everywhere, they had sold everything, even their cupboards, and nobody would hire them. On top of that, they had to pay rent and water bills at much higher rates than members of the trade union. And they were old and suffering from terrible illnesses, harbingers of cancer and fatal disease, as were all members of ancient and dwindling Jewish families. Boris had long ago formed a theory about mankind that people on their last legs should be put out of their misery as quickly as possible. But his mother was standing right next to him, her face resembling his face, her body like his was going to be in 2 or 3 decades, and through the closeness of his mother arose a feeling of fate, a feeling of their common fate, the fate of the bodies of all the Ehrlichs, in some respect all the same. He overcame his reservations and went to see the chairman of the local executive committee. The chairman, a Petersburg worker, seemed to have been waiting all his life to tell someone how dismal it was to work on an executive committee in this damned former Jewish Pale of Settlement, how difficult it was to resurrect these shtetls of the western provinces and lay the foundation for a new prosperity in these damned Jewish shtetls, of the damned southwest region, that were dying in misery, and like dogs. For several days Boris kept seeing before him the cemetery of his native shtetl and the imploring eyes of his uncles, the former, devil-may-care, traveling salesmen, who now dreamed of joining the trade union or the labor exchange. A few days passed. The Indian summer changed into autumn. A slushy, shtetl rain was falling. Mud from the mountain, mud with rolling stones, like concrete, came flowing down from the mountain. The front room of the house was filled with water. Rusty bowls and Passover saucepans were put under the cracks in the roof. As they walked through the room they had to be careful where they stepped so they wouldn't trip over a bowl. "Let's go," Boris said to his mother. "Where to?" "To Moscow, Mama." "Aren't there enough Jews in Moscow?" Nonsense, Boris said. Who cares what people say? She sat in the leaking room in her corner by the window from which she could see the pockmarked carriageway and her neighbor's collapsing house and 30 years of her life. Sitting by the window and, sharing, her soul's tears and her old woman's compassion for her sisters, brothers-in-law, and nephews, to whom fate had not granted a son like hers. Esther knew that sooner or later he would talk of going to Moscow and that she would give in. But before she did, she wanted to torment herself and infuse her surrender with the sorrow of the shtetl. She said that it pained her to death to leave without her husband, who had dreamed of Moscow as he had dreamed of leaving this God-forsaken place to live, the rest of his life, more happily, from which you expect nothing more than peace and the happiness of others, to live with his son in this new, promised, land. And now he lay in his grave, beneath the rain that had lashed down all night, while she was preparing to go to Moscow, where, word had it, people were happy, cheerful, spirited, full of plans, doing all kinds of special things. Esther said that it was hard for her to leave all her graves behind of her fathers and her grandfathers, rabbis, tzaddiks, and Talmudists who lay under the gray, traditional, stones. She would never see them again. And how would he, her son, answer for her when her time came to die on foreign soil, among people who were so very foreign? And then, how could she forgive herself if life in Moscow turned out to be pleasant? Her hands with their long, gout-ridden, twisted, soft, swollen, fingers trembled when Esther considered how unbearable it would be for her to be happy at such a time. Her damp, twisted fingers trembled, the veins on her yellow chest swelled and throbbed, the shtetl rain drummed on the iron roof. For the second time since her son had come home, the little old Jewess in her galoshes wept. She agreed to go to Moscow because there was nowhere else for her to go, and because her son looked so terribly like her husband that she could not be parted from him, even though her husband, like everyone else, had had faults and pitiful little secrets, which a wife knows but never tells. 3. Most of their arguments centered around what to take with them. Esther wanted to take everything, while Boris wanted to have done with it all and sell it off. But there was nobody in Kremenets to whom one could sell anything. The last thing the townsfolk needed was furniture. The dealers, angry men who had sprung up from God knows where, and who looked like undertakers, like visitors from the beyond, were only prepared to pay small change. They could only resell the mare chandise to peasants. But Esther's relatives were quick to lend a helping hand. No sooner had they gotten over the first doleful stirrings of soul, than they began to cart off whatever they could lay their hands on. And as, deep down, they were honest people, and not pettily mercenary, the sight of this furtive, secretive, carting off was particularly sad, unbearable. Esther was taken aback. A sickly flush on her face, she tried to grab a snatching hand, but the quaking hand was covered in such pitiful sweat, and was so wrinkled, so old, edged with broken nails, that she staggered back and in a flash understood everything. She was horrified that anyone would have to stop someone in such a tormenting offense, and that the people she had grown up with had gone out of their minds, trying to carry off cupboards and sheets. Everything was sent to Moscow by train. Her relatives cried as they helped her tie her bundles. Sitting on the packed bales, they had come to their senses, their hearts were touched, and they said that they themselves would stay, in Kremenets, they would never leave. The old woman, one word illegible, packed a kitchen trestle and a tub for boiling clothes. "You'll see, we'll need all this in Moscow," she told her son. "After 60 years of life, am I supposed to remain with nothing but ashes in my soul and the kind of tears that flow even when you don't want to cry?" As their belongings were taken to the station, the old woman's hollow cheeks flushed, and a blind, urgent, passionate sparkle glittered in her eyes. She hurried through the besmirched, ransacked house, a force dragging her quaking shoulders along the wall from which torn strips of wallpaper hung. The next morning, the day of their departure, Esther took her son and daughter to the cemetery, where, among oak trees that were centuries old, rabbis who had been killed by the Cossacks of Gonta and Khmelnytsky IV lay buried under Talmudic gravestones. Esther went to her husband's grave, shuddered, and drew herself up. "Marius," she said, in a gasping voice, "your son is taking me to Moscow. Your son does not want me to be laid to rest at your side." Her eyes were fixed on the reddish mound, its earth spongy and crumbling. Her eyes grew wider and wider. Her son and daughter held her hands tightly. The old woman swayed, stumbled forward, and half closed her eyes. Her haggard hands, relinquished to her children, tensed, were covered in sweat, and grew limp. Her eyes grew wider and blazed with light. She tore herself free, fell onto the grave in her silken dress, and began thrashing about. Her whole body was quaking, and her hands stroked the yellow earth and the withered flowers with greedy tenderness. "Your son, Marius, is taking me to Moscow," she shouted, her shrill voice tearing through the Jewish cemetery. "Pray for him, that he will be happy." She dragged her fingers, hooked and twisted as if she were knitting, over the earth that covered the dead man. Her son gave her his hand and she got up submissively. They walked along the path shaded by oak branches, and Boris's whole being blazed and surged as his tears pressed against his eyes and throat like rocks. He experienced the taste of tears that cannot break free and so must remain inside a man. The old woman stopped by the gate. She freed her hand, pierced, drenched, on which sweat surged impetuously, like a subterranean spring, alternately boiling hot and deadly cold, frozen through, and waved to the cemetery and the grave as if she and her children were on a ship leaving port. "Farewell, my sweet," she said, softly, without crying, or twitching. "Farewell." And so the Ehrlich family left its native shtetl. 4. Boris took his family to Moscow on the Sebastopol Express. He got tickets for a first-class compartment. They were taken to the station by Boychuk, the shtetl comic, once known far and wide for his droll stories and massive black horses. He no longer had the horses, and his rickety cart was now drawn by a gigantic white jade with a drooping pink lip. Boychuk himself had grown older, bent with rheumatism. "Listen, Boychuk, I'll be back next year," Esther said to his little bent back as the cart turned and pulled into the station. "You must keep well till then." The hillock on Boychuk's back became even more pointed. The white jade plodded through the mud on her stiff, gouty legs. Boychuk turned around, his crimson eyelids raw and inflamed, his sash crooked, dusty tufts of hair growing out of the side of his face. "I don't think you will, Madame Ehrlich," he said, and suddenly shouted to his horse, "The party's over. Off you go, now." The first-class railway car had been patched together out of several cars from Tsarist times, one word illegible. Through the wide, gleaming window Esther saw for the last time the huddled crowd of her relatives, rust-brown coats, soldiers' leggings, crooked smocks, her old sisters with their large, useless breasts, her brother-in-law Samuel, a former traveling salesman with his puffy, twisted face, her brother-in-law Ephraim, a former rich man whose withered, homeless feet were now wrapped in rags. They jostled each other on the platform, and shouted words she could not hear as the train pulled out of the station. Her sister Genia went running after the train. One page of the original manuscript missing. Boris showed her Russia with so much pride and confidence, as if he, Boris Ehrlich, had himself created Russia, as if he owned it. And to some extent, he did. There was in everything a drop of his soul or of his blood, the blood of the Corps Commissar, of the Red Cossacks, from the international train cars to the newly built sugar factories and refurbished train stations. Half a page in the manuscript crossed out. In the evening he ordered bed linen, and with childish pride showed his mother and sister how to turn on the blue nightlight. With a big smile he revealed the secret of the little mahogany closet. Inside the closet there turned out to be a washstand right there in the compartment. Esther lay beneath the cool sheets. Rocked by the oily bounce of the train's springs, she stared out into the blue darkness and, with her heart, listened to the breathing of her son. He tossed and called out in his sleep. Somebody, she thought, would definitely have to foot the bill for this palace hurtling through Russia with its lit chandeliers, and heated with sparkling copper tubes. This was a typically Jewish thought. Such a thought would never have occurred to Boris. As they approached Moscow, he kept worrying whether Alexei Selivanov had received his telegram and would come to pick them up with the car. Alexei had received the telegram and did come with the car. The car was the Red Army headquarters' new 30,000 ruble Packard, and in it the Ehrlichs drove to an apartment Boris had set up for them a while back in Moscow's Ostochhenka district. Alexei had even brought some furniture to the apartment. Esther was overwhelmed by the inexhaustible delight of the two-room apartment, as Boris showed her the kitchen with its gas stove, the bathroom with its own hot water boiler, and the pantry with its icebox. The rooms were beautiful. They were part of a house that had belonged to the Deputy Governor-General of Moscow before the revolution, and as Boris eagerly dragged his mother through kitchens, bathrooms, and mezzanines of the princely house, he was involuntarily fulfilling the call of his ancient Semitic blood. The cemetery and the grave of his luckless father, who had not lived to see happiness, had awakened in him the powerful passion for family which for so many centuries had sustained his people. At 32, obeying this ancient command, he felt himself to be father, husband, and brother in one, the protector of the women, their breadwinner, their support, and he felt this with a passion, with the tormenting and stubborn tightening of the heart characteristic of his people. Boris was tortured by the thought that his father had not lived to see this, and wanted to make up for his having come too late to his father's deathbed by having his mother and sister pass from his father's hands into his own. And if his mother and sister were to fare better in his strong hands, that was simply due to the ruthlessness of life. 5. Boris Ehrlich had been a student at the Institute of Psychology and Neurology. Before the revolution, all the other institutes had a restrictive enrollment quota for Jews. He had spent the summer of 1917 with his parents in the shtetl. He had trudged to all the restless villages nearby, explaining the basics of Bolshevism to the peasants. His propaganda rounds were hampered by his hooked nose, but not too much. Back in 1917, people had more than noses on their minds. That same summer Alexei Selivanov, the son of a bookkeeper at the local council, came back from Siberian exile in Verkhoyansk. At home, while Alexei swallowed the cherry dumplings and liqueurs his mother made, he dug into the Selivanov family's history and found that they were descendants of Salika, a Zaporozhian Cossack commander. 5 Among the papers Alexei found there was even a lithograph of his ancestor wearing his Cossack jacket and sitting on a cardboard horse carrying his ceremonial mace. There was a faded inscription in Latin beneath the portrait, and Alexei claimed that he recognized the handwriting of Orlik, the Ukrainian chancellor in the days of Mazepa. Alexei's romantic delving into the past coexisted with his membership in the Socialist Revolutionary Party. 6 His idols were Chlyabov, Kybulkich, and Kaliev. At 21, Alexei led a full life. His youthful passion fired up Ehrlich, the large-nosed student with the strange name. The two young men struck up a friendship, and Alexei became a Bolshevik when he realized that no other party in the world had as much battling, destroying, and rebuilding to do as the Bolshevik Party, filled as it was with mathematical and scientific passion. Ehrlich supplied Alexei with books and the Communist Manifesto. After the revolution, Alexei rounded up his shtetl friends, a 19-year-old Jew, who worked as a projectionist at the Cherry Movie Theater, a blacksmith, also a Jew, a few non-commissioned officers who were sitting around bored, and a few boys from a nearby village who had been discharged from the army. Alexei gave them horses, and their unit turned into the insurgent regiment of Red Ukrainian Cossacks. One of the former non-commissioned officers became the regiment's chief of staff, and Boris became its commissar. Alexei's regiment was fighting for a palpably good cause. Its fighters lived together in camaraderie and died proudly in action, and each told taller tales than the next. Their ranks grew day by day, and the regiment experienced the fate of all the small rivulets that flowed into the Red Army. The regiment turned into a brigade, the brigade into a division. Alexei's men battled renegade bands, Petli Ura 7 the White Army, and the Poles. By now all regiments already had their political divisions, provision units, tribunals, and war spoils commissions carried in the campaign against General Rgel's White Army. Alexei became a corps commander. He was 24. Foreign newspapers wrote that Budyonny VIII and Alexei had invented new tactics and strategy of cavalry warfare. At the academy they began teaching the lightning raids of Alexei Selivanov. The students at the military academy went about solving exercises in strategy by studying the operations of the Ukrainian Cossack Corps. Alexei Selivanov and Boris Ehrlich, his irreplaceable commissar, were sent to study at the military academy, where they ended up studying their own operations along with the other students. In Moscow, Alexei and Boris formed a commune with the former projectionist and one of the former non-commissioned officers. In the commune, as in the corps, honor and the spirit of camaraderie was high, and Boris clung to it with tormenting passion. Perhaps it was because his race had for so long been deprived of one of the most important human qualities, friendship, both behind the plow and on the field of battle. Boris experienced a need, a hunger for camaraderie and friendship, to defend and be loyal to camaraderie, with such vulnerability that his friendships were marked by fevered passion. But in his fervor, chivalry, and self-sacrifice, there was also something, attractive and noble, which turned Boris's shabby room into a club for the Red Marshals. This club truly blossomed when, instead of the standard issue sausage and vodka, gefilte fish was served. The tin kettle was replaced by a samovar brought from Kremenets, and the tea was poured by the comforting hand of his old mother. It was many years since Alexei Selivanov and his brigade commanders had seen an old woman sitting behind a samovar. It was a pleasant change for them. The old woman was meek and timorous, and quiet as a mouse. But in her gefilte fish, and in her fingers that prepared the samovar, lay the history of the Jewish people, a true history with a hefty dash of peppery passion. 6. At first the gefilte fish caused trouble at their new apartment. One of the lodgers, a professor's wife, announced in the communal kitchen, "God, did the apartment stink?" And it was true. With the arrival of the Ehrlichs, even the hallway began to reek of garlic and fried onions. 13. Plays. The events of 1926 proved to be a major turning point in Babel's career. In the previous 3 years his Odessa and Red Cavalry stories had appeared in magazines and newspapers, making him one of the Soviet Union's most celebrated writers, and his collection of Red Cavalry stories was published as a book. His first screenplay, Salt, based on the Red Cavalry story of the same name, A&J Mo Jewish Luck, based on Shalom Aleicham's Menachem Mendel stories, for which Babel had written the subtitles, had premiered in 1925. Now Babel seized the opportunity to try his hand at playwriting. He based his first play, Sunset, on his Odessa stories, whose protagonist was young Benya Krik, the flamboyant Jewish mobster who rules the Moldavanka, the Odessa neighborhood in which Babel was born, with an uncanny mix of ruthlessness, compassion, and his own peculiar brand of gangster chic. Sunset premiered at the Baku Workers' Theatre on October 23, 192-7, and played in Odessa, Kiev, and the celebrated Moscow Arts Theatre. The reviews, however, were mixed. Some critics praised the play's powerful anti-bourgeois stance and its interesting fathers and sons theme. But in Moscow, particularly, critics felt that the play's attitude toward the bourgeoisie was contradictory and weak. Sunset closed, and was dropped from the repertoire of the Moscow Arts Theatre. Babel wrote his second play, Maria, in the early to mid-1930s. It was to be performed at the prestigious Vakhtango Theatre in Moscow, but was disallowed during rehearsals and subsequently never performed in the Soviet Union. Alexander Gladkov, an author present at a reading of the play that Babel gave, wrote in his diary that he felt the play's asimplicity and laconic quality might be a problem. Babel also read the play to a small gathering in Sorrento, where he was visiting Gorky. After the reading, Gorky did not say anything critical to Babel, but in a scathing letter expressed his extreme doubts about the feasibility of staging it. It is a well-crafted piece with many masterful traits and much subtle detail. But Gorky was shocked by Babel's Baudelarian predilection for rotting meat. All the characters in your play, starting from the invalids, are putrid. He warned Babel of the play's dangerous subtexts. Political inferences would be made that will be personally harmful to you. Sunset. A play in 8 scenes. Characters. Mendel Crick, owner of a horse carding establishment. 62 years old. Nekema, his wife, 60. Their children. Benya, a flamboyant young man, 26. Lyovka, a hussar on leave, 22. Dvara, an unmarried girl past her prime, 30. Eri Leib Shamaz of the Carding Union Synagogue, 65. Nikifor, the Crick's chief driver, 50. Ivan Piatarubal, a blacksmith and friend of Mendel Crick, 50. Benzgaria, a rabbi of the Moldavanka, Odessa's Jewish section, 70. Fomin, a contractor, 40. Evdokia Potapovna Kolodenko sells live and slaughtered chickens at the market. She is a corpulent old woman with a twisted hip, and an alcoholic. 50. Maricia, her daughter, 20. Ryabtsov, a tavern keeper. Mitya, a waiter at the tavern. Myron Popyatnik, a flute player at Ryabtsov's tavern. Madame Popyatnik, his wife. A gossip with frantic eyes. Urasov, clandestine solicitor. He rolls his R's. Semyon, a bald peasant. Bobernet's a loud Jew. He is loud because he is rich. Wiener, a rich man with a speech impediment. Madame Wiener, a rich woman. Clashes Yubrieva, a pregnant girl. Monsieur Lazar Boyarsky, the owner of the Shefterver ready-to-wear clothes factory. Senka Topun. Kantor Tzvibak. The action takes place in Odessa in 1913. Scene 1. The dining room in the Crick house. A low-ceilinged /homey, bourgeois room. Paper flowers, chests of drawers, a gramophone, portraits of rabbis, and next to them photographs of the Crick family, stony dark faces, bulging eyes, shoulders like cupboards. The dining room has been prepared to receive guests. The table is covered with a red tablecloth and bottles of wine, preserves, and pies. Old Nekema Crick is making tea. To the side, on a small table, stands a boiling samovar. In the room, besides Nekema, are Eri Leib and her son Lyovka, in a hussar's parade uniform. His Speaklasilau cap is cocked to the side above his brick-red face, and his military greatcoat is flung over his shoulders. Behind him he trails a curved sword. Benya Crick, decked out like a Spaniard at a village fair, is knotting his tie. Eri Leib, ha, fine, Lyovka, very fine indeed. I, Eri Leib, the Moldavanka matchmaker and Shamaz at the Carter's synagogue, am fully aware of what hacking things to pieces is all about. First they hack down reeds, then they start hacking down men. No one asks you whether you've got a mother or not. But explain this to me, Lyovka. Why can't a hussar like you take an extra week off until your sister's happiness has been taken care of? Lyovka laughs. His rough voice is thunderous. An extra week? You're an idiot, Eri Leib. An extra week off? The cavalry isn't the infantry, you know. The cavalry spits on the infantry. If I'm even an hour late, the sergeant major will drag me off to his office, squeeze the juice out of my soul and nose, and then have me court-martialed. Cavalrymen are judged by 3 generals covered with medals from the Turkish War. Eri Leib, do they do this to everyone, or just to Jews? Lyovka, a Jew who climbs onto a horse stops being a Jew and becomes a Russian. You're such a blockhead, Eri Leib. What's this got to do with Jews? Dvoira's face pokes through the half-opened door. Dvora, Mama, a girl can beat her brains out in this house before she finds anything. Where did you put my green dress? Nekama mumbles without looking up, look in those drawers. Voila, I've already looked, it's not there. Nekama, how about the wardrobe? Voila, it's not there either. Lyovka, which dress is it? Voila, the green one with the frills. Lyovka, I guess Papa swiped it? Voila enters the room. She is half dressed, her face heavily rouged her hair curled. She is tall and plumps. Voila in a dull voice, Oi, I'm dying. Lyovka to his mother, I bet you told him, you old cow, that Boyarsky is coming over today to take a look at Dvora. Of course you did. Well, that's that, then. I saw Papa this morning. He harnessed Solomon the Wise and Muska, gulped some food, guzzled down his vodka like a hog, threw a green bundle into the cart, and drove off. Dvora, oi, I'm dying. She starts crying loudly, rips down the curtain from the window, jumps up and down on it, and throws it at her moth-er. There, take that. Nekama, may you die. May you die today. Dvora runs out howling. The old woman shoves the curtain into a drawer. Benya nodding his tie, our darling Papa, you see, won't cough up the dowry. Lyovka, the old bastard should have his throat cut, like a pig. Eri Lib, is this the way you talk about your father, Lyovka? Lyovka, well, he shouldn't be such a bastard. Eri Lib, your father's at least a Sabbath older than you are. Lyovka, then he shouldn't be such a bore. Benya sticks a pearl pin into his tie, last year Syamka Munch wanted Dvora, but our dear Papa simply wouldn't cough up the dowry, if you know what I mean. He made kasha with sauce out of him and threw him down the stairs. Lyovka, the old bastard should have his throat cut, like a pig. Eri Lib, as the sage Ibn Ezra once said of an unlucky matchmaker like myself, should you take it into your head to become a maker of candles, the sun will surely stick like a clod in the sky and never set again. Lyovka to his mother, 100 times a day the old man kills us, and you stand there, dumb as a post. Dvora's future bridegroom could turn up any minute now. Eri Lib, it was about an unlucky man like myself that Ibn Ezra said, take it into your head to sew shrouds for the dead, and not one man will die from now to the end of time, amen. Benya has knotted his tie, taken off the crimson band that keeps his hair in place, donned a tight-fitting jacket, and poured himself a vodka, health to all present. Lyovka in a rough voice, to our health. Eri Lib, may all go well. Lyovka, and may all go well. Monsieur Boyarsky rushes into the room. He is a cheerful rotund man. He is an incessant talker. Boyarsky, greetings. Greetings. He introduces himself. Boyarsky, pleased to meet you, excessively pleased. Greetings. Eri Lib, Lazar, you said you would be here at 4, and it's 6 o'clock already? Boyarsky sits down and takes a glass of tea from old Nekama Krik. God in heaven, we live in Odessa, and here in Odessa you have clients who squeeze the life out of you the way you squeeze pits out of a date. Your best friends are ready to swallow you whole, suit and all, forget the salt. Cartloads of worries, 1,000 scandals. When does a man have time to think about his health? You'll ask, what does a merchant need health for? I barely had time to get myself a hot seawater bath and I came straight over. Eri Lib, you take seawater baths, Lazar. Boyarsky, every day, like clockwork. Eri Lib to old Nekama, you can't get away for less than 50 kopecks a bath. Boyarsky, God in heaven, how fresh is the wine that flows in our Odessa. In the Greek bazaar, Fankanese asterisk. Eri Lib, you eat at Fankanese, Lazar. Boyarsky, I eat at Fankanese. Eri Lib triumphantly, he eats at Fankanese. To the old woman. You can't even get up from the table there for less than 30 kopecks, I won't tell you 40. Boyarsky, forgive me, Erilib, for daring as a younger man to interrupt you. Fankanese costs me a ruble a day, even a ruble and a half low. Erilib ecstatically, what a spendthrift you are, Lazar. The world has never seen a rascal like you. A whole family can live on 30 rubles, send the children for violin lessons, and still save a kopeck. Dwara rushes into the room. She is wearing an orange dress, and her powerful calves are squeezed into short, high-heeled boots. Erilib, this is our little Vera. Boyarsky jumps up, greetings. Boyarsky. Dwara hoarsely, pleased to meet you. Everyone sits down. Lyovka, our Vera is a little dizzy today, too much ironing. Boyarsky, to get dizzy from ironing, that anyone can do, but not everyone can be a good person. Erilib, 30 rubles a month up in smoke. O Lazar, that you should ever have seen the light of day. Boyarsky, 1,000 pardons, Erilib, but this you must know about Boyarsky, he is not interested in capital. Capital is nothing. Asterisk an elegant and expensive Odson cafe that attracted a wealthy international clientele. What Boyarsky is interested in is happiness. I ask you, dear friends, what good is it to me if my firm puts out 1,500 suits, and then on top of that trousers to go with them, and then coats? Erilib to the old woman, that's 5 rubles clean, a suit I won't tell you 10. Boyarsky, so what good is my firm to me when my exclusive interest is happiness? Erilib, and my answer to you, Lazar, is that if we do business like human beings, and not like charlatans, then you will be guaranteed happiness till the day you die, may you live to be 120. And I tell you this as a shamaz, and not as a matchmaker. Benya pours wine, may all our wishes come true. Lyovka in a rough voice, to our health. Erilib, may all go well. Lyovka, and may all go well. Boyarsky, I was telling you about Fankanese. Let me tell you a story, Monsieur Crick, about an impudent Jew. There I am, dropping in at Fankanese, it's packed like a synagogue on Yom Kippur. Everyone is eating, spitting on the floor, worrying like crazy. One fellow worries because his business is bad, the next worries because business is good for his neighbor. And as for finding a place to sit down, forget it. So then I bump into Monsieur Chapelian, a stately-looking Frenchman, and let me tell you, it's extremely rare for a Frenchman to be stately-looking, so he gets up to greet me, and invites me over to his table. Monsieur Boyarsky, he says to me in French, I hold your firm in the highest esteem, and I have some of the most marvelous coverings for coats. Lyovka, coverings. Boyarsky, coverings, heavy cloth for the outside of a coat, the most marvelous coverings for coats, he says to me, in French, and it would be an honor to invite you, as a firm, to drink 2 mugs of beer and eat 10 crayfish with me. Lyovka, I love crayfish. Erilib, you'll be saying you love toads next. Boyarsky, and eat 10 crayfish with me. Lyovka in a rough voice, I love crayfish. Erilib, crayfish, toads, same difference. Boyarsky to Lyovka, forgive me, Monsieur Crick, for saying this, but a Jew should not hold crayfish in high regard. This I am telling you from experience. A Jew who holds crayfish in high regard will go further with the female of the species than is right, he will utter obscenities at the table, and if he has children, then you can bet your last ruble that they'll turn into degenerates and billiard players. This I am telling you from experience. So let me tell you the story about an impudent Jew. Benya, Boyarsky. Boyarsky, yes. Benya, give me an estimate, off the cuff, how much a winter suit will cost me. Boyarsky, double-breasted or single-breasted? Benya, single-breasted. Boyarsky, what kind of coattails, round or pointed? Benya, round coattails. Boyarsky, whose cloth, yours or mine? Benya, your cloth. Boyarsky, what cloth, English, Polish, or Muscovite? Benya, which is best? Boyarsky, English cloth, Monsieur Crick, that's good cloth. Polish cloth is just sackcloth with a pattern on it, and Muscovite cloth is sackcloth without a pattern on it. Benya, 111, go for the English. Boyarsky, your trimmings or mine? Benya, your trimmings. Boyarsky, so how much will that cost you? Benya, how much will that cost me? Boyarsky, struck by a sudden idea, Monsieur Crick, I'm sure we'll be able to give you a good deal. I libe, I'm sure you'll be able to give him a good deal. Boyarsky, I'm sure we'll be able to give you a good deal. I was telling you about Fankenize. There is a clatter of metal reinforced boot heels. Mendel Crick enters, carrying a whip, along with Nikifor, his head driver. I libe, suddenly timid, let me introduce you. Mendel, this is Monsieur Boyarsky. Boyarsky jumps up, greetings. Boyarsky. Stomping with his boots, old Mendel crosses the room, ignoring everyone. He throws down the whip, sits down on the couch, and stretches out his long, fat legs. Nekema kneels down and begins pulling off her husband's boots. I live studying, Monsieur Boyarsky was telling us about his company. It puts out 150 suits a month. Mendel, so you were saying, Nikifor. Nikifor, leaning against the doorpost, staring up at the ceiling, I was saying, Master, that people are laughing us out of town. Mendel, why are they laughing us out of town? Nikifor, people are saying that there are 1,000 masters in your stable and 7 Fridays in your week. Yesterday we carted wheat down to the harbor, so I went over to the office to get our money, and there they tell me back off. The young master, Benchik, came over and gave us instructions to pay the money directly into the bank with the receipt. Mendel, gave instructions. Nikifor, gave instructions. Nekema has pulled off one of Mendel's boots and unwrapped his dirty leggings. He stretches out his other leg to her. She looks up at her husband with intense hatred and mutters through clenched teeth, may you not live to see the light of day, you torturer. Mendel, so you were saying, Nikifor. Nikifor, I was saying I was insulted by Lyovka today. Benya drinks down his wine, his little finger extended. May all our wishes come true. Lyovka, to our health. Nikifor, we took the Mare Freiland over to the blacksmith to be shod today. So Lyovka suddenly bursts in and starts shooting off his mouth, ordering Piotr the blacksmith to line the horseshoes with rubber. So I say to him, excuse me, who does he think we are to be using rubber on our horseshoes? Police chiefs? Tsars? Nicholas II's? The master, I tell him, said nothing to me about this. So Lyovka turns red as a beet and shouts, who do you think is your master? Nekema has pulled off the second boot. Mendel gets up. He yanks the tablecloth. Plates, pies, and preserves fall on the floor. Mendel, so who do you think is your master, Nikifor? Nikifor sullenly, you are my master. Mendel, and if I am your master? He goes over to Nikifor and grabs him by his shirt collar. If I am your master, then tear to pieces anyone who dares set foot in my stables. Tear out his heart, his tendons, his eyes. He shakes Nikifor and then flings him to the side. Stooping forward, dragging his bare feet, Mendel walks across the room to the door. Nikifor shuffles behind him. The old woman crawls on her knees to the door. Nekema, may you not live to see the light of day, you torturer. Silence. I libe, what if I told you, Lazar, that the old man didn't attend one of the better finishing schools? Boyarsky, I'd believe you, and you wouldn't even have to give me your word. Benya gives Boyarsky his hand, I hope you'll come visit us some other time. Boyarsky, well, families being what they are, there's always something going on, sometimes cold, sometimes hot. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'll come again some other time. Boyarsky hurries out. Benya gets up, lights a cigarette, and throws his flashy coat over his arm. Eri Libe, Ibn Ezra once said about an unlucky matchmaker like myself, should you take it into your head to sew shrouds for the dead? Lyovka, the old bastard should have his throat cut, like a pig. Dwara leans back in her chair and starts screaming. Lyovka, ha, there you go. Dwara is having a fit. Hapris open his sister's clenched teeth with a knife. She squeals louder and louder. Nikifor enters the room. Benya flings his coat over his left arm, and with his right punches Nikifor in the face. Benya, harness the bay horse to the buggy. Nikifor, a few drops of blood slowly trickle from his nose. Give me my wages, I'm leaving. Benya comes over to Nikifor, face to face, and speaks in a sweet and tender voice. Nikifor, my dear friend, you will die today without eating supper. Scene 2. Night. The KRIKJ bedroom. Black wooden beams across the low ceiling. Blue moonlight weaves its way through the window. Mendel and Nekema are in a double bed. They are covered by a single blanket. Nekema, her dirty gray hair disheveled is sitting up in bed. She is grumbling in a low voice, grumbling endlessly. Nekema, other people live like people. Other people buy 10 pounds of meat for lunch, they make soup, they make meatballs, they make compote. The father comes home from work, everyone sits at the table, everyone eats, laughs. And us? God, oh, God, how dark my house is. Mendel, let me be, Nekema. Sleep. Nekema, and Benya, our little Benchik, as bright as the sun in the sky, and now look what he's come to. Today one policeman comes around, tomorrow another, one day people have a piece of bread in their hand, the next they find their legs in irons. Mendel, let me breathe, Nekema. Sleep. Nekema, and Lyovka. The child will come back from the army and also start marauding. What else is there for him to do? His father is a degenerate, he won't take his sons into his own business. Mendel, let it be night, Nekema. Sleep. Si/ins. Nekema, the rabbi said, Rabbi Ben Zechariah. Come the new month, Ben Zechariah said, I won't let Mendel into the synagogue. The Jews won't allow me to. Mendel throws off the blanket and sits up beside the old woman. What won't the Jews allow? Nekema, come the new moon, Ben Zechariah said. Mendel, what won't the Jews allow? And what have these Jews of yours ever given me? Nekema, they won't allow you into the synagogue. Mendel, a ruble with a chewed off edge they gave me, these Jews of yours. And you they gave me, you old cow, and this bug-ridden grave. Nekema, and what did the Russian pork butchers give you? What did they give you? Mendel lies back down. Oh, this old cow is sitting on my head. Nekema, vodka, that's what the pork butchers gave you, and a mouthful of foul language, a rabid dog's mouth. He's 62 years old, God, sweet God, and he's as hot as an oven, strong as an oven. Mendel, pull my teeth out, Nekema. Pour Jewish soup into my veins. Break my back. Nekema, hot as an oven. God, how ashamed I am. She takes her pillow and lies down on the floor in the moonlight. Silence. Then her grumbling starts up again. Friday evening people go outside their gates, people play with their grandchildren. Mendel, let it be night, Nekema. Nekema crying, people play with their grandchildren. Benya enters the room. He is in his underwear. Benya, haven't you had enough for today, my little lovebirds? Mendel sits up in bed. He looks at his son in shock. Benya, or do I have to go to an inn to get some sleep? Mendel gets out of bed. Like his son, he is in his underwear. You dare come in here? Benya, Do I have to pay 2 rubles for a room in order to get some sleep? Mendel, at night you dare come in here? Benya, she's my mother. Do you hear me, you cheap bastard? Father and son stand face to face in their underwear. Slowly Mendel moves closer and closer to his son. In the moonlight Nekama's disheveled head of dirty grey hair is trembling /. Mendel, at night you dare come in here. Scene 3. A tavern on Privosnaya Square. Night. Ryabtsov, the tavern keeper, a stern, sickly man, is at the counter reading the Bible. His drab, dusty hair is plastered down on both sides of his head. Myron Popyatnik, a meek flutist, is sitting on a raised platform. They call him the Major. A weak, tremulous melody comes from his flute. Gray-haired, black-mustached Greeks sit at one of the tables playing dice with Senka Topon, Benya Krikjt friend. In front of Senka are a sliced watermelon, a Finnish knife, and a bottle of Malaga wine. 2 sailors are sleeping, their sculpted shoulders slumped on the table. In a far corner Fomin, the contractor, is meekly sipping soda water. A drunken woman Potapovna is heatedly trying to convince him of something. Mendel Crick is standing by a table in front. He is drunk, inflamed, colossal. With him is Urasov, the solicitor. Mendel bangs his fist down onto the table. It's dark. I feel like I'm in a grave, Ryabtsov, in a black grave. Mitya the waiter, a little old man with close-cropped silvery hair, brings a lamp and puts it down in front of Mendel. Mendel, I ordered all the lamps. I asked for singers. I ordered you to bring me all the lamps in the tavern. Mitya, they don't give us kerosene for free, you know. That's just how it is. Mendel, it's dark in here. Mitya to Ryabtsov, he wants extra light. Ryabtsov, that'll be a ruble. Mitya, here's a ruble. Ryabtsov, got it? Mendel, Urasov. Urasov, present. Mendel, how much blood did you say runs through my heart? Urasov, according to science, 200 put of blood run through a man's heart every 24 hours. And in America they invented a. Mendel, hold it. Hold it. And if I want to go to America, is that free? Urasov, totally free. You just up and go. Potapovna waddles over to the table, wiggling her crooked hip /. Potapovna, Mendel, sweetie, it's not America we're going to Bessarabia, to buy orchards. Mendel, you mean I just up and go? Urasov, according to science, you have to cross 4 seas: the Black Sea, the Ionian Sea, the Aegean Sea, the Mediterranean, and 2 world oceans, the Atlantic and the Pacific. Mendel, and you said a man can actually fly across the seas? Urasov, he can. Mendel, and can a man fly over mountains, high mountains? Urasov sternly, he can. Mendel grabs his disheveled head, there's no end, no limit. To Ryabtsov. That's it, I'm going. I'm going to Bessarabia. Ryabtsov, and what are you going to do in Bessarabia? Mendel, I'll do whatever I want. Ryabtsov, what can you want? Mendel, listen here, Ryabtsov, I'm still alive. Ryabtsov, you're not alive if God killed you. Mendel, when is it he killed me? Ryabtsov, how old did you say you were? A voice from the tavern, all in all, he's 62. Ryabtsov, it's 62 years that God's been killing you. Mendel, listen Ryabtsov, I'm a lot cleverer than God. Ryabtsov, maybe you're cleverer than the Russian God, but not cleverer than the Jewish God. Mitya brings in another lamp. Following him in single file are 4 fat, sleepy girls in grease-stained smocks. Each is carrying a lit lamp. A blinding light fills the tavern. Mitya, well, a bright and happy Easter to you. Girls. Surround this poor fool with lamps. The girls put down the lamps in front of Mendel. The radiance lights up his crimson face. A voice from the tavern, so we're turning night into day, Mendel. Mendel, there is no end. Potapovna pulls Yurasov by the sleeve. Sir, I beg you, please, have a drink with me. You see, I sell chickens at the market, and those damn peasants always foist the oldest and scrawniest hens on me. Do I have to be chained to those damn hens? My daddy was a gardener, the best gardener that ever was. If an apple tree grows wild, you should see me prune it. A voice from the tavern, are we turning Monday into Sunday, Mendel? Potapovna, her jacket has fallen open over her fat breasts. Vodka, heat, and rapture are stifling her. Mendel will sell off his business and, with the Lord's help, well, get some money and set off with my pretty daughter for those orchards. Lime blossoms, sir, will rain down on us, you know. Mendel, darling, I'm a gardener, you know, I'm my daddy's daughter. Mendel walks over to the counter. Ryabtsov, I used to have eyes. Listen to me, Ryabtsov, my eyes were stronger than telescopes, and what did I do with my eyes? My legs ran faster than locomotives, my legs could walk on water, and what did I do with my legs? I ran from eating slops to the outhouse, from the outhouse to eating slops. I've mopped floors with my face, but now I'm going to garden. Ryabtsov, so go ahead and garden. Who's stopping you? A voice from the tavern, I'm sure there are 1 or 2 people at home who might very well stop him. They'll step on his tail, and that'll be that. Mendel, I ordered songs. Hey, you, musician. Let's have a military tune. You're boring me to death. Come on, let's have some life here. Come on. Quavering, faltering, Myron Popyatnik, flute lets out a piercing melody. Mendel dances, stamping his iron-shod boots. Mitya whispering to Yurasov, are you ready for Fomin, or is it early yet? Yurasov, it's early yet. To the musician. Go for it, Major. A voice from the tavern, there's no point him going for it, the singers are here. Piotr has dragged in the singers. The singers enter blind men in red shirts. They bump into chairs, waving their canes in front of them. Piotr, the blacksmith, is leading them. He is a boisterous man, a friend of Mendel's. Piotr, I dragged these devils out of their beds. We're not going to play, they tell me. It's night, they tell me, night all over the world, we can't play anymore. Do you know who I am? I tell them. Mendel throws himself at the lead singer, a tall, pockmarked blind man. Fedaya, I'm going to Bessarabia. The blind man in a thick, deep bass, good luck, master. Mendel, a song, one last song for me. The blind man, shall we sing the Glorious Sea? Mendel, one last song. The blind men start tuning their guitars. They begin singing in deep bass voices. O holy Baikal glorious sea! My barrel of salmon, my ship so free. Hey, oarsman, whip the waves to and fro. For this brave man has far to go. Mendel hurls an empty bottle at the window. The window shatters. Hit it. Piotr, damn. He's a hero, the son of a bitch. Mitya to Ryabtsov, how much shall we charge for the window? Ryabtsov, that'll be a ruble. Mitya, here's a ruble. Ryabtsov, got it? The blind men sing. Long was I shackled in heavy chains. Over mountains I wandered in the rains. An old comrade helped me run. And I survived to see the sun. Mendel with a blow of his fist he knocks out the window frame, hit it. Piotr, he's Satan incarnate, the old bastard. Voices from the tavern. Go for it? Now he's really celebrating. What do you mean, really celebrating? For him this is normal. It can't be, someone must have died. No one's died. This is his normal celebrating. So, what's the reason? What's he celebrating? Ryabtsov, go find the reason. With one man it's money he celebrates his wealth, with the next it's lack of money he celebrates his poverty. People are always celebrating. The song rings out louder and louder. The sound of the guitars reverberates against the walls, and inflames hearts. A star flickers through the broken window. The sleepy girls stand by the door and sing, propping up their breasts with their rough hands. A sailor, his big legs spread apart, sways and sings in a clear tenor. Shilka and Nerchinsk no longer scare me. Guards in the mountains did not snare me. By beasts of the forest I wasn't torn apart. Henchmen's bullets didn't pierce my heart. Potapovna / drunk and happy, Mendel, darling, drink with me. Let's drink to my sweet pretty daughter. Piotr, he punched the post office clerk in the face. That's the way the old dog is. Then he ripped out the telegraph poles and carried them home on his back. I walked all night and all day long. With watchful eye through towns of Lug. Village women gave bread to make me strong. And village men the tobacco they grew. Mendel, break my back, Nekama. Pour Jewish soup into my veins. He throws himself onto the floor, rolls about, moans, laughs. Voices from the tavern. He's like an elephant. I've seen elephants cry real tears. You're lying. Elephants don't cry. I tell you, I've seen them cry real tears. At the zoo once I taunted an elephant. Mitya / to Urasov, are you ready for Fomin, or is it early yet? Urasov, it's early yet. The singers sing with all their might. The song thunders. The quivering, quaking guitars play full force. O holy Baikal, O glorious sea! A glorious sail, my captain fluttering free. Hey oarsman, whip the waves to and fro. I hear the thunder louder grow. The blind men sing the last lines with vehement, joyful, weeping voices. Finishing the song, they rise and leave as one. Mitya, is that all? The lead singer, that's all. Mendel jumps up, I want a war song. Musicians, some life. Mitya to Urasov, is it time for Fomin, or is it early yet? Urasov, it's time. Mitya winks at Fomin, who is sitting in a far corner. Fomin quickly walks over to Mendel's table. Fomin, I wish you a pleasant evening. Urasov to Mendel, now, my dear friend, this is what we'll do. There's a time for work, and a time for play. He takes out a piece of paper covered with writing. Shall I read it out loud? Fomin, if you're not in the mood to dance, then I guess you should. Urasov, should I just read the final amount? Fomin, I am in agreement with your suggestion. Mendel stares at Fomin and moves away. I ordered some songs. Fomin, don't worry, we'll sing, we'll celebrate, and when it's time to die, we'll die. Urasov reads, rolling his XS, in accordance with the aforementioned points, I cede my carding establishment, with all its assets, as itemized below, to Vasily Elysievich Fomin. Piotr, Fomin, you clown, do you realize what horses you're buying? These horses have carted millions of bushels of corn and half the world's coal. With these horses you're dragging away everything we've got here in Odessa. Urasov, in total, for the sum of 12,000 rubles, of which a third is to be paid on signing, with the additional sum. Mendel points at the Turk, serenely smoking his hookah in the corner. That man sitting there, he's judging me. Piotr, that's true, he's judging you. Come on, let's drink to it. To Fomin. Just watch, he's going to kill somebody. Fomin, I doubt it. Ryabtsov, you're crazy, you fool. That man over there, that Turk, is a holy man. Potapovna, I'm daddy's little girl. Fomin, right here, Mendel, that's where you have to sign. Potapovna thumps Fomin on the chest. This is where he keeps his money, that's where it is. Mendel, I should sign, you said? Dragging his feet, he walks across the tavern to the Turk and sits down next to him. Ha, the girls I've had in my time, my dear fellow. The happiness I have seen. I built a house, I had sons, and the price they're offering me for all that, my dear fellow, is 12,000. And then that's that you lie down and die. The Turk howls, and with his hand touches first his heart and then his forehead. Mendel kisses him tenderly on the lips. Fomin to Potapovna, are you trying to make a Yankel of me? Potapovna, he'll sell, Vasily Elysievich. On my life, he'll sell. Mendel returns to his table, shaking his head. How boring. Mitya, what's boring is that you have to pay up. Mendel, go away. Mitya, no, you have to pay. Mendel, I'll kill you. Mitya, then you'll pay for that too. Mendel lays his head on the table and spits. Saliva hangs from his mouth like a rubber band. Go away, I want to sleep. Mitya, you won't pay? Oi, I'll kill him. Piotr, hold on a minute before you start killing him. First, how much have you been swindling out of him per pint? Mitya flares up, I'm no pushover. I'll rip you to pieces. Without lifting his head, Mendel pulls from his pocket some coins and throws them. They roll on the floor. Mitya runs after them, picking them up. A sleepy girl blows out the lamps. It is dark. Mendel sleeps, his head resting on the table. Fomin to Potapovna, you couldn't hold back, could you? Your tongue scampers like a running dog. You ruined everything. Potapovna wiping her tears from her deep, grimy wrinkles. Vasily Elysievich. It's my daughter I'm sorry for. Fomin, you don't know what sorrow is yet. Potapovna, the Yids have surrounded us like lice. Fomin, a Yid is no obstacle for a clever man. Potapovna, he will sell, Vasily Elysievich. He'll swagger about a bit, but then he'll sell. Fomin slowly, menacingly, but if he doesn't sell, then I swear to you, old woman, by Jesus Christ our Lord, I will come for you and tear the skin off your back. Scene 4. Potapovna attic. Potapovna is wearing a colorful new dress, and is leaning out the window chatting with a neighbor. There is a view of the harbor and the sparkling sea from the window. On the table is a big pile of purchases, rolls of cloth, shoes, a silk umbrella. Neighbor's voice, come over and show off some of your new things. Potapovna, don't worry, I'll be over to see you. Neighbor's voice, here we've been selling chickens in the same market row for 19 years now, and suddenly no more. Potapovna. Potapovna, maybe I won't have to stay chained to those damn chickens for the rest of my life after all. It looks now like I won't have to suffer all my life. Neighbor's voice, it looks like you won't. Potapovna, I bet people can't believe my luck. Neighbor's voice, no, they can't. Everyone would want to have your luck. You could bake it and sell it by the pound. Potapovna laughs, her large body shaking. Not everyone, you see, has a pretty daughter. Neighbor's voice, they say, though, your daughter's a bit too skinny. Potapovna, don't worry, dear. The nearer to the bone, the sweeter the meat. Neighbor's voice, they say his sons are scheming against you. Potapovna, the girl will outweigh the sons. Neighbor's voice, that's what I say, too. Potapovna, it's not like an old man will just drop a young girl like that. Neighbor's voice, I hear he'll buy you some orchards. Potapovna, so, what else are people saying? Neighbor's voice, nothing, really, they're just prattling. I can't make heads or tails of it. Potapovna, I can. I definitely can. What are they saying about the linen? Neighbor's voice, they say the old man set you up with 15 yards. Potapovna, 35 yards. Neighbor's voice, a pair of shoes. Potapovna, 3 pair. Neighbor's voice, when old men fall in love it's deadly. Potapovna, yes, it looks like we won't have to stay chained to those damn chickens. Neighbor's voice, I guess you won't. Come on, dress up and hop over here to show off some of your new things. Potapovna, I'll be over in a bit. See you later, dear. Neighbor's voice, see you later, dear. Potapovna leaves the window. She waddles about the room humming. And opens the closet. She climbs onto a chair and reaches up to the top shelf, where there is a big bottle of liquor. She drinks, and then eats a cream puff. Mendel, festively dressed, enters the room with Maricia. Maricia boisterously, look where our little birdie has hopped up to. Mama, run over to Mozika, will you? Potapovna climbing down from the chair, what do you want me to get? Maricia, some watermelons, and a bottle of wine, and half a dozen smoked mackerel. To Mendel. Give her a ruble. Potapovna, a ruble won't be enough. Maricia, don't try that on me. It'll be enough, there'll even be change. Potapovna, a ruble really won't be enough. Maricia, it will. Come back in an hour. She shoves her mother out the door, slams it shut, and turns the key. Potapovna's voice, I'll be sitting by the gate. If you need me, call. Maricia, fine. She throws her hat onto the table, shakes out her golden hair, and starts plaiting it into a braid. In a ringing voice full of strength and joy, she resumes her interrupted story. So we arrive at the cemetery, we look, it's 1 o'clock and the funeral is over. No one's there, only people kissing in the bushes. My godfather's grave was so pretty, you wouldn't believe it. So I took out the booze, the Madeira you gave me, 2 bottles of it, and ran to get Father Johan. You know Father Johan, he's the little old man with little blue eyes. Mendel is watching Maricia adoringly. He is trembling and mumbles something in answer, what, is unclear. Maricia, Father Johan sang the psalms for the dead, then I poured him a glass of Madeira, wiped the glass with a towel, and he drank. I poured him a second. Maricia has finished braiding her hair, and fluffs the end of her braid. She sits down on the bed, and unties the laces of her fashionable yellow boots. Xenia, in the meantime, is acting like she's forgotten she's at her father's grave. She's putting on airs, acting like a mouse in a bag of wheat, all made up and everything, ogling her fiancé, Sergei Ivanovich, who all the while is making me one sandwich after another. So to spite her I say, excuse me, Sergei Ivanovich, shouldn't you be paying at least a little attention to your fiancé, Xenia Matveyevna? Though I said it straight out, it went in one ear and out the other. So we all drank the Madeira you gave me. Maricia takes off her boots and her stockings. She walks barefoot to the window and pulls the curtain shut. My godmother couldn't stop crying, but then got pink in the face like a little girl, so pretty, you wouldn't believe it. I was drinking too, so I say to Sergei Ivanovich. Maricia uncovers the bed, Kman, let's all go to Langaron beach for a swim. And he says, okay, let's go. Maricia laughs and struggles to take off her dress, which is too tight, and I bet Xenia's back is covered with pimples, and she hasn't washed her carrot feet in 3 years. You should have heard some of the things she called me. Maricia is hidden from her head to her waist by the dress she is trying to struggle out of. She tells me, you're just acting up, all snooty, hankering after the old man's money. They won't let you get your hands on it. Maricia pulls off the dress and jumps into the bed. So I say to her, you know what, Xenia, darling, I say to her, let sleeping dogs lie. Sergei Ivanovich hears us and dies laughing. She stretches out her exquisite, bare, girlish arm to Mendel, and pulls him toward her. She takes off his jacket, and throws it on the floor. So. Come here and say, Marisia darling. Mendel, Marisia, darling. Marisia, say, Marisia, my sweet little darling. The old man wheezes, shivers, half laughing, half crying /. Marisia sweetly, you ugly little pug face, you. Scene 5. The Carding Union Synagogue in the Moldavanka, Odessa's Jewish Quarter Friday evening worship. Lit candles. Cantor Tzvibak, wearing a tallit and boots, is standing in the pulpit. The congregation red-faced Carters is in deafening communion with God, rocking back and forth, spitting, wandering about the synagogue. Stung by the sudden bee of grace, they emit loud exclamations, sing along with the cantor in rough voices, falter and start muttering to themselves, and then loudly start lowing again, like oxen awakened from slumber. In the depths of the synagogue two ancient Jews, bony, hunchbacked giants, their long yellow beards swept to the side, are bent over a volume of the Talmud. Eri Leib, the Shammaz, marches grandly back and forth between the rows of worshippers. A fat man with flushed, puffy cheeks is sitting on the front bench with his 10-year-old son between his knees. He is forcing the boy to look at the prayer book. Benya Krik is sitting on a side bench. Behind him sits Senka Tapun. They give no sign that they know each other. Cantor proclaims, Lku en rano latinanario itzer ishanu. The Carters start singing along. The drone of prayer. Cantor, Arboim shorn okut endwar vamar. In a throttled voice. Eri Leib, rats. Eri Leib, shiru latine shir kadush. Oi, let's sing a new song to God. He goes over to a praying Jew. How are hay prices doing? The Jew rocking back and forth, they ve up. Eri Leib, a lot. The Jew, 52 kopecks. Eri Leib, well hold out, watch it hit 60. Cantor, Lifnia Adonai Kivio mishpoit gurutz. Eri Leib, rats. Eri Leib, enough already, you ruffian. Cantor in a throttled voice, if I see one more rat, there'll be trouble. Eri Leib serenely, Lifnia Adonai Kivio. Oi, I am standing before God. Where do oats stand? Second Jew without interrupting his prayer, a ruble and 4. Eri Leib, I'm going crazy. Second Jew rocks back and forth bitterly, it'll hit a ruble 10. Eri Leib, I'm going crazy. Lifnia Adonai Kivio. Everyone is praying. In the silence, snippets of muffled conversation between Benya Krik and Senka Tapun are heard. Benya bends over his prayer book, well. Senka from behind Benya, I have a job in the works. Benya, what job? Senka, wholesale. Benya, what is it? Senka, cloth. Benya, a lot. Senka, a lot. Benya, police. Senka, don't worry. Benya, night watchman? Senka, he's in on it. Benya, neighbors. Senka, they've agreed to be asleep. Benya, what cut do you want? Senka, half. Benya, forget it. Senka, why, as it is, you're about to lose your inheritance. Benya, I'm going to lose my inheritance, am I? Senka, so where do you stand? Benya, forget it. There is a gunshot. Cantor Tzvibak has shot a rat that was running past the altar. The bored 10-year-old trapped between his father's knees, flails about, trying to break loose. Eri Leib stands. Frozen to the spot, his mouth hanging open. The Talmudists raise their large, indifferent faces. The fat man with the flushed cheeks, Tzvibak. That's a pretty low-down trick. Cantor, my understanding was that I would pray in a synagogue, not a rat-infested pantry. He clicks open his revolver and throws the empty cartridge on the floor. Eri Leib, oi you bastard. Oi, you lout. Cantor pointing at the dead rat with his revolver, look at this rat, O Jews, call in the people. Let the people judge if this is not a rat the size of a cow. Eri lib, bastard. 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 Cantor cold-bloodedly, may there be an end to these rats. He wraps himself up in the tallit and holds a tuning fork to his ear. The boy finally wriggles free from his father's knees, dashes over to the cartridge, snatches it up, and runs off. First Jew, all day long you break your neck working, you come to the synagogue to relax a little and then this. Eri lib shrieks, Jews, this is a sham. Jews, you know not what is taking place here. The milkmen's union is paying this bastard an extra 10 rubles. So why don't you go to the milkmen, you bastard, and kiss their you-know-whats? Senka bangs his fist down on his prayer book, can we have some quiet? This isn't a marketplace. Cantor solemnly, Ms. Moyer I David. Everyone prays. Benya, so. Senka, there are people we can use. Benya, what people? Senka, Georgians. Benya, they have weapons. Senka, they have weapons. Benya, where do you know them from? Senka, they live next to your buyer. Benya, what buyer? Senka, the one who's buying your business. Benya, what business? Senka, your business, your lands, your house, your carting establishment. Benya turns around, are you crazy? Senka, he said so himself. Benya, who said? Senka, Mendel, your father, said so himself. He's going with Marasiya to Bessarabia to buy orchards. The hum of prayer. The Jews are moaning intricately. Benya, are you crazy? Senka, everyone knows it. Benya, swear it's true. Senka, may I not see happiness in this life. Benya, swear on your mother. Senka, may I find my mother lying in a pool of blood. Benya, swear again, you piece of shit. Senka scornfully, you're such a fool. Cantor, Baruch Ado Adonai. Scene 6. The Crikes * courtyard. Sunset. It is 7 o'clock in the evening. Benya is sitting by the stable on a cart with its shafts raised, cleaning a revolver. Lyovka is leaning against the stable door. Eri lib is explaining the profundities the Song of Songs to Ivan, the boy who had run out of the synagogue on Friday evening. Nikifor is nervously pacing up and down the courtyard. He is obviously worried about something. Benya, the time is coming. Make way for time. Lyovka, he should have his throat cut, like a pig. Benya, the time is coming. Step aside, Lyovka. Make way for time. Eri lib, the Song of Songs teaches us, by night on my bed I sought him whom my soul loveth. What does the great commentator Rashi tell us about these words? Nikifor points at Benya and Lyovka, and says to Eri lib, look at them. They planted themselves by the stable like oak trees. Eri lib, this is what the great Rashi tells us, by night means by day and by night. On my bed I sought who was seeking? Rashi asks. Israel was seeking. The people of Israel were seeking. Him whom my soul loveth. Whom does Israel love? Rashi asks. Israel loves the Torah, and the Torah loves Israel. Nikifor, what I want to know is, what are they loafing by the stable for? Benya, that's right, go on shouting. Nikifor pacing up and down the courtyard. I know what I know. My horse collars keep disappearing. I can suspect whoever I want. Eri lib, here an old man is trying to teach the law to a child, and you, Nikifor, keep interfering. Nikifor, why have they planted themselves by the stable like damn oak trees? Benya takes his revolver apart and cleans it. Nikifor, I see you're all nerves. Nikifor shouts sy, but his voice is weak, I'm not your slave. If you want to know, I have a brother who lives out in the country, still in his prime. If you want to know, my brother would gladly take me in. Benya, shout, shout as much as you want before you die. Nikifor to Erilib, old man, tell me why they're doing this to me. Erilib raises his bleary eyes and looks at Nikifor. I'm trying to teach the law, and you're bellowing like a cow. Is this how things should be in this world? Nikifor, your eyes are open, old man, but you do not see. Nikifor leaves? Benya, our Nikifor seems a little worried. Erilib, by night on my bed I sought, whom was she seeking? What does Rashi teach us? The boy, Rashi teaches us, she was seeking the Torah. Loud voices are heard. Benya, the time is coming. Step aside, Lyovka. Make way for time. Mendel, Bobernetz, Nikifor, and Piatarubal enter. Piatarubal is slightly tipsy. Bobernetz. Deafeningly loud, if you're not going to cart my wheat down to the harbor, Mendel, then who the hell will? If I'm not going to come to you, Mendel, then who should I go to? Mendel, I'm not the only carter in the world. There's other carters besides me. Bobernetz, you're the only carter in Odessa, or are you trying to send me over to Butsis with his three-legged mules, or to Zuraflenko with his broken-down tubs? Mendel, not looking at his sons, someone's hanging around my stables again. Nikifor, they've struck root there, like damn oak trees. Bobernetz, you'll harness 10 pairs of horses for me tomorrow. Mendel, you'll cart the wheat for me, you'll get the money, down a bottle of vodka, sing a few songs. Ai, Mendel. Piatarubal, ai, Mendel. Mendel, why are people hanging around my stables? Nikifor, master, for God's sake. Mendel, well. Nikifor, run for it, master. Your sons. Mendel, my sons what? Nikifor, your sons are out to get you. Benya jumps down from the cart. His head down, he speaks distinctly, Papa, I happen to hear, from strangers, no less both my brother, Lyovka, and I, we both heard that you intend to sell the family business into which we have sunk a gold ruble or two and our own sweat. Neighbors working in their yards come to see what is happening. Mendel looking down, people, neighbors. Benya, did we hear right, me and my brother Lyovka? Mendel, people, neighbors, take a look at my own flesh and blood. He raises his head and his voice gets stronger, my very own flesh and blood, lifting a hand to strike me. Benya, did we hear right, me and my brother Lyovka? Mendel, you won't get me. He throws himself at Lyovka, punches him in the face, and knocks him down. Lyovka, we will get you. The sky is flooded by a blood-red sunset. Mendel and Lyovka roll on the ground, punching each other in the face. They roll behind a shed. Nikifor leaning against the wall, oh, what sin? Bobernetz, Lyovka. Hitting your own father. Benya in a desperate voice, I swear to you on my life. He has thrown everything, our horses, our house, our life, he has thrown everything at the feet of that whore. Nikifor, oh, what sin? Piatarubal, till kill anyone who tries to separate them. Don't anyone dare touch them. Wheezing and groaning is heard from behind the shed. Piatarubal, the man is yet to be born who can stand up to Mendel. Erilib to the boy, Ivan, get out of the yard. Piatarubal, I'm ready to put 100 rubles down. Erilib, Ivan, get out of the yard. Mendel and Lyovka roll out from behind the shed. They jump to their feet, but Mendel knocks Lyovka down again. Bobernetz, Lyovka. Hitting your own father. Mendel, you won't get me. He starts kicking his son. Piatarubal, I'm ready to put 100 rubles down for anyone who's interested. Mendel has won. Some of Lyovka's teeth are broken, tufts of his hair have been pulled out. Mendel, you won't get me. Benya, just watch us. With great force Benya hits his father on the head with the butt of his revolver. Mendel falls down. Silence. The sunset's blazing forests of cloud sink lower and lower. Nikifor, they be killed him. Pyatarubal bends over Mendel, who is lying motionless on the ground. Mendel. Lyovka gets up, steadying himself with his fists. He is crying, stamping his feet, he kicked me below the belt, the bastard. Pyatarubal, Mendel. Benya turns to the crowd of bystanders, what are you all doing here? Pyatarubal, and I say it's not night yet. Night is still 1,000 versts away. Eri live on his knees next to Mendel, to Pyatarubal, oi, Russian man, why say that it's not night yet when it is plain to see that this man is as good as gone? Lyovka crooked streams of tears and blood run down his face, he kicked me below the belt, the bastard. Pyatarubal, 2 against 1. He staggers toward the exit. Eri live to the boy, get out of the yard, Ivan. Pyatarubal, 2 against 1. It's a disgrace for all Moldavanka. He stumbles off. Eri live wipes Mendel's injured head with a wet handkerchief. On the other side of the courtyard, Nekama Wild, Dirty Grey is hovering about in disbelief. She comes and kneels down next to Eri live. Nekama, don't be silent, Mendel. Bobernets to Mendel, in a deep voice, stop fooling around, you old clown. Nekama, yell something, Mendel. Bobernets, get up, you old carter. Wet your whistle, down a bottle of vodka. Lyovka is sitting on the ground with his legs apart. Slowly he spits out long ribbons of blood. Benya chases the crowd of bystanders into a corner of the courtyard. He grabs a young man of about 20 by his shirt, get the hell out. Silence. Evening. A blue darkness has fallen, but above the darkness the sky is still hot, crimson, and pitted with fiery holes. Scene 7. The Crike's * cart shed a pile of horse collars, unharnessed buggies, harnesses. A part of the courtyard is visible. Benya is sitting at a small table near the doors, writing something. Semyon, an awkward, bald-headed peasant, is arguing with him, while Madame Popyatnik paces up and down. Major, his legs dangling, sits out in the yard, on a cart with its shafts raised. A new sign is leaning against the wall. On it, in gold letters, Horse Carting Establishment, Mendel Crick and Sons. Garlands of horseshoes and crossed whips surround the letters. Semyon, I don't care. What I want is my money. Benya continues writing, why so rude, Semyon? Semyon, give me my money, or 111 cut your throat. Benya, my dear man, I spit on you. Semyon, where did you hide the old man? Benya, the old man is sick. Semyon, right here on the wall, this is where he wrote how much he owed for the oats, how much for the hay, all nice and clear. And he always paid up. 20 years I drove for him, and he was always fair and square. Benya gets up, you drove for him, but you're not going to drive for me, he wrote on the wall, but I'm not going to write on the wall he paid you, but as for me, I very well might not pay you, because Madame Popyatnik looks at the peasant with extreme disapproval. When a man is such an idiot it's disgusting. Benya, because, with me, my dear fellow, you might well die before you eat your supper tonight. Semyon frightened but still defiant, I want my money. Madame Popyatnik, I am no philosopher, Monsieur Crick, but I can plainly see that there are people in this world who have no right to be alive. Benya, Nikifor. Nikifor enters, looking about sheepishly. He speaks reluctantly. Nikifor, present. Benya, settle up with Semyon and go over to Groshev's. Nikifor, the day laborers are here and want to know who will be doing the hiring. Benya, till be doing the hiring. Nikifor, and the cook is kicking up a fuss too because she pawned off her samovar to the master. Now she wants to know who she has to pay to get it back. Benya, she has to pay me. Settle up the business with Semyon, and bring back 500 poods of hay from Groshev. Semyon /stunned, 500? 20 years I been carting. Madam Popyatnik, when a man has money, he can buy hay and oats and even nicer things. Benya, and oats, 200 poods. Semyon, I wouldn't say no to carting for you. Benya, Semyon, lose my address. Semyon needs his hat, looks away, walks off, returns for a moment, and then walks off again. Madam Popyatnik, a damn peasant giving you all this trouble. My God, if everyone suddenly remembered who owes them money. This very morning I was telling my husband, Major, husband, darling, I would never ask for those miserable 2 rubles that Mendel Crick owes us. Major in a hoarse, melodious voice, 1 ruble, 95 kopecks. Benya, what 2 rubles? Madam Popyatnik, please, it's not even worth mentioning, really, good heavens, it's not even worth mentioning. Last Thursday, you see, Monsieur Crick was in a fabulous mood, and ordered marching tunes. To her husband. How many were there? Major, marching tunes. 9. Madam Popyatnik, and then he wanted dance tunes. Major, 21 dance tunes. Madam Popyatnik, that comes to 1 ruble, 95. Paying musicians has always been a top priority with Monsieur Crick. Nikifor enters, dragging his feet. He is looking to the side. Nikifor, Potapovna is here. Benya, what do I care who's here and who isn't? Nikifor, she's making threats. Benya, what do I care who's? Potapovna bursts in, hobbling, waving her enormous hip. She is drunk. She throws herself to the floor and stares up at Benya with dull, fixed eyes. Potapovna, Tsars in heaven. Benya, yes, Madam Potapovna. Potapovna, Tsars in heaven. Nikifor, she's come to make trouble. Potapovna winks, why yid bubbles are humming, the bubbles are bouncing about in my head why. Benya, get to the point, Madam Potapovna. Potapovna bangs her fist on the floor, you're right. You're right. Let the clever man measure, and the pig dance the measureika. Madam Popyatnik, what a sophisticated lady. Potapovna throws some coins on the floor, here are the 40 kopecks I earned today. I got up before dawn, it was still dark, and waited for the peasants on Baltskaya Street. She lifts her head to the sky. I wonder what time it is now. Maybe 3 o'clock. Benya, get to the point, Madam Potapovna. Potapovna, why, blue bubbles. Benya, Nikifor. Nikifor, yes. Potapovna wags her fat, weak, drunken finger at Nikifor, and now, Nikisha, my own daughter is knocked up. Madam Popyatnik /Totyers, burning with excitement, oh, what a scandal. What a scandal. Benya, what are you doing here, Madam Popyatnik? What do you want? Madam Popyatnik staggers, her eyes sparkling and fluttering with excitement, I'm going. God willing we will meet again, in happiness, in joy, in a blessed hour, in a happy minute. She grabs her husband by the hand and starts backing out of the room. She turns around, her eyes crossed and flickering like black flames. Major follows his wife, wiggling his fingers. They leave. Potapovna smearing her tears over her flabby, wrinkled face. At night I went to her, felt her breasts. I feel her breasts every night. They're already filled with milk, they don't even fit my hands anymore. Benya, his sparkle has left him. He speaks quickly, glancing furtively behind him, what month? Potapovna, she stares fixedly up at Benya from where she's lying on the floor, 4th. Benya, you're lying. Potapovna, okay, 3rd. Benya, what do you want from us? Potapovna, why, blue bubbles. Benya, What do you want? Potapovna tying her kerchief, a cleanup costs 100 rubles. Benya, 25. Potapovna, I'll bring in the dock workers. Benya, you'll bring in the dock workers? Nikifor. Nikifor, present. Benya, go upstairs and ask my papa if I should hand over 25. Potapovna, 100. Benya, 25 rubles for a cleanup, or doesn't he want one? Nikifor, I won't go. Benya, you won't? Benya rushes over to the calico curtains that divide the carting shed in two. Nikifor grabs Benya by the arm. Young man, I'm not afraid of God. I saw God and wasn't frightened. I will kill without being frightened. The curtain stirs and parts. Mendel enters. He is carrying his boots slung over his shoulder. His face is blue and swollen, like the face of a dead man. Mendel, unlock the gates. Potapovna, oh, my God. Nikifor, master. Erilib and Lyovka approach the cart shed. Mendel, unlock the gates. Potapovna crawls on the floor. Oh, my God. Benya, go back upstairs to your wife, Papa. Mendel, unlock the gates for me, Nikifor, old friend. Nikifor falls on his knees. I beg you, master, don't grovel before me, a simple man. Mendel, why won't you unlock the gates, Nikifor? Why won't you let me leave this courtyard where I have served my life sentence? Mendel's voice becomes more powerful, his eyes glitter. This courtyard, it has seen me be the father of my children, the husband of my wife, the master of my horses. It has seen my strength, and that of my 20 stallions and my 12 carts, reinforced with iron. It has seen my legs, huge as pillars, and my arms, my evil arms, but now unlock the gates for me, my dear sons, today let me for once do as I wish. Let me leave this courtyard that has seen too much. Benya, go back in the house, Papa, to your wife. He approaches his father. Mendel, don't hit me, Benchik. Lyovka, don't hit him. Benya, what low-down people. Pause. How could you? Pause. How could you say what you just said? Erilib to the onlookers, don't you all see that you shouldn't be here? Benya, animals. Animals. Benya rushes out. Lyovka follows him. Erilib leads Mendel to the couch. Well, rest a bit, Mendel, we'll take a little nap. Potapovna gets up from the floor and begins to cry, they've killed the poor darling. Erilib helps Mendel onto the couch behind the curtain. You'll take a little nap, Mendel. Potapovna throws herself onto the floor by the couch, and starts kissing Mendel's hand which is hanging down limply. My little son, my sweet little darling. Erilib covers Mendel's face with a kerchief, sits down, and begins speaking in a quiet, distant voice. Once upon a time, in the distant past, there lived a man named David. He was a shepherd and then he was a king, the king of Israel's army and Israel's wise men. Potapovna sobbing, my sweet darling. Erilib, David experienced wealth and experienced glory, but he was not satiated. Strength brings thirst, only grief quenches the heart. Having grown old, King David saw Bathsheba, General Uriah's wife, on the roofs of Jerusalem, under the skies of Jerusalem. Bathsheba's breasts were beautiful, her legs were beautiful, her gaiety was great. And General Uriah was sent into battle, and the king coupled with Bathsheba, the wife of a man not yet dead. Her breasts were beautiful, her gaiety was great. Scene 8. The Crike's dining room. Evening. The room is brightly lit by a homemade hanging lamp, candles in candelabras, and old-fashioned blue lamps fixed to the wall. Madame Popyatnik, wearing a silk dress, is busy bustling about a table decorated with flowers and filled with food and wine. Major is sitting silently in the back of the room. His paper shirt front is jutting out, his flute is lying on his knees. He is twiddling his fingers and bobbing his head from side to side. There are many guests. Some are strolling in groups about the open rooms, others sitting along the walls. The pregnant Klasha Zubrieva enters the room. She is wearing a shawl with a gigantic flower pattern. Lyovka, wearing a Hussar parade uniform, stumbles in after her, drunk. Lyovka barks out cavalry orders. Horsemen, friends. Forward trot. If your horses are hungry, then feed them a lot. Klasha laughs out loud, oi, my belly. Oi, I'm going to miscarry. Lyovka. Mount your horses, left leg high. Hold on tight, or you will fly. Klasha, oi, I'm dying. They stroll on, passing Boyarsky, who is wearing a frock coat, and Dvora Krik. Boyarsky, Mademoiselle Krik, I don't call black white, nor am I the kind of man who would permit himself to call white black. With 3,000, we can set up a pret-a-porter boutique on Deribasovskaya Street, and get happily married. Dvora, it's got to be the whole 3,000, all at once? Boyarsky, right now we're in the middle of July, and July is in September. Light overcoats move in July, ladies' coats in September. And after September, you ask? Nothing. September, October, November, December. I don't call night day, nor am I the kind of man who would allow himself to call day night. They stroll on. Benya and Bobernets enter. Benya, is everything ready, Madame Popyatnik? Madame Popyatnik, even Tsar Nicholas II wouldn't turn up his nose at such a table. Bobernets, explain your idea to me, Benya. Benya, this is my idea, a Jew no longer in the prime of life, a Jew who used to go about naked, barefoot, and filthy like a convict on Sakhalin Island. And now that, thank God, he is getting up there in years, it is time to put an end to this life sentence of hard labor. It is time to turn the Sabbath into Sabbath. Boyarsky and Dvora stroll by. Boyarsky, September, October, November, December. Dvora, but then, Boyarsky, I also want you to love me, at least a little. Boyarsky, what am I supposed to be doing with you if I won't be loving you? Turn you into meatballs? You make me laugh. They stroll by. Near the wall under a blue lamp, sit a poised cattle dealer and a thick-legged young man in a three-piece suit. The young man is carefully cracking sunflower seeds with his teeth and putting the shells in his pocket. Thick-legged young man, pow. A right hook in the face. Pow. A left hook and wham, the old man went down. Cattle dealer, ha. Even the Tartars respect their elders. Walking through life, oh the toil, oh the strife. Thick-legged young man, if he had lived by the book, but he spits out a shell. He did whatever he wanted. So what's there to respect? Cattle dealer, you're an idiot. Thick-legged young man, Benya bought more than 1,000 poods of hay. Cattle dealer, for the old man 100 was enough. Thick-legged young man, either way, they're going to cut the old man's throat. Cattle dealer, yids. Their own father? Thick-legged young man, they'll slit the old man's throat, all right. Cattle dealer, you're an idiot. Benya and Bobernets stroll by. Bobernets, but what do you want, Benya? Benya, I want the Sabbath to be Sabbath. I want us to be people as good as anyone else. I want to walk with my legs on the ground and my head held high. Do you understand what I'm saying, Bobernets? Bobernets, I understand what you're saying, Benya. By the wall next to Piatarubal, sit Mr. and Mrs. Wiener, smothered by the greatness of their wealth. Piatarubal seeking their sympathy in vain, he used to rip the belts off policemen and beat the clerk at the main post office. He'd down a gallon of vodka on an empty stomach. He had all of Odessa by the throat. That's what the old man was like. Wiener keeps rolling his heavy, slobbering tongue, but it's impossible to make out what he is saying. Piotr timidly, the gentleman has a speaking problem? Madame Wiener viciously, what do you think? Dvora and Boyarsky stroll by. Boyarsky, September, October, November, December. Dvora, and I do want a child, Boyarsky. Boyarsky, absolutely. A child in a pret-a-porter boutique is very pretty, it looks good. As for a child without a business, how will that look? Madame Popyatnik bursts in with great excitement. Madame Popyatnik, Benzgaria is here. Rabbi. Benzgaria. The room fills with guests. Among them are Dvora, Lyovka, Benya. Clashes Yubrieva, Senka Topun, pomaded cart drivers, waddling shopkeepers, and giggling peasant women. Thick-legged young man, when money beckons, even the rabbi comes running. And here he is. Eri Leib and Bobernetz will in a large armchair. Almost hidden in its plush depths is Benzgaria's shriveled little body. Benzgaria shrilly, Don has only sneezed, and in heaven the Lord is washing himself with red water. Bobernetz laughs out loud / expecting an intricate answer, why red, Rabbi? Benzgaria, and I am still lying on my back, like a cockroach. Bobernetz, why on your back, Rabbi? Benzgaria, every morning God turns me on my back so I cannot pray. My prayers are getting on God's nerves. Bobernetz roars with laughter. Benzgaria, the chickens haven't gotten up yet, and Eri Leib wakes me, quick. Get over to the cricks, Rabbi. They're having a feast. You'll get food, you'll get drink. Benya, you'll get food, you 11 get drink, whatever your heart desires, Rabbi. Benzgaria, whatever my heart desires. You mean you'll give away your horses too? Benya, I will give away my horses too. Benzgaria, in that case, Jews, run to the funeral brotherhood and harness his horses to their hearse and take me too. Where do you think? Bobernetz, where to, Rabbi? Benzgaria, to the second Jewish cemetery, you idiot. Bobernetz roars with laughter, snatches the yarmulke off the rabbi head, and kisses his bald, pink pate. Oi, he's a wild man. Oi, he's a clever man. Eri Leib introduces Benya, that's him, Rabbi, Mendel's son, Ben Zion. Benzgaria chews his lip, Ben Zion. Son of Zion. He is silent. Nightingales are not fed with fables, son of Zion, nor women with wisdom. Lyovka in a deafening voice, get to your chairs, you riffraff, get your backsides to some stools. Klasha shakes her head, smiles, oi, he's a lively one. Benya throws his brother an indignant look, my dear friends, please be seated. Monsieur Bobernetz will sit next to the rabbi. Benzgaria squirms in his armchair, why should I sit next to this Jew who's as long as our exile from the Holy Land has been? He points at Klasha. Let the National Bank sit next to me. Bobernetz anticipating a new witticism, why National Bank? Benzgaria, she's better than the National Bank. Make a nice deposit in her, and she'll yield such a percentage that wheat will wilt with envy. Make a bad deposit in her, and all her guts will creak in order to change your broken down kopeck into a golden one. She's better than a bank, better than a bank. Bobernetz raises his finger, you must listen to his words. Benzgaria, but where is our Star of Israel? Where is the master of this house? Where is Rabbi Mendel Crick? Lyovka, he is sick today. Benya, no, he is feeling well. Nikifor. Nikifor appears in the doorway in his shabby peasant coat. Benya, have Papa and his wife come down. Silence. Nikifor in a desperate voice, ladies and gentlemen. Benya very slowly, have Papa come down. Eri Leib, Benya, we Jews don't cover our fathers with shame in front of everyone. Lyovka, Rabbi, no man has ever tortured a wild boar the way Benya is torturing Papa. Wiener babbles indignantly, splattering spit. Benya bends down to Madame Wiener. What is he saying? Madame Wiener, he is saying shame and disgrace. I libe, Jews don't do such things, Benya. Klasha, you raise sons and. Benya, I libe, old man, old matchmaker, Shamaz of the Carter's synagogue and funeral cantor, why don't you tell me how things should be done properly? He bangs his fist down on the table, and speaks with a pause after each word / accompanied by a thump off his fist. Have Papa come down. Nikifor disappears. Benya is standing in the middle of the room, his head hanging, his legs far apart. The blood is slowly rising to his head. Utter stillness. Only Ben Zkhariai senseless muttering breaks the agonizing silence. Ben Zechariah, God bathes in red water in heaven. He falls silent, squirms in his armchair. Why red, why not white? Because red is merrier than white. The two halves of the side door creak, groan, and then open. All faces turn in that direction. Mendel appears, his face bruised and powdered. He is wearing a new suit. With him is Nekema, wearing a bonnet and a heavy velvet dress. Benya, my friends, sitting here in my house. Permit me to raise this glass to my father, the hard-working Mendel Crick, and his wife, Nekema Borisovna, who have walked 35 years along the road of life together. Dear friends, we know full well, that no one has paved this road with cement, no one has placed benches along this long road. And then there's all the hordes of people who come running down that road, who haven't made it any easier, they've made it harder. My friends, sitting here in my house. What I ask is that you don't water the wine in your glasses, or the wine in your hearts. Wiener babbles rapturously. Benya, what is he saying? Madame Wiener, he is saying hurrah. Benya without looking at anyone, teach me, I libe. He pours wine for his mother and father. Our guests are honoring you, Papa. Say a word or two. Mendel looks around, and very quietly says, to your health. Benya, what Papa is trying to say is that he's donating 100 rubles. Cattle dealer, and then they talk about Jews. Benya, Papa is donating 500. To whom should he donate, Rabbi? Ben Zechariah, to whom? Jews. A girl's milk should not be left to curdle. He must donate the money to brides with no dowries. Bobernetz bursts out laughing, oi, he's a wild man. Oi, he's a clever man. Madam Popyatnik, do we want a flourish from the band now? Benya, yes, we do. A doleful flourish resounds through the room. A row of guests with glasses in their hands files toward Mendel and Nekema. Clashes Yubrieva, to your health, Grandpa. Senka Topon, a wagon load of fun, Papa. 100,000 in pocket money. Benya without looking at anyone, teach me, I libe. Bobernetz, Mendel, may God give me a son like your son. Lyovka calls out across the table, Papa. Don't be angry. Papa, you've had your fun and games. Cattle dealer, and then they talk about Jews. I know twice as much about Jews as you do. Piataribal makes his way across to Benya and tries to kiss him, you'll buy us and you'll sell us, you devil, you, and then tie us in a knot. Loud sobbing is heard behind Benya. Tears are flowing down I libe's cheeks and into his beard. He shudders, and kisses Benya's shoulder. I libe, 50 years, Benchik. 50 years together with your father. He shouts hysterically. He was a good father to you, Benya. Wiener suddenly attains the gift of speech, take him away. Madam Wiener, well, 111 be damned. Boyarsky, I libe. You're mistaken, this is a time for laughter. Wiener, take him away. I libe sobs, you had a good father, Benya. Mendel turns ashen under his powder. He holds out a new handkerchief to Erilibe, who uses it to wipe away his tears. Erilibe is laughing and crying. Bobernets, you blockhead, you're not in your cemetery now. Piatarubal, you can search the whole world over, you'll never find a second Benchik. I'll wager anything. Benya, dear friends, be seated. Lyovka, get your backsides to some stools, you riff-raff. The thunder of chairs being moved. They seat Mendel between the rabbi and clashes Yubrieva. Benskaria, Jews. Piatarubal, quiet, now. Benskaria, the old fool Benskaria wants to say a word. Lyovka slumps forward onto the table, snorting with contempt, but Benya shakes him, and he becomes quiet. Benskaria, Jews. Day is day, and night is night. Day drenches us with the sweat of our toil, but night offers its fans of divine coolness. Joshua, son of Nun, who stopped the sun, was nothing but a crazed fool. Jesus of Nazareth, who stole the sun, was an evil madman. And here is Mendel Crick, a member of our synagogue, who has turned out to be no cleverer than Joshua, son of Nun. He wanted to warm himself in the sun all his life he wanted to stand where he stood at midday. But God has policemen on every street, and Mendel Crick had sons in his house. The policemen come and see to it that things are as they should be. Day is day, and night is night. Jews. Everything is as it should be. Let's down a glass of vodka. Lyovka, let's down a glass of vodka. The shrill sound offloads, the clinking of glasses, incoherent shouts, thunderous laughter. Maria. A play in 8 acts. Babel's second play, Maria, is set during the Russian Civil War, 1918 to 1920. Class distinctions had abruptly vanished, and aristocrats, smugglers, and Jewish mobsters were thrown together on the fringes of Soviet society. Although it was felt that the play was too controversial to be performed in the Soviet Union, it was published in 1935 both as a book F. Goslitzdati, and in the magazine Teeter I Dramaturgia. Characters: Nikolai Vasilievich Mukhovnin, a former aristocrat and quartermaster general in the Tsar's army. Ludmila Nikolaevna Mukhovnina, his daughter. Katerina Vyacheslavovna Felsen, Katya. Isaac Markovich Dimshits. Sergei Ilarionovich Golitsyn, a former prince. Nefidovna, the Mukhovnin's nanny. Evstignevich, a disabled war veteran. Vishenkov, a disabled war veteran. Philip, a disabled war veteran. Viskovsky, a former captain of the guards. Yasha Kravchenko. Madame Dora. A police inspector. Kalmykova, a maid in the hotel at Nevsky Prospect, 86. Agasha, a female janitor. Andrei, a floor polisher. Kuzma, a floor polisher. Sushkin. Safonova, worker. Elena, his wife. Nyasha. A policeman. A drunk man at the police station. A Red Army fighter just in from the front. The action takes place in Petrograd during the first years of the revolution. Scene 1. A hotel on the Nevsky Prospect. Isaac Markovich Dimshits, a hotel room, dirty and piled high with sacks, boxes, furniture. 2 crippled war veterans, Vishenkov and Evstignevich, are unwrapping packets of food. Evstignevich, a stout man with a large red face, has had both legs amputated above the knee. Vishenkov has an empty, pinned-up sleeve. Both veterans are wearing medals and a St. George cross on their chests. Dimshits is calculating profits on an abacus. Evstignevich, they hassled us the whole way. Back when Zandberg was running the checkpoint at Vyrotsah 1, he used to let us do our thing, but they sent him packing. Vishenkov, we're being hassled too much, Isaac Markovich. Dimshits, is Korolev still there? Evstignevich, what do you mean, still there? They finished him off. No wonder we're being hassled, what with all the checkpoint guards being new. Vishenkov, Getting our hands on produce is getting tougher, Isaac Markovich. The moment you get to know a checkpoint guard, he gets replaced by a new one. If they just snatched your stuff, that would be one thing, but you never know when they're going to hold a gun to your head. Evstignevik, and you can't keep up with them. Every day they come up with new tricks. Last night we pulled in at Tsarskoye Selo station and they started shooting. We say, hey. What's going on? We thought the government was being overthrown again, and that they were overthrowing it by shooting everyone in sight. Bishenkov, today they grabbed a lot of produce from us. For the street kids, they said. There's a whole colony of them at Tsarskoye Selo. Evstignevik, yeah, right. Kids with beards on their faces. Bishenkov, if a man's hungry, he'll grab whatever food he can for himself. Yes, if he's hungry, for himself lo. Dims hits, where's Philip? I been worried about him. Why did you drop him and run? Bishenkov, we didn't drop him and run, Isaac Markovich. He got cold feet. Evstignevik, someone's been talking to him. Bishenkov, it's tyranny, that's what it is. Evstignevik, well, take Philip himself, he's a big, strong man, you notice him right away, but he's got no guts, his insides are weak. We drive up to the station, they're shooting, everyone's screaming, falling. I tell him, Philip, I tell him, we'll get over to Zagorodny Boulevard with no hassle, all the guards are friends. But Philip's falling apart right before my eyes. I'm afraid to go, he tells me. Well, if you're afraid, I tell him, then stay right where you are. Vodka smuggling is no big deal, you'll just get a kick in the pants, so what are you worried about? All you've got is one load of alcohol. But he was already lying there flat on his belly. A strong man, strong as a horse, but no guts. Bishenkov, we're all hoping he'll turn up. We haven't seen hide nor hair of him. Dims hits, how much did you pay for the sausage? Bishenkov, we got sausage for 18,000, Isaac Markovich, and it tastes awful. Nowadays you can be in Petrograd or out in Vitebsk, you get sausage from the same factory. Evstignevik opens a secret cubbyhole in the wall and stashes the food there, they're ruining Russia. Dims hits, how much was the grain? Bishenkov, the grain was 9,000. There's nothing you can do about it. They're not interested in selling. They're just waiting for you to open your mouth. I can't tell you how greedy these dealers have gotten. Evstignevik hides loaves of bread in the wall, my wife toiled over the oven to bake these. She sends her regards. Dims hits, how are the kids? Doing well? Bishenkov, the kids are doing well. Very well indeed. They're all wearing fur coats, they're rich. The wife asks if you'll come and visit. Dims hits, like I have nothing else to do. He flips the beads on the abacus. Bishenkov. Bishenkov, yes. Dims hits, I don't see no profits. Bishenkov, getting our hands on food is getting tougher. Dims hits, I don't see no profits. Bishenkov, you won't see no profits. Me and Evstignevik, we've been thinking that we should start handling some other product. There's a lot of bulk to this merchandise here, flour is bulky, grain is bulky, leg of veal is also bulky. We've got to move over to something else, saccharin, or gems. Diamonds are great. You pop them in your mouth and they're gone. Dims hits, Philip's disappeared. I'm worried about him. Evstignevik, I guess they must have broken all his bones by now. Bishenkov, before the revolution you could live quite well as a crippled veteran, but now. Evstignevik, now you can forget it, it's all about education. In the past, soldiers got a hell of a lot of respect, now it's zilch. How come you're an invalid, this fellow asks me. A shell blew both my legs off, I tell him. What's so special about that, he asks me. Your legs got blown off right away without no suffering. You didn't have no suffering. So I ask him, what do you mean, no suffering? Well, he says, it's common knowledge, you were chloroformed when they took your legs off, you didn't feel nothing. It's just that you can't come to grips with your toes kind of act up, itch, even though they've been chopped off, that's the only problem. And how, I ask him, do you happen to know all this? It's easy enough, he tells me, everyone's educated now, thanks to those sons of bitches in charge. Ha! I can tell how educated everyone is now, the way they kick crippled veterans off trains. What do you want to kick me off the train for? I'm a cripple. We're throwing you off because goddamn Russia's sick and tired of all the cripples. And he throws me off the train like a bundle of rags. I'm really upset at what our people have turned into. Viskovsky enters in riding breeches and a jacket. His shirt is unbuttoned. Dims hits, is that you? Viskovsky, it's me. Dims hits, so you forgot how to say hello? Viskovsky, did Ludmila Nikolaevna come to see you? Dims hits. Dims hits, did the dog grab your hello and run away with it? So what's it to you if she came to see me? Viskovsky, I know you've got Mukovnan's ring, and her sister, Maria Nikolaevna, couldn't have given it to you. Dims hits, who says it had to be people who gave it me? Viskovsky, how do you get that ring? Dims hits. Dims hits, I was given it to sell. Viskovsky, so sell it to me. Dims hits, why should I sell it to you? Viskovsky, ever tried your hand at being a gentleman? Dims hits. Dims hits, I'm always a gentleman. Viskovsky, gentlemen don't ask questions. Dims hits, those people want hard currency for the ring. Viskovsky, you owe me £50 sterling. Dims hits, what for, if I may ask? Viskovsky, for the thread deal. Dims hits, you mean the deal you messed up? Viskovsky, in the cavalry guard they didn't teach us the ins and outs of the thread trade. Dims hits, you messed up the deal because you're hot-headed. Viskovsky, so give me 40, maestro, and 111, mend my ways. Dims hits, how are you going to mend your ways if you never listen? You're told to do one thing, and you go do something completely different. In the war you were a captain or a count, whatever you were. Maybe it's good to be hot-headed in war, but when pulling off a deal, a merchant has to watch where he puts his foot. Viskovsky, yes sir. Dims hits, and there's something else I'm pissed off about, Viskovsky. What was that trick you pulled with bringing me that princess? Viskovsky, I thought the more refined, the better. Dims hits, didn't you know Ludmila Nikolaevna was a virgin? Viskovsky, the best tsimis you can get your hands on. Dims hits, thank you, I don't need that kind of tsimis. I am a humble man, Captain Viskovsky, and I wouldn't want the princess to come to me like the mother of God from an icon and look at me with eyes like silver spoons. Remember what we'd agreed on? Yes or no? I don't mind if it's a woman pushing 30, that's what we agreed on, or 35, a housewife who's having a hard time making ends meet and who'd take the grain and the bread I'd give her, along with the pound of cocoa for her kids, without yelling, you goddamn bootlegger, you dirted me, you used me. Viskovsky, there's still the younger Mukovnina. Dims hits, that one's a liar. I don't like women who are liars. Why don't you introduce me to the older one? Viskovsky, Maria Nikolaevna has joined the army. Dims hits, now, Maria Nikolaevna, that's some woman. A feast for the eyes, a person you can talk to. Why did you wait till she was gone? Viskovsky, it's a tough call with her, Dims hits. Very tough. Evstignevic, you got blown up without even getting shook up, he said to me. No suffering for you. That's the kind of crap he was saying to me. A shot is heard far away, then nearer. The shots become more frequent. Dims hits turns out the light and locks the doors. Light shining through the windows, green glass, frost. Evstignevic in a whisper, you call this a life? Bishenkov, God damn it. Evstignevic, the damn sailors are on the loose again. Bishenkov, this is no life, Isaac Markovich. There is a knock at the door. Silence. Viskovsky takes a revolver out of his pocket and releases the safety catch. A second knock. Bishenkov, who's there? Philip from outside, it's me. Evstignevic, me who? Your name. Philip, open up. Dims hits, it's Philip. Bishenkov opens the door. An enormous, shapeless man enters the room and slumps wordlessly against the wall. A light flares up. Half of Philip's face is scarred with burned flesh. His head has lolled onto his chest, his eyes are closed. Dims hits, you been shot. Philip, no. Evstignevic, you look wasted, Philip. Evstignevic and Bishenkov help Philip out of his sheepskin coat and his outer clothes, and then take off his rubber suit filled with bootlegged vodka and throw it on the floor. The armless rubber dummy second Philip is lying on the floor. Philip's fingers are lacerated, covered in blood. Evstignevic, they've really worked him over. And they call themselves human beings. Philip, his head still lolling on his chest, a man was following me, following me. Evstignevic, following you? Philip, yeah. Evstignevic, a man wearing leggings. Philip, yeah. Evstignevic, we're done for underscore 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 underscore. Dims hits, what, you brought him all the way here? Philip, no, I didn't bring him all the way here. There was shooting, so he ran off to see what was up. Bishenkov and Evstignevic lift up the wounded man and lay him on the bed. Evstignevic, I told you we'd have got through with no hassle. Philip is groaning. Faraway shots, machine gun fire, then silence. Evstignevic, you call this a life? Bishenkov, God damn it. Viskovsky, where's the ring, maestro? Dims hits, that ring's got you champing at the bit. Scene 2. A room in the apartment of Mukhovnin, a former aristocrat and quartermaster general in the Tsar's army. The room serves as bedroom, dining room, and office, a typical room of the 1920s. Elegant antique furniture, but next to it a little makeshift tin stove, its pipes extending through the whole room. A pile of thinly chopped logs are stashed beneath the stove. Behind a screen, Ludmila, his daughter, is dressing for the theater. Curling tongs are heating over an oil lamp. Katya, Katerina Vyacheslavovna, also a former aristocrat, is ironing a dress. Ludmila, darling, you are behind the times. Nowadays the audience at the Mariinsky Theater is extremely elegant. The Kremov sisters and Varya Maindorf look as if they've just stepped out of a fashion magazine, and I can assure you that they live in the lap of luxury. Katya, no one is living well nowadays. No one. Ludmila, there you are wrong. You are behind the times, Katya, darling. The gentlemen of the proletariat are acquiring a taste for style. They want a woman to be elegant. Why, do you think Redko likes it when you run around dressed like a fishwife? You can bet your life he doesn't. No, Katya, darling, the gentlemen of the proletariat are definitely acquiring a taste for style. Katya, I wouldn't overdo the mascara if I were you, and I'm not at all sure about that sleeveless dress. Ludmila, you seem to be forgetting that I am being escorted by a gentleman. Katya, well, your gentleman friend wouldn't know the difference. Ludmila, there you are wrong. He does have taste, and he is passionate too. Katya, red-headed fellows are hot-blooded, everyone knows that. Ludmila, what do you mean, red-headed? My Dimshits's hair is chocolate brown. Katya, does he really have that much money? I think Viskovsky is mistaken. Ludmila, Dimshits has 6,000 pounds sterling to his name. Katya, what? He conned all that from the cripples? Ludmila, he has conned nothing from the cripples. That is merely hearsay. They have formed a cooperative association, and all the profits are shared. Until recently, no crippled veteran was ever searched, so it was easier for them to carry things. Katya, only a Jew could come up with a scheme like that. Ludmila, oh, Katya, darling. Better a Jew than a cocaine addict, like most of the men of our set. This one is a cocaine addict, another has gotten himself shot, another has ended up as a coachman standing outside the Europa waiting for fares. Parle temps qui court 2 Jews have become the safest bet. Katya, I suppose you will not find a safer bet than Dim's hits. Ludmila, do not forget we are women, ma chère. We are just women, tired of trolloping around, as the janitor's wife downstairs always says. We cannot just sit here twiddling our thumbs, can we? We can't. Katya, are you thinking of having children? Ludmila, I shall have 2 little redheads. Katya, so we are talking marriage? Ludmila, you have to with these Jews, Katya, darling. They are obsessed with family, they lean on their wives, and their children are everything to them. Not to mention that a Jew is always grateful to the woman who has given herself to him. It's a really noble trait, this respect they have for women. Katya, how is it that you know the Jews so well? Ludmila, well, you know from back then. When Papa commanded the troops back in Vilna, the whole place was full of Jews. Papa had a rabbi as a friend. They are all philosophers, these rabbis of theirs. Katya hands her the iron dress over the screen. You'll be dining after the theater? Ludmila, I wouldn't be surprised. Katya, I'm sure you'll have a drink or two. Ludmila Nikolaevna, passions will be excited, and the mists will engulf you. Ludmila, no mists will engulf me, ma chère. I shall let him call on me for a month, maybe 2. That is how one handles Jews. I have not come to a decision yet as to whether I shall allow myself to be kissed. General Mukhovnin enters, wearing felt boots. His greatcoat with a red lining has been refashioned into a dressing gown. He is wearing 2 pairs of spectacles. Mukhovnin reads, on the 16th day of October, in the year 1820, in the reign of our blessed Tsar Alexander, a company of lifeguards from the Semyonovsky regiment, forgetting their oath of allegiance and the military obedience they owed their commanders, had the effrontery to gather together without authorization at an advanced nocturnal hour. He raises his head. And how did they forget their oath of allegiance? They forgot it by going out into the corridors after roll call with the intention of asking the company commander to call off the upcoming routine inspections of all the barracks. The regimental commander sometimes ordered these strict inspections. For this so-called mutiny, they were punished. And do you know how? He reads. The men of lower rank, the ones considered ringleaders, were deprived of their lives, and the men of the first and second companies were sentenced to hang for setting a bad example, and the private soldiers that were specified in paragraph 3 had to run the gauntlet through the battalion 6 times, as an example to their peers. Ludmila, oh, that's awful. Katya, we all know that there was much cruelty in the old days. Ludmila, if you ask me, the Bolsheviks would love Papa's book. They can use it most effectively to rant against the old army. Katya, all the Bolsheviks care about is the here and now. Mukhovnin, I am dividing the Semyonovsky tragedy into 2 chapters, the first is an analysis of the reasons for the mutiny, and the second a description of the insurrection, the torture and banishment to the mines. My book will be a history of the barracks. It won't be a history of nations, but a history of all the Ivans and Sergeys that were handed over to Arakcheyev and sent off for 20 years of hard labor in military camps. Ludmila, Papa, you must read Katya the chapter on Tsar Paul. If Tolstoy were alive today, he'd be impressed. I am sure of it. Katya, all the newspapers care about is the here and now. Mukhovnin, without knowledge of the past there is no road to the future. The Bolsheviks are continuing the work of Grand Prince Ivan Kulata, unifying the Russian lands. They need skilled officers like myself, even if only to inform them of the mistakes we made. The doorbell rings. There is bustling in the font hall. Dimshits enters in a fur coat, carrying packages. Dimshits, greetings, General. Greetings, Katerina Vyacheslavovna. Is Ludmila Nikolaevna at home? Katya, she is expecting you. Ludmila from behind the screen, I am dressing. Dimshits, greetings, Ludmila Nikolaevna. The weather outside is so bad that no man would send his dog out in it. Hippolyte drove me here, he talked my ears off, nothing but jabbering. What a strange bird. Isn't it getting late, Ludmila Nikolaevna? Mukhovnin, it's broad daylight, and they're off to the theater? Katya, theaters start now at 5 in the afternoon. Mukhovnin, saving on electricity, are they? Katya, yes, they're saving on electricity. And then, if people go home late they're likely to get robbed. Dimshits unwrapping his packages, here is a nice leg of ham, General. It's not my specialty, but they told me it was corn-fed. Now, whether they fed it with corn or something else, it's not like I was there or anything. Katya goes to a corner and smokes a cigarette. Asterisk Count Alexei Andreyevich Arakchayev, 1769–1834, was a general and politician whose brutal tactics in reorganizing the Russian army led to his dismissal. Ivan Kulata Ivan the Moneybag ruled Muscovy from 1325 to 1341, expanding Russian territory eastward into the Transvolga regions. Mukhovnin, I must say, Isaac Markovich, you are being too good to us. Dimshits, some cracklings. Mukhovnin not understanding, begging your pardon? Dimshits, I'm sure they didn't serve no cracklings at your papa's table, but back in Minsk, in Vilsk, in Chernobyl, cracklings are held in the highest esteem. They are bits of goose. Have some and give me your opinion. How is your book doing, General? Mukhovnin, the book is moving ahead. I have reached the reign of Tsar Alexander I. Ludmila, it reads just like a novel, Isaac Markovich. In my opinion, it is reminiscent of War and Peace, the part where Tolstoy talks about the soldiers. Dimshits, that's very nice to hear. Let them shoot in the streets, General, let them bang their heads against the walls, just keep on working. Finish the book and till throw you a feast, and I'll buy up the first 100 copies. How about a delicious petit piece of sausage, General? It's homemade sausage, a German gave it to me. Mukhovnin, Isaac Markovich, you mustn't. I will become angry. Dimshits, it would be a great honor if General Mukhovnin were to get angry at me. It is an exquisite sausage. This German was quite a renowned professor, now he specializes in sausages. Ludmila Nikolaevna, I have a strong feeling we'll be late. Ludmila from behind the screen, I am ready. Mukhovnin, how much do I owe you, Isaac Markovich? Dimshits, you don't owe me the horseshoe of the horse that dropped dead on Nevsky Prospect earlier today. Mukhovnin, no, I am being serious, how much? Dimshits, you are being serious? Fine, then let's make it 2 horseshoes from 2 horses. Ludmila appears from behind the screen. She is dazzlingly beautiful, well built, with rosy cheeks. She is wearing diamond earrings and a sleeveless black velvet dress. Mukhovnin, isn't my daughter beautiful, Isaac Markovich? Dimshits, I wouldn't say she isn't. Katya, she is a real Russian beauty, that's what she is, Isaac Markovich. Dimshits, it's not my specialty, but I can see the quality. Mukhovnin, I also want to introduce you to my older daughter, Maria. Ludmila, I must warn you, Maria is the favorite here, and yet, believe it or not, our favorite went off to join the army. Mukhovnin, what are you talking about, Ludmila, darling? She joined the army's political propaganda division *. Dimshits, Your Excellency, anything you want to know about the political propaganda division, you ask me. They are soldiers too. Katya taking Ludmila to the side, I would not wear those earrings if I were you. Ludmila, you think so? Katya, of course not. Don't forget there's that dinner afterward. Ludmila, have no fear, ma chère. No need to teach a Viennese how to waltz. She kisses Katya. Katyusha, you sweet, silly girl. To Dim's hits. My boots. She turns away and takes off her earrings. Dim's hits rushing to help her, at your service. She puts on her boots, fur coat, and knitted wool kerchief. Dim's hits eagerly bustles about, helping her. Ludmila, I still can't believe that we haven't sold all these things yet. Papa, don't forget to take your medicine. And Katya, don't let him do any work. Mukhovnin, Katya and I are going to spend a cozy evening at home. Ludmila kisses her father on the forehead. How do you like my papa, Isaac Markovich? Isn't he precious? Dim's hits, the general is not a mere man, he is a jewel. Ludmila, we are the only ones who truly appreciate him. Where did you leave Prince Hippolyte? Dim's hits, I left him outside the door. I ordered him to wait there, it's a question of discipline. We'll be there in a minute. So long, Nikolai Vasilievich. Katya, don't drink too much. Dim's hits, we won't, there's not much chance of that nowadays. Political, a political organ of the new Soviet government charged with the ideological education of the military during the Russian Civil War and the Russian-Polish War of 1920. Ludmila, goodbye, Papa, darling. General Mukhovnin escorts Dim's hits and his daughter to the front hall, voices and laughter are heard. Mukhovnin returns. Mukhovnin, what a charming and virtuous Jew. Katya curled up at the edge of the sofa, smoking, they all seem to be somewhat lacking in tact. Mukhovnin, Katya, darling. Where do you expect them to have picked up tact? They were only allowed to live on one side of the street, and if they ever crossed over to the other side, the police would immediately chase them back. That is how it used to be in Kiev on Bibikovsky Boulevard. So where do you expect them to have picked up tact? What is really surprising is their energy, their vitality, their resilience. Katya, that energy has poured into Russian life. But we, after all, are different. It's all so foreign to us. Mukhovnin, one thing that isn't foreign to us is fatalism. Another, that Rasputin and the German Tsarina destroyed the Romanov dynasty. And yet nothing but good has come from that wonderful Jewish race, which has given us Heine, Spinoza, and Christ. Katya, you used to praise the Japanese too, Nikolai Vasilievich. Mukhovnin, the Japanese? They are a great nation, there is much we can learn from them. Katya, it is clear enough who Maria takes after. You are a Bolshevik, Nikolai Vasilievich. Mukhovnin, I am a Russian officer, Katya, and I ask the simple question, gentlemen, please tell me when it was that the rules of war became foreign to you. We tortured and murdered these people, is what I tell them, they defended themselves, they attacked, fighting with resourcefulness, circumspection, desperation, they are fighting in the name of an ideal, Katya. Katya, an ideal? I'm not so sure about that. We're unhappy, and it doesn't look like that will change. We've been sacrificed, Nikolai Vasilievich. Mukhovnin, so let them shake up Russia's Vanyas and Petrushkas. That would be wonderful. Time is running out, Katya. Peter the Great, the only true Russian Tsar, once said, delay is death. What a maxim! And if this is so, my dear fellow officers, shouldn't you have the courage to look at your field maps and figure out which of your flanks faltered, and where and why you were defeated? I have a right to look the truth in the eye, and I shall not renounce that right. Katya, you have to take your medicine. Mukhovnin, what I tell my comrades in arms, the men I fought shoulder to shoulder with is, Tire vos conclusion. S asterisk delay is death. He exits. Next door a Bach fugue is being played coldly and with precision on a cello. Katya listens, then gets up and walks over to the telephone. Katya, could you connect me with the district headquarters? Redko, please. Is that you, Redko? I just wanted to tell you. Don't forget you're not the only man fighting for the revolution, and yet you're the only one who never has time to see a person at whose house you spend the night whenever you need to. Pause. Take me out, Redko. Come and pick me up in your car. Well, if you're busy. No, I'm not angry. Why should I be angry? She hangs up. The music stops. Golitsyn, a lanky man in a soldier's jacket and leg wrappings, enters, carrying a cello. Katya, what did they tell you in the tavern? Don't play weepy tunes. Golitsyn, don't play weepy tunes, don't pull at our heartstrings. Katya, they need something cheerful, Sergei Ilarionovich. People want to forget their worries, they want to rest. Golitsyn, not all of them. Some ask for plaintive tunes. Katya seats herself at the piano. What kind of audience do you have? Golitsyn, dock workers from the Obvodny Canal. Katya, I suppose you go to their trade union. They give you some supper there, don't they? Asterisk draw your own conclusions. Golitsyn, yes, they do. Katya plays a popular tune. Through wind and wave our ship sails free. As we throw the damn whites to the fish in the sea. Try playing this. It should go down well at that tavern of yours. Golitsyn tries to play the tune, misses a few notes, then gets it right. Katya, would it be worth me learning stenography, mon prince? Golitsyn, stenography. I have no idea. Katya. I sit on a barrel crying tears of dismay. The boys don't want marriage. Just a roll in the hay. They need stenographers right now. Golitsyn, I wouldn't know. He tries to follow her tune. Katya, Maria is the only true woman of all of us. She is strong, gutsy, a real woman. We sit around here sighing, while she's happy in her political propaganda division. What have people come up with to replace happiness? There isn't anything. Golitsyn, Maria Nikolaevna has always sat in the driver's seat. That's always been her strong point. Katya, and right she is. Oh sweet little apple, whither did you roll? And then, she is involved with Akim Ivanich. Golitsyn K-tops playing, who is this Akim Ivanich? Katya, their division commander, a former blacksmith. She mentions him in every letter. Golitsyn, how do you know she's involved with him? Katya, I have read it between the lines, I'm certain of it. Or should I maybe move to my family in Borisoglebsk? At least it's home. You, for instance, you go to that monastery to see that monk. What was his name? Golitsyn, Sinai. Katya, yes, to Father Sinai. What does he teach you? Golitsyn, you just mentioned happiness. Well, he teaches me that there is no happiness in having power over people, or in this never-ending greed, this unquenchable greed. Katya, let's play, Sergei Ilarionovich. I sit on my barrel. While the market hags bicker. Not a kopeck in my pocket, but I'm thirsty for liquor. Sinai is a beautiful name. Scene 3. Ludmila and Dims hits in his hotel room. Bottles and the remains of their meal stand on the table. Part of an adjacent room is visible in which Bishenkov, Philip, and Evstignevic are playing cards. Evstignevik's little invalid cart has been placed on a chair, his legs, amputated above the knee, are jutting out. Ludmila, Felix Yusupov was as beautiful as a god, a tennis player, a Russian champion. Though his beauty was not really masculine enough. There was something doll-like about it. Well, I met Vladimir Bagalay at Felix's. Right to the very end the Tsar simply could not understand what a gallant nature that man had. We used to call him the Teutonic Knight. Frederick Scarrett was a friend of Prince Sergei. You know Prince Sergei, he's the one who plays the cello. That evening there was another surprise or program, Archbishop Ambrosi. The old man started flirting with me, can you imagine? He kept topping up my glass and peering at me with such a crafty, pious twinkle in his eye. At first Vladimir was not particularly impressed with me. In my eyes you were only a snub. Prince Felix Yusupov, 1887–1967, gained international notoriety for his involvement in the assassination of Rasputin. Count Vladimir Borisovich Fredericks, 1832–1927, descendant of a distinguished line of Baltic barons, was Tsar Nicholas II's minister of the imperial court and domains. Nosed little girl, he admitted, Sim Shurmant Rus 3 with flushed cheeks. At dawn we drove out to the Tsar's palace at Tsarskoye Selo, left the car in the park, and rode on in a buggy. Vladimir drove it himself. I could not take my eyes off of you all evening, Ludmila Nikolaevna. Of which Nina Buturlina is well aware, mon prince. 9 I knew they were having a liaison, more probably a flirtation. Buturlina, c'est le past en revient toujours à ses premiers amours, mon prince. 9 Vladimir had never been accorded the title of Grand Duke, as he was the offspring of a morganatic marriage, and the Tsarina refused to meet his family. Vladimir always called her an evil genius. Furthermore, he was a poet, naive, and had no head for politics. We arrived at Tsarskoye Selo. It was dawn. Somewhere, right over the pond, a nightingale was singing. Vladimir told me again, Mademoiselle Buturline c'est le past. The past, mon prince, has a tendency to return at times, and when it does so with a vengeance. Dimshits turns out the light, pushes Ludmila back onto the sofa, and throws himself on her. There is a struggle. She frees herself, straightens her hair, her dress. Bishenkov throws down a card, try beating this. Philip, nope, no one can beat that. Evstignevic, well, they lead him up to the fence, his hands tied. So, my friend, they tell him. Turn around. And he tells them, there's no need for me to turn around. I'm a fighting man, finish me off as I am. Their fence is just a tiny wattle fence, really, about hip high. It's night, they're at the edge of the village, beyond the village are the steppes, at the edge of the steppes is a forest. Bishenkov throws down another card, that's it? You're out? Philip, not so fast. Evstignevic, so they lead him out there and take aim. He is standing by the fence, and suddenly it's as if he'd been snatched up from the earth, his hands still tied. It was as if God Almighty whisked him away. He jumped over the wood fence and off he scampered. They fired, but it was night, darkness everywhere, and he was running and dodging, so he got away. Philip / puts down Ms. cards, what a hero. Evstignevic, a real hero. A great horseman. I knew him as well as I know you. He was on the run for half a year before they finally caught him. Philip, so they finished him off? Evstignevic, they did. It's unfair, if you ask me. When a man manages to crawl out of the grave after coming face to face with his maker, it goes against the grain to kill him. Philip, no one gives a damn nowadays. Evstignevic, it's unfair, if you ask me. It's the law in every country in the world, if a firing squad misses you, then fortune has smiled on you and they set you free. Philip, not here, they don't. Give them half a chance and they'll finish you off. Bishenkov, yeah, give them half a chance. Ludmila, turn on the light. Dimshits switches it on. Ludmila, I am leaving. She turns around / looks at Dimshits, and bursts out laughing. Don't pout. Come here. You have to understand I must get used to you first. Dimshits, I'm not a boot one has to get used to. Ludmila, I will admit that you have awakened within me feelings of warmth toward you. But these feelings need time to develop. Maria is about to come back on leave, and you will meet her. Nothing in our family is ever done without her. Papa is well disposed toward you, but, as you yourself saw, he is helpless. And then, there is much that still remains unresolved. Your wife, for instance. Dims hits, what's my wife got to do with all this? Ludmila, I am aware that Jews are attached to their children. Dims hits, what are you bringing that up for? Ludmila, and that is why for the time being you must sit next to me quietly, and be patient. Dims hits, since the day the Jews began waiting for the Messiah, they have been patient. Have another glass. Ludmila, I've already had too much. Dims hits, they brought me this wine from a battleship. The Grand Duke had a case on board. Ludmila, how do you manage to get all these things? Dims hits, I can get stuff where no one else can. Drink up. Ludmila, gladly that is, if you sit there nice and quiet. Dims hits, is this some synagogue, for me to sit nice and quiet or something? Ludmila, I must say, this frock coat you are wearing is the kind I imagine one would wear to a synagogue. Frock coats, Isaac, darling, are worn by headmasters at graduation ceremonies, and by merchants at memorial dinners. Dims hits, till stop wearing frock coats. Ludmila, and then those tickets. Never buy front row tickets. It's the mark of a social climber, a parvenu. Dims hits, I am a social climber. Ludmila, but you have an inner nobility, and that makes all the difference. However, your name is unfitting. When we put our announcement in the papers, the Izvestia, for instance. You could, you know, change Isaac to Alexei. Do you like Alexei? Dims hits, I like it. He turns out the light again, and throws himself on Ludmila. Evstignevic, the two of them are at it. Philip listens, it looks like she's finally. Vishenkov, I like Ludmila Nikolaevna best of all. She treats you like a person, which is more than I can say for some of those other hags around here. She even remembers my name. Viskovsky enters the room, stands behind Evstignevic's back, and watches the cards being played carrot. Ludmila tearing free, call me a cab. Dims hits, yeah, right away. Like I got nothing better to do. Ludmila, call me a cab this minute. Dims hits, it's 30 below zero outside, you wouldn't send a rabid dog out in such weather. Ludmila, all my clothes are torn. How can I show myself at home like this? Dims hits, you made your bed, now lie in it. Ludmila, how vulgar. You're knocking on the wrong door. Dims hits, just my luck. Ludmila, I told you I have a toothache, an unbearable toothache. Dims hits, that's apples and oranges. What's teeth got to do with things? Ludmila, will you find me some drops for my toothache? I am suffering. Dims hits exits. He bumps into Viskovsky in the adjacent room /. Viskovsky, congratulations. Dims hits, her teeth's hurting her. Viskovsky, that can happen. Dims hits, what can happen is that they don't hurt. Viskovsky, it's all an act, Isaac Markovich. It's definitely all an act. Philip, the toothache is an invention of hers, Isaac Markovich, and not a real toothache at all. Ludmila fixes her hair in front of the mirror, singing a song, she walks about the room, regal / cheerful, flushed. My sweetheart is a man who is tall and brash. My sweetheart is a man both gentle and cruel. He thrashes and whips me with a silken lash. Dims hits, I'm not a boy, a lot of time has passed since I last was a boy. Viskovsky, yes sir. Ludmila picks up the telephone, 3-75-02. Papa, darling, is that you? I'm very well. Nadia Johansson was at the theater with her husband. Isaac Markovich and I are having dinner. You must see Spesivtseva, she's far better than Pavlova. Did you take your medicine? You must go to bed. No, your daughter knows exact. What she is doing. Katya, darling, is that you? I am following your instructions, ma chère. Le manage continue, jai mal auxiliary dent ce soir. Point 4. She walks about the room, singing, and patting her hair into place. Dims hits, she shouldn't be surprised if I'm not home next time she comes around. Viskovsky, well, it's up to you, after all. Dims hits, because, though I don't mind other people asking about my wife and children, I won't take that sort of thing from her. Viskovsky, yes sir. Dims hits, for your information, these people don't deserve to tie my wife's shoelace. Not even her shoelace. Scene 4. In Viskovsky room. He is wearing riding breeches and boots, but no jacket. His shirt collar is undone. There are bottles on the table. There has been much drinking. Kravchenko, a tiny, flushed man in a military uniform, is lounging on the sofa with Madame Dora, a gaunt woman dressed in black wearing large dangling earrings and with a Spanish comb in her hair. Viskovsky, just for one deal, that's all, Yasha. T was possessed by one power alone. A single passion, a passion that consumes. Kravchenko, how much do you need? Viskovsky, 10,000 pounds sterling. For one deal. You ever seen sterling pounds, Yasha? Kravchenko, all that cash just for thread? Viskovsky, forget the thread. We're talking diamonds. 3-carat, blue water diamonds, clean, no sand. That's all they take in Paris. Kravchenko, there's none like that left here. Viskovsky, there's diamonds in every house. You just have to know how to get at them. The Rimsky-Korsakovs have them, the Shukhovskys have them. No, there's still enough diamonds in Imperial St. Petersburg. Kravchenko, you'll never make a red merchant. Viskovsky, just you wait and see. My father used to trade. He traded estates against horses. The horse guards may surrender, but they do not die. Kravchenko, go and bring in Ludmila Nikolaevna. She's at the end of her rope in the corridor. Viskovsky, I will arrive in Paris like a count. Kravchenko, where the hell did Dims hits disappear to? Viskovsky, he's hanging out in the outhouse, or playing cards with Shapiro and the Finn. He opens the door. Hey, miss, come warm yourself at our fire. He goes out into the corridor. Dora kisses Kravchenko 5 hands, my sunshine. My everything. Viskovsky enters with Ludmila, who is wearing her fur coat. Ludmila, this is beyond comprehension. We had an agreement. Viskovsky, and an agreement is more precious than money. Ludmila, we agreed that I would be here at 8. It's 9:45 now. And he didn't even leave me a key. Where could he be? Viskovsky, a bit of speculating and he'll be back. Ludmila, be that as it may, these people are no gentlemen. Viskovsky, have a vodka, sweetheart. Ludmila, yes, I will have one, I'm frozen through. Still, all this is simply beyond comprehension. Viskovsky, allow me, Ludmila Nikolaevna, to introduce you to Madame Dora, a citizen of the Republic of France. Liberty Egalite, Fraternite. Among her other good qualities, she is also the owner of a foreign passport. Ludmila extends her hand, Myukov Nina. Viskovsky, you know Yasha Kravchenko. He was an ensign in the Tsar's army, now he's a Red artillerist. He's with the 10-inch gun detachment at Kronstadt, and you can turn those guns every which way. Kravchenko, Viskovsky has been on a roll all evening. Viskovsky, every which way. Who knows what can happen, Yasha? They might ask you to blow up the street you were born on, and you would blow it up, or to blast an orphanage to bits, and you'd say, a 208 fuse, and blast that orphanage to bits. That's what you'd do, Yasha, as long as they let you live your life, strum your guitar, and sleep with thin women. You're fat but you like them thin. You'll do anything, and if they tell you to renounce your mother 3 times, you would renounce her 3 times. But that's not the point, Yasha. The point is they will want more, they won't let you drink vodka with the people you like, they'll make you read boring books, and the songs they'll teach you will be boring too. Then you'll be mad, my dear red artillerist. You'll be furious, your eyes will start rolling. Then 2 citizens will come visiting, let's go, Comrade Kravchenko. Should I take any personal effects with me, or not, you'll ask them. No, you needn't take any personal effects with you. It'll be a quick interrogation, over in a minute. And that will be the end of you, my dear red artillerist. It'll cost them 4 kopecks. It's been calculated that a cold bullet costs 4 kopecks and not a centime more. Dora in broken Russian, Jacques, take me to home. Viskovsky, to your health, Yasha. To victorious France, Madame Dora. Ludmila, her glass has already been topped up a few times, I'll quickly go see if he's back yet. Viskovsky, a bit of speculating and he'll be back. Hey, Countess, did you think up that trick with the teeth yourself? Ludmila, yes, I did. Good, wasn't it? She laughs. I had no choice. Those Jews don't know how to respect a woman they want to be close to. Viskovsky, when I look at you, Ludmila, I think of a little tomtit. Let's have a drink, my little tomtit. Ludmila, are you trying to corner me? You've put something in this vodka, Viskovsky, haven't you? Viskovsky, my little tomtit. All the strength of the Mukovnans went to Maria. All you were left with was a row of delicate teeth. Ludmila, that's cheap, Viskovsky. Viskovsky, and I don't like your small breasts. A woman's breasts should be beautiful, large, helpless, like those of a ewe. Kravchenko, we'll be going, Viskovsky. Viskovsky, no, you're not. Why don't you marry me, my little tomtit? Ludmila, no, TD be better off marrying Dim's hits. I know exactly how things would turn out if I married you, you'd be drunk the first day, have a hangover the second, then you'd go off to God knows where, and then you'd end up shooting yourself. No, I think I'll stick to Dim's hits. Kravchenko, we want to go, Viskovsky. Please. Viskovsky, you're not going anywhere. A toast. A toast to all women. / to Dora. This here is Ludmila. Her sister's name is Maria. Kravchenko, I think Maria Nikolaevna has joined the army. Ludmila, she's at the Polish border right now. Viskovsky, at the front. At the front, Kravchenko. They've got a waiter for a division commander. Ludmila, that is not true, Viskovsky. He's a metal worker. Viskovsky, the waiter's name is Akim. Let's have a drink in honor of women, Madame Dora. Women love ensigns, waiters, petty officials, chin amen. A woman's business is love, the police will sort out what's what. He raises his glass. / to all sweet women, wonderful women, who love us, even if only for an hour. Not even an hour, if you think about it. A veil of gossamer. Then the gossamer is torn. Her sister is called Maria. Imagine, Yasha, that you fall in love with the Tsarina. You're scum, the Tsarina says. Go away. Ludmila laughs, that sounds just like Maria. Viskovsky, you're scum. Go away. She spurned the horse guardsman and decided to go to First-Tadskia Street, 16, apartment 4. Ludmila, don't you dare, Viskovsky. Viskovsky, let's drink to the Kronstadt artillery, Yasha. That's when she decided to go to First-Tadskia Street. Maria Nikolaevna went out in a grey tailored dress suit. She had bought some violets by Troitsky Bridge, and pinned them to the lapel of her jacket. The prince, the one who plays the cello, the prince got his bachelor pad all nice and tidy, crammed his dirty clothes under the sideboard, put all the dirty dishes on a top shelf. Then coffee and petit fours were served at First-Tadskia Street. They drank their coffee. She had brought violets and spring with her, and curled her legs up on the sofa. He took a shawl, covered those strong, tender legs, and was met by a dazzling smile, a heartening, humble, sad, but still encouraging smile. She embraced his graying head. "Prince! What is the matter, my prince?" And his voice issued like that of a papal choirboy. "Passez, reine Neve +5. Ludmila, you're such a bastard. Viskovsky, imagine, Yasha, right before your eyes the Tsarina is removing her corset, her stockings, and her bloomers. Even you, Yasha, might well blush and not know where to look." Ludmila laughs out loud, throwing her head back. Viskovsky, she left 16 First-Tadskia Street. Where were her footprints for me to kiss? Where were they? But let us hope that Akim's voice rings deeper than that of a papal choirboy. "What do you think, Ludmila Nikolaevna?" "Ludmila, you put something in this vodka, Viskovsky. My head is spinning. Viskovsky, come here, girlie." He grabs her shoulders and pulls her toward him. "How much did Dimshits pay you for that ring?" "Ludmila, what are you talking about?" "Viskovsky, it's not your ring, it's your sister's. You sold a ring that wasn't yours." "Ludmila, let me go." Viskovsky pushes her through a side door. "Come with me, girlie." Dora and Kravchenko remain alone in the room. In the window, the slow beam of a searchlight. Dora, pudgy and disheveled, leans over to Kravchenko and kisses his hands, babbling and moaning. Philip, with his scarred face, comes tiptoeing in unhurriedly on his bare feet, and quietly takes the wine, sausage, and bread from the table. Philip, in a low voice, his head bent to the side, "You don't mind, do you, Yasha?" Kravchenko shakes his head, and Philip carefully tiptoes out. "Dora, you are my sunshine. My life. My everything." Kravchenko remains silent. He hears steps outside. Viskovsky enters, smoking a cigarette, his hands shaking. The door to the adjacent room is open. Ludmila is lying on the sofa, crying. "Viskovsky, calm down, Ludmila Nikolaevna. You'll get over it." Dora in broken Russian, "Jacques, I want our room. Take me to home, Jacques." Kravchenko, "In a minute, Dora." Viskovsky, "One for the road, comrades." Kravchenko, "In a minute, Dora." Viskovsky, "One for the road to all the one ladies." Kravchenko, "This is very bad, Captain." Viskovsky, "To all the ladies, Yasha." Kravchenko, "This is very bad, Captain." Viskovsky, "What is very bad, if I may ask?" Kravchenko, "Men with the clap should not sleep with women, Mr. Viskovsky." Viskovsky in a military tone, "Would you care to repeat that?" Pause. Ludmila stops sobbing. Kravchenko, "What I said was, men infected with gonorrhea." Viskovsky, "Remove your glasses this instant, Kravchenko. I am going to punch your ugly mug." Kravchenko pulls out his revolver. Viskovsky, "Fine, if that's the way you want it." Kravchenko fires. Curtain. Behind the curtain, shots, falling bodies, a woman's scream. Scene 5. At the Mukhovnin's apartment. The old nanny is lying curled up on a trunk in the corner. She is asleep. A lamp casts a pool of light onto the table. Katya is reading a letter from Maria to Mukhovnin. "Katya, at dawn the bugle from squadron headquarters wakes me. By 8 I have to be in the political propaganda division, FM in charge there. I edit the articles of the divisional newspaper, I run the literacy classes. Our reinforcements are all Ukrainians. They remind me of Italians, the way they talk and act. Russia has been suppressing and destroying their culture for centuries. In our house in Petersburg, opposite the Hermitage and the Winter Palace, we might as well have been living in Polynesia for all we knew anything at all about our people. Yesterday I read aloud in class the chapter in Papa's book about the murder of Tsar Paul. It was so clear that the Tsar deserved his fate that nobody in class questioned it. What they asked me instead in their typically forthright way was about the disposition of the regiment, the rooms in the palace, which regimental guard it had been that had stood watch that night, who were the conspirators, and in what way the Tsar had wronged them. I keep hoping that Papa will come out here in the summer, as long as the Poles don't start acting up again. You will see a new army, Papa, new barracks, quite the opposite of what you are describing. In summer our garden here will be green and blossoming, the horses will regain their strength in the pastures, and their saddles will have been mended. I have already spoken to Akim Ivanovich, and he has agreed that you should come. Let's hope that you'll be well enough. It's night now. I came off duty late and climbed the worn, 400-year-old stairs to my room. I live up in the tower, in a vaulted hall that was once Count Krasnicki's armory. The castle was built on a ledge below which a river flows. Meadows stretch into infinity, with a misty forest wall in the distance. There are lookout niches on every floor of the castle from which the approaching Tatars and Russians were observed, and from which boiling oil was poured onto the heads of the besiegers. Old Hedwig, the housekeeper of the last Krasnicki, cooked me some dinner and lit the fireplace, deep and black as a dungeon. The horses are stomping and dozing in the park below. Kuban Cossacks are sitting around a fire, eating and singing. The trees are covered with snow, the oak and chestnut branches hang heavy, and an uneven, silver blanket is lying over the snowy walks and statues. The statues are still unscathed youths throwing javelins, and nude, frozen goddesses, their arms curved, their hair flying in waves, their eyes blind. Hedwig is dozing, her head shaking, the logs in the fireplace flare up and crumble. The centuries have made the bricks of this building resonant as glass, and they sparkle with gold as I sit here writing to you. I have Eliash's photograph beside me on the table. My comrades here are the very people who didn't think twice about killing him. I was with them just a few minutes ago, working to set them free. Am I doing the right thing, Eliasha? Am I fulfilling your command to live a life of courage? The immortal essence of Eliasha keeps egging me on. It is late, but I cannot sleep. An inexplicable fear for you and a dread of my dreams keep me awake. I see pursuit, torture, and death. I live a strange dichotomy, closeness to nature and anxiety for you. Why does Ludmila write so rarely? A few days ago I sent her a paper signed by Akim Ivanovich, stating that as I am on active duty the authorities have no right to requisition my room at home. Furthermore, we must see to the official document allowing Papa to keep his library. If the document has expired, it has to be renewed at the People's Commissariat for Education at Chernishev Bridge, room 40. I would be so happy if Ludmila were to settle down and start a family, but the man should be a frequent guest at our house so that Papa can get to know him. Papa's heart won't deceive him. And Nanny should meet him too. Katya keeps complaining about Nanny, saying that she isn't doing any work. Katya, Nanny is old. She has raised 2 generations of Mukovnins. She has her own opinions and feelings about things, and she's no simpleton. I always felt that she did not have much of a peasant's soul in her, though if you think about it, what did we, tucked away in our Polynesia as we were, know about the peasantry? I hear that finding provisions in Petersburg has become even harder, and that the rooms and linen of everybody who is not working are being requisitioned. I am ashamed that we here at the front are living so well. Akim Ivanovich has taken me hunting twice, and I have a horse, a Don Cossack horse. Katya raises her head / so you see how well things stand, Nikolai Vasilievich? Mukhovnin covers his eyes with his palms. Don't cry. Mukhovnin, I am asking God, we all have a God of our souls, why he gave me, egotistical, foolish man that I am, such wonderful children as Maria and Ludmila. Katya, but that is good, Nikolai Vasilievich. There is no need to cry. Scene 6. A police station at night. A drunk lies huddled under a bench. He is waving his fingers in front of his face and holding a conversation with himself. A thick-set old man is dozing on the bench. He is wearing an expensive raccoon coat and a tall fur hat. The coat is open wide, revealing the old man's bare, gray chest. A police inspector is cross-examining Ludmila. Her fur hat is askew, her hair disheveled / and her coat has been tugged off one of her shoulders. Inspector, name. Ludmila, I want to go home. Inspector, name. Ludmila, Barbara. Inspector, father's name. Ludmila, Ivan. Inspector, where do you work? Ludmila, at La Ferme, the tobacco factory. Inspector, your union card. Ludmila, I don't have it on me. Inspector, why are you dealing in smuggled goods? Ludmila, I'm a married woman. I want to go home. Inspector, what makes you want to deal in smuggled goods? Have you known Brolyov for a long time? Ludmila, I do not know any Brolyov. I have never heard of him. Inspector, Brolyov signed for the shipment of thread that passed through you to Gutman. Where did you stash the thread? Ludmila, what are you talking about? What do you mean, stash? Inspector, why 11 tell you right away what I mean by stash. To a policeman. Call in Kalmykova. The policeman brings in Shura Kalmykova, the maid in the hotel at Nevsky Prospect, 86, where Dimshits and his men are staying / Inspector, are you a hotel maid? Kalmykova, I am just standing in for someone else. Inspector, do you recognize this woman? Kalmykova, I most certainly do. Inspector, what can you tell me? Kalmykova, I can answer your questions. Her father's a general. Inspector, does she work? Kalmykova, she steams up men, that's her job. Inspector, does she have a husband? Kalmykova, yeah, she got married in the bushes. She's got quite a few husbands. One of them spent a whole night in the outhouse because of her teeth. Inspector, what teeth? What are you going on about? Kalmykova, she knows perfectly well what teeth. Inspector / to Ludmila, you been arrested before? How many times? Ludmila, I have been infected. I am ill. Inspector to Kalmykova, we need to ascertain how many times she's been arrested before. Kalmykova, that I don't know. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you what I don't know. Ludmila, I am exhausted. Let me go home. Inspector, calm down. Look at me. Ludmila, my head is spinning. I'm going to faint. Inspector, look at me. Ludmila, my God, why do I have to look at you? Inspector furious, because I haven't had any sleep for 5 nights, that's why. Do you understand? Ludmila, yes, I understand. Inspector moves closer to her, grabs her by the shoulders, and looks into her eyes. How many times have you been arrested? Scene 7. At the Mukhovnin's * apartment. There are shadows on the walls. Golitsyn is praying in front of an illuminated icon. The nanny is sleeping on the trunk. Golitsyn, verily, verily, I say unto you, except a corn of wheat fall into the ground and die, it abideth alone, but if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. He that loveth his life shall lose it, and he that hateth his life in this world shall keep it unto life eternal. If any man serve me, let him follow me, and where I am, there shall also my servant be. If any man serve me, him will my Father honor. Now is my soul troubled, and what shall I say? Father, save me from this hour, but for this cause came I unto this hour. Katya comes up to him silently, stands next to him, and rests her head on his shoulder /. I always meet Redko at the headquarters in what used to be an antechamber. There's an oilskin sofa there. I go in, Redko locks the door, and afterward he unlocks it. Golitsyn, I see. Katya, I am going home to Borisoglebsk, mon prince. Golitsyn, that would be for the best. Katya, Redko keeps lecturing me on whom to love, whom to hate. He says that the law of big numbers is now in effect. But I, you see, am a small number. What do I matter? Golitsyn, but you do matter. Katya, yes, I do matter. I should count. I am free now, Nanny. Wake up. Please wake up. You'd sleep right through the second coming. Nefedovna raises her head /. Where's Ludmila? Katya, Ludmila will be back soon, and I'm leaving town, so there'll be nobody to give you a hard time. Nefedovna, why give me a hard time? What is there for me to do? I was born to be a nanny, hired to raise children, but there are no children here. The house is full of women, but there's not a single child inside. One's gone off to fight a war, as if there's no one else who can do the fighting, the other one is roaming around lost. What kind of a house is this to be without children? Katya, we'll have some children by immaculate conception. Nefedovna, all you girls do is talk. You think I don't see what's going on? With you girls, nothing ever amounts to anything. Golitsyn, go to Borisoglebsk, they need you. It's a wasteland there, with beasts devouring each other. Nefedovna, look at the Molostov's 2-bit merchants, but they saw to it that their nanny was given a pension. 50 rubles a month. Prince, why don't you see to it that I get a pension too? Golitsyn lights the makeshift tin stove. No one would listen to me now, nanny. I have no connections these days. Nefedovna, but they were just 2-bit merchants. Mukhovnin enters. The front door opens, and Mukhovnin staggers back at the sight of Philip, large and shapeless, hooded and wrapped in rags. Half of Philip's face is covered in raw scar tissue. He is wearing felt boots. Mukhovnin, who are you? Philip moves closer, one of Ludmila Nikolaevna's acquaintances. Mukhovnin, how may I help you? Philip, there has been a small disaster, Your Excellency. Katya, did Mr. Dimshit send you? Philip, yes, he sent me. The whole thing started from nothing. Katya, what about Ludmila Nikolaevna? Philip, they were all there together. They were having a little fun, Your Excellency, but things got out of hand. Captain Viskovsky and, well, Kravchenko, they went at each other, both were a little tipsy. Golitsyn, General Mukhovnin, let me have a word with our comrade here. Philip, it's not like anything special happened. It was a misunderstanding. Both were a little tipsy, both had weapons. Mukhovnin, where is my daughter? Philip, we are not sure, Your Excellency. Mukhovnin, tell me where my daughter is. You need not hold anything back from me. Philip barely audibly, she's been arrested. Mukhovnin, I have looked death in the eye. I am a soldier. Philip louder, they've arrested her, Your Excellency. Mukhovnin, you mean they've arrested her? What for? Philip, some illness or something got them going. Kravchenko says, you gave her that illness, Captain Viskovsky, so I'll shoot you. And they had weapons on them, so she. Mukhovnin, the Chaika * came for her? Philip, some men came and took her away, who knows who they were. Nowadays no one wears no uniform, Your Excellency. You can't tell who's who. Mukhovnin, Katya, I must go to Smolny, 6. Katya, you're not going anywhere, Nikolai Vasilievich. You mustn't. Mukhovnin, I must go to Smolny immediately. Katya, please, Nikolai Vasilievich. Mukhovnin, the thing is, Katya, that my daughter must be returned to me immediately. He goes to the telephone. Would you please connect me to military headquarters? Katya, you mustn't. Mukhovnin, I would like to speak to Comrade Redko. This is Mukhovnin. All I can tell you, comrade, is that in former days I was Quartermaster General of the 6th Army. Hello, is that you, Comrade Redko? Hello, Comrade Redko. This is Mukhovnin speaking. I hope you are well. I am very sorry to disturb you. The thing is that yesterday evening some armed men came and arrested my daughter Ludmila at a hotel on Nevsky Prospect, number 86.1. I'm not asking you to pull strings, Comrade Redko. I know that that sort of thing is frowned upon in your organization. I simply wish to announce that it is vital I see my oldest daughter, Maria Nikolaevna. You see, I have been somewhat unwell recently, and I feel it essential that I consult with her. We have sent telegrams and express letters to her. I know Katya has asked for your help in that, but we've received no answer. I would like to request to speak to her directly. I should add that General Brusilov-Karat has invited me to come to Moscow to discuss my return to active duty. Oh, you say our letters were delivered? On the 8th? Well, I am very grateful to you. The best of luck, Comrade Redko. He hangs up. Everything is fine. They have found Maria and our telegram was delivered to her on the 8th. She'll be in Petersburg tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. Nanny, we must tidy up Maria's room tomorrow. You will have to get up at the crack of dawn and tidy it up. Katya is right, this apartment is a mess. We really have let it go, there's dust everywhere. We have to put covers on all the furniture. Do we have covers, Katya? Katya, we have some, but not for all the furniture. Mukhovnin rushing around the room, we must cover the furniture at all cost. It will be nice for Maria to find everything just as she left it. Why not make things comfortable, if one is able to? Not to mention, at our place there's no chance to at least amuse her a little. You have no penchant whatsoever for amusement, Katya, darling, you'll lag behind the times if you don't go to the theater. Katya, when Maria comes back, I shall go to the theater. Mukhovnin to Philip, I'm sorry, what is your name? Philip Andreevich. Mukhovnin, why don't you take a seat, Philip Andreevich? We didn't even thank you for all your trouble. We must offer Philip Andreevich something to eat. Nanny, do we have anything we can offer him? We always like having guests, Philip Andreevich, though you must forgive our simple hospitality. Please, make yourself comfortable. We must introduce you to Maria Nikolaevna. Katya, you must get some rest, Nikolai Vasilievich. You must go and lie down. Mukhovnin, and for your information, I'm not in the least bit worried about Ludmila. It will be a lesson for her, a lesson because of her childishness, her lack of experience. For your information, I'm even glad. He shudders, stops, collapses into a chair. Katya rushes over to him. Don't worry, Katya, don't worry. Katya, are you all right? Mukhovnin, it's nothing, it's just my heart. Katya and Golitsyn help him up and lead him out. Philip, he looks a bit rattled. Nefedovna laying out plates on the table, were you there when they arrested our young lady? Philip, yes, I was. Nefedovna, did she fight back? Philip, at first she did, but then she just went with them. Nefedovna, I'll give you some potatoes and some fruit pudding too. Philip, believe it or not, Grandma, we had a whole tubful of meat noodles back at our place, and then with all these troubles, we looked away for a second and they disappeared into thin air. Nefedovna, she puts the potatoes in front of him, they boiled off your face during the Civil War? Philip, no, it got boiled off a while back, during the civil peace. Nefidovna, so, you think there'll be another war? What do your people say? Philip eating, there'll be war in August. Nefidovna, what, with the Poles? Philip, with the Poles. Nefidovna, haven't we already given them all the land they want? Philip, what they want is for their country to stretch from sea to sea. They want it to be like it was in old times again. Nefidovna, what idiots. Katya enters. Katya, the general is in very bad shape. We must call the doctor. Philip, doctors, miss, don't come at such an hour. Katya, he is dying, Nanny. His nose has turned blue. He already has the look of death on him. Philip, the doctors have all bolted their doors. You couldn't get them to come out at night even at gunpoint. Katya, we must go and get some oxygen from a pharmacy. Philip, is His Excellency a union member? Katya, I don't know. We don't know anything about such things here. Philip, if he's not a union member, then they won't give him any. The doorbell rings sharply. Philip goes to open the door, and then returns. Philip, it's Maria Nikolaevna. Katya, Maria. Katya goes toward the door with outstretched arms, bursts into tears. Stops, covers her face with her hands, then drops them. Her. Stands a Red Army fighter, about 19 years old, with long legs. He is dragging a sack behind him. Golitsyn enters and stops by the door. Red Army fighter, greetings. Katya, my God. What happened to Maria? Red Army fighter, Maria Nikolaevna has sent you some supplies. Katya, where is she? Is she with you? Red Army fighter, Maria Nikolaevna is with the division. Everyone's at their positions now. I've got something here for you, some boots. Katya, she didn't come with you? Red Army fighter, no, of course not. We're in the middle of a battle, comrade. Katya, we've sent her letters, telegrams. Red Army fighter, you can send what you want, it makes no difference. The units are on the move night and day. Katya, are you going to see her? Red Army fighter, sure I am. Do you want me to tell her something? Katya, yes, please tell her. Tell her that her father is dying, that there is no hope of saving him. Tell her that he called out to her on his deathbed. And that her sister, Ludmila, is no longer living with us, as she's been arrested. Tell Maria Nikolaevna that we wish her all the best, and that she mustn't feel remorse about not being here with us in our hour of need. The Red Army fighter looks around, and steps back. Mukhovnin comes staggering out of his room. His eyes are wandering, his hair disheveled, there is a smile on his face. Mukhovnin, you see, Maria, all the time you were away I wasn't in the least bit sick. On best behavior. He sees the Red Army fighter. Who is this? He repeats his question louder. Who is this? Who is this? He collapses. Nefidovna sinks to her knees beside Mukhovnin. Are you leaving me, my little Kolya? Aren't you going to wait for your poor old nanny? Mukhovnin wheezes. Death throes. Scene 8. Noon. Blinding light. Outside the window, the sun-drenched columns of the Hermitage and a corner of the Winter Palace. The empty apartment of the Mukhovnins. Andrei and his apprentice Kuzma, a fat-faced young man, are polishing the floor upstage. Agasha is shouting out of the window. Agasha, damn you, Nyasha, don't let the child get all dirty down there. Where are your eyes, you sitting on them or something? A grown wench and still a fool. Tikhon. Hey, Tikhon. Why did you leave the shed door open? Lock the shed. Hello, Yegorovna. Is there any way I can get some salt from you till the 1st? Till have my coupons by then and you'll get it back. I'll send my girl over to you with a little jar, and you can put the salt in it. Tikhon. Hey, Tikhon. Have you been by the Novoseltsevs? When are they moving out? Tikhon's voice, they say they have nowhere to go. Agasha, they knew how to live nice and grand, now let them move out nice and grand. Tell them they've got till Sunday. Tell them that if they're still there after Sunday, things will get ugly. Nyasha. Damn you. Open your eyes. The child is stuffing dirt up its nose. Bring the child up here this instant, and come and wash windows instead. Backslash to the floor polisher. So, how are things moving along? Andre, we're putting some muscle into it. Agasha, then how about putting some muscle into those corners too? You haven't done them. Andre, what corners? Agasha, all 4 corners. And you've turned the whole floor rusty brown. Is it supposed to be like that? The color's off. Andre, we don't have the right materials to work with nowadays. Agasha, you think I was born yesterday? If there was money in it, you'd come up with the right materials in a second. Andre, if it was up to me, I wouldn't ask my worst enemy to clean floors after the revolution. During the revolution the dirt grew to 3 inches thick on these floors, you couldn't shave it off with a plane. I should get a medal for cleaning floors after the revolution, and all you do is bark. Katya, wearing mourning, enters upstage with Sushkin. Sushkin, the only reason I'm buying all this stuff is because I'm a furniture fanatic. I'm nuts about furniture. I simply can't walk past an antique piece and resist it. Antiques make me crazy. But as we all know, buying anything large nowadays is like hanging a millstone around your neck and jumping into a lake, you get dragged right to the bottom. So you buy something, you're full of enthusiasm, and then the next morning, in the cold light of day, you don't know what to do with all the stuff. Katya, you forget that everything here is of exquisite quality. The Stroganovs had this furniture brought from Paris 100 years ago. Sushkin, and that is why I'm giving you 1,200,000,000 rubles for it. Katya, how many loaves of bread does that buy? Sushkin, well, but you can't count these things in loaves of bread, you have to take into consideration the fact that I'm buying these pieces as a madman, as an enthusiast. I'm sure you know well enough what a risk I'm taking, owning grand pieces of furniture. I'll be the first in line to get carted off. Changes his tone. FVE brought some young men with me. Shouts downstairs. Okay, everyone, you can come up now. And bring some ropes. Agasha steps forward, and where do you think you're going to drag this off to? Sushkin, I don't believe I have had the pleasure. Katya, this is our caretaker. Agasha, FM the janitor here. Sushkin, pleased to meet you. How about this, you help us carry down the furniture, and we'll take care of you. Agasha, that will not be possible, comrade. Sushkin, what do you mean, not possible? Agasha, there's people moving in here from the basement. Sushkin dismissively, really? Fascinating. Agasha, and where are they going to get furniture from, if I may ask? Sushkin, that is of no concern to us, comrade. Katya, Agasha, Maria Nikolaevna has authorized me to sell all the furniture. Sushkin to Agasha, excuse me, comrade, but does this furniture belong to you? Agasha, the furniture isn't mine, just as it isn't yours. Sushkin, listen, lady, first of all, you and I haven't shat in the same hole, okay? Secondly, your attitude is going to get you into trouble. Agasha, you bring a warrant, and I'll let you cart off the furniture. Katya, Agasha, this furniture belongs to Maria Nikolaevna, and as you know. Agasha, everything I knew, madam, I have forgotten. I've had to relearn everything. Sushkin, careful, you're getting into deep waters. Agasha, you raise your voice to me and you're out of here. Katya, let us go, Mr. Sushkin. Sushkin to Agasha, you're a bit above yourself. Agasha, bring me a warrant, and then you can cart everything out. Sushkin, we'll be discussing this elsewhere. Agasha, yes, down at the police station. Katya, let us go, Mr. Sushkin. Sushkin, I will go, but of one thing you can be sure, when I come back, I won't be alone. Agasha, madam, what you're doing isn't right. They leave. Andrei and Kuzma finish polishing the floor. They gather their equipment. Kuzma, she sure gave it to him. Andrei, that little lady knows how to throw punches. Kuzma, was she here when the general was around? Andrei, back then she kept her head low and her mouth shut. Kuzma, I'm sure the general was a nasty customer. Andrei, no, he wasn't. He never was. Whenever you went up to him, he'd say hello, shake hands with you. We all loved him. Kuzma, what are you saying? How could you all love a general? Andrei, because we're a bunch of fools. He didn't do any more harm than was to be expected. He chopped his own firewood. Kuzma, was he old? Andrei, not really. Kuzma, then why did he die? Andrei. Man doesn't die because he's infirm, he dies because he's served his term. And the general had served his term. Enter Agasha, Safonova Boni, young, taciturn worker, and his pregnant wife Elena, a tall woman, not more than 20, with a small bright face. She is in the final stages of her pregnancy. They are loaded with household goods, stools, mattresses, a little paraffin stove Andrei, wait a second, let me spread something on the floor. Agasha, come in, Safonov, don't be afraid. This is where you are going to live. Elena, this is so fancy, couldn't we get a place that's less? Agasha, it's time you got used to better things. Andrei, you'll be surprised how fast you'll get used to better things. Agasha, the kitchen's to the left, and the bath where you can wash is over there. Come on, young man, let's go get the rest of the stuff. You stay here, Elena, and don't walk around, you'll lose your baby. Agasha and Safonov exit. Andrei is gathering up his things, brushes, buckets. Elena sits down on a stool Andrei, well, good luck in your new home. Elena, it doesn't really look all that comfortable, it's so big. Andrei, when are you due? Elena, I'm going in tomorrow. Andrei, it'll be easy enough for you. You'll be going to the palace on the Moika Canal, right? Elena, that's right, the Moika Canal. Andrei, that palace is now called Mother and Child. The Tsarina had it built for a shepherd, now women go there to give birth. Everything's nicely fixed up, it'll be no hassle. Elena, I have to go in tomorrow. 1 minute I'm frightened, the next I'm not. Andrei, what's there to be frightened of? You're going in to give birth, one hiccup and it'll be out. You squeeze all your insides, you give birth, then you'll be as good as new. Elena, it's just that I have such narrow hips. Andrei, when push comes to shove, they 11 widen. You should see some of those pretty little women, tiny, with lots of nice hair, the prettiest little hands and feet, and they give birth to large roughnecks who can drink vodka by the bucket and fill a bowl with a single punch. Giving birth is what women are here for. He swings his sack onto his shoulder. You want a girl or a boy? Elena, I don't mind either way. Andrei, you're right, both are fine. What I say is that all kids born today have a good life to look forward to. That's a sure thing nowadays. He picks up the rest of his tools. Let's go, Kuzma. To Elena. 1 hiccup and it'll be out. The floor polishers exit. Elena opens the windows, and the sun and the noise of the street come pouring in. Sticking out her belly, She carefully walks along the walls, touching them, peeks into adjacent rooms, turns on the chandelier, and turns it off again. Nyasha, an enormous crimson-faced girl, comes in carrying a bucket and a rag to wash the windows. She climbs up onto the windowsill and tucks in her skirt above her knees. She is bathed in sunlight. She stands against the background of the springtime sky like a statue holding up an arch. Elena, will you come to our housewarming party, Nyasha? Nyasha in a bass voice, you ask me 111 come. What re you going to serve? Elena, not much, whatever I can get my hands on. Nyasha, what I want is some red wine, nice and sweet. She suddenly bursts into song with a loud, piercing voice. A Cossack galloped through valleys unseen into cold and distant Manchurian lands. He galloped through gardens and orchards green. A precious ring clasped in his powerful hands. The precious ring was from his sweetheart true. Think of me as you ride through those distant lands, and in a year forever I shall belong to you. Alas, a year had come and gone. Curtain 1. A town to the south of Petersburg. Today the city of Pushkin, 14 miles south of Petersburg. 2. The way things are now. 3. So overly Russian. Carrot is a thing of the past. 4. The circus is continuing, I have a toothache tonight. Carrot a quotation from Lermontov's poem Tsirai. 5. The croupiers call when bets are closed at the roulette table. The extraordinary commission set up in 1917 to investigate counter-revolutionary activities. The Chayka later became the KGB. 6. The Petrograd Council, the seat of Lenin's government, situated in the former Smolny. Institute for Girls of the Nobility. Alexei Alexeyevich Brusilov, 1853–1926, was a Soviet general who was also of aristocratic birth. 14. Screenplays. Babel began working for the Soviet cinema in the mid-1920s. He had achieved literary fame with his Odessa and Red Cavalry stories, and was approached by Peter Chardinin, the renowned director of such silent film classics as Queen of Spades and House of Kolomna, to write a screenplay version of his Red Cavalry story. ISAC, the Ukrainian state film company, Vukfu, produced the movie in 1925. The same year, Babel provided the subtitles for the movie Jewish Luck, based on Shalom Mekem's Menachem Mendel stories. Alexander Granovsky of the Moscow State Yiddish Theater, along with Grigory Gricher-Cherikover, directed the movie. The cinematography was by Eduard Tissa / who was Sergei Eisenstein's cinematographer on classics such as Battleship Potemkin, October 1917, and Alexander Nevsky. Not all Baby's screenplays have come down to us. In 1925, he began working on the first screenplay in this section, Roaming Stars, loosely based on Shalom Aleicham's novel of the same name, translated into English as Wandering Star. Grigory Gricher-Cherikover also directed this movie. In Roaming Stars, Babel kept to the basic technique of silent movie scenario writing, numbering the scene sequences and writing out the subtitles in capital letters. But unlike other screenwriters of the period, who confined themselves to dry description and technical stage directions, Babel's scenario writing had literary subtlety and stylistic depth. She is a gaunt German woman with yellow puffed-up hair and an unblinking glass eye. The telephone rings. She lifts the receiver. Her face uncoils like a long spring, at the end of which is a gush of prefabricated delight. The movie was a box office success, but the critics were not pleased with the director's work, accusing him of smoothing out and prettifying Babel. As the movie magazine Sovietskoye Kino wrote, the movie will do well, and it will bring in the public, but there is nothing, or almost nothing left of Shalom Aleichem or Isaac Babel. The second screenplay in this section, Benya Krik, which Babel based on his Odessa stories, was to be filmed by the Soviet Union's most renowned director, Sergei Eisenstein. Babel, however, transferred the movie from Goskino, the State Committee for Cinematography, in Moscow, to the Ukrainian state film company, Vukfu, which had just filmed Roaming Stars, and Vilner directed Benya Krik. Babel's movie The Chinese Mill, directed by Lev Shin, was released in 1928. Number 4, Staraya Square is Babel's only screenplay for a talkie that has come down to us. Among Babel's screenplays that have not yet been located are, Jimmy Higgins, adapted from Upton Sinclair's novel, 1928, a movie that Babel co-scripted with Tyson, and Pilots, 1935. In 1939, Babel worked on the scenario for Mark Donskoy's famous Gorky trilogy with Ilya Gruzdev, Gorky's biographer. A few months later Babel was arrested, and when the film came out in 1940 his name was removed from the credits. Afterward. A Personal Memoir. By Natalie Babel. The Arrest of My Mother *. I have adapted some of the material in the first section of this memoir from my introduction to the second edition of The Lonely Years, published in 1995 by Verbomundi Books, David Godine, Boston. My mother, Evgenia Borisovna Babel, née Grinfine, was arrested a few months before my 12th birthday. It was in the spring of 1941, just after the collapse of the German-Soviet Pact. Stalin and Hitler were no longer allies, and all persons of Russian origin residing in occupied France were now thought to be politically dangerous. Many were arrested. The provincial town of Niort in the west of France, where the 1939 exode had deposited us, had little experience with political prisoners in those days. The local French police just rounded up the dozen or so Russian women of the town and took them to the local jail. There were only women, no men. The children were left at home alone or with neighbors. I was left alone. Sometimes concerned neighbors invited me for meals or to spend the night. But most of the time, I managed by myself. As I remember them, these Russian women were middle-aged or aged women of the old Russian Orthodox intelligentsia, the bygone bourgeoisie, and even one tall, impressive-looking lady with a mane of white hair, who had been in attendance at the court of the late Empress Alexandra. Together, this genteel and distinguished group was put into the jail with a variety of criminals. The prison warden understood quite quickly that these ladies had little in common with the usual population there, and so he decided to separate them from the ordinary inmates. They did not partake in the routine activities of prison life, were allowed in the courtyard at odd periods, and had different visiting hours than the rest of the prisoners. Clearly, these women were not dangerous, but nevertheless, rules had to be followed when it came to visits. A permit was required before I could visit my mother, to be issued by both the French and German authorities. I remember going from office to office, taking the necessary steps to obtain the right to visit my mother, visits that lasted only a few minutes. I was allowed to come and see her twice a week, if my memory serves me correctly. My mother, flanked by 2 policemen, would be brought to a gate. I was behind another gate, accompanied by another policeman. The 2 gates were separated by a kind of ditch across which we spoke. Sometimes we were permitted to embrace and kiss each other, a favor for which I had obtained authorization in a special section of the police. This went on for a few weeks, settling into a routine. Then one day, at the very beginning of the visit, my mother said to me very quickly in Russian, "The others have been freed. If you don't get me out right away, I will perish." The guard cut her off after these few words. But I had understood perfectly. I looked for help, but there was none. I spoke with people. They were all afraid. I went to the French authorities. I saw the mayor. I attempted without success to see the prefect, the highest administrator of the whole area, department. However, I did meet the official doorkeeper, Hughes Sear, of this august personage, and was so dazzled by the gold braids of his uniform that I mistook him for the prefect himself. Each of these officials said that he was powerless, that the problem stemmed from the larger problems between Germany and the Soviet Union. Then I met a man who had helped me at the jail. Sometimes we had waited together to see our respective relatives. His wife had been arrested for black market chicken trading. We used to talk, and one day he noticed that I was distraught and crying. "Only the Germans can solve your problem," he told me. Then he wrote out on a piece of paper the name of the head of the local commandantur, saying that this person was an older career officer. "You must go to the commandant of our town. He is a decent man, and you have a chance." The German commandant happened to be of old French ancestry and was married to an Englishwoman. His name, I recall, was Dewberry. Everyone advised me against going to see him, saying it was much too dangerous. So I went alone. It was a brilliant summer day. Birds were singing, and drops of water from a garden hose were playing on the window panes of the officers' receiving rooms. How I managed to get inside the commandant's office, I cannot remember. But I imagine that each soldier of whom I asked directions was too startled to do anything but give them to me. And then, there he stood inside his chamber. Huge maps with small flags covered the walls. I can still see his uniform, his medals, and his aide, whom he dismissed after taking a look at me, the petitioner. He came forward from behind his desk and astonished me with some words of welcome in French. I told him that my mother was innocent, that I had no one else, and that he had to let her go. 2 days later, on July 16th, the day before my 12th birthday, my mother walked into the courtyard of our small house. The weather was beautiful. I was standing outside chatting with a few of the neighbors. She opened the gate and walked in with a smile, as if everything were normal. We all stood transfixed, before moving toward her. I remember the sensation of being in a slow-motion picture, before I started experiencing enormous relief and joy. I did not feel surprised, because in my heart I knew that she had to return for us to have the chance to survive. How did it happen that she was released? Commandant Dewberry had summoned her, interviewed her, and could not have failed to be surprised by her refined and completely fluent German. She had acquired it many years before, thanks to the ministrations of a Prussian Kinderfräulein, a most energetic mentor in my grandfather's household. Commandant Dewberry made my mother promise not to escape, asked her to come every day to the commandantur to sign her name in a register, and then let her go. She gave him her word of honor, and every day until the German army fled in tatters and panic, she came in to sign. But why was my mother not released with the other Russian ladies? Why was she and none of the others kept in jail, clearly destined to go somewhere else where they would process her and her case? It was because the other prisoners were émigré Russian whites, whereas she was red. She was the wife of Isaac E. Babel, the well-known Soviet writer and a Jew. Although I was born in Paris, I was his daughter, and therefore I was red, too. By the time the historical and political events I am describing took place, my mother had already lived in Paris for over 15 years. But she had always kept her Soviet passport, which had to be periodically renewed. Each visit to the Soviet embassy was such an ordeal that she had let her papers expire, a fact which created more obstacles for her, and even more complications for her husband. And why did she keep her Soviet nationality? She had very little choice. She could have applied for a Nansen passport *. The Nansen passport was devised in 1922 by a High Commission for Refugees under the League of Nations headed by the Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen. This passport, which was provided to all Russians claiming émigré status, certified the holder's identity and category of statelessness. It was officially adopted in France in 1924, the same year France formally recognized the Soviet Union. But as the wife of the writer Isaac Babel, she was dependent on the money he sent from Russia to support us, while she lived in Paris, ostensibly temporarily to study art. She could not very easily sever all her ties with the Soviet Union without bringing severe harm to her husband. And like so many others, she could not renounce forever the possibility of returning one day to Russia. My first official encounter with the Soviet authorities had taken place with my father years before. When he came to Paris in 1932 and met me for the first time, I was 3 years old. He took me to the Soviet embassy and had my name entered into his passport, making me de facto a Soviet citizen. It was undoubtedly a cautious political move on his part. But on the other hand, we also knew, from the hundreds of letters he sent to his relatives abroad, that he harbored the utopian dream of having his whole family around him back in Russia. Yet he had been instrumental in obtaining exit visas for his mother, his sister, and his wife. I believe that this dream was anchored in some reality until Gorky's death in 1936. After that time, my father's repeated calls for us to join him in Moscow were no doubt for the benefit of a very vigilant censorship. There were clearly various hypotheses as to why he registered me as a Soviet citizen. Still, for many years, my mother resented the step he had taken on my behalf. While I was growing up during the 1930s, we belonged neither to the white émigré group, most of whom were Russian Orthodox, nor to the Reds, the communist colony in Paris. There was a social ambiguity in this position, and also a moral challenge for my mother. The whites knew who she was, and that her husband had been celebrated by the hated regime. So they were not always comfortable with her. The Reds knew of Evgenia Borisovna's feelings of detestation for them, and certainly did not expect her to join them even socially. Nonetheless, a large part of our daily experience was Russian: language, stories, recollections of the Grinfanes family life in Kiev before the revolution, Russian customs and foods. My mother also had to explain my father's absence to me. The main reason she gave was that, as a writer, Babel could not separate himself from his land and native language, which were indispensable tools for his creative art. She convinced me of the nobility of his beliefs, and made sure that I felt love and respect for him and his commitment to his writing. It was only much later in my life that I was able to look at this idealized image of my father with a more critical eye. In addition to our Russian world, there was the indisputable fact that we lived in France. I have always felt comfortable in both worlds, although there were many differences between my classmates and myself. First of all, besides French, I could speak another language incomprehensible to them. This alone marked me as being different. Moreover, when I was asked at the beginning of each school year about what were my parents' professions, I answered, both of my parents are artists. My father a writer, and my mother a painter. This also drew attention, as well as the fact that I had a cosmopolitan education. As early as I can remember, I heard about literature, painting, exhibits, geography, and travels to faraway countries from my mother's conversations with her friends. Among them were Alexandra Ixter, who painted set designs for the ballets Russes, the sculptor Konstantin Brancusi, the writer Joseph Kessel, and many others. My mother often took me to visit artists in their ateliers, where I could see them painting, sculpting, and creating various objets d'art. I began my formal schooling at the age of 7, which was the custom in Russia, but considered very late in France. I never read stories for little girls, but started out with real literature. My first 2 books were Uncle Tom's Cabin in a French version for children and the classic Lettres de Mon Moulin by Alphonse Daudet. I received no religious education, following my father's orders. I studied neither Judaism nor Catholicism, and did not go to church on Sundays. I envied my classmates, with their pretty dresses and flowers going to Mass. My ignorance of religion could be a danger at times, when our Jewish identity had to be kept a secret. Once, during the war, a Russian lady came to visit my mother in Niort on Easter Sunday. On seeing me, she gave the customary Russian Orthodox Easter greeting, "Christ is risen." Puzzled but polite, I answered, "Thank you very much, the same to you," rather than "He has risen indeed," the customary reply which all Russian Orthodox children would know by heart. My mother blanched, and the lady looked embarrassed, but did not say a word. From such near catastrophic incidents, I learned early the importance of the meaning of words. I also understood that Russia was a warm, creative, unique country, whose people had deep feelings and lofty sentiments, peasants as well as nobles. But from the political conversations I overheard at home, I knew before many others that the Russian Revolution of 1917 had degenerated into something monstrous, that the Bolshevik regime was not a temporary stage leading to a magnificent future, and that millions of people were being deceived. Many others, including my father, I believe, remained optimistic, especially in the early years of Soviet rule. Although I received a partial Russian education and have lived for many years in the United States, I remain also French. The culture of France and its language are integral to my sense of self. I believe that the country of one's childhood education puts its stamp upon a person forever. The first alphabet, the first children's songs and rhymes, the first counting and adding 2 plus 2, one's first prejudices and loyalties, all make one a member of that culture, like it or not. All of these contradictions illustrate what I have known throughout my entire life, that there was never anything simple about being the daughter of Isaac Babel. My father was similarly filled with many contradictions, which are apparent in his stories and books. Perhaps his future biographer will explore further the many inconsistencies that marked his brief life. I do believe, however, that these countervailing themes endowed his fiction with the resonance and richness, thereby creating literature of the highest order. The Yellow Star. There is a story about which I have always felt uncomfortable, because I never tried to find out enough to bring it to a proper closure. Like the first section of this memoir, The Arrest of My Mother, it deals with my childhood. It happened during the time when the German authorities decreed that all French citizens of Jewish ancestry had to declare themselves officially and to wear a yellow star. French Jewry has traditionally been one of the most assimilated Jewish groups in Western Europe. Prominent Jewish families have been French for many generations, and they certainly could never imagine that there could ever be any persecution organized against them. They considered, at least at the beginning, that having to register with the authorities was just one of the many troublesome inconveniences of the war. My mother, however, had gone through the Civil War, the Revolution, and the implementation of the Soviet regime, and felt otherwise. She was quite distrustful of such a political decree. She considered that having a Soviet passport was already quite enough of a handicap, so she never declared us. Neither she nor I ever wore a yellow star. It is amazing now to think that we were never denounced, a common enough occurrence in those days. At that time, we were living in Niort. One of the town's local glories was the celebrated writer Ernest Perrochon Ernest Perrochon, 1885–1942, French writer, winner of the Prix Goncourt in 1920 for his novel Nine. He lived in Niort from 1921 until his death. Who had once received the Prix Goncourt, France's most prestigious literary prize. I mention him because his family owned a large beautiful house, and rented a few of the rooms to an elderly lady who had come from Paris because of the war. Her name was Madame Lazareff. She was the widow of a banker, and therefore had the money to rent space in one of the town's most important residences. We knew that she had a son who had disappeared. But nobody knew, including Madame Lazareff herself, what had become of him. Was he a prisoner? Was he hiding somewhere? No one knew. When the decree of the Yellow Star came, Madame Lazareff, of course, began to wear hers. I should mention that she was very friendly with my mother, all the more so since she was also of Russian origin. One spring afternoon, probably in 1942, Madame Lazareff was having tea with us. We were living in a little house at the end of a courtyard, behind a larger house. Someone rang the bell and I went to open the gate. I found myself in front of 2 French policemen. I was told, "We understand that there is a Madame Babel here." In those days, whenever you saw the police, especially when they entered your home, your knees started to buckle. And then they said, "We have come for Madame Lazareff. We were told that she is here." And indeed she was right there. They told her, "You have been reported for not wearing your yellow star. And we can see that it's true. You aren't wearing it?" Madame Lazareff, who was smaller than I was as a child, and dressed in her usual morning black, answered, "Yes, yes. I am wearing it, but it's on my coat." "Well," they said, "that's not enough. You're supposed to have it on every garment." They didn't let her return to her place. They just took her away, and no one ever saw her again. How long did she survive? Did she die on the train? In a concentration camp? Surely, given her frailty, she must have perished very quickly. Just before the policeman left, I opened my big mouth and told them, "You are really de oizo de malha, messengers of grief." Then one of them asked my mother, "Is this your daughter? How old is she?" "She is 12, my mother answered. "You are lucky," he replied. "If she were a year older, we would take her also." And how could they have known that Madame Lazareff was having tea with my mother? That son of hers had a wife and daughter, who occasionally came to visit from Paris. I remember his wife's elegance and beauty, but do not recall whether she was Jewish. The daughter was a few years older than I was, very pretty with copper curls. A spoiled city girl, clearly from a rich family. I remember that she talked about nothing but boys. She was really boy crazy, which seemed completely stupid to me. But then, she really was stupid, or at least very naive. We learned later that she had been the one who had sent the policeman over to our house. It was during one of her visits to Niort to see her grandmother. The policeman arrived at the house of Ernest Perrochon and she was the one who answered the door. They demanded, "Where is Madame Lazareff?" In those days, any 15-year-old facing that situation would have said, "I really don't know. Let me find someone else to help you." "And who is Madame Babel?" they continued, after she had informed them. "And where is Madame Babel?" And so they came to us. This incident, so fraught with danger and so common then, still makes me shudder. And I have never felt that the story was quite over. Charles de Gaulle, of course, came back from London in 1944, when Paris was barely liberated. Many political dissidents, resistants, who had fled occupied France soon followed as well. One of them was a journalist named Pierre Lazareff. Born in France of parents of Russian origin, he had spent the war years as the head of the War Information Office in the United States. He returned to Paris in September 1944 and became the publisher of one of the leading post-war newspapers born out of the resistance movement, called France Soir. I have always wondered if he was the mysterious son of the old lady that we had known in Niort. For many years afterward, I was tempted to contact him to find out. But, if my intuition was correct, how could I possibly tell him that his own daughter had been the instrument of his mother's death? Perhaps if Madame Lazareff had been warned, she would have had time to hide somewhere. Such a conversation would only have been terribly upsetting to both of us. And so I never went to see him. The end of the war. As the liberation of Paris approached in the summer of 1944, clouds of planes passed over our heads with a deafening noise, occasionally dropping a bomb, perhaps on some local railroad. We did not know whether those planes were going toward their destinations or coming back from them. But even after the retreat of the German army from France, the war was still not over for us. Food rationing continued for at least 2 more years. War was still being fought over large parts of Europe. The chronic shortages, the hunger and disease continued. But the immediate and constant danger and fear were gone, and that changed everything. What began as a trickle turned into an enormous movement of displaced persons, people going home, people looking for people, survivors released from concentration camps or prisoner of war camps wandered in search of their families. Sometimes a person who had disappeared reappeared, amazingly. My mother and I had little choice except to stay in the provincial town where we had spent over 4 years and where we had survived the Nazi occupation. We were homeless, penniless, and displaced. We had not yet been able to get into contact with anyone. The few valuables which my mother had taken with us in the fall of 1939 when we fled Paris had been sold, some jewelry, the last gifts from her father which had been saved during the revolution, a good stamp collection, a fur coat. Some old friends from Paris and Brussels managed to send us some money, when they could figure a way to do so. There were times when we ate very frugally indeed. We remained in the town of Niort for at least another year, although my memories of this time are vague. I must have gone to school for another year. I do, however, remember the atmosphere of our life at that time. We were living in a kind of limbo. It was a purgatory, as we waited for the door to open for us to return to a normal life. We stayed in the same little house, without a toilet or bathroom, without hot water or heating. I have often been asked whether I ever went back to Niort. Never. It has remained for me a place out of time, out of space, out of tangible reality. I do not actually remember where that town is on the map, somewhere not too far from the Atlantic Ocean. Of course, I do remember the streets, some specific places, the market, where I stood in line at 5 in the morning in winter. Like most French towns, Niort had its covered produce market, with separate stalls for the different merchants. In those days, the market was allowed to open for 1 or 2 days a week. Peasants and farmers brought whatever victuals they had to sell. But there were too many people and very little to buy. In order to have the chance to buy anything, you had to be right at the head of the line, which began to form in the middle of the night. When the gates opened at 7, you had to race at top speed to your targeted booth. We kids made arrangements among ourselves, since even those at the head of the line could not reach 2 stalls at the same time. Look, till buy the potatoes, if you can get me the eggs. There was a playful element to this, but if you lost the game, you might not eat at all that day. For years, I was obsessed by these recollections. It took a very long time for those of my generation who were between the ages of 10 and 15 during the war, the occupation, and the terror to adapt to a more normal life. Early in 1946, my mother took a trip to Paris, a journey which was quite an odyssey at the time. The trains were still so overcrowded. I remember pushing her through the window to get a seat in the train. She wanted to find out whether we had anything left there and, above all, to see if she could find out something about the fate of her husband. She did learn that we had lost all claim to our small house in Plessis Robinson, a suburb south of Paris. Another family had occupied it for some time, and there was nothing she could do about it. In addition to the house, we had lost all our furnishings. This included a very good library, which today would be invaluable, as it contained all of my father's first editions. There was also my mother's art collection, along with her own works of art paintings, which might now be still on walls somewhere in Europe, a retrospective compliment, perhaps. While in Paris, my mother was told through the Montparnasse, favorite left bank quartier of Paris for the bohemian and artistic crowd. Artists, painters, writers, poets, and émigrés from all over the world passed their days and nights in its famous cafés La Rotonde, La Coupole, Le Dôme. The Russian crowd les Russes, including many famous artists and writers, was especially well known there. Grapevine that Ilya Ehrenberg wanted to see her. Ilya Grigorievich Ehrenberg, 1891–1967, famous Soviet novelist, essayist, journalist. Paris correspondent for Izvestia in the 1930s. Author of The Fall of Paris, 1941, for which he won the Stalin Prize for Literature. Recipient of the Order of Lenin in 1944 for his efforts as a wartime journalist. Member of the French Legion of Honor. Winner of the Stalin Peace Prize, 1953. Author of the Thaw, 1954. She had known him since the mid-1920s, when he was living in Paris, and by which time he had already established a significant place for himself in Soviet literature. She disliked him intensely, considering him the ultimate spokesman for the Soviet regime. Since the beginning of the war, when he returned to Moscow, he was the most famous and widely read journalist in the USSR, read avidly even by Stalin himself. He was one of the few writers to escape the Stalinist purges. Despite her feelings, she went to see him, hoping for news of her husband. He told her quite amazingly that Babel was alive, that he had spent the war in exile, and was now living under surveillance not far from Moscow. And so she returned to Niort with renewed hope about her husband. It was the first news she had received of him since his last letters in 1939. There were many reasons to believe Ehrenberg, because he was such a prestigious and well-informed person. She harbored these hopes and illusions until 1949 or 1950, since there was never any official announcement of my father's death. Meanwhile, American organizations were also searching for displaced persons. And in 1948, they let us know that no traces of Babel could be found in Russia after 1939. We left Niort at last in the late spring of 1946. An old family friend let us have what used to be the summer residence of his rich relatives, who had never returned after the war. It was in the small village of Bois-Leroi, just at the edge of the vast forest of Fontainebleau, south of Paris. The house was big, with a large garden full of fruit trees. Everything was abandoned and neglected, yet lovely. We harvested many different varieties of apples, and prepared them in all sorts of ways. I remember that when my mother planted corn, a neighbor asked her if she was planning to raise pigs. The French did not consider corn on the cob fit for human consumption in those days. My mother began to take in paying guests, including her friends and acquaintances. She was an excellent cook, and often fed a dozen people a day. I helped with the cleaning. By that time, I was ready to enter the 10th grade. The fact that I had continued my schooling throughout the war years is astonishing, and sheds another light on my mother's character. She never considered that I could not go to school, even in times when it was dangerous to step outside our home, when anti-Semitism was raging everywhere, even in the elementary school classes. I had to continue my education, no matter what hardship or risk it entailed. Whenever the school year began, I had to be sent away somewhere, and was put into boarding school. The Lycée de Versailles was the choice, although I do not remember why. I was allowed to return home on the weekends. It was an excellent school, very upscale, and it was very hard to gain admittance. The discipline was extremely strict. The staff consisted mostly of elderly spinsters, not very attuned to the needs of traumatized adolescents. For me, boarding school life was far from easy, like being in a Charles Dickens novel. Everything had to be done according to detailed rules and regulations. You had to get up at a certain time, and had so many minutes to get dressed, then breakfast at an appointed time, and so on, until lights out at 9 o'clock. This discipline created the sense of ropes tied around my body. We had to walk to class 2 by 2, as if we were little girls. I do not remember a single thing that I learned or studied there, but I do recall being deeply unhappy. I had been living such a close and protected life with my mother for so long, living in fear during the Nazi occupation, but also in great independence. I longed for the weekends, when I would go home to that big, beautiful, frigid house, where mother was waiting for me after a week alone. I was becoming emotionally and mentally unbalanced. I think that it was not so much what we now call post-traumatic stress as it was the living trauma of being in that school, and away from my mother and from my first great love. My nerves, already frayed, became live electric wires. Mercifully, this painful episode lasted less than 3 months. I was expelled before the Christmas break. Expelled for rebellious behavior, bad character, and loose morals. It seems that my correspondence was being monitored, and a passionate letter from my boyfriend had been discovered and opened. My mother and I were summoned by Madame la Directrice and given a full treatment of humiliation. Watching my mother in that situation was more painful to me than all my problems. She was told, among other things, that I could only be destined to a life of menial labor, given my condition of moral turpitude. That she had obviously not been able to raise a decent girl, and that if I were not destined for a life of whoredom, I might at best become a seamstress, which seemed to be for the headmistress barely above the bottom. I was 15 years old. I was given a certificate with the statement "conduct to be watched, conduite à surveiller." This was a horrible stigma in those days, almost certainly preventing acceptance at any other school. And so my mother and I went back to the big, empty house in Bois-Leroi. The end of the year passed long, dark, and dreary. Finally, on New Year's Day 1947, we were reunited with my auntie and uncle from Belgium. It was the first time they had been able to leave Brussels since the end of the war to visit us. They, of course, knew of my situation and decided, together with my mother, that the only solution was for me to return to Belgium with them. Belgium seemed to be one of the European countries which normalized very quickly after the war and, in 1947, no longer had the same great shortages of food, clothing, and heating, which still existed in France. We were still using rationing coupons to buy things, whereas Belgium had already done away with them. And so, as an adolescent, I was to go to Belgium. But this turned out not to be so simple. There was the question of what kind of official papers I possessed, since a special visa was needed. My father had registered me as a Soviet citizen, by putting me in his passport, during his stay in Paris in 1932. This meant that in 1947, although I had been born in France, I was not a French citizen, and this was certainly an obstacle to freedom. However, I had to wait until my 18th birthday to petition for French citizenship, to which I was entitled. By this time, my mother had given up her Soviet passport and was a citizen without a country and apatride, even after living over 20 years in France. As I had no permission to enter Belgium legally, my uncle arranged for me to enter the country illegally. He must have paid someone to get me across the border into Belgium from the northeast part of France. I remember having to cross a field of snow, crawling flat on my belly to get underneath the rows of barbed wire, which still separated the two countries. I do not know whether this was really necessary, or whether the man in charge of this mission wanted to impress on my uncle that he was really earning his money. But for me, after the Nazi danger, it was one of the darkest moments of my life. This whole long passage of events, the boarding school, the winter in the forest, the continued absence of my father, the illegal crossing, was a bitter experience, and made me feel that the war was far from over for me. It took years for me to feel free from the memory of so many fears, losses, and sorrows. I was admitted to the Lycée Franc-Condé in Brussels, based only on papers from my school in Niort. The fact that I had been expelled from a French national school was to remain a deep and shameful secret for years. I was much too afraid to talk about it, for fear that my trickery would be discovered. I learned later that the directrice of the Lycée de Versailles was known for being anti-Semitic and xenophobic. And it was rumored that, during the occupation, she had reported on Jewish students. Perhaps, she had only used my love letter as a pretext to expel me. In contrast, the Lycée Franc-Condé was a wonderful school. The teachers, who were still young and had themselves just gone through the war, understood that our generation was a bit different, that strict discipline was not the best approach. My classmates were all between the ages of 15 and 17, and we were a fairly motley group. Many of us had already seen a great deal in our short lifetimes. One of my classmates had lost all of his hair. We never knew exactly how, some ordeal, I suppose. Once, as I was climbing the stairs behind him, he suddenly turned around, all white, upset, and belligerent. He explained that the sound of my heavy boots, I did not have new shoes yet, was intolerable to him, awakening memories of other boots. Another classmate stuttered badly. We could all be pretty rude and difficult. We were prone to fits of anger, probably unjustified. I outdid myself the day that I put my fist into a classmate's face hard enough to make his nose bleed. And he was quite a peaceful fellow, as I recall. I admire the teachers at that school, who never punished us, always tried to establish a good rapport with us, and who understood our excesses and their causes. I spent 2.5 years there, and did well in my studies, passing both of the baccalaureate examinations required for entrance to a French university. Revelations. At the beginning of 1956, one went to London for several months to study English. When I returned to Paris in the summer, I found my mother looking very poorly. In fact, she was already extremely ill, having been diagnosed with cancer. It was discovered much too late, and she died less than a year later. On my arrival, my mother was very distressed and agitated about an event which, unfortunately, had taken place during my absence. I soon learned what had happened during my stay in England. My mother had received an invitation or a summons, I don't know, for a second meeting with Ilya Ehrenberg, whom she had last seen in 1946, 10 years earlier. She had no reason to change her feelings of mistrust, shared by many others. But by then he was an even more powerful and important person in the Soviet literary world and had the authority of the official regime behind him. He was able to travel quite freely between Moscow and Paris. He was an important cultural link between the two countries, and was greatly favored in French leftist literary circles. He was the one person in that intellectual milieu who could have known the truth about Babel's disappearance in 1939. Actually, during the 1950s, my mother had been stopped in the street several times by total strangers, who seemed to know very well who she was, and who would say, "I can give you news of Babel." The stories varied: he was in camp, in prison, in Siberia, and so on. I don't think my mother ever believed these strangers, and indeed suspected that they were Soviet plants. But it always unnerved us, because they said what we wanted to believe, that Babel was still alive. It was also after Stalin's death in 1953 when we started hearing about the process of rehabilitations. Since she still harbored suspicions about Ehrenberg, and also because she was already quite ill, she asked a friend, a Madame Shakov, to accompany her on this visit. Thus, there was a witness to her encounter with him. The story of this meeting has never ceased to disturb me. Ehrenberg informed my mother that Babel had been rehabilitated 2 years earlier in 1954, and that the official date of his death was March 17, 1941. He then asked my mother to sign a paper certifying that she and my father had been divorced since before the war. He knew perfectly well, of course, that no such divorce had taken place between the time of Babel's last visit to Paris in the winter of 1935 to 1936 and his arrest in May 1939. Even living in Moscow, how could he have divorced his wife without informing anyone in his family, with whom he was in constant correspondence? Ehrenberg then told her, apparently with great brutality, that my father had a second wife living in the Soviet Union, by whom he had another child, a daughter. When my mother asked the name of the child, he answered, Natasha, which is, of course, my name. I honestly don't know whether this was just a mistake on his part or whether he said this on purpose to upset her even more. What I do know is that my mother then spat in his face and fainted. All of these dramatic and dreadful details were confirmed to me by Madame Shakov, also a rather emotional old Russian lady. My mother never recovered from this episode, which contributed greatly to the pain she was already enduring in the final months of her illness before her death in May 1957. Rehabilitation was a new Soviet term, indicating that all criminal charges against a person condemned and repressed under the Stalinist regime were dropped in the absence of evidence. This was the officially accepted death date for Babel until KGB archives opened after Perestroika revealed the actual date of January 27, 1940. See La Parole Ressuscitée. Dans les archives littéraires du KGB, by Vitaly Chintalinsky, editions Robert Laffont, Paris, 1993. During my whole childhood, I suffered from having neither a brother nor a sister. I used to invent them with such intensity that I managed to convince even my most skeptical classmates of the existence of a big brother and a small sister. Some judiciously chosen photographs of attractive children totally unknown to me helped to make my illusions real. There is a painful irony in this faraway past. As an adult, I learned within a relatively short period of time that fate indeed had given me an older brother and a younger sister. I thought I had always known all the reasons why my mother left Russia in 1925. She despised and feared the Soviet regime, and as an artist, she wanted to paint and study abroad. Paris was the obvious choice for that purpose. My mother kept her secrets well. She had to be dying in a public ward of the Saint Antoine Hospital in Paris to share with me emotional regions of her life that had always been relegated to the shadows. She did this not because she felt that she owed me these private truths, but because she feared that in an uncertain future, my ignorance could do me harm. "You should know," my mother said, "that you have a half-brother. I left Russia mostly because of an affair your father was having with an actress, a very beautiful woman. She pursued him relentlessly, and didn't care that he was married. She wanted him and his fame, and had a son by him. Perhaps one day you might meet this man, and you should know he is your half-brother and not someone you could fall in love with." At the time of their acquaintance, Tamara Vladimirovna Kashyrina, a beautiful and well-known actress, was 25 years old, with a pleasant husband, a small daughter, and a full social calendar. She had only one problem: she was bored. With Babel courting her insistently, with his gift as an incomparable raconteur, her boredom vanished. While Babel apparently convinced her that he was really in love for the first time, the circumstances of his family life were complicated and required a good deal of his attention. Babel told her that he was planning to send his wife to France, where she could study painting. His mother would be going to live with her married daughter, who by this time had settled in Brussels. While taking care of all of these family arrangements in 1925 and 1926, Babel traveled frequently. He was always moving to the country or to another city, searching for that elusive place where he could work in peace. In 1925 alone, Babel wrote to Tamara from 7 different cities. Their own encounters were infrequent, short, and often postponed. On July 13, 1926, their son Mikhail was born in Leningrad. Babel, who was then in Moscow, expressed his enthusiasm from a distance. The long-awaited telegram arrived last night. "Well done, Tamara. It's great that it's a boy. Girls are common enough, but a boy can turn out to be a real provider. I'm dying to know how it all went, how you are feeling, where you had the baby. Please tell me everything quickly. It's such a bitter feeling not to know, but I'm tied down here completely and just can't break away for the time being. God bless you, dear Tamara, and get well soon, and when I come, I shall be so happy for you. Letters, letters, letters. I kiss you warmly, my dear soul." Asterisk. By the time their son was born, Tamara thought that he had finished all the necessary arrangements for his family's departure. She believed, not unreasonably, that the moment had arrived when Babel could start a real family life with her and Mikhail. But this was never to happen. Later in 1926 and 1927, Babel wrote to Tamara mostly from Kiev, where he had temporarily settled. They celebrated together Mikhail's first birthday on July 13, 1927, and again Tamara made plans for their future together. But it was the last time that Babel was ever to see his son. 2 weeks later, he was already in Paris with his wife. Asterisk Memoirs of Tamara Ivanova, published in the literary journal October, May, June, July 1992, Moscow. The Soviet Way. 4 years after my mother's death, in 1961, traveled to the USSR for the first time. There, I found out that in Moscow my mother's deepest secret was common knowledge. Everybody in the literary and cultural milieu knew that Mikhail V. Ivanov was Babel's natural son. He was still a small child when his mother, Tamara Vladimirovna Kashyrina, married the Soviet writer Vsevolod Ivanov, who adopted, raised, and loved Mikhail as his own. For this reason, Tamara Ivanova never permitted Babel to see his son again. When Mikhail was about 18, some well-intended soul told him the truth about his origins. Such a revelation must have caused him much pain and confusion. He later became a painter, and was known for his cityscapes of Moscow. We never met and never will, although I always felt a lot of fraternal sympathy with him. I learned recently of his death in Moscow in the spring of 2000. That first trip to the Soviet Union in 1961 was a sort of pilgrimage for me. My primary motivations were to learn something more about the fate of my father, and I still wanted to find out what really lay behind that last meeting between my mother and Ehrenberg. I went in an official capacity, a modest one, but one which provided the protection of the French government. I was a guide interpreter for the first post-war national exhibition organized by the French Chamber of Commerce. The exhibition was intended to show off all the advances of French industry, from fountain pens to radios to tractors to cars. It was a momentous occasion. 200 guide interpreters were eventually chosen by the Soviet embassy, out of 400 candidates, all of whom had been pre-selected and trained by the French. The selection, as we learned later, had been carried out according to very specific criteria: a certain percentage of actual Russian émigrés. By 1961, these persons had already reached middle age, a certain percentage of their children, born in France, who were bearing Russian surnames, a certain number of women of Russian origin, who had married Frenchmen, thereby acquiring French surnames, and French women who had acquired Russian surnames through marriage. How I stayed on that list, I do not know, and I never asked. Before our departure, a large group of French laborers were sent to Moscow to work on the construction site for the exhibition, which was to be located in the huge Sokolniki Park. The French authorities gave preference to members of the French Communist Party, who were so very eager to visit the USSR. Soon after their arrival, they became appalled by the work habits of the Soviets, whom they considered slow, lazy, unskilled, incompetent, etc. It took 3 or 4 Soviets to produce the output of a single French worker. I served as an interpreter for a number of French workers, when they answered questions about their way of life in France. Their fellow communists could not believe what they said. One lodging for one family, their own kitchen, perhaps a quatre-chevaux car to drive to the farm on weekends to visit their parents. All lies, of course. And the French were foaming at the mouth. A big celebration was held in Sokolniki Park when the construction site was finally completed. Everyone was invited, including the Soviet workers. The French government had flown in wonderful food and wine for this festive occasion. All of us went, of course. There was a beautiful bonfire, and the party ended when our French workers ceremoniously threw their Communist Party membership cards into the flames. The experiment in political enlightenment had been a huge success. As guide interpreters, we had to work very hard, since there were over 80,000 visitors a day. All plans for organized shifts had to be forgotten, and sometimes we worked 12 hours a day, instead of the expected 6. During the exhibition, I was assigned to the very large book section. We had a huge quantity of paperbacks and many beautiful hardbound art books. There were 3 copies of each. After the first display had disappeared, we installed the second. For the third display, we had enough paperbacks, but we decided to nail down the art books by their covers, so visitors should still enjoy them. In the end, we were left with the nailed book covers. Needless to say, the book section did not have much to pack for the return to Paris. Nevertheless, it was an unforgettable experience. None of my later visits to Moscow as an individual scholar, with a grant to work in the Lenin Library, at least ostensibly, can match the encounters, and surprises, of those few summer months of 1961, the time of my first meetings with my half-sister Lydia and her mother. In the late 1950s, my aunt, Mary Chapoknikov, née Babel, my father's only sister, began a correspondence with her niece Lydia, and her mother Antonina Nikolaevna Pirozhkova. She too had somehow learned about their existence. Not wanting to hurt or offend my mother, she did not write to them until after her death. In 1961, knowing that I was going to Moscow, she tried to tell me about them, but I would not hear of it. Yet despite my deep resentment, Aunt Mary told me just before my departure that she had informed them that I was coming. She gave me their telephone number and tried her best to convince me to meet them. I was furious at her for what I considered her betrayal of my mother's life and memory. I felt full of conflicts, and expressed my confusion to Boris Severin *, an old friend of my father's and a wise man. He said to me, "Trust your father's judgment and trust your heart." There is one particularly striking difference between Babel's family in Paris and his family in Moscow, specifically, our ignorance of their existence. Antonina Nikolaevna learned of Babel's wife and daughter on the first day she met him at a luncheon at a friend's house in 1932. As she recalled their first meeting in her memoirs, over lunch, Babel told us how difficult it had been for him to get permission to go abroad, and how long the process had dragged on. Going was an absolute necessity for him, since his family lived abroad with no means of support, and it was very difficult to help them from Moscow. Carrot. As it turned out, she learned about my existence right from the beginning. "TM going there to meet a little 3-year-old miss," he said. "TD like to bring her back to Russia, as I fear they might turn her into a monkey there." He was speaking of his daughter Natasha, whom he had not seen. In her memoirs, Antonina notes that Babel never spoke to her about his son Misha, about whose existence she learned from friends. On the other hand, she learned a great deal more about us over the years. By contrast, I knew everything about Natasha. Babel would always show me her photographs and repeat everything that Evgenia Borisovna wrote in her letters about her, and would ask me to buy toys and little books for her. Her daughter Lydia naturally knew of us all her life. See the second footnote of my preface to this volume. At his side, The Last Years of Isaac Babel, p. 2, by A. N. Pirojkova, Steerforth Press, South Royalton, Vermont, 1996, paperback edition. OPCIT, p. 2. OPCIT, p. 92. Their awareness of us contrasted with our lack of it. In his personal correspondence, Babel wrote practically every day to relatives and friends. I figure that he must have written at least 12 personal letters a day, often using postcards. But there was never a word about his other life in Moscow, not even when his second daughter was born in January 1937, an event which must have made him very happy. On my first day in Moscow, I realized that if I did not call this family immediately, I would never do it. So I called. Lydia and I agreed to meet in front of the Bolshoi Theater the next day. She would wear red and I would wear blue, and thus we would know each other. She arrived with a friend and so did I. My friend was Tanya Parain-too, who was also an exhibition guide, and was also in the Soviet Union for the first time. It seemed that each of us needed reinforcement. We were both young, pretty, I think, and nicely dressed. We resembled each other in some unexpected way. Once during that summer, when we were trying to squeeze together into a crowded phone booth, an irate citizen called us useless doubles. On the day of our first encounter, we walked around the city, making conversation, testing the ground for emotional landmines. She was a young architect. I was teaching French language and literature. Then Lydia said, "My mother is expecting us for tea." It was one of those moments of decision that one remembers forever, an existential moment that can change your whole life. I accepted. So we went to what had been my father's last home, a large 2-story stone house in the heart of Moscow. At the time I met them, they each had a room on the second floor with access to a communal bath and kitchen. I remember their rooms as being quite cozy, in a cluttered, friendly Russian manner. Their eating and sleeping in the same room did not surprise me, as I had done the same with my mother for many years, as had many other Russian émigrés. This old part of the city has since been torn down to make way for modern apartment buildings. As we walked into a dark entry and climbed a flight of stairs, I saw a woman standing at the top of the landing and crying. I looked at her, and what suddenly came out of my mouth has never failed to astound me. "You look so much like my mother," I blurted out. I have compared photos of both of them in their youth, and indeed there was a physical resemblance. We both started to cry. I was amazed and felt deeply touched to meet another woman who, like my own mother, had never stopped loving my father, who appeared never to have wavered in her devotion to him. For many years and across the Iron Curtain, we remained a part of each other's lives as best we could, despite the obstacles. Lydia and her mother eventually emigrated to the United States in 1996. Returning to the subject of Ehrenberg and his encounters with my mother, I quote from a recent biography of this enigmatic figure by Joshua Rubinstein. Ehrenberg saw Babel's first wife Yevgenia Borisovna in France on 2 occasions after the Second World War. When he visited Paris in 1946, according to Natalie Babel, he conveyed the message that Babel was alive and had spent the war in exile, under house arrest, not far from Moscow. There is no doubt in my mind that on this occasion, Ehrenberg knew he was lying to my mother. He of all people had sufficiently high stature and connections to know the truth about Babel's fate. In 1944, he had just won the Lenin Prize for his work as a war correspondent, and had won the Stalin Prize for Literature a few years earlier. He was at the height of his fame and power. Rubinstein himself noted in his book that by the end of the war, no other private citizen in the USSR reached such unique stature. He considered Babel to be among his closest friends. Surely he would have been able to find out if Babel was really alive and living so close by. Why did he mislead my mother? Certainly not to spare her feelings, as he knew she absolutely despised him. I believe strongly that he was following orders to pass on false information. After all, he had done just that during his whole professional life. Babel was well known in the literary community in France, the USSR's wartime ally, and was admired by many eminent men of letters, such as André Gide, Romain Rolland, and André Malraux. These same writers had been very forceful in insisting that Babel be sent to Paris as a delegate in 1935 to the International Congress of Writers for the Defense of Culture and Peace. They surely would have asked Ehrenberg about Babel's fate. De Gaulle had made Ehrenberg a member of the French Legion of Honor after the liberation of Paris. The Soviet government could hardly have found a more credible messenger of the news that the Soviet Union had spared Babel's life. And what better way to publicize this message than to inform his wife? Tangled Loyalties, The Life and Times of Ilya Ehrenberg, p. 288, by Joshua Rubinstein, Basic Books, a division of HarperCollins, New York, 1996. TOPCIT, p. 218. Ehrenberg met with my mother in 1956, 10 years after their first encounter. He was working hard on the rehabilitation of Babel's works and was the de facto chairman of a commission of the Writers' Union to look after Babel's legacy. He was indeed instrumental in getting Babel republished at last in the USSR. Antonina Nikolaevna was also a member of this commission. I believe that in 1956, Ehrenberg, a survivor, decorated with every possible honor the Soviet system could bestow, miraculously still alive at the age of 65, felt that he had nothing to fear anymore, and that he was trying to ease his conscience. He did act on behalf of many people who were victimized by the Soviet regime, and he did help in the rehabilitation of some of the maligned dead. Babel was his great friend and a great writer, whom he professed to love. He did everything he could to break the silence surrounding Babel's name, his memory, and his work, and to introduce Babel to new generations of readers who had never heard of him. He wrote the introduction to the 1957 edition, the first edition in the USSR after the war. His introduction was bold for the time, and he knew that it would not be met favorably by everyone. His introduction and Babel's stories were in fact very much criticized by the communist literary establishment. It took 10 years for another volume of Babel's work to be published again in 1966. In 1956, Ehrenberg informed my mother of Babel's date of death and his rehabilitation. But why did he want to tell her about a second family and to ask her to sign a falsified admission of divorce? It was a cruel act on his part. There was certainly no love lost between them. Ehrenberg undoubtedly considered Antonina a more suitable widow than my mother, who by then had lived in Paris for more than 30 years as an émigré artist. After all, Antonina was the epitome of the new Soviet woman, having been the first woman construction engineer employed to work on the Moscow subway system. Now that Babel was rehabilitated, perhaps he thought she could receive a pension as his legitimate wife. Perhaps Ehrenberg had other reasons for trying to establish her social position and status, all honorable from his point of view. Over the years following our first meeting in 1961, one developed a great admiration for Antonina Nikolaevna and respect for her efforts and perseverance. She was one of the main editors of the publication of 2 volumes of Babel's collected works in 1990 to 1991, when she was 80 years old. These 2 volumes are still the most complete compilation of Babel's work in Russian. Unfortunately, certain omissions, which were made understandably in the 1957 publication, are found again in the later edition. I am thankful to her that she shared with me a few of my father's unpublished stories. These stories had resurfaced little by little and had been given to her. Babel had left these stories with friends, perhaps as gifts. They had kept them, and after the rehabilitation of Babel, they entrusted the stories to her. Indeed, over the years she became the repository of Babel's work in the Soviet Union. As a result, and with Ehrenberg's help, she established her social position as an important personage. America. Being Russian, French, American, and Jewish has meant that wherever I am, part of me could be somewhere else. Living in so many worlds can lead to varied confusions, mistakes, emotional misperceptions, and in my case it has also led to impulsiveness and a tendency toward pessimism. However, when the United States offered the opportunity, I decided to try to benefit from my multicultural identity. I soon learned that New York City was an ideal place to put my confusions to good use, particularly on Upper Broadway. After Mother died, I was poor and restless, and decided to leave the past behind. My decision was crystallized by an invitation to teach in the Department of French at Barnard College. I flew to New York in early September 1961, arriving with a suitcase in hand, my winter coat on my arm, and $20 in my purse. I had just returned from that first momentous visit to Moscow, which had made me miss the first week of the fall semester. I had written to the chairman, the late and admired Leroy Brunig, about a 1-week delay in my arrival, explaining that I was coming to the States via the USSR. This led him to remark at the first departmental meeting, "This woman has a very original sense of geography." As a faculty member, I was able and encouraged to take classes at Columbia University. I had access to so many fascinating topics and professors, and loved the idea of being an auditeur libre, an intellectual flaneur in the manner of the French. I registered for 6 courses, without knowing what this entailed. I remember in particular a seminar on English Romantic poetry, about which I knew almost nothing, which was taught with a heavy dose of Freudian theory. I understood very little, but enjoyed it very much. I found the discussions in class on hidden images, double entendres, and erotic metaphors immensely challenging. My bliss began to evaporate when my professors started to ask about my midterm essays. Midterm was a new concept for me, yet I learned its meaning quickly after I discovered the non-existence of the status of auditeur libre at Columbia. My transcript still bears witness to my prompt retreat from most of these courses. I appeared, as I was later told, to be very nice and very lost. While I enjoyed campus life, I was shocked on several occasions when a total stranger would approach me and ask abruptly, "Can you tell me where and how your father died?" I became a regular student, first for an American MA in the Department of Slavic Studies, then for a doctoral program in English and Comparative Literature. I was readily admitted, because I already had earned degrees from the Sorbonne and the École des Langues Orientales. I chose the English department so as not to become a pure Slavicist, and certainly not to become an expert on Babel, a role for which many people thought I was predestined. My specialty areas were 19th century French and Russian prose, an ambitious choice, considering the number and normal output of important writers of that time. The English department had never had a PhD student without English literature as a major area of study, and few professors in the department spoke French or Russian, let alone both. This situation led to many farcical episodes, or at least they seem so in retrospect. For example, the department was not ready to consider that English could serve as one of the two foreign language requirements. The consternation was general when I refused adamantly to study Chaucer and Spenser, which were always required courses for all students in the English department. I made another error when I answered glibly to the professor of Italian Renaissance that I already had a passable culture generate of his sacred field. He countered with an 8-page, single-spaced mandatory reading list. I countered with hysterics in the office of the chairman, while he stood slightly agog, being himself a self-controlled New England gentleman. The requirement for the Italian Renaissance was waived. My dissertation examined some of the psychological and literary affinities between Hugo and Dostoevsky. In the end, everybody had fun with it, I think, and discovered something new. I went on to become a professor of comparative literature at the University of Texas and later at the University of California, also teaching American Southern writers as well as Latin American literature. But the Russian novel kept tugging at my coat. Little by little, I found myself becoming a Slavicist and also a Babel scholar. In spite of my reluctance, and even a pathological resistance, my father finally caught up with me. Some of his correspondence was being translated, and I ended up being the only one who could identify all the people mentioned in those letters. This knowledge led me to becoming in 1964 the editor of The Lonely Years, 1925 to 1939, a collection of almost 400 letters that Babel wrote to my aunt and grandmother, his sister and mother, whom I knew very well. This volume revealed many facets of Babel's character, as well as his whereabouts during the 1920s and 1930s. In 1966, one edited You Must Know Everything, which brought a number of new and forgotten stories to the public. That is how I started doing Babel scholarship, which I have continued sporadically for over 3 decades. After a long silence, here I am at it again. Natalie Babel. Washington, D.C. March 2001. Isaac Emanuelovich Babel. A Chronology. By Gregory F. R. and Eden. 1894. Isaac Babel is born, June 30, in Moldavanka, a poor district near the harbor of Odessa, to Figa and Manytskhovich Babel, a dealer in agricultural machinery. Soon after, the family, now under the name Babel, relocates to Nikolaev, 150 kilometers from Odessa. Babel studies English, French, and German, private Hebrew lessons. 1899. Babel's sister, Miriam, born on July 16. 1905. The October Manifesto of Tsar Nicholas II establishes a constitutional monarchy. Pogroms in southern Russia, including Nikolaev, witnessed by Babel. But the family is untouched. 1906. Babel's family, now considerably more prosperous, moves back to Odessa and settles in the residential center of the city. Babel enrolls in the Nicholas I Commercial School in Odessa, begins writing stories in French. 1911. After an unsuccessful attempt to enroll at the University of Odessa, due to the restrictions on Jews, Babel enters the Institute of Finance and Business Studies in Kiev. Meets Evgenia Borisovna Grinfine, his future wife. 1913. First publication, The Story Old Shloim. 1914. World War I begins. 1915. Babel follows his institute's evacuation from Kiev to Saratov. 1916. After graduating from the institute, moves to St. Petersburg, meets Maxim Gorky, and begins to contribute stories and sketches to Gorky's journal Letopis and other periodicals, Stories, Mama, Ruma and Allah, Ilya Isakovich and Margarita Prokofyevna. Babel's stories receive a favorable response from reviewers. 1917. Charged with writing pornography, story The Bathroom Window, but the charge is made moot by the political turmoil. The February Revolution *. Tsar Nicholas II abdicates. Russia is ruled by the provisional government. Babel briefly volunteers for the Romanian front. Bolshevik coup d'état in October. Carrot. Babel abandons the disintegrating front in November, returns to Odessa, and takes a dangerous journey to Petrograd, his story The Road, 1932. Reaches Petrograd in December 1917 and joins the newly organized Chaika for a brief stint as a translator for the counterintelligence department. 1918 In March, Babel becomes a regular contributor of sketches about life in the city to Maxim Gorky's anti-Leninist newspaper Novaya Zhizn until the publication is shut down by the Bolsheviks on July 6. Babel's last contribution is in the July 2 issue. Contributes stories to newspapers Zhizn Iskustva, Petrograd, in November. 1918-19 serves in the food requisitioning detachments during the Civil War, returns to Odessa. Marries Evgenia Grinfine, August 9, 1919. 1920 Odessa Party Committee issues Babel the credentials of a war correspondent under the name of Kirill Vasilievich Lyutov, assigned to Budyonny's cavalry army on the Polish front. Babel spends June through September with the Budyonny cavalry. Returns to Odessa severely ill, lifelong asthma. Travels with his wife in Georgia and the Caucasus, contributes to local periodicals. 1921 End of the Civil War. The tolerant new economic policy replaces war communism. Babel does editorial work for a publishing house, contributing stories and essays to Odessa periodicals. March, according to the Gregorian calendar, adopted subsequently. November 7, according to the Gregorian calendar. Formerly St. Petersburg. In August 1920, the Red Army reaches the outskirts of Warsaw but is soon after repelled and by September defeated by Pilsudski's troops, aided by the Western powers. An armistice is signed. In October 1921, the Treaty of Riga, finalizing the Russian-Polish border and ceding parts of the Ukraine and Belarus to Poland, is signed on March 18, 1921. 1923 Most of the Benya Krik stories, the Odessa stories, written and published in Odessa. Father dies, July 13. 1923-24 After finishing the Odessa stories, Babel begins work on the Red Cavalry stories, June 1923, the publication of his stories in the avant-garde Lev and the fellow traveler Krasnyanov, the beginning of Babel's fame. 1924 Lenin dies on January 21, Stalin, the Communist Party's general secretary since 1922, begins his ascent to power. Budyonny's first attack on Red Cavalry stories, March. Babel publication in the first issue of Yevgeny Zamyatin's independent journal Russkaya Sovremennik. Miriam Chapoknikov, Babel's sister, emigrates to Brussels. 1925 First two childhood stories, the cycle The Story of My Dovecot, are published with a dedication to Maxim Gorky. Evgenia Babel, Grinfine, Babel's wife, emigrates to Paris. 1926 Red Cavalry is published as a book. Babel's mother emigrates to Brussels. Babel is Russia's most famous writer. 1925-27 Babel's liaison with Tamara Kashirina, later, Mrs. Vsevolod Ivanov. 1926 Mikhail, Ivanov, is born to Babel and Tamara Kashirina in July. Babel finishes his play Sunset in August. Works on the film script of Benya Krik, the beginning of Babel's career as a screenwriter, script based on Shalom Aleicham's Roaming Stars and others. 1927 The film Benya Krik is released and soon taken out of circulation. In subsequent publications of the script, Babel disowns the film. Babel is in Kiev on family business, possibly works on The Jewess, a novel, of which only the beginning is extant. Plans a work on the French Revolution, hints that he is working on a novel about the Chaika, continues work on the childhood story cycle, referred to by Babel as My True Legacy. Babel leaves Russia for Paris in July, a brief affair with Ekaterina, future Mrs. Nikolai Yezhov, in Berlin, rejoins his wife in Paris. Sunset staged successfully in Baku, October 23, in 2 theaters in Odessa, October 25 and December 1. 1928 Moscow production of Sunset at the Moscow Art Theatre 2, February 28, fails. The Shukti Trial. End of the liberal new economic policy era and beginning of the Stalin Revolution. Babel returns to Russia in October. General Budyonny resumes attacks on the Red Cavalry stories. Gorky comes to Babel's defense. The Chinese Mill, a film comedy based on a script by Babel, premieres in July. Continues work on the childhood story cycle, according to Babel, part of a larger whole. Critic Alexander Vorensky, an early patron and admirer of Babel, chides him in print for his low productivity, or silence. Completes the story My First Fee, 1922-28, plans Kolya Topaz, a long narrative about an Odessa bandit who is reformed during the period of socialist construction, late 1920s early 1930s. 1929 Trotsky is exiled from Soviet Russia in January. Babel's daughter, Natalie, born in Paris to Evgenia Borisovna Babel on July 17. Red Cavalry is published in English translation in the United States, following German and French editions, preceded by the appearance of some stories in literary magazines. 1929-30 In search of new material, Babel, like many other Soviet writers, travels in the industrial heartland to observe socialist construction, witnesses the brutal collectivization and famine in the Ukraine, February-summer 1930. 1930 Babel is publicly accused of granting an anti-Soviet interview to a Polish newspaper while on the French Riviera. He insists, apparently successfully, that the interview was a fabrication. Attempts to receive permission to return to Paris fail in part due to the author's continued silence. 1931 Resumes contacts with Kayutina. Spends early spring in the Ukraine. Publishes 2 more childhood stories, The Dovecot Cycle, and a collectivization story, Gapaguzva. Impending publication of a series of stories is announced at the end of the year, only one of them subsequently published. 1932 Publication of the story Guy de Maupassant. Babel lives in Militinovo, a village outside Moscow, close to Gorky's summer estate. Babel meets Antonina Nikolaevna Pirozhkova, a young engineer. After many pleas, Babel finally is allowed to return to his family in France. 1932-33 In Paris, Babel sees his daughter for the first time. Collaborates on a script about a famous socialist revolutionary double agent, Yevnoazef, for a French movie studio, continues this work later in Russia. Close friendship with Ilya Ehrenberg, who introduces Babel to André Malraux. Babel visits Gorky in Sorrento. Travels through France, Italy, Germany. Returns to Moscow in August in response to Gorky's request for assistance in organizing the first Congress of Soviet Writers. In the fall, Babel travels, with Antonina Pirozhkova, through the Caucasus on the way to Kabardino-Balkaria, a small Caucasus republic. 1934 Babel travels to the Donbass region, January. During the 17th Communist Party Congress, the Congress of Victors, opposition to Stalin becomes manifest, but is ultimately defeated. Publication of Babel's story Dante Street. Osip Mandelstam recites his anti-Stalin verses to his friends and is arrested in May. At the First Congress of Soviet Writers, August, Babel obliquely criticizes the cult of Stalin. Speaking about his modest output, Babel calls himself a great master of the genre of literary silence. He is grateful to the Soviet establishment for being able to enjoy the high status of a writer despite his silence, which, in the West, would have forced him to abandon writing and sell haberdashery. Babel spends time with André Malraux, who attended the Congress. Assassination of Sergei Kirov on December 1. Beginning of the Great Purges. 1935 Babel attends the Congress of Soviets in Moscow, February. Babel completes Maria, his second play, which is published in March. Babel and Pasternak are dispatched, on the insistence of André Malraux and André Gide, to the Anti-Fascist International Congress of Writers for the Defense of Culture and Peace in Paris, June. On July 14, Babel witnesses huge demonstrations in Paris, Popular Front and the pro-fascist Croix de Feu **, seeing in them the signs of an impending revolution. Along with his wife and daughter, Babel visits his mother and sister in Brussels, July. Babel makes plans to bring his entire family back to the Soviet Union. These plans do not materialize. Babel returns to the Soviet Union, August, and travels, with Antonina Pirozhkova, to the Kiev region and on to Odessa. After returning to Moscow, Babel and Pirozhkova establish a household. Ilya Ehrenberg, on a visit to Moscow from Paris, queries Babel about the mounting repression and the purges of the old Bolshevik intellectuals from the leadership. Babel attributes the changes to the preparations for war, which calls for a more decisive, military-style government and a kind of art that could best serve the goals of total mobilization of society. Babel collaborates with Sergei Eisenstein on the film Bazhin Meadow, about a young peasant communist who is murdered for denouncing his father as a kulak, winter 1935-36. 1936 attack on Dmitry Shostakovich's opera Lady Macbeth of the Mtsinsk district, January, inaugurates the campaign against formalism, a purge in the cultural sphere. Together with André and Roland Malraux, Babel visits Gorky in the Crimea and, along with Mikhail Koltsov, serves as Malraux's interpreter, March. Afterward Gorky complains to Stalin that the campaign against formalism represents a harmful cultural policy. Babel spends time with André Gide in Moscow and occasionally interprets for him. Maxim Gorky dies on June 18. As one of the leading figures in the Writers' Union, Babel receives a country house, dacha, in Peredelkino. Spanish Civil War begins in July. The trial of Lev Kamina, Grigory Zinoviev, and other famous party and military leaders, including several Civil War heroes, some friends of Babel's, takes place in August. The accused are sentenced to death. Nikolai Yezhov, now the husband of Ekaterina, replaces Genrikh Yagoda in September as the head of the NKVD, Stalin's secret police. According to an NKVD informer, Babel is critical of the trials, saying that the prosecution failed to make a convincing case against the accused. Ilya Ehrenberg, Memoirs, 1914-1941, translated by Tatyana Shavunina, New York, Grosset 6c. Dunlap, 1966, p. 317. 1937 Lydia is born to Babel and Antonina Pirozhkova, January. Babel publishes stories Sulik, De Grasso, thematically, part of the childhood story cycle, and The Kiss, a new concluding story of Red Cavalry. Show trials of political and military leaders continue. 1938 In a meeting with Ilya Ehrenberg, Babel recounts how banned books are pulped in a Moscow factory. Ehrenberg, who has just been recalled to Moscow from Spain, suggests to Babel that if fascism wins in Spain, the repressive USSR would be the only place left for people like Babel and himself, and so much the worse for us three. Last meeting with Ehrenberg, May. Yezhov is replaced by Lavrenti Beria as the head of the NKVD and is soon afterward arrested. He gives evidence against Babel. Babel publishes a story The Trial, August. Collaborates on scripts for the film version of Gorky's autobiographical trilogy. He is chiefly responsible for the script of the volume My Universities, released in 1939-40. Signs a contract for an edition of his collected works. 1939 Babel completes a film script for a military-industrial spy thriller, No. 4, Staraya Square, the title referring to the address of the Communist Party Central Committee headquarters in Moscow. Babel is arrested on May 15 and is soon charged with spying for France and Austria. The accusation is based, in part, on the evidence provided by Yezhov and Babel's fellow writers Boris Pilniak and Mikhail Koltsov, who had been arrested earlier. Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is signed in Moscow in August. In September, The armies of Germany and the Soviet Union invade and partition Poland. 1940 Babel is executed in the Lubyanka prison on January 27. 1941 Germany invades the Soviet Union on June 22. 1948 Rumors circulate about Babel's imminent release from prison. 1953 Stalin dies, March 5. 1954 Babel is officially exonerated on December 23. The death certificate misleadingly states that he died under unknown circumstances on March 17, 1941. 1955 Collected Stories by Isaac Babel with an introduction by Lionel Trilling, is published in New York. 1956 Nikita Khrushchev denounces Stalin at the 20th Party Congress, February. 1957 A volume of selected stories is published in Moscow with the introduction by Ilya Ehrenberg, at last opening the way for subsequent editions, albeit censored and incomplete. 1964 Isaac Babel, The Lonely Years, 1925 to 1939, unpublished stories and correspondence, edited and introduced by Natalie Babel. Revised edition published in 1995. 1966 You Must Know Everything, edited by Natalie Babel, published in New York. 1989 Vоспоминания o Babel Remembered, edited by Antonina Pirozhkova, is published in Moscow, including Pirozhkova's essay Years Spent Together, 1932 to 1939. 1990 The two-volume Sokhinania Works edition is published in Moscow, the most comprehensive uncensored edition of Babel to date, albeit incomplete. Details of Babel's interrogation and death begin to reach Soviet press, publications by Arkady Vaksberg and Vitaly Shentalinsky based on their research in the KGB archives. 1994 The centenary of Babel's birth is marked by international conferences in Russia and the United States. 1996 Pirozhkova publishes At His Side, The Last Years of Isaac Babel translated by Anne Friedman and Robert L. Bush, Royalton, Vermont. Gregory Frieden. 0360.